Is this Cartier's blue balloon diamond collection? It looks so pretty, daughter. Is this watch expensive? Looking at the watch, Zhuorong's mother hadn't expressed anything yet, so the two started talking first, and upon hearing Aunt Shang's words, her daughter also nodded dully. Conservatively estimate, it must be several to 100,000. Upon hearing this, Aunt Shang gasped. Hundreds of thousands. Now the average house price in the city is more than 12,000. How many hundreds of thousands is it to wear a house on your hands? My God, this is too exaggerated. Isn't there an invoice here? Just look at it, hey? My piece costs nearly 700,000. Listening to the conversation here, Zhuorong's father couldn't help but forget about smoking and drinking at this time. Couldn't help opening his watch box, and when he saw the watch, he liked it very much. And then he also found the invoice inside. When he saw the numbers on the invoice, he couldn't help being a little surprised, and Zhuorong's mother couldn't help but gasp after reading the invoice. As for Aunt Shang, mother and daughter, they were already stunned. These two watches together. More than 1 million? Too exaggerated. It's for you. You just take it with you. Don't worry about the safety issue. I've already arranged it for you. Okay, Mom, what do you want to eat? I'm hungry. Looking at the shocked eyes of his parents, Zhuorong waved his hand indifferently. He knew what his parents were worried about. And if the money was revealed, it would be troublesome if he was targeted by someone and took the risk. But Zhuorong will not let such a thing happen. The ability of Wei Now is very strong. Not to mention that Zhuorong now has 17 Wei Now. He is Xiaozhua, 15 girls each, and there are 1. He asked Xiaozhua to control 16 of them at the same time. And if there is anything that is not good for his parents, he'll be found out immediately. Whether someone is stalking his parents, whether someone is planning something that is not good for his parents, Xiaozhua will filter them all. Now is the era of the internet. Even if the robbers want to rob, they have to make a phone call. As long as they make a phone call, they will be intercepted by Xiaozhua. If they want to take action, Xiaozhua will know that on the internet, Xiaozhua is a god. Okay, let's wear them. By the way, let me introduce you. This is your Aunt Shang. This is your Aunt Shang's husband. You can call him Uncle. This is your Aunt Shang's daughter. She used to come to our house to play when she was young. Well, I'm 3 years younger than you. You young people should have a good chat. Putting on the watch happily, Zhuorong's mother smiled and introduced Zhuorong. Originally, when Zhuorong saw the battle when he came back, he still had some doubts, but now he can be sure that your parents are arranging a blind date for him. Thinking of this, Zhuorong couldn't help sighing softly. Sure enough, the thing he was most worried about didn't happen. But thinking about it, it's understandable. I'm already 28 years old after all, and his parents have a reason to be anxious. In the past, they had to work, make money, and go to work. But now, in the eyes of his parents, Zhuorong seems to have achieved fame. If you want money, you can have money. If you want a house, you can have a house. If you want a car, you can have a car, and you can get whatever you want. The guy himself is pretty handsome, and he doesn't have any bad habits. He's perfect. At this time, Zhuorong is not in a hurry. His parents should be too. Brother Zhuo, hello. Hearing Zhuorong's mother's words, this time Aunt Shang's daughter did not follow to the kitchen, but looked at Zhuorong shyly, making shy look. Zhuorong also nodded towards her. Although he said that he didn't intend to go on a blind date, he still asked Xiao Zhuo to check on the girl, and it turned out that after the investigation, he didn't even have that intention. Because it is obvious that the girl in front of her is not a cheap lamp. Don't look at her now, with very light makeup on her face, a very flat body, and black shawl hair. She looks just like Xiao Zhibiu. But in fact, she is a big player. When Xiao Zhuo searched, he saw photos of her hanging out in various nightclubs and taking intimate photos with other men. According to the situation Xiao Zhuo found, this girl is 16 years old and has not gone to school since she graduated from junior high school. And then hang around outside all the time up to now. I have been together for almost 10 years, and I have had at least 20 boyfriends, and basically no more than half a year. As for the record of opening a house, there are tens of thousands of records. Sometimes there are 3 or 4 room opening records in one day. Obviously, these records were not opened with a boyfriend at the time. 0. Seeking flowers 0-010-308001 Feilu 151342020. It can be said that this is a guy who's super good at playing. I don't know if he's interested in the money of Zhuorong's family, or because he feels like he's played enough and wants to find an honest man to marry, so he came to find Zhuorong for a blind date. However, according to Xiao Zhuo, her parents didn't seem to know about her outside affairs these years. She kept claiming at home that she worked in a foreign company, so she didn't see anyone in normal times, and his parents didn't suspect it. But they didn't know, before they knew it, their daughter was about to reach the level of killing 10,000 people. Seeing this, Zhuorong shook his head and then moved to the side. The door is a guest, so although Zhuorong said to keep a respectful distance from this girl, he did not expose her face to face, but politely finished the meal with his parents until the family left. When Aunt Shang's family left, Zhuorong's mother couldn't help but pat Zhuorong. 0 inch. How is it? Your daughter from Aunt Shang's family is not bad. She's pretty and has a good figure, and the most important thing is that she's quiet. Unexpectedly, Zhuorong's mother was quite optimistic about this little girl, but after hearing what his mother said, Zhuorong thought for a while, and he was going to make up a lie. Mom, I actually saw this girl when I first came in. I have to say, this time, you missed me. Looking at his proud mother, Zhuorong said with a serious face. I also feel that this girl is a bit fake. In what era is it now? How could it be such a shy girl? Son, does she have some illness or something? Hearing what Zhuorong said, Zhuorong's father also asked suspiciously. Old Zhuo, don't talk nonsense. This girl has never been with someone before. It's normal to be shy when you come to a blind date. I just think this girl is good. Son, if you don't match, just tell me. Anyway, I think it's pretty good. Hearing what Zhuorong said to his father, his mother curled her lips and said with a displeased face. Well, haven't you ever dated someone? She should have had a teacher. Dad, you are right. She is indeed sick, but it is not about the spirit but about her private life. Seeing his mother's stubborn appearance, Jia could only speak with a smile. Hey, son, it's not right for you to do this. It's not a decent thing for a serious person to pay attention to people behind their backs. Hearing what Zhuorong said, his mother was even more unhappy. Mom, listen to me first. I'm sure I've seen her in a nightclub. Young people, it's normal to go to nightclubs to have fun. I also saw her in the bathroom of a nightclub, messing with 2 men. This is unlikely. I know what kind of person your Aunt Shang is. Her daughter can't be like this. You must be wrong. Well, I also hope that I am wrong. Otherwise, Aunt Shang will be miserable. But is her name Masu? When I used to go to work, at least 3 colleagues have been with her, and I heard that she's still working on the periphery. The periphery. While talking, Zhuorong asked Xiao with a sense of photos of the 65-year-old girls to his mobile phone, and then showed his mother a look. When her mother saw the girl who was pretending to be quiet in her own home just now, but was wearing heavy makeup in the nightclub, half naked and crazily throwing alcohol, her 3 views were about to collapse again. However, it may be because Zhuorong has caused their 3 views to collapse too much recently, and she has already developed antibodies. So she just bowed her head and meditated for a few seconds, then immediately stood up and re-washed the dishes and chopsticks just now, and then re-wiped the chairs that Aunt Shang's family sat on. Mom, there's no need. Seeing his mother's appearance, Zhuorong shook his head and said to her, No, I feel dirty. You said that your Aunt Shang is really true. How dare your daughter want to marry into our family? Thanks to you for knowing her. Otherwise, you would only know after you really fell in love with her and even got a certificate. Then don't be disgusted to death. Hearing Zhuorong's words, Zhuorong's mother said while tidying up, Mom, Aunt Shang probably doesn't know. You should know what kind of person she is. Hearing what his mother said, Zhuorong also said with a smile. After hearing what Zhuorong said, Zhuorong's mother couldn't help but shut up and then sighed. It seemed that her old colleague really didn't know about her daughter, but now that she knows about it, how will she experience it? Tell her. destroy someone's family. Let's not talk about it. So she's been kept in the dark. But son, although your mother is doing bad things with good intentions today, you also have to think about your own lifelong affairs. You're not young anymore, and you all say to start a family and start business. Now you've finished your business and have no family. Well, it's been a while, perhaps because he saw Zhuo Rong's mother's entanglement. At this time, Zhuo Rong's father directly changed the subject and talked about the main reason why there's a blind date today. I came back this time, and I really want to tell you about this. I'm in love. Scratching his head, Zhuo Rong looked at his parents and said with a smile, "Oh, are you in a relationship? When did it happen? Who is it? What does it look like? Do you have any photos? How was your family? What do your parents do?" As soon as he heard that Zhuo Rong was looking for someone, Zhuo Rong's mother didn't care about cleaning up at this time and rushed over immediately, asking Zhuo Rong curiously, It's really hard to talk about this." Looking at the eyes of his parents looking over at the same time, Zhuo Rong hesitated and said in a low voice, "What's wrong with this? Is it a divorced person? If it treats you well and you like it, it's fine, but if you want to bring a child, you have to think about it." Seeing that Zhuo Rong hesitated, Zhuo Rong's mother had some ideas. "No, they're all big girls with yellow flowers. That's fine, no both." Compared with Zhuo Rong's mother, Zhuo Rong's father has a better ability to grasp the key points, and he immediately found a loophole in this statement. "Well, more than one. I found 15 girlfriends." Looking at his parents, Zhuo Rong also directly talked about the situation at home. And hearing Zhuo Rong's words, his parents almost fell to the ground, telling him, "Why, good guy? I'll die early. I'll die if I'm flooded. 15? What the hell? Son, we can't go bad if we have money. And even if someone goes bad, it's just a second wife or third wife. You 15. Every day the house must be like a hot kiln." After hearing Zhuo Rong's words, Zhuo Rong's mother said worriedly, "No, they have a very good relationship. I was thinking about whether our family will have a party during the Mid-Autumn Festival, and then I'll take you back to see it the day after tomorrow." Seeing his mother's worried look, Jinrong also smiled and said that if there are really 15 girls, then unless it is in a novel, otherwise it must be like overturning the sky. But Zhuo Rong doesn't have to worry about this problem, because the cyborgs simply don't have the option to be jealous. But I have to say, sometimes people are quite cheap. When his girlfriend is jealous, he doesn't want to, but now his girlfriend is not jealous at all, and even wants him to find more girlfriends. He felt a little empty again in his heart. "Take us to take a look? You guys live together." Sure enough, it was Zhuo Rong's father who grasped the point again and looked at Zhuo Rong with some doubts. "Well, they're all professionally trained people, clean up the room, cook, drive, even fight, reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, and can help me deal with business matters, so don't look, they're all orphans, but they're all good hands." This, fighting, reconnaissance, counter-reconnaissance? You're looking for a group of agents. Zhuo Rong's father, who has watched many movies, couldn't help asking hesitantly when Zhuo Rong mentioned the characteristics of these girls. Almost, there's no need to say more. You know, they're your daughters-in-law. Just follow me when the time comes. Looking at the appearance of his parents, Zhuo Rong also laughed and said, "Go have a daughter-in-law, let alone go to your manor. Even if you go abroad, we will go on 1.4. Hearing what Zhuo Rong said, Zhuo Rong's mother also made a decision. "Go, definitely go." Hearing his mother's words, Zhuo Rong also smiled. It seemed to him that there might be some troubles in persuading his parents to go back with him. Now, as soon as the daughter-in-law comes out, the slightest problem disappears in an instant. Sure enough, in the eyes of parents, the status of daughter-in-law is extremely high, of course. Zhuo Rong seems to have no problems with the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Biochemical people, in this era, are absolutely 99.99% of the old mother-in-law. Helping my son, I can still take such good care of my son. Such a daughter-in-law, I really can't find it with a lantern. In fact, when she learned that Zhuo Rong had found a girlfriend and was waiting for a family of 3 to see them at his home, Zhuo Rong's mother couldn't sit still. If it weren't for the fact that tomorrow's party is already booked, she might be going by now to IN this way. When Zhuo Rong was watching TV with his father this evening, his mother was wandering around the house and preparing things at the same time. When you meet your daughter-in-law, you always have to give a gift, which can be money or things. Zhuo Rong's mother thought about it for a while and felt that it was better to give something, but what to give she had to ask her old sisters to see what to give at that time. Seeing his mother's troubled appearance, Zhuo Rong didn't say anything because he knew that his mother had money now. The rent of Sue's Tingyuan community in the past month has been charged to his mother's card. Now his mother's small coffers are full, and it's no problem to buy some meeting gifts, so 01 said that Zhuo Rong didn't stop his mother even now. Just watching TV with his dad, enjoying the rare family happiness that, of course, this family happiness may only last for a few days. It's not that Zhuo Rong will get tired of it, but his parents will die. In fact, many parents are like this. Children, they still think about it when they're not around, but once they are around for more than a week, they will not be pleasing to the eye. Zhuo Rong was like this when he first went to college. Well, he just came back from vacation. His parents wanted him to stay at home all day, but after a week, they wanted him to go out to play all day. The same is true now, but that's fine though. Sometimes adults just need some distance. There are advantages and disadvantages to living together all the time. It depends on how the family is like. Now the distance between Zhuo Rong and his parents seems just right to his parents. The night passed quickly like this. Zhuo Rong did not return to the dating floor where he stayed today, but lived in his parents' house that in this way. The night passed quickly, and the next morning Zhuo Rong woke up and looked at Kong Kong's side. To be honest, he was not used to it, but there's no way, but fortunately he can go back tomorrow. After waking up, washing, eating breakfast, and resting for a while, at around 10 o'clock in the morning, Zhuo Rong's family of 3 drove his father's car to the meeting place at today's party. His father will definitely drink, and his mother can't drive, so when Zhuo Rong needs to come back, he will be the driver. So naturally he can't drive 2 cars. When a family arrived at the hotel, they found that there were quite a lot of people here. Today is Zhuo Rong's father's party. Zhuo Rong's grandparents passed away many years ago. Now Zhuo Rong's family is mainly composed of his father's brothers and sisters. In addition to Zhuo Rong's father, Zhuo Zian, there's also an uncle, Zhuo Yiziping, and 2 aunts, Zhuo Wanxiu and Zhuo Wanfeng. But auntie, Zhuo Wanxiu married a person from Guangdong province, and now she's settling there, and she may not come back for a few years. So today they're only Zhuo Rong's family, Zhuo Rong's uncle's family, and Zhuo Rong's sister-in-law's family. But don't look at there are only 3. But there are quite a few people who come. Zhuo Rong has a family of 3, and Zhuo Rong's uncle is a family of 6. Don't get me wrong, in fact, only his uncles Zhuo Ziping and his cousin Zhuo Wang are related to Zhuo Rong's family. This aunt came with his uncle later. Besides the 3 of them, there's also a family of 3 brought by this aunt, her son, plus his wife and children. As for Zhuo Rong's sister-in-law, Zhuo Wanfeng is also a family of 3. In addition to her sister-in-law and uncle, she also has a cousin who is currently in high school and preparing to take the university entrance exam. In fact, if it wasn't because Zhuo Rong was coming back today, maybe there wouldn't be so many people at the party, because although it is said that Zhuo Rong didn't make his fortune for a long time, but he is rich. Everyone in his family knows this. It doesn't matter if it's an advantage or not, but at least it's necessary to come here to get acquainted. Zhuo Rong is not one of those inexperienced children. Although he knows the purpose of these guys, Zhuo Rong is still very cooperative, just like yesterday when he knew what was going on with that girl, but he still waited until Aunt Shan's family left before he could help her. Just like his mother said, as an adult, at least you can get by on the scene. With the arrival of Zhuo Rong's family, it's time to order dishes and it's time to order wine. The wine that Zhuo Rong drank today is the wine that Zhuo Rong brought back to his father yesterday. His father specially brought 2 bottles over today. As soon as the dishes were served, his father opened a bottle first and offered it to his uncle and him. Uncle poured the wine. At this table, they will drink together. As for Zhuo Rong's mother, she naturally chatted with Zhuo Rong's aunt, and Zhuo Rong sat quietly in a corner, eating food and looking at the picture in front of him. Seriously, they've been to this restaurant for their family gatherings before. When I first tasted it, I felt that this restaurant was doing pretty well, but now that I eat it, it's really not that good. Whether it's the ingredients themselves or the heat of cooking, there's a lot of difference. Now Zhuo Rong misses his 15 sisters even more. and just when Zhuo Rong was here feeling that he could go back tomorrow, the elder brother brought by the aunt took the initiative to talk to Zhuo Rong. Zhuo Rong has been very busy recently. It's okay. I was busy a while ago, but I'm fine recently. Hearing what this brother said, Zhuo Rong also replied, to be honest, he and this brother 000 may have only met 4 or 5 times in total. It's not his uncle's birthday, or he goes to his uncle's house during the Chinese New Year. Moreover, the dialogue between the two did not exceed 100 sentences in total, which can be said to be quite unfamiliar. What business are you busy with recently? Real estate, or some projects? Zhuo Rong became rich overnight, and everyone knew that Zhuo Rong was rich. How did Zhuo Rong get his money? According to his rumors, he said he earned money by buying online coins, but no one knows how the money was spent in their cognition. Maybe rich people will go to real estate after they have money, or start a company or something. No, I've hired a manor, and I'm going to produce agricultural and rich products. Hearing what this brother said, Zhuo Rong also directly talked about what he was doing now. And upon hearing what Zhuo Rong said, the guy over here couldn't help raising his eyebrows. I said, Zhuo Rong, you are wrong. Why are you living more and more going back? Others are running to the city to start a company. Why are you going back to the countryside to farm and raise chickens? This brother and this aunt are from the countryside, and they're very clear about how much effort they put in to take root in the city. So when they heard that Zhuo Rong had returned to the countryside, they were actually puzzled. Fortunately, because of the company, I'm too tired, and I actually yearn for some pastoral life. Hearing what this brother said, Zhuo Rong smiled. He didn't say how much his stuff was worth, because they wouldn't believe it, so there was no need to talk about it. So he simply said that he liked it. Don't if you feel too tired, or if you set up a company, I'll take care of it for you. Hearing what Zhuo Rong said, the eyes of this brother over here were green, and he said excitedly, in fact, he came here today mainly to get acquainted with Zhuo Rong. But I can't imagine, is there still a chance now? Can I achieve my goal? No, I have no idea of starting a company. However, Zhuo Rong shook his head and resolutely rejected his proposal. No, Zhuo Rong. Okay, this is my brother's money, and I can spend it as my brother wants. Seeing this guy still wanting to persuade him, Zhuo Guang suddenly spoke. Hearing what Zhuo Guang had said, the elder brother also smiled awkwardly, then started eating sullenly, and Zhuo Rong also looked at Zhuo Guang and nodded. Zhuo Guang is only 2 years older than Zhuo Rong, and the two had a good relationship when they were young. They played together since childhood until junior high school. The relationship between the two of them was still good. When Zhuo Rong was in junior high school, Zhuo Guang's mother, who was Zhuo Rong's former aunt, was a snobbish person who liked to make troubles, so he encouraged Zhuo Rong. The uncle and Zhuo Guang no longer care about Rong's family. Although Zhuo Rong's uncle said he had soft ears, he was his own younger brother after all, and he still had contacts. And the relationship between Zhuo Guang and Zhuo Rong quickly became distant in high school. The two had contact almost only during family gatherings. After college, family gatherings were occasionally stopped until work, and the current relationship is just like that, but I have to say that Zhuo Guang's academic performance is very good. After graduating from university, he also took the civil service exam and passed the exam successfully. Now he is eating imperial food, but the location is actually not very good, and there's no profit. Of course, the profit mentioned here is not some illegal income. But what kind of bonuses are not very good? The money you get every month is only more than 4,000 yuan, about 5,000 yuan. Of course, there's nothing to say about benefits. The top 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, the benefits of the Chinese New Year and holidays are all very good, so now the two can be regarded as living on 2 roads. Zhuo Guang will speak for Zhuo Rong today, probably because he knows that Zhuo Rong is rich now, which is a kind of gesture to repair the relationship, and secondly, because he also hates that brother. Do it well. I believe you must do a good job. Seeing Zhuo Rong's gaze, Zhuo Guang smiled and clinked glasses with Zhuo Rong, but he drank beer, while Zhuo Rong drank tea. Brother, have you bought a sport car yet? Just after Zhuo Rong finished clinking glasses with Zhuo Guang, the cousin of Aunt Zhuoning's family came over and asked Zhuo Rong curiously. No, shaking his head, Zhuo Rong is really not interested in sports cars. You didn't buy a sports car, so why didn't you buy it? The sports car is so handsome. All the boys in our class like sports cars. I thought you had one. Hearing what Zhuo Rong said, his cousin also said something regretful. Originally, she was still bragging at school, saying that her brother, who was rich, must have a sports car, and she was thinking about taking a few photos of the party today to go back to school to have FUN essay result. I realize now that my brother never bought a sports car at all. Besides being handsome, the sports car is actually not comfortable at all. Not to mention that it is driven lying down. The fact that a supercar is basically a mid-engine will kill you. You must know that the space of a sports car is only so small. Putting the engine in, it's like sitting with a stove under your butt. It's too hot. Seeing his cousin's appearance, Zhuo Rong also explained with a smile, pointing to his happy father who was having a drink. However, if you want to take pictures, you can go directly to your second uncle, referring to Zhuo Rong's father. S car. His car is more than 3 million yuan, which is not cheaper than a sports car. Really? That's fine. I'll take some photos later to a child. Just want to be seduced in front of classmates. Then let her be seduced as my sister-in-law's cousin came over to do business. Zhuo Rong's family reunion meal was quickly finished, and it was Zhuo Rong who settled the bill that a family doesn't need to be so carefully divided. Of course, before leaving, his cousin went to his father's car to take a lot of photos. After his father reluctantly bid farewell to his uncle and grandfather, Zhuo Rong took the old couple back home. In the afternoon, Zhuo Rong's father went to bed and had a slow drink, while Zhuo Rong and his mother were in the kitchen preparing what they would eat to watch the moon tonight. Mooncakes, various fruits, snacks, and of course, the most important thing, Zhuo Rong brought it back hairy crab. Unfortunately, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, there are very few times when it does not rain. This year's Mid-Autumn Festival is also the same. It's not dark yet, and it starts to rain outside around 6 o'clock, but things are not perfect, and the real reunion is when there are people together. But when it comes to real people, it seems that there's still a dozen or so, especially Zhuo Rong's mother, who was already thinking about meeting her daughter-in-law tomorrow. This year's Mid-Autumn Festival, Zhuo Rong still had a very happy time, but at tea least compared to last year. His pressure has almost disappeared. Even if his system suddenly leaves him now, he can spend the rest of his life well with the money he earned recently. Of course, he feels that the system will not just disappear. After the festival is over, he still wants to go fishing in the open sea to make money. In this way, the happy and harmonious Mid-Autumn Festival will soon pass. Good lees. Early the next morning, Zhuo Rong's mother called Zhuo Rong earlier today than yesterday. She woke up Zhuo Rong at 7 in the morning, washed up, and had breakfast. Because today they're going back to Zhuo Rong's house, of course. The most important thing is that before leaving, she needs to prepare a meeting gift for her future daughters-in-law. She heard from her old sisters yesterday that the best gift to meet her daughter-in-law is a jade bracelet, because it symbolizes consummation. So today she will pick out 15 pairs in 10 miles. Looking at the mother who looked like she had been beaten with chicken blood, Zhuo Rong and his father had a tacit understanding and did not speak. She could do whatever she liked, and they just listened. After breakfast, Zhuo Rong's family of 3 rushed to the emerald shop. When the clerk heard that the family was going to buy 15 pairs of bracelets, she was shocked. Has anyone given such a big gift just after the Mid-Autumn Festival? This is too much. Master, Zhuo Rong, you are back. I haven't seen you for a day, not to mention Zhuo Rong. In fact, Jiao Min and the others are also thinking about Zhuo Rong. After seeing Zhuo Rong and his parent car driving back to the manor, the 15 girls, Yin, also ran down the stairs quickly, looked at Zhuo Rong, and spoke politely. Well, I'm back. Let me introduce you. These two are my parents' father, mother, their daughters-in-law. This is Jiao Min, this is Qiu Xiaoxiao. This is Carambola. This is Wang Qian. This is Zhu Xia. This is Lin Xiaoqiao. Her name is Li Ke. This one is Li Zhu. These two are Gao Wen and Ding Zhangwo. This is Yang Qian. She is Yang Sitian. This is Guo Xiang. This is Yang Wu. And this is Cheng Jingjing. Looking at the 15 girls with eager eyes, Zhuo Rong also introduced them to his parents. You could see this time his parents were already confused. Although Zhuo Rong said that he had found 15 girlfriends, his parents had already prepared in their hearts to accept this setting. But they saw when it came to the 15 daughters-in-law, they were still dumbfounded, because they never thought that these 15 daughter-in-laws are all so beautiful. Anyone singled out would be the existence of a suppressing party. But at this moment, 15 of them appeared in front of them together, and they were indeed a little confused. Hello, uncle, auntie. After hearing Zhuo Rong's introduction, Jia Min and others here also said to Zhuo Rong's father and mother in unison. Hearing the voices of the girls, Zhuo Rong's parents finally reacted. Okay, come. Here's a gift for you. While talking, Zhuo Rong's mother picked up the gift in her hand. Mom, don't worry, let's talk in the house. Seeing his mother in a hurry, Zhuo Rong couldn't help laughing and led his parents into the villa. After they sat down in the living room, Zhuo Rong's mother couldn't wait to distribute bracelets to these girls. These bracelets were made of jadeite, not the imperial green kind, which is not particularly good, but ordinary ice. But even so, a pair of bracelets cost 20,000 to 30,000 yuan, which is not too expensive for a meeting ceremony. These bracelets fully cost Zhuo Rong and his mother nearly 400,000 yuan. This is not a small sum, but she happy to buy. Now she's giving out bracelets to Jia Min and the others while asking them what their name is apt. Obviously, Zhuo Rong introduced it just now, but she didn't remember it, and she was still trying to remember the name beside her, but AS for Zhuo Rong's father. He's already looked at Zhuo Rong's home, especially the big fish tank. I have to say that Zhuo Rong's big fish tank is really beautiful. Of course, the fish in it are even more beautiful. Do you want to raise it? If you want to raise it, I'll give you a whole one. Seeing the movement in his father's eyes, Zhuo Rong also came over and said to him with a smile, I don't want it for now. Let's talk about it after I retire. Hearing Zhuo Rong's words, his father did have some thoughts, but after thinking about it, he shook his head that he knows that raising fish is very troublesome. Changing water, feeding, and always paying attention to whether the fish is healthy. And even if he doesn't raise fish, he also knows that the red dragon is a very precious fish that, if after retirement, he still has the leisure and energy to raise these things. Forget it before retirement. Hearing what his father said, Zhuo Rong didn't insist, and continued to take his father around his house. Zhuo Rong's parents were going to live in his house tonight, as Zhuo Rong needs to take them to get used to things like a high-tech shower in the future in advance. And Zhuo Rong's father is particularly interested in these things, but he doesn't understand, so he doesn't know that this is something from the future. From his point of view, he thought that rich people use these now. When Zhuo Rong's mother was doing homework with 15 girls, and Zhuo Rong's father was visiting the villa with Zhuo Rong, it was noon before he knew it. Originally, Zhuo Rong's mother wanted to show her skills. After all, an old woman always wants to show her dignity in front of her daughter-in-law. Cooking is a good side, but when she entered the kitchen and saw the cooking techniques of 10 girls, including Jia Min, she couldn't show her skills. The skill of a knife, the mastery of the heat, the speed of processing the ingredients, pretty scary. And she also quietly took a look at the hygienic situation in Zhuo Rong's house, and it turned out to be even more terrifying. In Zhuo Rong's house, there was not even a single bit of dust on the corners, and she saw this. Zhuo Rong's mother was even more satisfied with them. Not only is she beautiful, tall and tall, she doesn't mind that Zhuo Rong finds so many wives. She has a good personality and is a leader in housework. She can also drive, sail, fight, and scout. He can also counter reconnaissance, and he can also help his son deal with business problems. Okay. Even the picky old lady probably has nothing to say that at least in the eyes of Zhuo Rong's mother. Looking at Jia Min and the others is really more pleasing to the eye. Soon it was noon. Looking at the delicious food on the table, Zhuo Rong's father couldn't help giving him a thumbs up. Looking at the dishes, he knew that Zhuo Rong was enjoying himself. Uncle, auntie, the dishes are ready, let's start. At this time, Jia Min and the others in the kitchen also came out, sat down at the dining table under Zhuo Rong's gaze, looked at Zhuo Rong's parents who were sitting in the main seat, and said with a smile, Hey, okay, children, you can eat too, come on, chopsticks. Hearing what they said, Zhuo Rong's mother was overjoyed. If she hadn't blocked her ears, she would have grinned. Thankfully, it's noon, otherwise, she could have seen what she ate in the morning from her throat. It can be seen that she is really happy. Woof! Just as everyone was about to start, suddenly there was a dog barking from a distance, and then Fu Do was seen carrying ashes, and 4 little guys came in from outside. AS for the crocodile. It's still out in the sun. Crocodiles are not warm-blooded creatures, and they don't need to eat much. So basically, after Zhuo Rong brought this guy back, he fed him once every 2 or 3 days, and once he was full, he was not like fighting them. 3 meals a day. Hey, you still have a dog? As soon as they saw Fu Do walking in, Zhuo Rong's parents looked at them suspiciously. Yeah, this manor is too big. After dinner, I will take you to visit it. It's too big. Just let's take a look. The people are okay, but there are some animals like rats and the like. We can't control them, and at this time we have to watch them fight. After listening to what his parents said, Zhuo Rong also introduced it. Well, yes, this manor is so big. In fact, you should raise a few more dogs. I heard before that a good dog is even more useful than a person. You are so big, and you'll have to raise cattle and sheep in the future. Yes, more care is inevitable. Hearing what Zhuo Rong said, his mother also spoke up here. You big black dog is quite beautiful, but this bitch, why is it so gray? It doesn't look like a dog. At this time, Zhuo Rong's father also asked hesitantly, Hey, as expected of you, old man, your eyes are poisonous. This is actually not a dog, but a wolf. Is Fudo's wife. I became attached to Fu Do. There's also a story. I went to the village for a drink that day. When I came back, it happened to be I met the injured one, and then saved it, and it also knew how to be grateful. Since then, it has been here to help me watch the gate at night. Looking at his father's gaze, Zhuo Rong also started talking with a smile. But after he said ashes were wolves, it was obvious that Zhuo Rong's parents were taken aback, because in their cognition, wolves cannot be kept as pets. Well, it's not only their cognition, but normal people cannot keep wolves as pets. This kind of wild and untamed creature will attack humans, even if it is raised from childhood. This is engraved in there in the bones. It took human ancestors thousands, even tens of thousands of years to tame wolves into dogs. Even if the technology is advanced now, if you want to tame it, it will definitely not be achieved in a short time. But they didn't panic when they saw Zhuo Rong. It must be that their son had other means. Then they heard the story between Zhuo Rong and Fu Do that I have to say. From their point of view, this fight is really kind and righteous, and the most important thing is that it is very smart. And after confirming that Zhuo Rong's ashes will not attack people, they're actually still very curious about wolves that I always look at them from time to time, but Fu Do and ashes will not easily touch humans. Even if these 2 humans have their familiar smell, the smell of Zhuo Rong, they will not overdo it. Close. But they're not close. It does not mean that the 4 Greys will not be close. After seeing outsiders in the house, the 4 little guys ran over, tilted their heads, and looked at Zhuo Rong's father and mother. Looking at the 4 cute little guys, Zhuo Rong's father pulled his hands and wanted to touch them, and then they lied down very consciously with their bellies turned up. Hey, it's no different from a puppy. It's quite fun. While scratching them, Zhuo Rong's father laughed and said, Originally, there's no difference. After all, their father is indeed a dog. Why do these words seem to be scolding? Ha ha ha. Stop playing. Wash your hands and eat first. What they eat is in there over there at the kennel. Seeing his parents happy, Zhuo Rong also laughed. He was even thinking about whether to give one of the 4 mixed race little guys to his parents. But thinking about it, it's still too early, and it has to be cultivated, trained, and then placed next to his parents. Not only can accompany and relieve boredom, but if there's any danger, they can also help. But that's all after they grow up. Now, these little puppies will grow up slowly under the care of Fu Do and Ashes. After lunch, Zhuo Rong's parents were quite satisfied, but Zhuo Rong's mother also felt a little disappointed in her heart. These daughter-in-laws are too perfect, and it seems that they can do less and less. But after thinking about it, she felt a little sorry for Jia Min and the others. These daughter-in-laws are so excellent, but they all followed her son. Hey, I get tangled up thinking about it. In the afternoon, they followed Jerome directly to the old wharf. They also boarded Jerome's yacht for the first time and went to the sea for a round. Jerome also specially took his father to experience the fun of sea fishing. Jerome didn't sell the fish he caught today and planned to bring them back to his parents tomorrow. It was already night when we returned from sea that a group of more than a dozen people sat in the car and arrived at home. After eating a sumptuous dinner, they also washed up and went back to their rooms to rest, lying on a high-tech soft mattress. Jerome's mother looked at the ceiling and suddenly became worried. Sleep. Compared to Jerome's mother, Jerome's father was quite happy. Today, he took a lot of photos, Jerome's villa, Jerome's lunch and dinner, Jerome's yacht, the scenery when going out to sea, and the sea fish he caught. He carefully selected 9 photos and posted them, looking at the rapidly increasing number of likes and comments of circle friends. He was really happy and picked out some replies that he had a good relationship with. After making sure there were no new comments, he was also ready to go to bed. Old Joe, are you still asleep? What's the matter? Are you not tired today? Are you still not asleep? Jerome's father also looked at her suspiciously after hearing Jerome's mother's words. It's okay to be tired, but I'm always a little worried. Hearing what Jerome's father said, Zhu Ying's mother said with some confusion. What else is there to worry about? Listening to Jerome's mother's words, Jerome's father was dumbfounded. From his point of view, his son's place is no longer a good place, but a very good place. He needs money, land. And his wife has 15 beautiful beauties. If you were willing to follow your son, what is there to worry about? It's like you don't have a long heart. I'm worried about these girls. It's really great. I think our son deserves one. It may be okay, but 15 is definitely not worthy. And I asked, these girls are all 18 years old this year, and they're 10 years younger than our son. So I'm afraid that they will run away in the future. Looking at her old man, Jerome's mother was already worried about the future. Okay, don't think about it here. Don't you see that the little 16 people are having a good time? What are you doing here? Sleep. Listening to Jerome's father's words, Jerome's mother also looked blankly at Jerome's father, and then thought about it. Indeed, I was thinking too much. Who knows what will happen in the future? At least now it seems that they are really happy, so let's not get involved. Thinking of this, she also turned around and fell asleep. One night passed like this, and the next day came in a blink of an eye. Elderly people don't feel much at first, but Jerome's mother woke up around 6 o'clock the next morning, and she originally wanted to go to the kitchen to make breakfast for everyone. As a result, when I got to the kitchen, I found that Jia Min and the others had woken up early and were busy in the kitchen. After seeing this scene, I was even more convinced that Jerome's mother must let Jerome treat these things well. Sister, she really feels that her son may not be worthy of these girls 5. Annie, you're up. In fact, you can sleep a little longer, we'll cook, and after Uncle and Jerome wake up, we can eat. When Jerome's mother saw Jia Min and the others also saw Jerome's mother this time. So Wang Qian, who was the closest here, came over and said to Jerome's mother actively, "It's okay, I'm just waking up at this time in normal times. You young people sleep a lot. Don't you sleep a little longer?" After hearing what they said, Jerome's mother also asked with a smile. "It's okay, we're used to it. Besides, we prepare breakfast for Jerome. In fact, we all like it. It doesn't feel like a chore at all." Hearing Jerome's mother ask this question, Xiao Xiao here also laughed and said, "Oh, good boy," looking at the girls in front of the big 320 square, smiling sweetly. Jerome's mother also sighed. Her stupid son. What can you do? Annie, if you can't sleep, you can go outside for a walk, but it's best not to go to the swimming pool in the backyard. Jerome has a crocodile over there. Although it won't attack people, it can easily scare you to take tea this time. Li Zhu came over, looked at Jerome's mother, and said with a smile, "Oh, then, I'll take a stroll." Hearing what Li Zhu said, Jerome's mother also followed good advice. She knew that the cooking skills of these 10 girls were better than herself, a housewife who had been in cooking for a long time, so she was relieved. Add to the chaos. Walking out the door, looking at Jerome's manor here, breathing in the fresh air that is almost hard to find in the city, Jerome's mother's original worry gradually disappeared. She even became playful and went to the backyard to take a look at the spectacled caiman. It really looked like a crocodile. It looked very fierce. I really didn't know what the hell my son was raising it for. After walking around the villa, Jerome's mother returned to the villa, ate tea this time. Jerome and his father had already woken up, washed up, and the family had breakfast. Jerome's parents are going back today, but it will be in the afternoon. In the morning, Jerome took them around his manor to go and see the meadow, the cherry trees that have been planted, and the pine forest. Not to mention anything else, just referring to the environment, Jerome is really pretty good here. But now it seems that there's still some space. After the cattle and sheep are ready and the grain is planted, there will really be a feeling of paradise here. At noon, I still had a good meal in Jerome's villa, and then Jerome filled his father's trunk with fruit, meat, and rice, and then Jerome's parents drove back home. Time to come in. When they went back, they were in a much better mood because the biggest problem at home, Jerome's marriage, they didn't have to worry about in the future. And after Jerome's parents left, Jerome was not idle. Of course, he did not leave home. He was not idle, referring to another aspect. After all, as the old saying goes, a little goodbye is better than a newlywed, right? Another day passed in the blink of an eye. On the 3rd day after the Mid-Autumn Festival, Jerome was going to go fishing in the sea today, but just before he was going to go out, Xiao Xiao received an email. The email address was registered by Jerome when he was playing with penguins. Now it may not be ringing here in a year, but today it rings, and Jerome must see it, because the company that sent the email was none other than Ali Company. They invited Jerome to visit Ali's head office through official channels. Of course, this is also the meaning of the president of Malaysia. Jerome holds 5% of the shares of Ali Group in his hand. 5%. This is not a small sum. You must know that in the Ali Group, the 2 foreign venture capital companies that currently hold the most shares are naturally the 2 foreign venture capital companies, the Hard Gold of the island country, and Omao. Although the holdings have been continuously reduced in recent years, Hard Gold still holds 24.9% of shares. However, although they have equity, these venture capital companies have no operating and voting rights, and they are just simply dividends among the people with voting rights. The Malaysian president is naturally the largest, currently holding 4.8% of the shares, and Kai holds 1.6% of the shares. There was nothing wrong with it originally, but the problem was that the shares in Qin Shua's hands were originally held by the Qin family, but now the 5% was transferred to an individual, namely Jerome 0.I in this case. Jerome instantly became the largest natural person shareholder of Ali Group. This made the people above Ali a little shaken, because they didn't know exactly what Jerome was here for. It would be okay if he didn't participate in the management and only paid dividends like the Qin family in the past. But if he wanted to participate in the management, the situation would be it can be said that as soon as the transaction was concluded, the senior management of Ali Group was guessing what Jerome was going to do, but unfortunately, Jerome has not made any movement. Jerome didn't care about it, but they felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. Finally, today, after the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, they couldn't sit still, and in the name of the company, they sent an invitation letter, wanting to invite Jerome to visit the company. In fact, the main purpose is to follow Jerome's words and see how Jerome arranges for the company. Seeing this serious matter, Jerome has no choice but to terminate his plan to go fishing in the sea. You 3 come with me, and the others will look after the house. After receiving Xiao Zhuo's message, Jerome thought for a while. This matter will have to be resolved sooner or later, and the festival will be over in a few days, so it's better to settle this matter before the festival does. Oh, he told Yang Qian, Yang Sitian, and Guixiang that the 3 of them would go with Jerome, and the rest of them would stay at 1.9's house. Directly through Xiao Zhuo, I bought 4 first-class air tickets, and Jerome and the others drove to the airport. To be honest, this was the first time for Jerome to fly first class, but first class also had to be in VIP waiting for the plane in the lounge. While Zhuo Rong and the others were sitting here drinking drinks and waiting to board the plane, naturally Yang Qian and the others' looks also attracted the attention of many people. There was a middle-aged uncle who looked like a successful person. He ran to Zhuo Rong and the others at some point, answered the phone loudly, and said that he wanted to buy an airplane. In order to come over and pretend to be 13, I want to attract Yang Qian and the others' attention. However, Yang Qian and the others would naturally ignore him, but his words successfully attracted Zhuo Rong's attention. Buying a plane seems to be okay. Xiao Zhua, how much money do I have now? Ding. The total assets in the owner's bank card are 4.83452668743 yuan cents. Hearing what Zhuo Rong said, Xiao Zhua here also reported the total assets in his bank card. And I have to say, this money is really LOTDAS. I've said more than once before, Xiao Zhua is a god on the internet, and he can do whatever he wants. Not to mention Zhuo Rong is only allowed to speculate in stocks, short, and buy futures within the legal scope. From the current point of view, Xiao Zhua did a pretty good job. The initial principal was only the 200 million that Su Jibing gave, plus the rent of Qin Shuhua's community later. It could be increased to nearly 5 billion in such a short period of time. I want to buy a plane now, no problem. Hearing Xiao Zhua's words, Zhuo Rong also asked it. No problem. The current owner does not have overseas business. In fact, even if there is overseas business, the Broadcasting 787 can provide enough mileage. The price of this aircraft is about 2.8 billion, which is in the purchase category. When Xiao Zhua talked about this in 01, he also put the parameters of this plane in front of Zhuo Rong, but he gave up after seeing Zhuo Rong that if he has a huge company or a huge family, then it's okay to buy a plane like this. He only has 2 or 3 kittens, so why does he need such a big plane? What do I want such a big plane with 335 seats? I'm not going to join civil aviation. Then this one, Bombardier's Global 7500 has 19 seats, an effective range of 14,260 kilometers, and a price of 517.5 million. It is a relatively high-end business jet. Hearing what Zhuo Rong said, Xiao Zhua here also launched a new aircraft. More than 500 million yuan. It's not very expensive at all. Well, think about it. When you come back this time, you can ask Brother Su to see if he has any ideas. Looking at Xiao Zhua's recommendation, Zhuo Rong also nodded. You must know that it is not so easy to buy an airplane in China, because not only the airplane is very expensive, but also the maintenance of the airplane is more expensive. Maintenance, crew, and most important line applications, etc. Now, Zhuo Rong suddenly thought of this matter. There's a plane. If he has any urgent business in the future, it will be more convenient to go there, of course. The most convenient thing is to buy an aerospace device directly and fly directly to space in 15 minutes and fly back from space in 15 minutes. Half an hour. As long as you're not in another hemisphere, you can go anywhere just as quickly. But it's a pity that if he uses this app, he will probably become a public enemy all over the world. Zhuo Rong is not willing to make himself the subject of research just to show off that SO when you buy an airplane. You can also consider it. While thinking about this matter in his heart, Lian Rong and the others boarded the plane that IT happened that day. Were 4 in a row, and there were no accidents along the way. Although this is the first time for Zhuo Rong to fly in first class, he has flown many times on business trips before, so it is not a joke. After a period of sailing, Zhuo Rong and the others also landed at the East Airport of Modu. When they walked out of the airport, 2 people outside greeted them proactively. Although Zhuo Rong didn't know them, they obviously knew Zhuo Rong. Dong Zhua, hello, I'm the office assistant of the chairman of the Ali Group. My surname is Zhao. You can call me Xiao Zhao. Our chairman heard that you are here and specially asked us to pick you up. Looking at Zhuo Rong, the man proactively extended his hand, shook hands with Zhuo Rong, and then said to Zhuo Rong with a smile on his face. Seeing that this man was almost 40, yet he still called himself Xiao Zhao, Zhuo Rong couldn't help sighing his heart. Well, this means that he has money and power. Otherwise, the company has to treat those young people who come to the company to discuss things in the same way. I'll call you Brother Zhao. Dong Zhua, you are too polite. The car is already outside. Please, do you have any arrangements for Dong Zhua today? He nodded respectfully, and then spoke to Zhuo Rong. Let's talk about the visit to the company tomorrow. Let me borrow a car today. I have a few places to go. Of course, there's no problem. Then I will go back and tell our chairman that I will be waiting for you tomorrow. Hearing that Zhuo Rong didn't intend to go to the company today, or to meet with other directors, Brother Zhao here also agreed. With a smile, he led Zhuo Rong and his group to leave the airport AT this time. There were already 2 Maybachs waiting outside at the exit. Everyone in the world knows that Malaysia always has a good impression of this car, and it is not surprising that the car used to welcome VIPs is also like this. After Brother Zhao signaled that the car of Zhuo Rong was the one in front, Yang Qian walked over immediately. She was sitting in the co-pilot seat, while Yang Sitian and Guoxiang were sitting on the right side of the back row, next to each other. Left, the safest position behind the driver is reserved for Zhuo Rong. Zhuo Dong, where are we going? After the 4 of them sat down, the driver in front also asked, go to the Longting community first, and then go to the villa in a certain city. Now that he has come, he naturally wants to take over the property here. After hearing Zhuo Rong's words, the driver here also started the engine and drove towards the Longting community. 010 soon. When they arrived here, the property here was very kind. They are not stupid. The Longting community is worth tens of billions, and it used to be the property of the Qin family. But now this person can actually buy the community directly from the Qin family. That IT can be seen at the other party's financial, material, and human resources are far beyond what ordinary people can imagine. That if you offend such a person, you probably don't even need to speak to Zhuo Rong. Just the boss of their property company will have to put them in sacks and throw them into the river, which is not the way to seek death. However, Zhuo Rong didn't come here today to have a good time. After meeting everyone, he also directly asked Yang Qian and the others to check the accounts, and there were complaints from residents that IT has to be said that the Qin family's previous management here was also very good. Although there were some minor problems, there were no major problems, and Zhuo Rong was not a new official. Although talking about some small problems made the person in charge turn pale with fright, thinking that his position was about to be lost. But in the end, Zhuo Rong didn't punish him. I just told him that from time to time one or several of Yang Qian, Yang Sitian, and Guoxiang would come and check the accounts. And if there were any problems, it would not be as simple as a fine in Zhuo Rong's eyes. The most important thing is stability, making money, and not breaking the law. These 3 points can be solved, and the others are small problems. After going around Longting Garden, Zhuo Rong took the car back to a certain palace villa, but he has no intention of renting out the 2 villas here. There's one building that he definitely lives in, and there's another building. If his parents want to come over in the future, they can live here, which will save trouble. After walking around the 2 villas and confirming that there was no problem, Zhuo Rong also settled down with peace of mind. The problem mentioned here has 2 aspects. One is the issue of property rights. The Qin family is doing very well, very clean, without any finishing touches, and even the villa comes with a bonus of 10,000 yuan for electricity, 10,000 yuan for water, and 10,000 yuan for water. Gas bills, in case there's a water or electricity outage at home, which is inconvenient. The second is the issue of safety. It is necessary to see if there are any traces of people living here, whether there are cameras or the like. With the help of Yang Qian and the others, with the help of Wei Nao, it is natural that they can go inside and outside before and after, carefully check the transparency. But the stay is live, but there's a small problem that needs to be solved. That is, he forgot again that Yang Qian, Yang Sitian, and Guoxiang couldn't cook anymore. Otherwise, master, you can buy another sister here. Seeing the empty kitchen and the 3 bewildered girls, Yang Qian made a suggestion to Zhuo Rong. Biochemical people. What is said is what they are, and they just don't know what they haven't as et.s. Oh, it's a little embarrassing. No, let's go out to eat, buy new people or something. Don't talk about it in the future. I have 15 of you, and my mother feels that I'm sorry for you. If I buy a few more, I guess my mother will have to tear me apart first. Shaking his head, Zhuo Rong directly rejected Yang Qian's proposal. From his point of view, now 15 girls are actually enough, and they are too busy this evening. If there are more, he has to worry about his body, right? So after thinking about it, he was gonna go out to eat. Where's this? Magic City. This is one of the best super cities in the country, so if you want to eat any local food here, as long as you have money, you can eat it. Although the food in the real world is definitely not as delicious as the one in the future, and is not as good as Jiamin and the others, but Zhuo Rong is still ready to try ITAS the travel problem. Don't worry, because after Zhuo Rong and the others were sent over, the driver left the car here according to the above arrangement, and took a taxi back by himself. As Zhuo Rong and the others can drive anywhere at any time. But here, before Zhuo Rong could choose a place to eat, the phone rang. Zhuo Rong saw that the caller was none other than Qin Shuhua. Hello, Miss Qin. Hey, Mr. Zhua, you are not mean. If I hadn't heard from the people below, I wouldn't even know that you came to Shanghai. When I arrived in Shanghai, I would definitely do my best to be a landlord. I wonder if you have time tonight? Hearing Zhuo Rong's voice, Qin Shuhua over there already started talking in a row. I don't have anything to do tonight, and I'm just looking for something to eat. Since Miss Qin intends to invite me, I'm sure I want to reward her. That's really great. Do you need me to send someone to pick you up? No need for this. Just tell me where to go. Hearing that Zhuo Rong was willing to come over for dinner, Qin Shuhua was also very happy. At the same time, she asked if Zhuo Rong needed someone to pick him up. Naturally, this was unnecessary, so Qin Shuhua exchanged a few words with Zhuo Rong before giving it again. Zhuo Rong sent a location. Well, we don't need to go find something to eat in the evening. There's a treat. Looking at the location of his private restaurant, Zhuo Rong also talked to Yang Qian. Master, your whereabouts must have been leaked by the people at Longtingjian. Do you need us to deal with it? Compared to eating, Yang Qian, Yang Sitian, and Guixiang are more concerned about Zhuo Rong's privacy question, so I asked Zhuo Rong directly. No, the Qin family's power in the whole country is not small. Although I have no intention of entering the business world, many friends are better than many enemies. The first stop, I went to Longtingjian. I knew they should tell the people of the Qin family, but I didn't expect Qin Shua's response to be so fast. I thought she might not call until tomorrow. Looking at the phone playfully, Zhuo Rong waved his hand and started talking nonchalantly. His base camp is in his own manner. He came here this time to meet those legendary bosses, and also to guide Yang Qian, Yang Sitian, and Guixiang. The three of them will be the ones who come out to run in the future, and Cha Rong can be lazy to run around. With this time, he might as well go fishing at home. When it comes to fishing, his hands are a little itchy again. He remembers that here in the capital, it seems that there's a long river out of the sea, and there seem to be some very expensive things here. For the big fish, the protection of the species is another consideration. For example, the Yangtze River knife has been fried to 4,000 pounds. That is the long-jawed anchovy is produced here. I don't know if there's still any. If you have time, you can go fishing twice, but you have to buy the fishing rod and so on, and it's very troublesome to take it back. This is a problem. Come fishing again. You can also drive a yacht. It seems that the yacht is not too far away. While packing up his things, Zhuo Rong began to study in a low voice. Soon, after the four of them packed their things, Guixiang drove. Zhuo Rong didn't sit in the back this time, but directly sat in the co-pilot seat. For Guixiang, Yang Qian, Yang Sitian, and the other Zhuo Rong is very reassured about his driving skills. Other drivers, if there's any accident, will subconsciously use the co-pilot to block their way, but biochemicals are not subconscious. They will do their best to protect 100% Rong's safety. Unless they died first, it was impossible for Zhuo Rong to injure a cold-haired out of course. This is an exaggeration, but it also represents their attitude. Driving, Zhuo Rong soon arrived at the place where Qin Shuhua was positioned. This is a small two-story Western-style building, just like the ones that appear in the movies and TV dramas of the previous dynasty. It really looks like a combination of antique and Western style. Although there are some conflicts, it is not against harmony, as if it should be here. So average that in the parking lot of this store, after parking the car, there was already a girl wearing a cheongsam standing in front of Zhuo Rong's car. After seeing Zhuo Rong's group get off the car, she also nodded respectfully to say hello, and then said to Zhuo Rong very gracefully, Mr. Zhua, this way please, Mr. Qin has been waiting for you for a long time. Mr. Zhua, you are finally here. These three are, as Zhuo Rong followed the girl into a large private room. Qin Shuhua, who was sitting there, couldn't help standing up and looked at Yang Qian and the others beside Zhuo Rong with some doubts, because she did not met Yang Qian and the others. Oh, let me introduce. These three are also my girlfriends. This is Yang Qian, this is Yang Sitian, and this is Guixiang. They will be responsible for my business issues in the future. Hearing what Zhuo Rong said, Qin Shuhua also showed a happy expression, but the cheongsam girl who led them shook her head imperceptibly. Obviously, this girl is not an ordinary person. She is actually Qin Shua's closest secretary in fact. She has always been curious about Zhuo Rong who sold Qingchen to Qin Shu. This time, when Qin Shuhua came to arrange dinner for Zhuo Rong, she also came along as Qin Shua's secretary. But, to be honest, her first impression of Zhuo Rong was not good that a promising young man who looked less than 30 years old actually had 3 girlfriends with him. And let these 3 girlfriends be in charge of his own business. 3 girlfriends. It means that this person is playful, not a good person, and has no basic moral standards. And letting 993 girlfriends take charge of his own business means that this person is also very poor in business ability. And he is full of tricks people. If this was in ancient times, if he was the emperor, he would be a foolish emperor. Since ancient times, the harem has been prevented from interfering in politics, and he got it and directly sent the politics to the harem. It can be seen that although this guy looks good and has a good figure, he is an idiot. Especially these 3 girls who are so beautiful. Although I don't know why they followed Zhuo Rong. According to her estimate, these 3 girls will definitely feel unwilling in the future at that time. When outsiders enter their hearts, and they hold Zhuo Rong's financial power, all these things of Zhuo Rong will belong to others that in the end. Zhuo Rong is likely to draw water from the bamboo basket, and nothing will happen. I have to say. She was pretty accurate. In ancient times, Zhuo Rong was indeed a fool, but he was not considered an idiot, because he can't help what kind of person is suitable for what kind of thing in this world. His parents might harm him because they did something wrong with good intentions, but these girls definitely wouldn't die in this world. Besides the sun, there are people's hearts that cannot be looked at directly, but the hearts of biochemical people have been calculated after hundreds of years. Zhuo Rong can't trust anyone, and it's impossible not to trust them. Come on, sit down. Secretary Qin Shuhua didn't express her thoughts here, and naturally no one knew about it. And Qin Shuhua here was also happy after getting to know the 3 girls, but everyone sat down and talked. After several people sat down, Qin Shua's secretary here also ordered people to start serving food. This is a private restaurant serving Suzhou and Hangzhou cuisine. Although the city here in Shanghai is definitely regarded as domestic in terms of city size, no, it can be regarded as a top-ranking existence in the world. But the local food in Shanghai, the locals may like it very much, but the outsiders really don't like it much. Although Qin Shuhua has never asked Zhuo Rong, she also knows that it is impossible to invite Zhuo Rong to eat local dishes. So this restaurant mainly deals in 2 of the 8 major cuisines, Jiangsu cuisine and Hangzhou cuisine. Although there were not many people, Qin Shuhua ordered a lot. Squirrel mandarin fish, cherry meat, deep fried prawns, stewed lion head, 3 shrimp tofu, dompa pork, sai crab, longjing shrimp, beggar chicken, fried eel back with shrimp. There are 10 dishes, 2 pots of soup, and some snacks which are quite hearty. And Zhuo Rong tasted it. Not to mention, the taste is really good. In his impression, the dishes in the south of the Yangtze River are mainly sweet, but when he ate these dishes, he found that the taste was not so sweet, at least not so sweet that it tasted greasy. Very comfortable and refreshing. Seeing that Zhuo Rong seems to be very satisfied with the food here, Qin Shuhua here also laughed. Soon, a few people, Abfai, had almost enough to eat. Yanwan people eat more than just eating, they mainly want to chat. Qin Shuhua also asked how Zhuo Rong's estate was like, and Zhuo Rong also asked how her jewelry design was. The 2 of them must have had a good time, but as she talked, Qin Shuhua thought of the food that Zhuo Rong gave her. Mr. Zhua, to be honest, you really hurt me. Oh, Miss Qin, how do you say that? It's not because the grapes and beef you gave me are so delicious. After I eat them, I will eat other ingredients. It really tastes like chewing meat. It took me a whole week before I recovered. Looking at it, seeing Zhuo Rong's puzzled gaze, Qin Shuhua also smiled and said, Haha, my food is really delicious. Give me an address, and I'll send you some back. You'll probably be able to buy it next year. Hearing what Qin Shuhua said, Zhuo Rong knew it too. He knew very well how attractive his delicacies were, so it was normal for Qin Shuhua to want to eat these foods. Really? That's really great, but what's the situation if you can buy it next year? Could it be that you planted these things, Mr. Zhuo? Upon hearing that Zhuo Rong was willing to send some to herself, Qin Shuhua's eyes widened in excitement. Food is also a work of art, and an artist like her has the ultimate pursuit of food. Zhuo Rong's ingredients are really art in art. Well, it was made by me and my team. We have planted some now, and we should plant more next year. Although the output is not large, we should be able to buy some in the high-end market. Nodding his head, Zhuo Rong agreed. Mr. Zhuo, I wonder if you have found shipping partner? I think our Qin family can do it. Hearing that this is really Zhuo Rong's plant, and that Zhuo Rong will sell it next year, Qin Shuhua's mind among them. What comes to mind is not only food, but also business opportunities. I'm really sorry because the agency has been handed over to Su Fu. That's really a pity. Hearing that Zhuo Rong gave Su Jibin the agency right, Qin Shuhua also slammed her mouth. If it was someone else, she could still compete, but Su Jibin was not easy to handle. After all, I met Zhuo Rong for Su Jibin. If I squeeze Su Jibin away for business, let alone whether Zhuo Rong would agree, she might not be able to stay in the business world if she did this. A guy who can get behind his back and benefactors does business. Some small businesses are fine, such as the Qin family's business. Naturally, they won't lose the big because of small things. If there is any business in the future, Mr. Zhuo remembers me. Our Qin family will definitely not disappoint Mr. Zhuo. After recovering her mentality, Qin Shuhua also smiled and said to Zhuo Rong, I really don't know, what kind of business does the Qin family have? Hearing what Qin Shuhua said, Zhuo Rong also asked a little puzzled. Our Qin family's business actually has a wide spread. In addition to the jewelry industry, which is mainly engaged in real estate, we also operate. In addition, we also have chemical and mechanical production, including automobiles. Dabble. After hearing Zhuo Rong's words, Qin Shuhua also briefly explained the power of the Qin family. In fact, she said this to show off the power of her family. Tell Zhuo Rong from the side, their Qin family is a huge family. And after hearing Qin Shuhua's words, Zhuo Rong also asked Zhuo to search to see if there was anything in these things that could be cooperated. In fact, he's just fooling around, searching for fun. Because he knows that if you surpass others by half a step, you are called a genius. And if you surpass others by one step, you're called a lunatic. And after 1,000 years, you don't know how much you will surpass these people. So these things, Zhuo Rong will not take out. He just search play.as a result. This search turned up a lot of things. But Xiao Zhuo also knows that it seems that it is not suitable to take out too many high-tech things at present. Therefore, all the projects that have been presented are some projects that have the opportunity to cooperate. For example, in the chemical industry, new materials. Well, this is not something ordinary people can touch. So let's pull it down. But it's still possible to look into new car batteries. The batteries used by Zhuo Rong at present are all miniature nuclear fission batteries. This application is definitely not popular, but he can use the original battery of the display. The original battery is the collective name for the first batch of super batteries from the future about 300 years from now and 700 years ago. This kind of phone is not small, and one piece must be as big as the mainframe of a current computer. But this battery has several advantages. Point one is that it will never burn, and its safety performance is just right. The second is that there will be no power loss due to weather conditions. This kind of battery was first used to equip the spacecraft, so it must be above 1,000 degrees, and there will be no fluctuations above minus 230 degrees. Third, although the battery is still being charged, its charging speed is extremely fast. It can be charged at a maximum of 300 degrees per hour, and the battery itself has a full capacity of 300 degrees. What hours? Perhaps it is not clear what it means to say 3000 kWh present. The top-notch products of the brand that can't stop the car on the earth only have 100 kilowatt-hours of electric energy and can run 5 to 600 kilometers. With 3000 kilowatt-hours of electric energy, it can run at least 15,000 to 6,000 kilometers. Basically, some people who don't use the car too much run for a year on a single charge, and there's no problem. And most important thing is that the electric company and the like do not need to worry about the electricity bill. How much should be spent on charging or how much to charge? Just completely remove the mileage anxiety thinking of this. Zhuo Rong felt that this could be done, but he had to think again. For the rest of the time, Zhuo Rong and Qin Shuhua had a very happy meal. Satisfied with wine and food, Qin Shuhua also sent Zhuo Rong and the others to the car, watching Zhuo Rong and the others leave just like that. And after Zhuo Rong left, Qin Shuhua's secretary came over. Sister Qin, called Mr. Qin when she was outsiders, and Sister Qin when there were no outsiders. Her relationship with Qin Shuhua is indeed very close. This Mr. Zhuo doesn't seem to be a person worth making friends with. Oh, did you see anything? Hearing her secretary's words, Qin Shuhua looked at her playfully. Lust, incompetence, slovenliness, freewheeling. On top of that, his business problems are in the hands of his women, and I really feel like he's going to end up with nothing. Hearing what Qin Shuhua said, the secretary didn't hide anything, and directly expressed his feelings towards Zhuo Rong. Counting these three, he should have 13 outstanding women. If an outstanding woman follows him, it may be because of their friendship. If 2 outstanding women follow him, then it might be for his money, for his reputation. But if there are 13 outstanding women following him, it means that he must have some special ability that we don't know about. Just wait until his fruit arrives, and I'll give you a taste. Seeing the secretary's perplexed look, Qin Shuhua smiled, and then walked towards her car. The dinner with Qin Shuhua tonight was just a very ordinary dinner. 0 seeking flowers. Zhuo Rong just came up with some ideas, but he didn't put them into practice. We'll talk about the future. The current Qin Shuhua is not worthy of his trust. After returning to the villa, Zhuo Rong and the others washed up and went to sleep. In the blink of an eye the next morning, around 9 o'clock in the morning, Zhuo Rong took Yang Qian, Yang Sitian, and Guixiang to Ali's newly built headquarters. When a car arrived, they saw that there were already people from the Ali group welcoming them. For Zhuo Rong, the largest natural person shareholder of the Ali group, these people said that they must not let Zhuo Rong in some trivial matters. Rong is not happy. So Zhuo Rong is quite happy today. Including the afternoon, he also met the retired President Ma. They also talked about equity and company operations. Zhuo Rong only wants money, and he doesn't want to care about how the company operates. Of course, if Malaysia always wants to buy back the equity, it is also possible. Most worried, Zhuo Rong is very calm, but he doesn't know if Zhuo Rong sells his shares. Will the people who come back up again be as calm? But let him spend money to buy back Zhuo Rong shares, and he doesn't have so much cash. After all, although Ali said that he was hit badly, but after all, he is still a super giant with more than 2 trillion soft sister coins and hundreds of billions of cash. But it is really not that easy to get. Therefore, President Malaysia can only guarantee that it will definitely make Zhuo Rong's shares more valuable, and ask Zhuo Rong not to sell these shares. Zhuo Rong still agreed to this. After all, he doesn't lack money or anything. What he lacks now is enough money to guarantee his own influence. So he also said that the next time the Ali group tries to die again, then he will really sell the shares, and then the real high price will get ITAS for the current situation where he still retains the equity. Yang Qian, Yang Sitian, and Guixiang will also come to check and supervise from time to time. He doesn't care about the operation. As long as he doesn't lose his interests, it doesn't matter. After hearing Zhuo Rong's words, the Ali group people also breathed a sigh of relief. The biggest trouble seems to them to be solved 10. Since Zhuo Rong is invited here to participate, the standard is naturally the highest at 18 noon. I ate at a nearby big hotel. Basically, all the high-level executives of the Ali group came and met with Zhuo Rong, of course. Zhuo Rong mainly wanted them to meet Yang Qian, Yang Sitian, and Guixiang. After all, they were the ones in charge of these things in the future. But in the evening, there were no outsiders except for the 2 main persons in charge of the Ma. There were only Zhuo Rong and the others. The restaurants that people go to have also changed. Zhuo Rong found that, in fact, the top restaurants are not the kind of hotels with splendid decoration on the outside. Those 5-star and super 5-star hotels are basically for meetings, or it is used when setting a banquet. For the real bosses to eat, private kitchen dishes are the first choice, of course. 900. The private kitchen mentioned here is not a small restaurant or the like. Such private dishes are actually the most expensive. Generally speaking, the chefs of this kind of private cooking used to be some top chefs, super chefs, and later for some reasons, they didn't want to do it, or they didn't want to make money for others, or they felt that the pressure on themselves was too much. Big, staying in the kitchen all year round is not healthy, and so on. Then I set up a private restaurant by myself that I only cook a few tables a day, and I don't entertain individual customers. Of course, the price is also very scary. It shouldn't be possible to afford a meal without 30,000 or 50,000 that the standard of the general host Jurong in Malaysia is naturally the highest. However, it is different from the seafood feast in the imagination. The main dishes here are mainly local specialties, but the ingredients will be particularly careful in particular. For today's meal, Jurong also enjoyed it very much. But sometimes, people can't be too happy. It's not just when he was happily studying Tai Chi and movies with President Ma, when suddenly there was a knock on the door of their box. Please come in. Hearing the knock on the door and looking at the unfinished dishes, everyone in the room thought it was the waiter serving the food. So a high-ranking member of Ali, near the door, couldn't help saying something. But when after the door opened, everyone in the room couldn't help being stunned. Because the two people who walked in from the outside at this time were not from this restaurant. They were not even people they knew, a middle-aged foreigner, and a young man who looked like a Yen Wang person. Seeing this, Jurong couldn't help looking at Mr. Ma, and Mr. Ma's eyes also flashed a trace of doubt. You must know that this is a private restaurant and ordinary people can't get in, and people who know that Mr. Ma is here, apart from the company's senior management, there should be only people in the hotel, but what's the situation with these two people? Mr. Malaysia, hello, my name is Peter Foster, we met at the High Tech Summit, and my company and I just had dinner here today. I heard that you are here, so I can have a look? Toast. Seeing the doubts in the eyes of everyone present, the middle-aged foreigner over there spoke proficient Mandarin and spoke to President Ma. Oh, it's you? You are the boss of that investment company. Hearing what this foreigner said, Mr. Ma's memory is really good, and he really remembered who he was. That's right, it's me. The president of Malaysia is busy, but he still remembers me. I feel really honored. Hearing that Mr. Ma still knows who he is, the foreigners here also talked excitedly. Looking at his appearance, President Ma actually knew that they would meet here, not just by chance. Someone must have quietly told him about his presence here. IT may be someone from our own company, or from this hotel, or even a passerby who simply saw it. But now is not the time to delve into these matters. So Mr. Ma stood up very politely and talked about homework with this person. But after the man said a few words, he found that the subordinate he brought here didn't even say a word. The reason why he brought this subordinate here was because this guy was very good at talking nonsense when he saw people. Powerful that I in the workplace. Workability is one aspect, and communication ability is actually no worse than workability. It is precisely because of this that this foreigner is so optimistic about this GUI. In the end, what happened to this guy? How did he become dumb today with his ability to flatter and shoot serially? This made the foreigner feel somewhat uncomfortable. When he flattered the general manager of Malaysia, he also quietly glanced at his subordinate. It turned out that at this time, he was looking at the people around Mr. Ma with a look of horror. Following his gaze, the foreigner also found that the eyes of his subordinates were focused on a young man dressed in ordinary clothes. In fact, when he came in, he noticed the young man sitting next to Mr. Ma. Originally, he thought that this young man might be the child of a senior leader of the company. Today's dinner was also because the senior leader wanted to arrange for his own child to join the company. So he specially invited Mr. Ma to come to eat, but now it seems it doesn't look like it. Because at this time, there are 3 very beautiful girls sitting beside the child. If it was the child of a high-level leader, this would be too arrogant. Directly bring the girl to the dinner of the Malaysian head? If it is not for the high-level officials, then this child is a child of the Malaysian head. It doesn't seem like much. Mr. Ma's tutor is still very strict. He knows this very well, that don't look at what he said just now. But in fact, these are just his thoughts in a flash. But since he's already looked at the subordinates around him, he will introduce them accordingly. President Ma, let me introduce you. This is Li Zhenxing, an elite junior of our company. I heard that President Ma is here today. He also wants to come and see the splendor of President M.So I brought him here on 2.2, and please don't take offense at Malaysia. Oh, young talent, very good. Looks like a good-looking talent, not bad. Hearing what this person said, President Ma also said casually. After hearing his words, Li Zhenxing here remembered what he was here for, that he was indeed in a daze just now. And the reason for the daze was naturally Jurong. Li Zhenxing. I don't know if you still remember, this guy is Jurong's classmate, a very weird guy. The one who pretended to be 13 in the classmate group, but was kicked out of the rented house by Jurong. He would never have thought that today he would see Jurong. Next to Mr. M.It seems that his old classmate is even more terrifying than he imagined. Mr. Ma, I have admired your name for a long time. When I saw you today, you are really extraordinary. You are the beacon of our young people, the target we are chasing after. Suppressing the horror in his heart, Li Zhenxing here also started his main purpose of coming here, which is to flatter the president of Malaysia. In fact, Dama always doesn't know that he's flattering, but as the old saying goes, if you don't wear flattery, as long as you don't pat on a horse's legs, then it's not a big problem. The lighthouse is not considered a target, but it is not a good thing to target me. In fact, you should target Mr. Zhua. Hearing Li Zhenxing's words, Mr. Ma was really not angry, and turned his head to give Jurong a lift. This Mr. Zhua is, as soon as he heard President Malaysia's words, Peter Foster here immediately asked, let me introduce, this Mr. Zhua is the largest natural person shareholder of our group. Hearing what Peter Foster said, a company executive next to him also introduced it with a smile. After all, it is a listed company, so there will be announcements and materials for changes in the top management. Jurong's identity had already been on the company's network this afternoon, so even if he didn't introduce it, as long as someone with the heart checks, he can still find Jurong. 01 hearing that Jurong turned out to be the largest natural person shareholder of Ali Group, Peter Foster and Li Zhenxing couldn't help but gasp. Especially Li Zhenxing, he'd already thought about Jurong's various identities, but he never thought that Jurong would have such an identity and relationship. Ali Group's largest natural person shareholder, why? Why is it him and not me? Well, people like Li Zhenxing will not be convinced, nor will they self-criticize. In his view, it is absolutely impossible for him to be wrong in the whole world if he is not as powerful as the other party. Then it is only possible that God is unfair. For example, if the other party is a rich second generation and you're not, this is God's injustice, this moment. In his opinion, Jurong should be the rich second generation. But when he was in school, he was very low-key, so he didn't know it. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly hidden by him. Then he greeted Jurong with a smile, but unfortunately, Jurong caught his stern light. In fact, even without that stern light, Jurong would not let Li Zhenxing take advantage of any loopholes. This guy, Jurong, didn't have any affection for him from the very beginning. Even if he wanted to come here please him, he would never accept it. This Peter Foster and Li Zhenxing are just here to toast, so naturally they can't stay here for a long time. So after drinking tea instead of wine, Jurong doesn't seem to want to pay attention to them. He retreated by himself. After they left, Mr. Ima also looked at Jurong. Mr. Zhua knows them. Although the time with Jurong is not long, Dama always knows that Jurong is a person who can live on the scene. So it is not his usual style that he was so indifferent just now. It should be because he knows this person one of the two. Well, that Li Zhenxing is my junior high school classmate. This person may have no problem with his ability, but his character is too big. I don't want to have anything to do with him. Taking a sip of the tea in front of him lightly, Jurong also looked at President Dama and said, oh, hearing what Jurong said, Mr. Ma also looked at Jurong with doubts. They don't want to pay attention to others behind their backs, but the matter of character, which really needs to be carefully considered looking at President Ma's eyes, Zhuo Rong also briefly explained what Li Jinqing had done. After hearing that Li Jinqing had abandoned his wife, son, and even his parents, the top executives here couldn't help frowning. Although a businessman says that there is no evil in no business, if a businessman does not even have the bottom line of the most basic life, it will be really difficult for people to cooperate with him. Li Jinqing here naturally didn't know that after Zhuo Rong left, he revealed all his bad things. At this time, after he returned to their box, Peter Foster also asked Li Jinqing what happened just now, saying that he took him to see Mr. Ma, not to see him in days. He was like this just now, but made this Peter Foster very passive. Boss, I'm sorry, I was really surprised just now. That Mr. Zhua is actually my former classmate. Hearing Peter Foster's words, Li Jinqing said immediately, "Oh, are you classmates with that Mr. Zhua?" Hearing what Li Jinqing said, Peter Foster's eyes lit up instantly. The reason why he dug a hole today to meet President Ma was to open up his contacts, but in fact, the most important thing was that he wanted to get Ali's capital injection and then go public to collect money, but only relying on he and Ma have always met in person, which is obviously not good. But if Li Jinqing and Zhuo Rong, the major shareholder, are classmates, then Zhuo Rong's strength in Ali can be imagined. Well, he is a classmate, and he has a very good relationship. He's here in Shanghai, and there's a long Tingyuan community. I've been living with him since I returned to China. Didn't I also save some money not long ago? Thinking about it, I can't always take advantage of my old classmates, so I moved out. I have to say that Li Jinqing's ability to make up nonsense is really good. Hearing what Li Jinqing said, the boss became even more enthusiastic about him, because the boss of 767 knew about his move, and because of this, Li Jinqing asked for a 3-day leave. He was not very willing at the beginning, but now it seems that this leave is a good one. Jinqing, you know about the listing of the company. Since Mr. Zhua is your classmate, please help me out. If the company is successfully listed, I will give you 1,000th of the shares. Patting Li Jinqing on the shoulder, the boss here said earnestly. After hearing his words, Li Jinqing also nodded with a smile, but in his heart he was already thinking about how to persuade him to bring him the capital injection. But think about it, the relationship between Zhuo Rong and Yang Sheng is better. They obviously don't care about themselves. If Zhuo Rong can't make sense here, then they have to start with the people around Zhuo Rong. Suddenly, he thought of the 3 girls around Zhuo Rong today. That beautiful face, although sitting, but still an exaggerated figure, and most importantly, that look of not getting deep into things, made him can't help but move his mind. Sure enough, Qin Shua's assistant was right in guessing that some people would make their minds on the women around Zhuo Rong. But for them, Zhuo Rong has 120 hearts. Li Jinqing's idea is bound to only steal chickens and lose money. And with Zhuo Rong's cautious attitude, it is very likely that he will not be able to make trouble this time. After meeting Mr. Ma, Zhuo Rong left the next day. It is true that there's nothing to stay in Shanghai. Zhuo Rong is already feeling homesick. But after returning home, he still needs to take a plane to the imperial capital. There's still 3 sets of courtyard houses in the imperial capital that he needs to take over and check out. I stayed in the imperial capital for another day, and it was okay to look at the house. Just check carefully after you go there. But Zhuo Rong is very happy to eat here in the imperial capital, boiled mutton. This way of eating used to be eaten in Zhuo Rong's house. But he knows that different sheep have different tastes. The serious mutton restaurant in the imperial capital, the mutton used is the Ajimkin sheep from Mongolia. Fact to prove that this kind of hot boiled mutton is indeed the best. Taking this opportunity, Zhuo Rong also checked the breed of sheep and so on. Because after he goes back, he'll start to prepare for raising cattle, sheep, and pigs in China. In addition to regional characteristics, the recognized best mutton, the top 3 are Jinyuan sheep in Gansu province, Yanketan sheep in Ningxiao province, and Yujumia in Mongolia. However, although these 3 kinds of mutton are said to be among the top 3, they're eaten differently. Although Jinyuan lamb ranks first, this kind of lamb is actually not particularly suitable for roasting, nor is it suitable for rinsing. It is the most delicious, and the most suitable way to eat it is to boil it. The hand-picked mutton tastes pretty good. Yankin mutton is suitable for stewing. The stewed mutton is soft and sweet, and the taste is also superb. Yujunkin sheep is suitable for shabu-shabu, and it is the best material for mutton shabu-shabu. Although they're all made with water, the method is very particular. Like the current mutton, the future mutton will also be divided into many varieties. After Zhuo Rong had a meal of boiled mutton when he returned to one of his courtyard houses to rest, he was thinking about going back to buy cattle and sheep. Originally, he was planning to go back to the open sea to go fishing. As a result, Yuan Tianqing told him early this morning that the typhoon had come again, and he couldn't go out to sea for the past few days, so he could just go back and solve the problem of life. While reading the introduction on the website, Zhuo Rong spent the night in the imperial capital. Early the next morning, he took a taxi and brought Yang Qian, Yang Sitian, and Guxiang back to his hometown by plane. When leaving the airport, Jiao Min and the others drove over to pick them up. After returning home, it was natural that Xiao Biesheng was newly married again. After playing at home for an afternoon, Zhuo Rong finally remembered to get down to business. You think it's better for me to raise cattle and sheep? While speaking, Zhuo Rong asked Jiao Min and the others, "This we don't know too well, or you could buy some sisters who are good at farming and animal husbandry." Hearing Zhuo Rong's words, Lin Xiaoqiao also said with a smile, "Good guy. These girls want to recruit more sisters back every day. How can there be such? You don't know how to raise. Why don't you know how to do it? Hurry up. Don't make any more monsters." Now there are 15 girls around. Zhuo Rong feels that he can't bear it if he comes again. Well, he's a little moved, but his body is not good. Well, I think I bought 4 kinds of mutton in the past few days. They are Han sheep, a specialty of Pluto, Kiki sheep, a specialty of Mars, and grass sheep and sea sheep, a specialty of Earth. Hearing what Zhuo Rong said, Gowan here thought for a while and then spoke. These days, she's basically the one who cooks mutton, so she's more familiar with IT. IT has to be said that people name them casually after 1,000 years. This should be related to the lost history. These sheep are basically called wherever they were born. Han mutton is firm in quality, not smelly, and it is best eaten when grilled. Kiki mutton is soft and tender, suitable for cooking and rinsing, and has strong adaptability. Moreover, the most important thing is that grass sheep has the largest body and the most adaptable ability. Poor. It has high requirements for food. It is also called noble sheep. It is indeed the most expensive kind, but it also tastes the best. It is more versatile. Because sea sheep are brought out in coastal areas, they have a special fresh and sweet. Fresh is the best. At this time, Ding Zhangwo was also thinking about talking beside him. Why don't we just buy some of the same? No, these sheep live in different environments. If we want to rebuild them, we need to renovate the pasture. The loss outweighs the gain. In fact, we can directly raise grass sheep. Although this kind of sheep has high requirements and is difficult to raise, but its own taste is the best, and it is more versatile. Besides, we don't raise many. This pasture is enough for them to grow. Hearing Zhuo Rong's words, Wang Qian over here shook her head and explained something. Seeing what Wang Qian said, Zhuo Rong also nodded. For large-scale raising, grass sheep is definitely not the best choice. But if you compare it, raising grass sheep can indeed save a lot of work, and raising it yourself is also cheaper. Not many, 1,000 are affordable, that's fine. Let's raise grass sheep for sheep. What about cattle? Nodding his head, Zhuo Rong looked at these people and asked about the cattle. Compared with mutton, the domestic situation of beef is not so good. The top mutton in the world is basically ranked first in China. But beef, except for one Lucy yellow cattle in China, there are really no rare breeds of other cattle. Some people say that all kinds of these things are fried, but in fact it is not the case. Good beef and bad beef can be eaten as soon as you eat it. Take buffalo beef, for example. This kind of beef is unpalatable. Any kind of buffalo is not tasty. The beef is rough and hard to chew. The only uses are farming and making leather good. Oh, good beef is basically the meat of yellow cattle, but there are not many famous ones in China. But in the future, there will be no such titles as Wagyu and Angus cattle. In the future, there will be more than a dozen types of beef cattle, but the top ones, Wang Wang Zhao, will only be those types. My idea is to raise Chingsong beasts. The taste of this kind of cattle is relatively average, and the most important thing is that the meat quality is really good, so it's easy to raise. Hearing Zhuorong's question, Li Ku also spoke up. Chingsong beast, this is the name of a beef cattle in the future because the hair on its body is as long as the needles of pine tree, hard and sharp, and the whole body is blue and black. Hence the name. This is also a hybrid beef cattle breed, which has obvious advantages in itself. It grows big, grows fast, is resistant to rough feeding, and does not require too many people to manage it. Bulls can grow up to 1,800 kilograms, which is 1.8 tons, and cows can grow up to 1,300 kilograms, and a meat yield can reach about 72%. And even positions such as the shoulder of the cow can still kill the snow pattern at SO. This kind of beef cattle will be very popular in the future, and for Zhuorong, this kind of life is also very suitable. Zhuge Liang once said, "Whoever realizes the big dream first, I know it all my life." The thatched cottage is full of sleep in spring, and the sun is getting late outside the window. The next day, when Zhuorong woke up, it was already late outside the window. But looking at the cloudy sky, it's too late. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry. After getting up in the morning and having breakfast, Zhuorong went to the pasture. After asking Xiaozhua to block himself here so as not to attract anyone's attention, Zhuorong opened the platform and began to study the problem of a multifunctional barn. Here on the platform, there are many stores that sell this item, but Zhuorong deliberately found a store that can customize the appearance. After all, the items in the future will look too weird if it is released suddenly. It is difficult not to attract the attention of others, as he would rather spend more money and get one that looks normal. Never mind. Soon he found one. This seller specializes in selling a personalized version of a multifunctional barn. It is not more expensive than other houses. One only costs 300,100, and the 1,000 is the renovation fee. So I directly ordered 55 barns here. 10 of them are for cattle, 40 are for sheep, and 5 are for pigs. After the request was finished, the other party called the design barn not long after. From the outside, these barns are no different from ordinary bungalows, but inside they are unique. Each barn has many separate rooms. One animal is placed in each room. There are 10 rooms for cows and pigs, and 25 rooms for sheep. Each small room will be automatically cleaned and ventilated at any time, and it also has automatic heat preservation and moisturizing functions inside. It is really more comfortable to live in than the current house. Every morning and evening, the cattle, sheep, and pigs are groomed. The health of the cattle, sheep, and pigs is checked, and regular baths are also taken out for mosquitoes and the like. This uses the ability of bionics, and any insects will not approach these cow sheets. And this technology is also used in Zhuorong's villa. So now in autumn. Those big mosquitoes that are poisonous now, at the end of their lives, causing infinite waves, are almost invisible from Zhuorong's side. Maybe there are some corners, but not in places where people often move. The manure of these animals will be automatically decomposed by these barns, and then poured in the nearby land to make the pasture here grow better. After the order was submitted, 16,555,000 yuan disappeared from Zhuorong's future account. But the other party was very fast, and within half an hour, he had already told Zhuorong that the delivery was ready in Zhuorong under Xiaozhua's arrangement. These 55 small bungalows were placed around the pasture. As these small bungalows were put down, they also began to automatically connect to the water pipes of Rong. Don't worry about electricity. These small bungalows, the bungalows were given nuclear fission batteries. It is estimated that before Zhuorong's death, this battery will not be broken or used up. After the 55 small sheds were completed, Zhuorong also began to buy cattle, sheep, and pigs. The ones with milk, which have been tested by the system, have no problems at all. 100. Then the sheep are grass sheep, 1,000 heads. As for the pigs, what Zhuorong bought is also a breed in the future. This breed is called Snow Diamond, because this kind of pig is a large white pig, but different from the current big white pig. The hair of this kind of pig itself is white, and it is cold resistant and not heat resistant. According to Yang Tao and the others, these pigs were specially bred on Pluto in the past. They don't grow fast, but they have an advantage. Although they grow slowly on Pluto, the meat quality is very good. Zhuorong raised these things mainly for his own food, so he picked the best tasting ones. This is true of grass sheep, and so is drilling in snow. The calf of Chingsong beast, a 3-month-old half-pile calf, sells for an average of 6,000 yuan a piece, and 100 to 600,000 yuan. Compared with the cost of equipment, this is a small amount of money. The price of grass sheep and calf is about 1,100 yuan for one, and 1.1 million for one, 000. Drilling in the snow. The price of piglets is around 800 yuan for one, and only 40,000 yuan for 50 piglets, which is the cheapest among all animals. After Zhuorong bought all these things and delivered them in batches, to be honest, even with the high-tech barn, Zhuorong and the others were still busy for a long time. It has to be said that the cows, sheep, and pigs 1,000 years ago did not become humans, and their IQs were still the same. When they were teleported, these guys made a fuss. Fortunately, Zhuorong has a lot of people here now. There are 16 of them, and all of them are strong, as Zhuorong didn't have any problems in catching these guys. When he locked these guys in their respective sheds, it was almost dark. After going back very tired and having dinner, Zhuorong went to wash up. At this time, he could see the importance of Yang Wu and Cheng Jingjing. The massage techniques of these two girls were quite professional, which made Zhuorong relieve quickly. Tired of the day. After one night, Zhuorong was not idle the next day, and he had to go to the barn to check on the conditions of the animals. After yesterday's day, plus a night's rest, the state of these animals is much better, at least not as panicked as yesterday. Zhuorong squatted in the barn, checked a sample, and had to say that the future breeding technology is really strong, and the body of these animals is quite good. The eyes are bright, the hair is neat, and there is no peculiar smell. On the body, which is very clean. This guy, if I don't mention it, I would think these guys are pets, not something to eat. Looking at the cute calves, cute lambs, and the cheap little ones, Zhuorong couldn't help raising his eyebrows. To be honest, Zhuorong doesn't plan to look at these small animals for too long, because the animals are very cute when they are small, and if they look pleasing to the eye, he will not be willing to eat them at that time. When he came out of these barns, he saw Fudo's family lying in the distance looking at these barns, especially Ashes, whose saliva was about to flow out. Tell you will be responsible for releasing them in the future. They're not your rations. After killing them in the future, it will be a big deal for you, but you're not allowed to catch and eat them privately, or I will eat dog meat. Seeing the appearance of Ashes, Zhuorong walked over, kicked it, and warned it at the same time. Wow. Hearing Zhuorong's words, Ashes also yelled, and then clumsily waved its big tail. The effect of the elixir was quite domineering. It obviously understood it, but it would take a while to understand it. If you don't do it, then no one will know. For the next few days, Zhuorong stayed at home, because the newly arrived cattle and sheep really need to get used to it. Originally, Jiamin and the others didn't care whether Zhuorong was at home, and he was busy at home when he went out. After all, it was their dereliction of duty to let the master work with them. But Zhuorong is willing. Then they have nothing to say, but feel sweet in their hearts. In fact, biochemical people should not have such emotions, but they still have them, and they feel so good. After a few days of familiarization, Zhuorong's cows, sheep, and pigs have basically adapted to the conditions in his home. Every morning at 8 o'clock, the cow shed, sheep pen, and pig pen will open the doors to let these guys that went out to forage for fresh grass. Then at night, they also know to go back to their room to rest at the beginning. Zhuorong and the others may need to watch, but they don't need to watch specifically because if two animals enter a circle, the circle will remind Zhuorong and them, and then tell Zhuorong and the others to take the extra animals. That one is captured, and it will be marked as an intruder in which room to capture. After a few days, these simple-minded little guys have gotten used to their positions, and Zhuorong and the others were not as busy as they were a few days ago, and at this time, the typhoon that had been blowing had gradually subsided. Now the typhoon is rubbing Yinhuang's side and flying directly to South Korea. It's already sunny here, so Jerome's sea fishing trip has been stranded for a long time, and he is ready to officially launch a new one at the online store. It's just like the host of the live broadcast, or the host of the updated video dash. If it has been a half-dead state, it must gradually become cold. Jerome doesn't say that there's a new update every day, but at least the time interval is not too long. So early this morning. After making home arrangements, Jerome took Carambola and Xiao and drove to the old pier. Today he's going to the new one. And if possible, he is ready to broadcast live again. After driving, they soon came to the old pier. During Jerome's walk these days, the yachts on the old pier have been taken care of by Chow Min and the others. Jerome doesn't have to worry about whether the boat will be damaged or whether it is safe or not. Basically, two of them will come to check every day, check the engine, the bottom of the boat, etc., and make sure there's no problem, and they can sail at any time. After Jerome boarded the boat, he just started the boat and left. Driving a boat is the same as driving a car, and you need a driver's license, but Jerome doesn't have one, so you have to drive with Carambola and the others. According to the coordinates obtained from Kangol, Jerome soon came to the open SEA.AS long S. He's the only one. His boat can drive extremely fast. Xiao can naturally solve the satellite and radar problems, but the human eye can't solve it, so if he detects that someone nearby can see him, Carambola, they will slow the boat down. But even so, the speed is extremely fast. When others go fishing in the open sea, they leave at 4 o'clock in the morning, and if they can arrive at 8 o'clock, they will be fast. But Jerome leaves at 7 in the morning and can reach the fishing spot before 9. This time the position they picked was also a position where no one was there. When a sonar is scanned, the number of fish below also appears on the monitor. Just like modern times, sonar scanning is allowed in the future, but underwater cameras are not allowed to kill fish. It's just 1,000 years later. Sonar, finer and more precise. After roughly confirming the location of the school of fish, Jerome went to the nest first, and then began to prepare the fishing rod. When Yu was ready, he also turned on the live broadcast option. Hello, everyone in the live broadcast room, we meet again. As the news that Jerome started broadcasting popped up, thousands of accounts flooded into his live broadcast room in an instant. And as soon as Jerome spoke, these accounts also started talking. Wow, shopkeeper, you are still alive. Shopkeeper, you don't have to be particular about it. It's been almost a week since the last time you delivered the goods. That's right, we thought you were exposed and killed by those fishing giants. The shopkeeper is indeed very powerful, because I also received news that the big boss of the fishing company felt that you were breaking the industry rules and was already looking for you. Didn't you find it? Shopkeeper, what a blessing. Looking at the rolling barrage on the screen projected by Xiaojua, Jerome also smiled. Compared to saying that some big boss is looking for his own problems, the car industry is not worried at all. Because of these big guys, no matter what, it is impossible to travel back to 1,000 years ago to kill themselves. That IT was also an accident that he got this platform system himself. He also asked Xiaojua what was going on, but Xiaojua didn't know. He only knew that this situation was extremely accidental and absolutely impossible to become the norm, so he was not worried at all. The other party will threaten themselves .0, looking for flowers, let alone the humans in the solar system. Even the Milky Way know the bosses in the universe want to find themselves, but they can't find them. Rome was actually more worried about the fact that he hadn't sold anything for a long time than that some big boss want to find him. IT seems that the last time he sold something was 2 days before the Mid-Autumn Festival. That day he went to dig a lot of crabs, caught a lot of jumping fish, and sold these things after returning home. Then, the day before the Mid-Autumn Festival, he went home after picking up the things and met his mother. Give him a wonderful story about a blind date. Then he didn't come back on the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival. 2 days after the Mid-Autumn Festival, his parents stayed at his house to see their daughters-in-law. As soon as the parents left, Ali sent out an invitation letter. Then he went to Ali's place again, stayed in Shanghai for 2 days, and stayed in the capital for 1 day, and then came back. Before he knew it, 8 or 9 days had passed. IT has been more than a week, and it seems that the buyers in these stores of mine are concerned about whether they've been killed, and it is understandable. Everyone, don't worry. Since I opened a store, I'm naturally not afraid of them coming to trouble me. It is true that there are some things in the real world that have not been live broadcast these days, but they have been resolved now, and I should still be there every few days in the future. There will be a new day. Seeing the people pouring in the live broadcast room, Jerome also laughed and said, and at this time his fishing rod is also installed. Since this is the case, there's nothing to say, let's start fishing directly. In the eyes of everyone in the live broadcast room, Jerome also threw the fish hook in his hand in the SEAS. The lead pendant quickly ran down with the fishing line. Jerome was also watching the depth of the sea. But unfortunately, the fish here, just after the typhoon, are actually hungry. There was no chance for Jerome to sink the hook to the bottom. When he was about 60 meters underwater, suddenly a black shadow flashed across the reef and bit Jerome's hook directly. Today's first tale, let's go. Big. My dad was out of the ICU yesterday. His condition is stable, and I was replaced, but I don't think he'll be able to stay for a few days, so I have to go in and take a look at it. So hurry up and write these days. But fortunately, the person was rescued, so the problem is not big. This is also a good thing. On the fish, as Jerome felt that the fish was hooked, he immediately lifted it and stabbed it, and the feeling that the fish was caught on the hook also came from his hand. Then Jerome began to lift the fish up slowly at an even speed. It was more than 60 meters. If it is too fast, the fish fat will be fried directly, and it is useless to have a pressurized chamber. What Jerome mentioned is okay. Not very fast. As the first fish arrived on the boat, Jerome also picked up the fish. When he saw the fish, Jerome recognized it. Pepper sea bream is also good. Looking at the big fish in front of him, Jerome said with a smile, Pepper bream. As soon as you hear the name, you know that it is a member of the bream family. This fish is not too expensive in the wild. It is about 120 pounds per caddy locally. In the future, it can be sold for 15,000 pounds per caddy around. This fish weighs about 6 caddies, which is 90,000 yuan. Well, it's actually a lot. Seeing that the fish swallowed dead, Jerome directly burned the fishing line, then threw the fish into the pressurized tank to ensure it was alive, and then rehooked and threw it into the sea. As expected of the shop owner, other shops may not catch a single fish for a month, but the shop owner will catch a fish now. It's too exaggerated. Now I seriously suspect that the magic worms used by the shopkeeper are not the same as ours. Otherwise, why would my magic worms eat these fish? Ahead, technical issues. Fuck, I'm a 735th champion of Earth speed fishing. Do you think I have a problem with my skills? Speed fishing is all about fishing in pits full of fish. What's the point of being a champion here? If you have the ability to catch some big fish in the wild, you don't need to be like a shopkeeper fishing in the sea or in the river. Anything in here will do. That's right, anything from the reservoir will do. Cut. While watching the fish hook sink, Jerome also looked at the conversation of these people in the barrage, but their conversation really made Jerome stunned for a moment. He remembered that he had seen it before. There were freshwater wild fish sold on this website. Although the price was not as exaggerated as sea fish, it was definitely not cheap. That a wild carp can be sold for between 3,500 and 5,000 per caddy, which is actually more than 1,000 times more expensive than farm carp. But compared with the wild ones, it's not an exaggeration because the wild fish here in Jerome are also classified into 3 or 6 grades. If it's pure wild fish from the river estuary, the most expensive fish is like mandarin fish. Fish and the like can even be sold for more than 100 caddies worse than wild yellow wings or something. But if it's from Linquan Lake or a reservoir, it costs about a dozen yuan a caddy, because these fish are not purely wild. The fish in the reservoir must have been put in it when someone raised fish in the past, and the fish in Linquan Lake may have escaped from the fish farm. But it doesn't matter if it's wild or not, because the system can detect it. He sells the wild ones on the internet, and he keeps the wild ones for himself to eat, or put them in a small river in his manor. The most important thing is that if the freshwater fish can sell well, then Jerome can give it a try. After all, the sky on the sea is too bad. He can't go to the sea when the wind is blowing. He can't go to the sea when it's raining. And he can't even go to the sea when the tide is wrong. On days when he can't go to the sea, he can go to Danshui to play, which is also a good choice. While thinking, Zhuo Rong's hook sank again. This time, there was no fish hook until the end, but not long after reaching the bottom, Zhuo Rong suddenly felt his hand sink, and he lifted it subconsciously. Once stabbed, you will know that you've caught the fish. Moreover, this fish is much bigger than the pepper snapper just now, and it can even compete with the green spot that weighs several tens of catties that he caught at the beginning. Thinking of this, Zhuo Rong also started to press the electric winch, slowly, and carefully pull the fish up. The more he pulled, the bigger the fish became. When there were more than 10 meters left in the water, Zhuo Rong even felt that the fish was even bigger than the big eel he caught at the beginning. You must know that the white eel is a giant that weighs more than 100 catties. Could it be that this time it is also a giant that weighs more than 100 catties? For a while, he also began to think in his mind, what kind of fish can exceed 100 catties? After much deliberation, besides the shark, grouper also thought of the dragon tomb. In fact, besides the giant grouper, there are many other groupers that can weigh more than 100 gene, such as the Eastern Pacific grouper, which is the giant grouper, and the Atlantic Goliath grouper, which can easily weigh more than 100 gene. Giant grouper. But these two kinds of grouper are not found in China, so it is most likely to be long grouper 0. But when Zhuo Rong pulled the fish to the surface, he realized something was wrong, because this fish is turquoise. Warning, 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 the fish that the owner caught is the corrugated lip fish, which is a second-class protected animal in the country. When seeing this fish, the car also started to send messages to Che Rong. After seeing this message, Zhuo Rong was taken aback for a moment, and then laughed. Corrugated lip fish. This is its scientific name. Its nickname is sume fish, and it is known as the top quality of Cantonese fish dishes. Before this kind of fish was not listed as a protected animal, the price of a catty was as high as 2,000 soft sister coins. But now, there is no price, because it is against the law to eat this animal and catch it. Although it does not belong to the category of prison animals, it is also a second-class protected animal. But what's more, the fish that Zhuo Rong caught was not small, almost weighing more than 100 catties. It was obviously an adult fish that had grown up and could lay eggs and mate. Such fish cannot be caught even more. Damn, corrugated lip fish. Sume, isn't this fish said to be extinct? It's not extinct, but I remember the last time it appeared. It seemed to be 4 or 5 years ago. This should be considered a living fossil fish. Shopkeeper, is this fish for sale? Shopkeeper, please set a price. I will buy it for any price. 2.7 When Zhuo Rong saw the fish, everyone in the live broadcast room also saw the fish, and the whole live broadcast room became lively for a while. It seems that in the future, Sume will be almost extinct in the wild. Under such circumstances, it is even more impossible for Zhuo Rong to sell. Of course, he did not intend to sell at all. I still have to pay attention to the bottom line when selling fish. I will not sell this kind of fish, but it is pulled out of the water by me now. It must be in a bad state. If it is released now thin, it probably won't survive, so it needs to be put in the pressurized chamber to get used to it first, and I will release the fish when I leave. Directly rejecting the bidder in the live broadcast room, Zhuo Rong took off the hook hanging from the fish's mouth, and then threw the fish into the pressurized tank. And listening to Zhuo Rong's words, the barrage in the live broadcast room also quickly brushed up. That's right, the shop owner has a bottom line, which is worthy of praise. Come on, only people like shop owners who have a bottom line are worthy of trust. I'm a loyal buyer of the shopkeeper. I found that the fish in the shopkeeper's house are all caught by fishing, and none of them are caught with nets. If there is no fishing line in the mouth, you can also find hook marks near the lip of the fish. The shopkeeper's business is really worth a trust. Come on, owner. The character of the owner is trustworthy, but the fish is too expensive. When will the owner launch a wave of small miscellaneous fish? After hearing Zhuo Rong finish speaking, the barrage in his live broadcast room also began to praise him. Of course, if some people praise, others will naturally criticize, among other things. Those who want to find a fishing company where Zhuo Rong is located will naturally not mind spending some money to hire some people to attack Zhuo Rong. Pull it down, no profiteer, no business. Do you know what they have done? That's right, let the fish go. I know if it's the fish you released. I don't believe these guys have any bottom line. Garbage. You have 3 days to get out of the platform. It's disgusting. I've already reported it. It's really a shame. 01 Regarding these comments, Zhuo Rong directly asked Xiaozhua to see one and block the other, and then permanently silence. Just kidding. Is Zhuo Rong the kind of person who'll get used to these people? 1,000 years from now, the real name of the internet has already been changed, and a person can only have one account on one platform, and it will be blocked directly, depending on how many trolls these people want to find. And even if you look for it, you can't shake Zhuo Rong's online store. Zhuo Rong also started fishing again after putting the corrugated lip fish in the pressurized tank. I don't know if it's because of Zhuo Rong's kindness, but when Zhuo Rong hooked again, suddenly on his sonar detector, a huge school of fish suddenly swam over from a distance, and magic bugs are the best food for these fish. Zhuo Rong's hook didn't sink to the bottom this time, and he was swallowed by fish in it. Instant.Ton's position is only about 30 meters below the surface of the water, so Zhuo Rong immediately began to winch the fish with an instant thrust. Not long after, Zhuo Rong pulled a big fish about 6 to 70 centimeters out of the water. One look at the fish, Zhuo Rong knew what kind of fish it was. When it comes to the name of high body mantis, not many people know it, but when it comes to octopus, probably many people know it. This is a very famous fish that is used as a daily food. It is found in tropical and subtropical seas all over the world. The individual size also varies. The most common one is 35 to 50 centimeters long, because the farm ones are basically this big, but the wild ones can grow up to 150 centimeters and weigh 380 genes, but obviously, Zhuo Rong's one is not that big. This one weighs about 11 or 2 catties, which is not too small. The price of this kind of fish in Yanhuang is not high. A catty of frozen ones is about 40 or 50, and fresh ones can be sold for about 60. What? Why no live ones? This fish has a characteristic. That is, it is somewhat similar to a tuna. When it's caught, it must be killed, and then it must be bled, and it must be killed while it's still alive. The taste will also be poor, but this is meaningless to others and to Zhuo Rong. Because Zhuo Rong's live warehouse can raise this kind of fish, not to mention this kind of fish, sharks, tuna, he can give them all. But don't look at this kind of fish is not expensive now. But in the future, this kind of fish will not be cheap, and it will sell for about 10,000 per catty. That is to say, Zhuo Rong's fish is worth hundreds of thousands. And the most important thing is, now, is not as simple. As a few fish, there's a school of octopus fish under his boat now. So Zhuo Rong didn't have time and leisure to take care of these. Quickly throwing the fish to Yang Tao, Zhuo Rong immediately started to get the line group and went fishing again. When it sank to 30 meters, it didn't even reach 3 seconds and the fish was caught again. The electric winch pulls the fish, throws the fish, and then lowers the rod again. All of a sudden, Zhuo Rong performed to the people in the live broadcast room what is called crazy fishing. Wipe. Crazy. Is there someone hanging fish down there? Hanging fish is not so fast. Exaggerated. Shopkeeper. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my god. It's only been a while since the owner has already caught 8 fish. What is this? I think the shopkeeper will go crazy for a while. According to my estimation, this should be a school of fish. In the current sea, it is difficult to touch a school of fish with a high body. When I went fishing near the equator, I also encountered a school of fish. One person in the boat caught more than 20 fish. According to the captain, this is the best state in the past 10 years. 20 for the average person. I think the owner of the shop has more than 20. As expected of the shop owner, he is truly invincible. Watching Zhuo Rong's performance, the people in his live broadcast room were also shouting 666 frantically. Well, no one will shout 666 in the next 1,000 years. This is the same as people in the Tang and Song dynasties who would applaud when they saw someone performing well and were happy. The current 666 also has the same meaning as the original Kai, but in fact, lottery is the mark on the dice at the beginning, and the people who played the dice applauded for winning money, and it didn't know when it started, so it turned into applause. But no matter what these people called, at this time Zhuorong's attention was on these octopus. Zhuorong pulled the fish on the boat one by one, and Zhuorong didn't even sink to 30 meters later, because he found that there were fish at about 20 meters, and the fish at 20 meters is obviously faster than 30 meters. The crazy fishing lasted for about 3 hours. Even Zhuorong felt his arms ache after the school of fish left. However, what he gained made him forget these pains in an instant. Zhuorong just asked Xiao Zhuo to count them. While this group of octopuses swam by, Zhuorong caught a total of 217 octopuses, with an average weight of about 12 J. In other words, Zhuorong caught fish worth 28.46 million in these 3 hours. Good guy, just spent more than 10 million to buy a multi-purpose barn a few days ago, but now the money has not only been earned back, but it has nearly doubled. Seeing this, Zhuorong couldn't help laughing. Sure enough, although he is less and less interested in money now, the feeling of making money is really cool. Smiling flatteredly, Zhuorong glanced at the sonar, because the fish here had already been scared away because of the school of high-bodied catfish passing by. Obviously, Zhuorong can't fish here, even if he fishes again in the afternoon. Oh, he also went to the live warehouse. And in the eyes of everyone in the live broadcast room, he released the recovering Su Mei into the SEA.AS for the remaining high-bodied amberjacks. There's nothing to say. Let's start selling them. Now that there are no more fish, Zhuorong is also ready to download and then go to eat.at this time. Yang Tao and Xiao Xiao had already prepared their lunch.as for whether to fish in the afternoon. Let's see when the time comes. Zhuorong can't let go of the gun. He has to drive to the coordinate point, and only after he confirms that there are fish below will he start the live broadcast. And it's impossible to drive there all the time, because although this ship is said to be from the future, his ship is not the only one on the SEA. In case of encountering any fishing boat or freighter, warship, etc., Zhuorong may reveal his secrets, which he absolutely does not want to see. Okay, everyone, there are no more fish down there now, and I'm going to take a break too. Whether it will be broadcast in the afternoon, let's talk about it then. Wow, shopkeeper, you left so soon. Shopkeeper, let's chat for a while, God. Shopkeeper, I really like a live broadcast room. I have fishing to watch, and everyone in it is talented, and they speak nicely. Huh, I remember it as an old saying, after archaeological research and development, it seems that this sentence was said by some leader. Seeing the wind in the studio gradually crooked, Zhuorong also smiled, then closed the studio and went to the kitchen to have lunch. While Zhuorong was eating, Carambola's microbrain controlled the boat, and it sailed smoothly to the second fishing spot. According to Kangel's label, this fishing spot was dedicated to fishing stone bream. Stone bream is the kind of fish that Zhuorong caught before. This kind of fish is also very valuable and expensive, but Zhuorong glanced at the sonar and found that there are not many fish here. And judging from the sonar feedback, the fish here don't seem to be that big either. There's nothing to say. Zhuorong doesn't like this point. Just keep changing. After changing 3 points in a row, Boron finally found the fish in a piece of music. According to the sonar detection, there are at least a few thousand fish below, and it is indeed possible to catch it. After reopening the nest and baiting it, Zhuorong is ready to start live fishing. But just as he was about to go fishing, his phone rang suddenly. Zhuorong saw that the caller was none other than Jiamin, who stayed at home. Hello, Min Min, what's the matter? As Zhuorong and Jiamin became more and more familiar with each other, they also got a lot of nicknames between them, like Jiamin. Sometimes Zhuorong would call her Min Min, Xiao Min, Minner, but they also have a tacit understanding that Zhuorong is calling her Master. If you're not busy right now, you better come back. Fudo and Ashes caught a little guy in a mountain, and it's a bit troublesome. Hearing Zhuorong's words, Jiamin over there couldn't help speaking hesitantly. Huh, caught a little guy. Hearing what Jiamin said, Zhuorong couldn't help but type the video in doubt. Fudo and Ashes on the grass. And in front of Fudo and Ashes, the 4 Ashes are now surrounded by a kitten-like creature, howling there. And when he saw this kitten, Xiao Zhuo had already scanned it without Zhuorong's orders. South China tiger, animal kingdom, chordate phylum, vertebrate subphylum, Mammalia, Eutheria, Carnivora, Schizopoda, Felidae, Pantherini, leopard family, Panthera, tiger subgenus. Tiger, the species it is recommended, was hunted and extinct by humans 1,000 years ago. Looking at the message popped up by Xiao Zhuo, Rong felt a little emotional. South tiger? Well, no matter what the future says, anyway, in Zhuorong's memory, this kind of tiger is indeed extinct, at least in the wild. The current South China tiger seems to be only found in zoos and scientific research institutions. Where did Daodu and Ashes get such a tiger cub? If this tiger cub is wild, it means that there are at least 2 adult tigers in the mountain, 1 male and 1 female. And of course there may be more. But no matter how many there are, this is a real prison animal, a first-class state-protected animal, and it should be cherished even more than giant pandas. Damn, stop fishing, go back. Looking at this picture, Zhuorong couldn't care less about fishing. Besides, he's already sold more than 28 million yuan here, so if you don't lack money, you don't need to work too hard. After talking to Yang Tao, Zhuorong took back the fishing rod and told Jiamin to take good care of the little guy, and then drove all the way back to the old pier. When he got home, it had actually been more than an hour. When he saw the cubs, Jiamin had put in a pile of old clothes and was looking around vigilantly at the cubs. Zhuorong was really in the first 3 days. When the cub saw Zhuorong approaching, it was obviously still very vigilant. Its big paw was raised, and it opened its mouth full of small deciduous teeth and roared at Zhuorong. But obviously its threat is meaningless to Zhuorong that he still directly grabbed the back of the little tiger's neck and lifted it up. Xiao Zhuo scanned the condition of this little tiger. Species name, South China tiger. Gender, male. Age, a 52-day-old cub based on bone. Age, current health status, mildly malnourished. Current status, slightly hungry. It's the little guy. Xiao Zhuo, what should I feed this thing? Meat. Looking at the little guy who was screaming in his hands and didn't dare to struggle, Zhuorong continued to ask Xiao Zhuo, and Xiao Zhuo also recommended some food. It is recommended to feed compound animal milk mixed with super pureed meat. Hearing Xiao Zhuo's words, Zhuorong also searched the Future website, which has these 2 things. It seems that the Future website also has a lot of guys who raise carnivorous creatures. After buying the delicious food, Zhuorong also mixed it according to the proportion and specially heated it to about 30 degrees, and then made a bowl for this little GUYAT first. The little guy didn't dare to eat and just screamed there, but after seeing that Zhuorong really didn't seem to be threatening, Chinaheo, he quietly came over and started to eat. Seeing the little guy started to eat, Zhuorong temporarily relieved himself, and then went outside to find the bucket and Ashes that were still lying on the grass. You too, where did you get this little guy? Zhuorong knew that Fudo and Ashes would sometimes bring 4 cubs in the mountains, and they did this to train the 4 cubs' instinct to hunt when they were young. So even Zhuorong knew about it. He didn't say anything, but today they undoubtedly caused a little trouble for themselves, because this little guy is different from Ashes. Ashes is a wolf, a second-level protected animal. Not to mention the second-level protected animals. Xiao Zhuo can fiddle with Zhuorong online, so that he has the right to keep it. It is said that Ashes is the daughter-in-law kidnapped by Dahe, and she's not aggressive in Zhuorong's manner, so it is justified. But this wild South China tiger is not the case. Well, maybe because he felt that he really got Zhuorong into trouble. At this time, Fudo also pawed Zhuorong's shoes with his claws to please him, and then wagged his tail. Don't be silly here. Let me ask you, where did you get this little guy? Seeing Fudo's appearance, Zhuorong pawed it with the back of his foot, and then asked it. Hearing what Zhuorong said, Fudo, who had already been developed, obviously understood. Then the big head looked directly into the forest in the distance. Have you seen the cub? Have you seen its parents? Seeing Fudo's appearance, Zhuorong continued to ask it. Hearing Zhuorong's words, Fudo also shook his head, but Ashes next to him nodded at this moment. Zhuorong certainly would not think that Fudo was lying to him. I could see should be that Fudo has never seen it, but Ashes has seen it before when he was with the wolf pack. How many adult tigers are there in this mountain? Now that Ashes knew about it, Che also asked it. Then Ashes took his paws and scratched the turf 5 times, which meant that there were 5 adult tigers in total, and seeing Ash's movements, Zhuorong was stunned. There are 5 South China tigers in this mountain? It shouldn't be. You must know that these 524s are not very large, only 28 square kilometers in total, not even 30 square kilometers. You must know that an adult tiger needs at least 400 kilometers, and at most 1,000 square kilometers to grow. Can support themselves at 28 square kilometers, 5 tigers, then these tigers have already gone down the mountain. Master, Ashes should be talking about the rewilding training at the nearby South China tiger breeding base. Just when Zhuorong was wondering, Xiao Qiao found some reports. Although the wild South China tiger has disappeared now, there's still artificially bred South China tigers, and the country has been doing wild training for South China tigers. Obviously, the virgin forest on Zhuorong's side is a good rewilding area, but IT is primitive enough, rich in species, and most importantly, small and easy to control that in case the tiger escapes, they don't need to go to the local police station. The forest police can search the net and catch the tiger. However, wild-trained tigers are unlikely to have offspring in the wild because they still have to go back to the base after training. If they gave birth to a baby in the wild, the little guy should have starved to death long ago. Right. Hearing Xiao Zhuo's words, Zhuorong said hesitantly, Master, it is very likely that there was a female tiger in the mountain, which combined with a male tiger that received rewilding training and gave birth to this cub. Because the female tiger originally took care of the cubs by herself, the male tiger was not harmed after being recovered. Influence. Listening to Xiao Zhuo's explanation, Zhuorong nodded, as if that was the only way to explain it. Did you only find this little guy? Thinking of this, Zhuorong continued to ask about Fudo and Ashes, and these 2 guys also nodded their heads. In fact, they caught this little guy because of Ash's genes. Tigers, wolves, leopards, bears, these predators, when they found each other's cubs after that, 99% of them would be killed directly. Not to eat, but to solve their future competitors. After all, there are only so many foods such as rabbits, deer, and wild boars, and they must be killed as soon as possible. Fortunately, Ashes also took the elixir at this time, so before it was about to kill this little guy, it suddenly thought that it could actually catch it back and train with. The 4 guys in its own family to develop their hunting skills as a result. Jiao Min found out just after he picked it up, and then told Zhuorong, took the little guy into the room, and let his wishful thinking come to nothing. No, a tigress should have at least 2 to 3 litters. Forget it, no matter how many litters, this little guy can't be in my hands. Let's stay here for a while tonight, and then tomorrow, you 2 come with me to send this little guy back, understand? Looking at the bag and Ashes, Zhuorong shook his head and spoke helplessly. Hearing what Zhuorong said, the 2 guys also glanced at each other and called out, even if they agreed. Then Zhuorong returned to the room again. Speaking of which, he has never rua a little tiger yet. This little guy really looks like a cat. It's the paw. It's too big. Playing with this little guy all afternoon, probably because Zhuorong fed it in the afternoon. This little guy was not so afraid of Zhuorong. Instead, he was having fun with Zhuorong, and seeing Zhuorong having fun with the little tiger at this moment, the 4 Huier of Fudo also ran over while one was also playing 5 are also playing dot, and so Zhuorong turned into the Sea King again and played with the little tiger and 4 little wolf dogs. Originally, Zhuorong thought he was not young anymore. After all, he was already 28 years old. But when he played with the 5 little guys, it was still very interesting. At night, Zhuorong personally fed them and had dinner before going to wash and go to bed, without talking all night. Early the next morning, Xiao Min and the others had already prepared everything for the car industry. The jacket, protective boots, water in the backpack, lighter, and a multifunctional saber that I will buy in the future have all been prepared. Not only Zhuorong went in the mountain today, Gao Wen also accompanied him and took care of him. After fully armed, Zhuorong, Gao Wen, the little tiger, Fudo, Ashes, and 4 Ashes rode into the mountains together in a car. But this time, they didn't take the path that Zhuorong used to go to pick mushrooms, but another path, which was much more difficult than that path. Yuan Tianqing introduced to Zhuorong that this road was actually the real way to enter the mountain before that in the past. Many old people in the village would go to the mountains to collect wild herbs through this road. Compare with the road to the mountain to pick mushrooms. This road is much more difficult, but the resources are also much richer, but it's not an easy task to walk here. Later, the old people who collected the herbs were getting old, or they were gone, or their hands and feet were no longer dexterous, and the young people were naturally unwilling to take this risk in the mountains. Gradually, the road on this side disappeared, and now it has become a shortcut for Fudo and Ashes to go to in from the mountains. After Zhuorong and the others got out of the car, Ji took out a snake sweeping stick that he bought in the future. This stick can easily sweep the grass aside, and when a snake is found, it will automatically eject the snake pliers inside to catch the snake. Zhuorong is the only one who should play this game. While walking in the mountains, Zhuorong swept the grass in front of him, and the grass was getting taller and taller. Phew, it finally came out. As Zhuorong completely suppressed the grass in front of him, he and Gao Wen finally walked out of this section of the uphill road. To be honest, the atmosphere of the primeval forest is actually quite terrifying. Especially in the grass, the top of the head is the shade of those 100-year-old trees. It is difficult for the sun to shine in, and the weeds are nearly 1 person tall below. Something sprang out from the opposite side. Whether it's a wild animal or a human face, it will scare him enough. Fortunately, these things did not happen to I. In fact, at the beginning, Gao Wen wanted to go to the front to protect Zhuorong, but Zhuorong felt that no matter what, he couldn't let a girl protect him. So he still went to the front fortunately, after walking out of the Chaozong area without any danger. A very old path up the mountain appeared in front of Zhuorong. We're officially off. After saying something to Gao Wen who was behind him, Zhuorong picked up the little tiger on his back and walked towards the depths. It's strange to say that Zhuorong originally planned to carry the equipment on his back, because the equipment was heavier and the little tiger was much lighter. So he originally wanted Gao Wen to carry the little tiger on his back. But the little tiger is very afraid of Gao Wen. It should not be said that he's afraid of Gao Wen. It should be said that he's afraid of all biochemical people, including Jiao Min and the others. IT seems that in the eyes of this little tiger, Gao Wen and the others are like scourges. When facing Jiao Min and the others, this guy will try his best to escape. Only Zhuorong is not too afraid, so now he has to let Zhuorong carry it on his back. Just like the small backpack that carries cats and dogs, the little tiger is also sitting in the small backpack, looking around curiously. Although it was also taken out by Ashes from this road yesterday, it was obviously in a state of fright yesterday, so it didn't remember which road it took. Looking at this road now, its eyes are full of curiosity, 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Zhuorong and the others walked on this road for almost half a day. It was noon before they reached the place where the red flag hung, which meant that they had already entered the deep mountains. I have walked back and forth 4 times in half a day, but on this road, let alone going back and forth, half a trip is strenuous. Find a place to rest first. Looking at the time, it was already past 11 o'clock. After climbing the mountain for 3 hours, Zhuorong was also a little tired. Not physically, but mentally, he had never entered the mountains before. After entering the mountain, the mental pressure was too great, so he really felt a little tired. Ugh. Hearing Zhuorong's words, Gao Wen here also nodded, and then prepared to use his knowledge to find where there is water. But in this regard, Fudo and the others are better than Gao Wen. Just when Fudo heard that Zhuorong was about to rest, it also knew that Zhuorong might be looking for water, so it ran to the side actively, and at the same time called for Che Rong and the others to follow. Let's go. Looking at Fudo's appearance, Zhuorong also took Gao Wen's hand, and then followed Fudo and walked to the distance. Sure enough, after turning through a forest, there was a small road. She appeared in front of Zhuorong and the others. This is a real mountain spring stream. The stream is very clear, although it is only the end of September, but Zhuorong tried it. The stream water is very cool. It can reach the level of standard drinking water. The deepest part is about 35 centimeters. There are no parasites. It is drinkable and there is no threat. However, it is best to drink it after boiling it. Just as Zhuorong was testing the temperature of the stream, Gawain also walked over. Compared to Zhuorong, she was much more high-tech, just put her hand in the water and she knew what was going on. The specifics of the creek. Okay, just rest here and leave at 2:30. Hearing Gao Wen's words, Zhuorong also nodded with a smile, and then Gawain also nodded. She first took off a sticker-like thing from her body and stuck it near the shore. The moment the sticker was pasted, countless bugs came out from the gaps and stones, quickly rushed out of the grass. This is the technology of insect repelling in the future. With this technology, it is impossible for Zhuorong and the others to have insects around them. After expelling all the insects, Gawain took out a bottle from the big bag he was carrying. This bottle is also high-tech. After filling the water, it will automatically filter and sterilize, and the temperature can also be adjusted. You can choose to directly maintain any temperature between 1 to 100 degrees, or you can choose to boil it, and after it reaches 100 degrees, it can be lowered to a suitable temperature. Moreover, it is 100% insulated to prevent heat loss. If Zhuorong is willing, this cup can even preserve a pot of boiling water for 100 years. The ghost knows how the heat is maintained, and how the pressure generated by the water vapor is released to AS for the future. Zhuorong, a scumbag, really doesn't quite understand. After Gawain made the hot water, 2 pots came out. One pot was filled with half of the hot water, and then they put in the de-dried vegetables they made themselves and made a pot of vegetable soup. The small pot is a mixture of animal milk and meat paste prepared for the little tiger. AS for Futu, ashes, and 4 ashes. They don't need what they're going to eat at all 0.0, because after coming to the river, the bucket and the ashes entered the water. When Gawain was researching the hot soup and the food of the little tiger, Fudo and ashes had gone back and forth 3 or 4 times, and every time they landed, they would hold something in their mouths, or a small fish, or it was a mountain crab, thrown on the bank, let the 4 ashes eat, and at the same time exercise their hunting ability. Zhuorong and the others did not stop them. Drinking hot soup, just the sauce beef that Jiao Min and the others specially prepared for Zhuorong this morning, as well as steam buns. This lunch was quite good at AT around 12:30. Zhuorong and his group, who were full of food and drink, started to move forward again. After all, this virgin forest is too small. After crossing the creek and walking forward for about an hour, Zhuorong and the others have already arrived at the center of the deep mountain. Compared with the virgin forest outside, the trees here are bigger and older, and the atmosphere is more gloomy. The road that was still visible at first is not very clear, but at this time it seems to be nothing. Stepping on the forest floor paved with thick and soft fallen leaves, Zhuorong is now a little worried whether something will suddenly come out of the ground. Wow, woof, woof, woof. However, Zhuorong's worries didn't last long, because he had not walked very far in this forest, and suddenly the leader leading the way called out. Following his cry, Zhuorong saw a huge tree hole in the distance. The little guy was captured here. Looking at this huge tree hole, Zhuorong even found bones of some small animals around the tree hole. If nothing else, this should be the den of the tigress, and the cubs should be there, caught by Ashes here. Hearing Zhuorong's words, Ashes from this side also came over, saying that he was the little guy who was captured here. Okay, I get it. If that's the case, let's return it to the original owner. After confirming the location, Zhuorong also untied the little guy from behind, but naturally he couldn't just throw the little guy here and leave, not to mention whether the tigress is still there or not. Even if the tigress is present, the little guy's body smells like wolves, dogs, his family, him, and Jiamin 380. It is unclear whether the tigress will feed IT.S. Zhuorong still needs to solve the smell problem of the little guy first. But fortunately, in the future there are all good things. In the future, there will be a deodorant. This deodorant is particularly powerful. No matter what the smell is, it smells like barbecue, hot pot, gasoline, sweat, whatever the smell is, it disappears in one spray. Note that it has disappeared, not covered up, unlike the current air fresheners, which just cover up the smell. In the future, there will be a way to completely disappear the smell. It seems to be neutralizing some kind of particles, but Rome doesn't understand. But he knows that this thing is really useful. After spraying the little tiger to make sure that the smell on it was gone, Zhuorong picked up the leaves in the nest and rubbed them on the little tiger, bringing back the smell from the nest of the little tiger in this way. They only need to leave a drone camera here to make sure that the female tiger is still there, so as to ensure the safety of the cub. But when Zhuorong was solving these troubles for Xiaohu, suddenly the back of his neck tightened. All creatures have a kind of biological instinct, which is a kind of premonition of danger. At the same time, a gust of cold wind blew from behind. Dragons followed the clouds, tigers followed the wind. While the wind was blowing, Zhuorong smelled a wild and foul smell. When he turned his head, he found that Gaowen, Fudo, Ashes, and 4 ashes were all staring at one direction, while the little tiger in Zhuorong's hands, who was originally quite quiet, at this time he also screamed and struggled. Hearing the cub's cries at this moment, behind a big tree in the distance, a giant beast with a patterned face turned around silently from behind the tree. This guy doesn't look particularly big. His body is only about 1 meter long. His tail is less than 1 meter long, and the total is about 2 meters long. The size of the last 2 scourges. Needless to say, Zhuorong also knows what this guy is, a South China tiger, and it is an adult South China tiger. It is very likely to be the mother of this little guy. At this time, it looked at Zhuorong and the others with alert expressions in their eyes, especially after seeing Xiaohu. There was a hint of anxiety in those eyes. Don't get me wrong, we didn't come to hurt your child. We sent it back. Looking at the tigress, Zhuorong didn't know if she understood or not, but he still quietly put the cub on the ground, and then the cub quickly ran towards the tigress. Seeing that her child was not injured, the tigress felt relieved. Then he turned his head and stared at Gaowen with a serious face. Animals also have 6th sense. It knows that among the creatures in front of it at this time, the most threatening one is this creature that looks like a female human. It is a tiger after all. So even though Huido and Ash are very fierce and not small in size, it doesn't take it seriously. It's just a chicken and 8D OGDAS for Zhuorong. The tension and fear after seeing himself cannot be hidden. IT is said that fear has a taste. When you are afraid of these animals will respond. And this tigress obviously does the same. If Zhuorong is afraid, it means that it is the prey, and you are the hunter, but Gaowen standing next to Zhuorong was quite troublesome. From the tiger's point of view, although Gaowen was standing there was no flaw in his whole body. As if standing there, she was invincible, and he seemed to be crushed to death by her, so he couldn't tolerate it being careless. Back, seeing that the tigress accepted the cub, but didn't move, Zhuorong also knew that he didn't need to worry about the cub's safety. So he said to Gaowen, and first put the 4 frightened tigers with their tails together. Hui was hugged in his arms, and then slowly backed away with Gaowen and the 2 dogs. Seeing Zhuorong retreat, the tigress' nerves relaxed a little, gently licking the fur on the little tiger's body, but his eyes have been staring at Zhuorong and the others. Originally, if he were treated like this, there would be nothing wrong with IT. IT is better not to get too close to man and nature. But if things are really going that smoothly, what is there to write about? Just when Zhuorong and his group were about to retreat to a safe distance, a black bear suddenly wandered over from a distance. There are South China tigers in this forest. Maybe no one knows, but many people know that there are black bears because this animal must have been down the mountain. But because it is not big and it is easy to drive away, there's no record of hurting people. In fact, if a black bear encounters a tiger or a person, they will take the initiative to get out of the way because the black bear is actually very small. The male bear is only about 1.9 meters long, which is considered the largest, and the largest female bear is only about 1.5 meters long. In terms of weight, they have no advantage. The maximum weight of a female bear is 140 kilograms, and the maximum weight of a male bear is 200 kilograms. If you let them fight tigers at 3.2, they may not be able to beat tigers. As for humans, they must be able to fight with bare hands. But how many people have entered the mountain with bare hands? So logically speaking, the threat of black bears is not special. But the bad thing is that this black bear is a female bear with 3 cubs. Black bears wake up from hibernation in March, April every year, mate in May, June, and July and summer, and are pregnant for 7 months. They are born during hibernation, but the growth rate of bears is much slower than that of tigers. So don't look at them. These 3 cubs have actually lived for almost half a year, but they have not been weaned yet. The bears will not be weaned until they're 6 to 8 months old. When the bear, the tiger, and the human collided together in this glade, the atmosphere became extremely subtle. Bear, tiger, and human. When the 3 meet in this forest glade, in fact, whoever is the most cowardly will show his flaws first. Among the 3, the most obedient ones cannot be Zhuorong and the others. With Gawain around, Zhuorong doesn't have to worry about these things. As for the tiger, as the king of beasts, it is naturally impossible for him to be cowardly, so it is conceivable. The first one to be coward was the black bear. Roar. There was no advance and no movement. Suddenly the black bear stood up and roared loudly towards the tiger and Zhuorong. And when it roared, originally its idea was to shock the sound, but who knew? It stimulated the tigress all of a sudden. Wow. The tigress looked at it, yelled, and went straight to kill the black bear. Seeing the scene, Chai also sighed softly. This mattered because of the fighting and the ashes, so Zhuorong, it's really not good, so let's just ignore it. After thinking about it, he decided not to let the 2 fight and lose both. Come on, Gawain, you take care of that South China tiger, and leave this black bear to me. Okay, master. 01 heard Zhuorong's words, and Gawain's body instantly rushed towards the tiger, and the tiger naturally saw Gao, one from the corner of his EY. In fact, from the very beginning, Gawain was the only one threatening in the eyes of this tigress, including Zhuorong. That was dinner, so it has been paying attention to Gawain's movements, and now watching Gawain kill him. The tigress also instantly landed on all 4s, changed direction directly, and rushed towards Gawain, but compared to the tigress, Gawain's reaction was faster. Not to mention that she had been implanted with top-notch fighting skills, and the physique of a cyborg was not even lower than that of a cosmic warrior. The microcomputer she assembled could predict all the movements of this tiger. It's a close call, but it's actually all calculated. With a slight raise of his head, Gawain dodged the tiger's pounce. At the same time, when he passed by the tiger, his hands immediately hugged the tiger's waist, and then he fell to the ground. With a loud bang, the tiger was directly thrown to the ground by Gawain. Before the tiger could react, she turned over on the tiger's back, clamped her legs around the tiger's waist, and squeezed hard. Sit down. Why in ancient times there were horses, donkeys, mules, oxen, and even elephants as the main mounts, but there were no ferocious beasts such as wolves, tigers, and leopards. That's because most of the beasts, whether it's tigers, wolves, leopards, or lions, have poor waists. Anyone who has practiced boxing knows that the strength starts from the ground, and the waist must play a turning role. When your strength is greater than that of a tiger, if you sit on its waist, it really can't get up, and Gawain's legs are still clamping it, making it impossible to turn over. The impotent and furious tiger could only turn its head to bite Gawain, but Gawain turned his head firmly forward, unable to move. Zhuorong was very relieved about the situation on Gawain's side, so he didn't pay attention to that side at all, and when he finished talking to Gawain rushed out at the same time. Che Rong also rushed out. As mentioned earlier, black bears are not brown bears, polar bears. This kind of bear is very small. When a female bear landed on all 4s, it was only about 1.2 to 1.3 meters. Standing up now, she's half a head shorter than Zhuorong at when it raised its paw, Zhuorong blocked it effortlessly. The bear's strength is great, but Zhuorong's power is even greater. The black bear pressed down and saw that Zhuorong in front of him didn't move at all after pressing down for a long time, so it changed its move and went straight to bite Zhuorong. But Zhuorong is naturally not easy to mess with. His body turned around in an instant, and at the same time he dodged to the side, he grabbed one of the black bear's paws with both hands, and directly used it with an over-the-shoulder throw with the same boom. The black bear hit the ground directly. Then Zhuorong didn't let it have any chance to fight back, and instantly knelt down on the back of the black bear's neck, pressing the black bear's big head to the ground. Don't look at the excitement just said, but in fact this is a matter of lightning and lightning. The tigress here was just knocked down, and the black bear over there was also pinned down to the ground by a belt. Seeing his mother being knocked down by humans, the tiger cub and the 3 bear cubs were also yelling to rush over, but Huido and Ashes blocked the 4 cubs in the first place. The little tiger looked at Ashes and was already too scared to go. Can remember that when it saw Ashes for the first time, Ashes wanted to eat it, and those 3 bear cubs who were bigger and tougher rushed towards Zhuorong, but were stopped by Fudo in the distance. For the 3 bear cubs in front of them, Fudo really slapped each of them, and they all slapped each other. It was blown away, but it didn't hurt them. After these little guys were beaten into the air, they only rolled a few times and then laid down in the distance, knowing that the powerful enemy in front of them was no match for them. And even one of the most cowardly guys had already started climbing trees. Yes, the bears can climb trees, especially when I was young in order to find wild fruits and the like, or to escape danger. They often climb trees. However, when he grew up, he gradually lost his ability to climb trees due to changes in his body shape. This is somewhat similar to tigers. Tigers can climb trees when they are young, but when they grow up, 820 seldom climbs trees. Sometimes, they just jump up trees to hunt prey like monkeys. Unlike leopards, they don't stay in trees for long. But now these 2 adult mothers have nothing to do with the tree or not, because at this time, although they heard the cry of their own children, they were powerless because the human beings on them put pressure on them. Too big to don't talk about attacking, protect the children, they can't even protect themselves. Looking at the 2 guys who were finally tired after struggling for a long time, Zhuorong couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. In fact, he didn't plan to fight them at first, and now it's for their own good. After raising his head and looking at Gao in the distance, Zhuorong also saw from Gao's eyes that the tigers had no strength at all, so Zhuorong made a gesture of 3, meaning 3 after counting. Let go! They want to stop these 2 guys from fighting, but they don't really want to kill them. 1, 2, 3. At the same time, Zhuorong shouted 3. Zhuorong jumped away from Gao in the distance. Bringing Huido and Ashes with him, he came back in front of the 4 Ashes, watching the tiger and the bear in front of him warily. After the crushing just now, I hope they can understand that it is not a wise thing to use force in front of them. Roar! Following Zhuorong and Gao and jumping away, the tiger and the bear also slowly stood up, but this time, they didn't act rashly anymore. The vigilance between the 2 of them turned to Zhuorong and the others at this moment. Obviously, they also understood at this time that the 2-legged beast in front of them was actually stronger than the other. More dangerous existence. Okay, it's fine if you don't fight. Let's go. Seeing the appearance of the 2 guys, Zhuorong also waved at them and said, but obviously he overestimated the IQ of these wild animals. After seeing Zhuorong waving, these guys unconsciously took 2 steps back, but they didn't leave. Master, I don't think they can understand your words. Looking at Zhuorong's expression, Gawain also reminded him at this moment. Then what should we do? We're leaving now. They probably still have to fight. Listening to Gawain's words, Zhuorong scratched his head and asked Gawain, Master, in fact, you can feed them some meat with elixir. I guess they can understand it. They don't need too much. Wild animals that are too smart are too big a threat to nearby humans. You just need to let there if your IQ is raised to about 2 or 3 years old. You should be able to understand. After hesitating for a while, Gawain also proposed a solution. Opening potion. This game should enhance the brain and develop the ability of intelligence, of course. This mainly depends on the situation of the creature. For example, the red arowana raised by Zhuorong. Even if he drinks the elixir as water all day long, it can only improve the IQ of a 1-year-old child at most that he has for Fudo. After drinking a lot of elixir, his IQ is now roughly equivalent to that of a 6 or 7-year-old child. To respond, Ashes is worse than Huido, but after all, they share a common ancestor, and their genes are very similar. They can both give birth to wolf dogs without reproductive isolation, so they're naturally very smart. Now, it is roughly equivalent to the IQ of a 5-year-old child. Because they came to Zhuo Rong's side too late, this may be the only way to go in this life. But the 4 grays. The future IQ is estimated to not be too low. At least it should not be able to keep up with border herds and the like. After hearing Gao Wen's words, Zhuo Rong also felt that what he said was right. So he directly bought 2 large pieces of beef in the future, then smeared the potion on them, and then threw them to the 2 mother beasts. These 2 guys are obviously very vigilant about being fed by strangers, especially Zhuo Rong is not a good person, and he just beat them, so it's a ghost if they're not vigilant. But the beef in front of him was really delicious. After hesitating for a while, the foodie black bear mother over there couldn't help it, and started to eat it when she walked to the beef. The South China tiger mother on the other side saw that there was nothing to do after the black bear finished eating, so she also picked up the meat and started to eat. After eating the 2 large pieces of beef, the eyes of the 2 mother beasts could not help but shine. This is not only related to the elixir, but also related to the DNA in their bones, because this beef is really delicious. Okay, do you understand this time? You all back away, don't fight here. Watching the 2 guys maintain their standing posture for a while, they looked at themselves again. Zhuo Rong here also waved his hand and said to them. This time they really responded to Zhuo Rong. After taking a deep look at Zhuo Rong, the mother tiger here also walked to the left with her cubs, and the mother black bear over there also took 3 cubs. Walked in the direction of coming. A war was resolved by Zhuo Rong in this way. But to be honest, Zhuo Rong knew that this was actually only temporary, and this virgin forest was too small. If there were only omnivorous bears and wolves as hunters, the animals in the forest would barely be enough to eat. He also saw a lot of animals along the way. Rabbits have been seen at least a dozen times, and there are even signs of deer in the forest. But if you want to add another tiger on top of this, no, next year it will be 2 tigers. Then it will not be enough points, and it will be very troublesome then. Should I tell the wildlife agency? Seeing the receding South China tiger, Zhuo Rong scratched his head. Forget it. Let's talk about it later. After all, Zhuo Rong is not a professional member of the Animal Protection Association. It is better to let these things take their course, and I will not interfere here. Well, let's go. After saying something to Gao Wen, Zhuo Rong also turned around and walked back the way he came. The speed of their return is much faster than when they came. One is because the roads were not familiar when we came here, and many roads need to be explored. The ghost knows whether the grass in front of him is a pit, a snake, or flat ground, but it's much faster to go back and walk it all over again. Fudo and Ashes are alright. The physical fitness of the 2 guys has grown very fast recently, and they can keep up with Zhuo Rong's speed, but the 4 Ashes are going to be far behind, as so later Zhuo Rong and Gao went on the way alone. Even so, it was still dark around 5 o'clock in the afternoon to eye in the forest because there are too many original trees, the sunlight is almost blocked out, so it gets dark very early. However, with Xiaozhua and future things, there is no problem in terms of lighting. But Zhuo Rong's speed couldn't be as fast as it was at dawn. In the end, when Zhuo Rong and Gao came out of the forest, it was around 8 o'clock in the evening before they knew it. When they pushed aside the grass in front of them and saw a car parked in the distance, Zhuo Rong was shocked, out of breath. Then he raised his legs and was about to walk towards the car, but at this moment, Gao, when he was behind him, suddenly grabbed him, and he pulled out the stick that was used to scare people this morning from Zhuo Rong's waist, Liamo Zhao. It shot directly at a position more than 1 meter in front of Zhuo Rong, and at the same time as the stick slapped it, the head of the stick suddenly stretched forward, and then instantly caught a black stick in the distance, which seemed to be buried in grass as the noose was tightened. In an instant, a huge snake with a black background and yellow rings and a yellow-white belly was lifted up by Gawain from a distance. Especially after he saw clearly what kind of snake it was. Gawain directly took out a pair of glasses from his body and put them on for Rong and T the same time. He looked at this guy warily. 8T this time. Zhuo Rong finally reacted. After opening Xiaozhua and scanning it, he couldn't help but gasp that he has always heard that there are many snakes in this virgin forest. The snakes are fierce, and the snakes are venomous. But he didn't see a snake all day today, but now he saw a snake, and it was a real big one. Mountain Wind, looking at this snake, Zhuo Rong subconsciously swallowed his saliva. Zhuo Rong is very familiar with this snake, not because he's seen it before, but because he has been hearing the legend of this snake since he was a child. Guo Shanfeng is actually another name for king cobra. When it comes to the king cobra, it is estimated that many people think of the king cobra in Southeast Asia. But in fact, there are also king cobras distributed in our country. But the size is much smaller than that in Southeast Asia. In our country, the longest record is 3.8 meters, but outside of Yanhuang, the longest record is 5.58 meters, which is 1.78 meters short. But even so, 3.8 meters is quite terrifying. But the one that Gao Wen is grabbing now is not so big. It only looks like 2 or 3 meters because after Gao Wen lifts it up, its tail can still rub a little when it falls. Ground. What a big guy. Looking at the king cobra, Zhuo Rong said in shock. No wonder there are no snakes around here. This guy mainly eats snakes. Master, what should we do now? This thing is also a second-class protected animal. After hearing Zhuo Rong's words, Gao Wen here also spoke up. Originally, she still had some doubts because according to the knowledge of reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance instilled in her head, reconnaissance also has a branch of field reconnaissance, so naturally she is very familiar with the habits of wild animals. Logically speaking, the virgin forest that Zhuo Rong went to today has very suitable humidity, a lot of wild animal resources, and the most important thing is that the environment is very suitable for snakes to survive. There shouldn't be a single snake in such a place, unless the snakes here are all scared away or eaten, and now that she saw this king cobra, she understood. And today, I didn't see it during the day, probably because it ran away to hunt for food, but now it's dark and it's coming back to sleep. The king cobra also sleeps in holes, usually tree holes, or holes dug by themselves, and the reason why it lives in the grass now is probably because the grass here is thick enough to keep warm, so it sleeps here directly. In the end, Zhuo Rong almost stepped on him. She could foresee that if Zhuo Rong stepped on it, it would definitely fight back, and then there would be trouble. Of course, at most it would be just some trouble that if you're bitten by a snake, you'll not die immediately. In the future, there are medicines that can treat snake venom. But one more thing is worse than one less thing, especially this kind of life-threatening thing. TSK, it's really troublesome now. If you leave it here, what will these 2 stupid dogs do? They took 4 little guys to drill into the mountains all day long. Someday, one Ashes will become if the food is gone, but kill it, it will not work. Call the police. The forest police will release it in the forest here, and it will be the same when it comes back. Hearing Gao Wen's words, Zhuo Rong scratched his head, said with some helplessness. If you're only worried about Fudo and Ashes, then don't worry, because they include 4 Ashes. We have used insect repellents on them. This thing is also effective against snakes. The reason why it is so dead tonight, it didn't escape, it should be because it has fallen asleep. Hearing what Zhuo Rong said, Gao Wen also explained. Oh, that's okay, just throw it away. Seeing that Fudo and the others don't have to worry about being bitten, Zhuo Rong felt relieved. Here, no villagers will leave when they enter the mountain. If so, they can just release them. Hearing Zhuo Rong's words, Gao Wen also swung the snake-catching stick vigorously, and when he reached the highest point, he pressed it to relax, and in an instant, the 2-meter-long big thing flew directly into the distance. In the forest. Okay, now that we've solved this sudden little trouble, it's time for us to go back. Seeing that the snake had disappeared, Zhuo Rong also stretched his waist. This time when he walked forward again, he obviously needed to be more careful, but there was no problem again. After returning to the car, starting the engine, Zhuo Rong took Gao Wen, Fudo, Ashes, and the 4 little ones back home. When I got home, the first thing I did was eat, and then take a bath that I in his free time. Zhuo Rong also told Jiao Min and the others what happened today, to those who didn't go today. In fact, biochemical people are not curious, and they don't want to hear any stories, but they were very willing to listen to what Zhuo Rong said, and they were very willing to reflect. They also saw some problems from a story that happened today. That is, they only called Gao Wen alone, which seemed a little unsafe. Today, they met a tiger and a bear, and it turned out that Zhuo Rong had to deal with the bear, which was their negligence. Fortunately, nothing happened to Zhuo Rong. If something happened to Zhuo even apologizing with death would not relieve 1/10,000th of their pain. Because for biochemical humans, their only purpose of existence is to serve the master Zhuo. When a master is gone, they lose the meaning of existence. When Zhuo was talking, they also looked at each other. In the future, when Zhuo goes out, it is best to ensure at least 3 people did AS for why only Gowan followed today. It wasn't because there was no room for 1C or I in the future. I would rather drive more, but also ensure the safety of the owner. At this time, Zhuo naturally didn't know what Jiao Min and the others were thinking. He was now enjoying the admiration of these girls. I have to say that these girls are really amazing, not in terms of appearance or ability, but it's their character. Really, no man can refuse such a girl. What's more, there are 15 girls like this in total. That is to say, Zhuo still has relatively strong self-control. Otherwise, if he were to change someone, he would not be able to get 100 or 80 girls now. But for the sake of his own body, he still forgot to in this way. The night that Zhuo's vanity was exposed passed away, in the blink of an eye. The next day came. Today, Zhuo had no plan at all. He had no plan, but he just went out to sea and fished. After all, his online shop mainly sells these things. But just as he was about to go to sea, his phone rang suddenly. Zhuo saw that it was none other than Yuan Tianqing who called. Hey, old Yuan, why did you call me at this time today? Looking at the time, it was already almost 7:30, and Yuan Tianqing would have already left if he wanted to go to sea. Is he calling now to play with himself? But obviously he was wrong. Yuan Tianqing really had a serious business looking for him. Hey, Lao Zhuo, are you done with your work? Hearing Zhuo's words, Yuan Tianqing also asked questions over there. When Zhuo came back, he also told Yuan Tianqing and the others that Yuan Tianqing wanted to find Zhuo to go fishing these days. But Zhuo was busy with cattle and sheep at home, and later he went overseas live broadcast, and then I went to the mountains again tomorrow and was busy all the time, so I didn't go to sea with Yuan Tianqing. But today, if Yuan Tianqing wants to go to sea, then Zhuo will not. Refuse. It's over. I just said, don't call us if you have anything to do. Can we help too? Hearing Zhuo said that he was done with work, Yuan Tianqing also started talking there. You can pull it down. Do you know how to raise cattle or herd sheep? What's the use of looking for you? In fact, the first time Zhuo wanted to buy cattle and sheep, Yuan Tianqing and Yang here had already told Zhuo that if they needed help, they could go help. But they can help a fart, more than a hindrance. And Zhuo's things, after all, can't be seen now, so he still refused Zhuo's help, and he and Xiao Min took care of it alone. Ha, that's right. By the way, I'm just kidding with you. Are you interested in blood eels? Hearing what Zhuo said, Yuan Tianqing over there also laughed, and then suddenly remembered that he had given Zhuo still had a serious business to call, and then asked, blood eel? Eel. Hearing Yuan Tianqing's words, Zhuo asked with some doubts. It's a blood eel, not an eel. This is a top-notch supplement. Haven't you seen it in the market? It's quite famous. Xiangzi's uncle specializes in controlling blood eels. It's a good day. He told Xiangzi to go help. I thought you were interested in these wild little guys, so I came over to ask if you were interested. After hearing Zhuo's words, Yuan Tianqing also explained over there to AT this time. Zhuo also knew what was called a blood eel through Zhuo. Blood eel is a kind of moray eel in the ocean. Because of the blood under its skin, there'll be obvious blood red on the skin. The fish body is long and cylindrical, with smooth skin and no scales. The adult body length is generally about 30 to 40 centimeters. The diameter is 1 to 2 centimeters long, and the weight is generally between 25 to 50 grams. It is a small eel. From this introduction, you can see that Yin Huang people pay attention to what they eat and what they nourish. This kind of blood eel has a lot of blood, so it is naturally a holy food for nourishment. When a local blood eel was the thinnest, it would sell for about 180 yuan a catty. Now it is autumn is the time when blood eels are at their fattest, and they sell for 300 yuan a catty. This is the current price. In the future, this kind of blood eel can be sold for 40,000 catty, and the supply is still in short supply. Because this kind of blood eel is not only food, but also half a tonic. This kind of eel lives in the deep mud of shallow seas and likes to inhabit places where there are sea worms because this is also its main food. This kind of blood eel is actually very difficult to catch because it lives in the mud and doesn't run around. So netting and fishing are meaningless to them. If you want to catch them, you have to dig deep in the mud, and it is difficult to easily load them. Moreover, digging this thing requires skill, and it is difficult to dig if the hole is the blood eel's hole, to judge the direction of the blood eel hole, and then to cut off the back road in advance, because the blood pomfret is much faster than people digging in the UT, as so many people who dig blood eels are old people, and young people really don't understand that AS for the old people who dig this thing. Especially, they can only grab 1 or 2 caddies in a big tide at most, but even if it is 1 or 2 caddies, it is still a considerable income. Go interested, give me an address. After hearing Yuan Tianqing's words, Zhuo immediately spoke up. I'll pick you up. It won't be easy for this thing to die this time. You don't have to drive so many cars. Hearing Zhuo's words, Du Wuchuang here also laughed and said that we made an appointment to dig blood eels, and then Zhuo prepared them at home, including water jackets, things to hold blood eels, and so on. Without waiting here for a while, Yuan Tianqing's car also drove over. After Xiao Zhuo opened the gate, Yuan Tianqing also drove the car to Zhuo's villa. While waiting for Zhuo to come out, he also glanced at the cows, sheep and pigs that were happily grazing on the pasture in the distance inside Zhuo's house. They're still cubs. I can't eat them now. Seeing Zhuo get down and get into the car, Yuan Tianqing also spoke with emotion. The cow is definitely not edible. It's too small, but the sheep can be eaten after a while. The lamb meat is better than the adult lamb, and I'll ask you to come and roast the whole lamb. Listening to Yuan Tianqing's words, Zhuo also looked at the flock of sheep in the distance. Although these little guys are cute, as long as Zhuo doesn't have feelings for them, they are food, and I'm pretty sure of that. That's a good relationship. Huh. Let's go. Xiangzi has already gone into the sea with his uncle. As soon as he heard the roasted whole lamb, Yuan Tianqing wiped his mouth for fear that the saliva would flow out like this. Zhuo's lamb is already very delicious. If it is still lamb or roasted whole lamb, well, I can hardly control myself anymore. Forcing himself to calm down, Yuan Tianqing kicked the accelerator and drove Zhuo toward the place he had agreed with Pang Liqiang. But I have to say that the place where Pang Liqiang and his uncle dug the blood pomfret is really not close. That IT took almost half an hour to get here by car. This is a huge tidal flat. If you look at it from left to right, you can't see the side, but if you look at the sea, there must be at least 4 kilometers of mud flat, which is quite large. Naturally, there must be more than Zhuo's group of people who came here to catch the SEI. In fact, in this area now, there must be at least 20 or 30 people rushing to the sea. There are many women and many men are busy in that piece of mud flat. I saw Xiangzi and the others. Let's go too. At the same time that Zhuo and Yuan Tianqing changed their water jackets, Yuan Tianqing here also called Pang Liqiang, and seeing 2 little black spots waving to him in the distance, Yuan Tianqing also said to Zhuo. Then Zhuo followed him, wading through the mud, walking towards Pang Liqiang and his uncle in the distance. Brother Rong, this is my uncle. Uncle, this is what I call Brother Rong. The blood eels we dug in a while can be sold directly to Brother Rong, so there's no need to go to the market anymore. Watching Zhuo and Yuan Tianqing leave come over. At this time, Pang Liqiang also introduced Zhuo and his uncle to each other. That a good relationship, old man. I just dig it. Hearing what Pang Liqiang said, Pang Liqiang's uncle also laughed hard. Master, don't worry. I must charge more than the market price because I will give away these things. Xiangzi, how is your harvest? Looking at Pang Liqiang's uncle, he is an old man who looks to be in his 60s. He is still in good health. Unlike Zhuo and the others who are wearing water jackets, he only wears rain boots and a motorcycle helmet. Very dark, but very healthy. AT this time, he was carrying a hoe, looking at Zhuo with a smile. It's not bad. It's almost a caddy, 11 or 2. Hearing Zhuorong's question, Pang Liqiang immediately showed the small backpack hanging on his body. Zhuorong looked inside and saw a dozen of them. The pink eel is wriggling in this small basket. Tio, be honest, if it's an ordinary girl or something, looking at this play, I'm probably gonna be terrified. After all, this 597 thing looks pretty disgusting. But Zhuorong doesn't care. He even raised snakes when he was young. When he used to fish in fresh water, he had to get redworms and earthworms, and in sea fishing, he needed to get clamworms. These things are much more disgusting than this one. He can bear it all, not to mention blood buns. Zhuorong was quite moved when he saw it. It's as if he dug it. Have you dug it? Yuan Tianqing, who was next to him, also saw these blood eels at this time, and then consciously began to tear down Pang Liqiang's platform. Dig, if I can dig, I will go fishing with you, sir, but I still got some clams. Looking at Yuan Tianqing contemptuously, Pang Liqiang also took out a few children's fists, the big and small for clams, laughed, and said, okay, let's go on. Dig more before the tide comes. Seeing the three young people talking here and there, Pang Liqiang's uncle couldn't stand up immediately, so he urged them to dig quickly. This is for you. I concentrated on helping my god catch it and brew it. Hearing his uncle's words, Pang Liqiang also handed over a rake of his skills to Yuan Tianqing, and then went to learn how to catch blood eels from his uncle. In fact, the main thing is to watch and fight. Learning this thing is not so easy. Zhuorong was curious at the beginning, so he also wanted to see it, but to be honest, the playing experience played a big part in it. The two holes are the same, and Pang Liqiang's uncle can tell that the hole below is from the past. Where did it go? But Zhuorong didn't understand after watching it for a long time. But he even asked Xiao Zhua to record the difference between the two holes. But after recording for a long time, he couldn't even tell whether there was a blood eel in the hole or not to mention the trend below the hole. Blood eels are different from rice field eels. Although the two are similar in length, in fact, there's a big difference. Rice field eels are easy to catch. Generally speaking, rice field eels have holes in the aquatic plants above the water surface. Just pay attention, this is not a place with serious water pollution, and then there are white foam and mucus at the hole. You can be sure that this is the eel hole, of course. This trick is not 100% easy. But the hit rate is very high for some novices. It is easy to judge, but there are no such things here in the blood eel. Zhuorong asked Xiao Zhua to record for a long time, but he didn't learn anything. According to Xiao Zhua's words, he might have to buy a microsound detector to detect it, but the old fisherman saw it at a glance. We can make a rough judgment. I'd better wait until I go to the mangrove forest and study it myself. After studying for a long time, Zhuorong didn't learn it, so he went to play with the rake with Yuan Tianqing. This rake is actually a tool with many functions. This toy can catch blue crabs, jumping fish, blood eels, clams. As long as it is an animal in the mud, it can be caught. Of course, this is theoretical. The usage is very simple. You only need to insert the rake into the mud and then pull it sideways. Everything in this piece of mud will be pulled out at AT this time. Most of the women who are chasing the sea here are using this rake, but their target is not blood eels or anything but clams. Hairy clam, scientific name is hairy clam. It is kind of very big shellfish. This thing sells in the market for more than 10 yuan a caddy. It is not cheap compared to catching blood eels. This thing is easier to catch. For a woman, it is not a problem to catch more than 10 caddies a day, and sometimes even 20 or 30 caddies. Once they're sold in the market, those people also like to eat fresh and wild ones, then earn more, which is indeed a good income. After Yuan Tianqing played with the rake for a while, Zhuorong also took it, imitating his appearance, and began to paddle here. Not to mention, although there are not as many things in this beach as Zhuorong's, it is definitely not counted. Less than 0. After drawing for a while, Zhuorong really pulled out a lot of good things. Most of them were clams, and Zhuorong had pulled out more than 3 caddies in such a short time. Besides, there were even a few razor clams. You must know that razor clams should live vertically in the mud, and the rake is gapped, so if you pull it vertically, it is easy to let the razor clams out. As a result, Zhuorong got a few more. In addition to razor clams and hairy clams, there are many other things such as small crabs. These small crabs are not the cubs of crabs, but they can only grow so big. Once they're turned out, then I started running around, swearing in my mouth that in addition to them, there are mantis shrimps, that is, shrimp crawlers and pippy shrimps, but this kind of pippy shrimps on the tidal flats are much smaller than those in the sea. Obviously, they're still babies. So after Zhuorong dug them, he buried them back in the mud. Since he didn't eat them, there's no need to kill them. The ecological environment still needs to be maintained. In addition, there are scallops, but this thing is even less than razor clams. According to Yuan Tianqing, there would still be a lot of scallops here and the tide just ebbed, but they'd already been picked by the scallop pickers, so naturally there were not many. And this kind of scallop is also the most common scallop. It costs 3 yuan a caddy in the market here, and 3.3 is really not worth much. Don't look at Zhuorong playing here for a long time, but he didn't catch anything valuable, but he was very happy because he used a rake to make the muddy ground and so on. Just like opening a blind box, you don't know what's there after you dig it up. It's quite fun, and the grass sprouts are going to get some of these mice. However, if he wants to get it, he has to get new metal from the future because he feels that the wooden handle of the rake is really not good enough. And the most important thing is that whether it's a blood eel or a blue crab, their holes are actually very deep. If it is the blue crabs from those razor clam farms, it is just a layer above the mud surface, so it is easy to catch. Like this kind of tidal flats, they will be hidden very deep. It is very difficult for a modern rake to penetrate this deep, but the material of the future will. Let's go. The tide is starting to rise. Zhuorong and the others came down after 8 o'clock and played until after 12 o'clock. They were not the first group of people to come. When they came, the tide had receded far enough when everyone was a little hungry, the Uncle Pang Liqiang in the distance also called out, signaling that everyone can go back. The tide is high. The tide was actually rising very fast. Not long after Zhuorong and the others went ashore to clean up, the tide over there had submerged that piece of tidal flat back into the water again. Today's harvest is not bad. It weighs more than 2 caddies, but a few were accidentally killed. Now that the blood eels have been dug, it's time to calculate the harvest. Looking at the blood eel in the back basket, Pang Liqiang said with some regret, "It's okay. I haven't eaten this thing before. Let's eat it at noon if it's dead, and I'll take it all away." Zhuorong was also very happy after playing all morning. So he said with a smile, hearing that Zhuorong was about to order, Pang Liqiang's uncle also took out a small scale. The blood eels he dug up today totaled 2 caddies and 3 tails. Zhuorong accepted at the price of 330 yuan per caddy 01. A total of 759 mouths were transferred to Pang Liqiang's uncle for 750 yuan. After the old man received the money, he was really happy. That is, he didn't need to sell it himself, and he didn't need to bargain for the price, and the increase was so much, it was indeed a profit today. Master, if you find a live blood eel in the future, you should contact Xianzi and send it to me. I'll wrap it up. But sir, you must pay attention. As long as I'm alive, you don't need to clean up and gut it. Looking at Pang Liqiang's uncle, Zhuorong was also very happy. Although he makes a small profit, Zhuorong is definitely not losing money. When Pang Liqiang's uncle was about to ride the battery car away, Zhuorong made a point of telling him, "It's what you want. You a little boss, offer such a high price, and then pay immediately. I will definitely keep it for you, old man." Hearing that Zhuorong will ask for more in the future, Pang Liqiang over here also responded with a smile, and then rode away quickly on a small motorcycle. The reason why Zhuorong collects blood eels from Master Pang Liqiang is because there are no breeding eels here, and there's no way to breed them, so the ones he catches are all wild ones. I don't mind, but surely we can't let outsiders go, right? Then what are you going to do now? Seeing Pang Liqiang's uncle leave, Pang Liqiang also asked at this time. He's not in a hurry now. He didn't plan to go to sea today, so he naturally wanted to play in the afternoon. What are you going to do? Go to your house. Your pigeons have grown up. There are a few dead blood eels. Let's mend them too. As soon as Pang Liqiang said this, Yuan Tianqing smiled and set it beside him. Pang Liqiang likes small animals very much. Zhuorong knew this when he first met him. According to Yuan Tianqing's words, there's a small zoo in Pang Liqiang's home. For example, they are often raised in the countryside. He must have chickens, ducks, geese, dogs, etc. in his house. In addition, there are also pigeons, parrots, starlings, sheep, and even cormorants. Yes, the osprey, the kind of cormorant that fishermen use to catch fish. To be honest, this thing is good at catching freshwater fish, but can't catch sea fish, so it's actually useless for Yuan Tianqing to keep this thing. It's just for fun. But speaking of this game, Zhuorong had never seen it before, so he was quite curious. But Yuan Tianqing was obviously not interested in this thing. Let me tell you, this cormorant smells like a thieves. It smells old and choking. You'll know when the time comes. Seeing that Zhuorong seemed to be interested in cormorants, Yuan Tianqing also reminded him in a word. Well, most people have never seen this thing, and they really don't know what it tastes like, but looking at Yuan Tianqing's cheap smile, it is estimated that what he said is true. How long do these blood eels live? But no matter what the cormorants smell like, Zhuorong is still very interested in going to Xiangzi's house to see. But before that, he still needs to deal with these blood eels. It's not a big problem to live for 2 or 3 hours, but you better solve these things first, and then I'll send you the address of Xiangzi's house, and you can come over when the time comes. As soon as the blood eel was mentioned, Yuan Tianqing also remembered that Zhuorong still had business to deal with, so the three of them got into the car immediately, and then sent Zhuorong and the blood eels home first. Of course, the dead ones were taken away by Yuan Tianqing and the others, and they were going to cook soup with the pigeons for a while. But Zhuorong, after returning home, he also washed the blood eels, but he didn't directly sweep them into the system platform. Because after removing the dead blood eels, these live blood eels are only about 7 taels a caddy, which is too little, even if a caddy is worth 40,000. But the total is only more than 60,000, which is not worth selling for $1. After a while, Zhuorong drove to the boat again and put these guys in the live warehouse to raise them. When he was free tomorrow, he could go to the mangrove forest to get some extra ones and then sell them. At least you have to get a few 100,000 out. After arranging the blood eel here, Zhuorong drove to Xiangzi's house. Xiangzi's home was not difficult to find. It was also in Linquan village, and within 20 minutes of driving. Rong had already parked in front of Xiangzi's home. Xiangzi's house is also a small 2-story building, and its layout is similar to Yuan Tianqing's. Zhuorong feels that it is very likely that he saw Yuan Tianqing's construction method and then built it himself. The first floor is directly connected to a 937 compound. The compound is connected to the living room, and the second floor is where people actually live. After Zhuorong parked the car, Yuan Tianqing and Xiangzi, who were busy inside, also came out. Brother Rong, so fast. Well, Jiamin and the others heard that I was coming to play, so they sent it to me. Hearing Xiangzi's words, Zhuorong also laughed and said, I have to say, my brothers and sisters are really mean to you. Hey, all I have to do is envy. By the way, Xiangzi has also found partner. Shit, now I'm left alone no matter what. Eat one more pigeon today. Hearing what Zhuorong said, Yuan Tianqing couldn't help saying something with emotion, and then thought it was wrong. Zhuorong couldn't be compared, but it seemed that Pang Liqiang couldn't be compared either. Mental imbalance, no matter how you say it today, you have to make up for it. So after finishing speaking, Yuan Tianqing went directly to the backyard of Pang Liqiang's house. All the good things in his house were in the backyard. Seeing that Yuan Tianqing had passed, Pang Liqiang immediately followed him. Just joking, his family properties are all in the backyard. Don't let Yuan Tianqing ransack them. This guy Yuan Tianqing is jealous now, he'd better go and have a look. And looking at Yuan Tianqing and Pang Liqiang, Zhuorong also walked in with a smile. Blood eel stewed pigeon. Well, we can still do it. Yuan Tianqing is a professional in picking pigeons. While Zhuorong was still watching, Yuan Tianqing had already found 3 little pigeons, of course. The so-called young pigeons here do not really refer to the kind of young pigeons that were just born, but to the kind of young pigeons that have grown up but have not picked eggs or laid eggs. Under the urging of Yuan Tianqing, Pang Liqiang grabbed 3 of them with a face of reluctance. And then Yuan Tianqing would be much easier to, of course. Zhuorong and the others will not eat indiscriminately. The little pigeons raised by Pang Liqiang are actually meat pigeons. After they're raised, they will be sold outside for food. So there's no such thing as killing each other's pets. And obviously, this is not the first time Yuan Tianqing has done such a thing. Killing pigeons, boiling water, plucking, first scalding them with boiling water, then removing the internal organs, and then scalding them with boiling water again. As for the blood eels before Zhuorong came, Yuan Tianqing had already dealt with them. And then in a corner of the small courtyard of Pang Liqiang's house, a small stove was set up and firewood was burned to start stewing squab with blood eel. This thing needs to be stewed for a long time, at least 3 or 4 hours, so Zhuorong and the others don't need to keep watching. Just come over from time to time to check that the water is not boiling dry, or put out the fire. Taking this opportunity, Zhuorong also visited Pang Liqiang's home. Just like what Yuan Tianqing said, Pang Liqiang's home is like a small zoo. There are all kinds of things, but obviously, these animals are well taken care of by Pang Liqiang. Zhuorong also saw something he was interested in the backyard, cormorant. But just for a moment, he was not interested in this thing, because this cormorant is really smelly, very, very special that it's not that kind of feces smell, or what kind of smell, how to say this smell. It's very complicated with some rotten smell, which I can't bear at all. Zhuorong came out in less than 30 seconds after entering, and this made Pang Li forcefully laugh. Well, in terms of enduring the smell, Zhuorong and the 3 of them are indeed his strongest. By the way, didn't you say that you have a lot of parrots and birds? Why didn't you see it? Standing outside the backyard, panting for a long time, Zhuorong finally forgot the stench of the cormorants. Then he turned his head to look at Pang Liqiang and asked him about those birds. Pigeons, chickens, ducks, and geese are built together in front of the backyard. It can be seen that this combination is for cleaning up feces every day. Don't look at Pang Liqiang. He went fishing with Yuan Tianqing before dawn all day long, but he's indeed a good man at home, and his house is still cleaned up neatly. Maybe the girl who went on a blind date with him and fell in love with him also had considerations. In this regard, it's all on the second floor. When I go out, I'm also afraid that there will be children with handcuffs nearby who will shoot birds with a slingshot, so I'll put them in the house when I leave and take them out when I am at home. Zhuorong asked about parrots and birds, and Pang Liqiang here immediately spoke up and then took Zhuorong to the second floor. And when Zhuorong entered his room, he found that there were quite a lot of birds in Pang Liqiang's house, almost filling the room. At this time, he was also picking up the birds and hanging them out while feeding them. Zhuorong introduced. Pang Liqiang's family indeed had a lot of parrots, including tiger skins and small cresteds. However, apart from parrots, other birds accounted for a large proportion, such as thrushes, larks, white-eyes, munias, and canaries. Once he came in, these birds became energetic and started chirping up. Hearing the cries of these little guys, Zhuorong also helped out. Although these little guys are chirping endlessly, their calls are not very loud and harsh, and Zhuorong himself likes bird calls, so he didn't get bored until he saw them. There's a starling in the corner. When he picked up the starling suddenly spoke. Put it down, you bastard. Huh? Zhuorong's hand couldn't help but freeze when he heard the miner's words. He was a little puzzled. Did this miner say these words? Put it down, awful. Maybe seeing the doubt in Zhuorong's eyes, the starling here spoke again. Fuck, Xiangzi, you starling, are you dirty? Hearing what the starling said, Zhuorong didn't put it down, but asked Pang Liqiang, and after hearing what Zhuorong said, Pang Liqiang also ran back immediately. Hey, brother Rong, I'll just take this. Hey, it's quite a headache to say it. I used to like this starling, but it's really over recently. After taking the starling with one hand, Pang Liqiang shook his head and started talking. This starling was bought by Pang Liqiang at the beginning of spring this year, after the first batch of eggs hatched. The little starling looked good and is also very smart. The bad thing is didn't he go on a blind date in the city a while ago, and after walking for more than half a month, he entrusted all these birds to his sister. Pang Liqiang has an older sister. Her older sister is much older than him. After graduating from high school, she actually got married. She became a mother when she was 20. The marriage certificate was not issued until after she became a mother. Now she also lives in Linquan village. Pang Liqiang's brother-in-law is a professional chicken farmer. isn't chickens worth a lot of money now? So he built a mountain to raise chickens. There are people who come here from the city to play, and basically 4 or 5 out of 10 will go to him to buy eggs and chickens and return to the city to eat. Raising chickens, especially chickens fed with automatic feed, is actually very tiring, but this kind of wandering chicken is not too tiring. Chicken manure, and so on are all over the mountain, so it takes a long time to clean it up. He only needs to feed the chickens some broken rice and vegetables in the morning and evening. Natural food, such as fruits and vegetables, is fine. As for other times, chickens will find food by themselves, and the only threat is to guard against rats, weasels, and the like, stealing chickens and eggs, so people need to be here all the time. And he stayed here, and he had nothing to do, so he was a little bit home, Lily Howe. And then he watched the show. He didn't watch it by himself. He often took his son to watch it together a while ago. I was making up Fate, and his son really liked Gene Shining, so he imitated the subtitles in it and began to call other people Chop Suey. His sister came to take care of these birds, and the children followed, but he didn't dare to talk to his mother about Chop Suey because he would really get beaten, so he followed these birds, talking and talking. This starling learned it. What did you learn before? Hello? Good morning, handsome guy. I forgot what you said about your real teacher. Now, they call themselves masters one by one, and then call other Chop Suey Gong one by one. That's fun to listen to. It's suddenly, but I can't stand it talking all day long. Recently Pang Li Cheong is really depressed. Kill it. He must not be willing to sell it. If it's dirty, you can't sell it. Give it away. Who wanted dirty mouth starling? But stay here. It's really too much trouble for me to look at it myself. Otherwise, give me your bird. Seeing the starling and Pang Li Cheong with a troubled face, Zhuo Rong thought for a while and said, Brother Rome wants to raise a starling? Then I'll find you a cub. How good it is to train it yourself. I can train it for you. I'll give it to you after training. Hearing Zhuo Rong's words, Pang Li Cheong gave Zhuo Rong another idea without even thinking about it. Not because he was reluctant to part with the bird, but because he really received a lot of favors from Zhuo Rong in terms of fish. Every time Zhuo Rong collects fish, it is higher than the market price. Although Yuan Tianqing told Zhuo Rong once, because of this, the price is undoubtedly suitable, but it can save a lot of trouble in selling fish. This is also good for yourself. And during the Mid-Autumn Festival, I really didn't deliberately prepare a portion of fruit and beef and mutton for him. The fruit and beef and mutton were the best things he had ever eaten in his life, as for the current Xiangzi really takes Zhuo Rong as a friend. How could he give a dirty starling to Zhuo Rong? No, I should have a way to pull it back if I can't pull it back. Hearing Xiangzi's words, Zhuo Rong smiled, not because he had any confidence in himself, but because he had confidence in the elixir. So he looked at this starling, and he laughed. 080, and looking at Zhuo Rong's evil smile, the starling, who was still very arrogant, suddenly turned his head away, and it felt that it might suffer. And when Xiangzi heard that Zhuo Rong had a solution, he had nothing to say. Since Zhuo Rong wants it, it doesn't matter if he gives the starling to Zhuo Rong, of course. Zhuo Rong definitely won't let him suffer, but he won't buy it with money. Xiangzi also sincerely treats him as a friend and buys it with money. It's like hitting someone in the face. To make friends, the future will last forever. There's no need to settle today's matters, and we will get along in the future, don't worry. After deciding on the ownership of the starling, Zhuo Rong and the others also went downstairs. Yuan Tianqing here has already set the table next to the stove where the blood eel and squab are stewed. They're going to play poker here for a while, and they can watch the blood eels and squabs, by the way. They're fighting what people all over the country will play. Fighting against ranchers.it is indeed money, but the win or loss is not big. If you want it, it is 1 yuan. At most, you can flip it 3 times, which is 8 yuan for a family. At most, you lose 16 yuan, which is not too much. Boy's happiness is sometimes very simple. Just like that, a deck of cards plus Zhuo Rong and the others just watched it all afternoon and had a great time playing. In the end, Zhuo Rong came out on top and won 50 or 60 yuan. Before the blood eel stewed squab was finished, he went to a small restaurant nearby to buy a lot of vegetables. Zhuo Rong didn't drink because he had to drive at night. Otherwise, he would have asked Jiao Min and the others to pick him up, but Yuan Tianqing and Pang Li Cheong both drank a lot. Yuan Tianqing slept directly at Pang Li Cheong's place at night. Anyway, it was only the 2 of them who were old men, and these were minor problems. For a meal, although eating has been fast-forwarding, Zhuo Rong and the others really enjoyed their meal, ate the tea around 8 o'clock in the evening. After Zhuo Rong and the others finished the game, Zhuo Rong also took the starling that Pang Li Cheong gave him and got in the car, and then returned home under the staring eyes of the starling. When he walked into the house with Mina, Jiao Min and the others came out too. Welcome him. Master, you're back, oh? Why did you bring a little guy? Looking at the Mina, who was frightened in the cage at this time, Jiao Min and the others also said with a smile. Even the tiger scared Jiao Mao when he saw Jiao Min and the others, let alone a little starling. It's okay, this little guy has a dirty mouth, and Xiangzi doesn't really want it anymore. I happen to think that the elixir can increase its wisdom, so I thought about coming back and giving it some elixir to try. Hearing what Jiao Min and the others said, Zhuo Rong smiled and explained to them. The elixir can only improve the IQ of animals, but it is not very useful for training. In fact, the best way for the master is to buy 2 more sisters and equip them with the ability to train animals. Seeing what Zhuo Rong said, at this time, Yang Qian also laughed and said beside him, Good guy, she has only been here for a few days, and she's already learned from these people. How can she persuade Zhuo Rong to buy some more cyborgs? Zhuo Rong has to think about her kidneys. What are you thinking? I asked Xiao Zhuo to search it just now. In fact, there's still a chance for the dirty mouth. With these high-tech things, it will not be tossed to death, so just keep tossing it. For example, hang it in midair. Don't let it go up and don't let it go down. Toss it. It knows it's afraid, and it won't swear anymore. Gazing at Yang Qian, Zhuo Rong squatted down, first fed the starling some elixir, and then he also explained how to search for his car on the internet. But he had just finished speaking, and the starling in the cage, who was still drinking the potion, suddenly said in a very serious accent, Hello. Good morning, handsome guy. Master. It seems to understand what you said. Hearing what the starling said, Carambola also pointed at this guy, then covered her mouth and said with a smile, Hey, you don't call me bastard anymore. Hearing what the starling said, Zhuo Rong looked at it with a half smile. Although the elixir is effective, the effect will definitely not be so fast. After all, the starling just drank it. It is not certain whether the water has reached the stomach or not. This guy changed his words so quickly now, there's only one possibility, and that is that this guy himself has a high IQ. Come to think of it, Mina's brain capacity is limited after all, so generally speaking, an ordinary Mina may only be able to learn a few sentences, at most a dozen sentences. But Xiangzi's starling can obviously know more than a dozen sentences, and it can speak out with such a clear mind, which means it has a certain thinking ability that in other words, it is smarter than the average starling in addition. Now that it has drunk the elixir, it is estimated that it will become even smarter. That's right, keep working hard. Remember, don't let me hear dirty words, or I'll hang you up. Seeing the starling's tilted head, Zhuo Rong also laughed, and then directly hung it on a hook in the distance. And Gowan here has also taken the initiative to go to the kitchen, and brought some future millet and shredded beef for it. Yes, these guys are omnivorous. I want to eat meat, Zhuo Rong doesn't have bugs here because they were chased away, or he can go out and catch some bugs and feed him back. But now he has beef and millet to eat, which is already good. After seeing that, the starling had already started eating. Zhuo Rong and the others also went upstairs to rest. This is the real business. Master, good morning. When Zhuo Rong got up early the next morning, the Mina watched him go downstairs and yelled at him. It was obvious that after a night of enlightenment, its brain was indeed stronger than last night. Even better, not only learned Jiao Min and the others addressed to Zhuo Rong, but also organized freely. He, growing up, is pretty fast. Walking up to the starling, Zhuo Rong also teased the little guy with his hands. For Zhuo Rong's finger, the Mina also ran over, but instead of hitting his head like fighting them, he bid Zhuo Rong, of course its fight didn't hurt, but Zhuo Rong flicked its head lightly. He knew that although this player had become smarter, he was still not close to him, so there was no need to be too anxious. Master, now there's another bird in the house. Do you want to name this bird? And it came in the backyard. When Zhuo Rong walked into the kitchen, Li Ku, who was busy at the moment, also looked at Zhuo Rong and asked curiously, I'm really not very good at naming things. Let's talk about it later. After thinking for a while, Zhuo Rong shook his head and named Fudo because dogs are very common creatures. If outside, he directly called Fudo a dog. Then Fudo didn't know he was calling himself, but Kaiman alligators and starlings are not so common, and so the unnamed ones are not too important. Hearing what Zhuo Rong said, Li Ku also nodded. She also knew that Zhuo Rong's name was really not very effective. So let's listen to him. In fact, even if Zhuo Rong named them 1, 2, 3, and 4, they wouldn't have any opinion because biochemical humans don't know how to name them. Maybe this is human nature. If there is nothing, there is a desire for something. They can't be named, so they're willing to watch Rong name it, no matter what it is. After breakfast, Zhuo Rong didn't go out today. He looked at the blood eels he caught yesterday, and he was thinking where to get some more of these eels and sell them in the future. He has the location, the tidal flat where he caught jumping fish last time. There must be blood eels, because according to Xianzi's uncle, there are basically such things in the tidal flats around here. Yes, as long as there's shellfish, sea worms, and the like on this tidal flat, which blood eels eat. There must be blood eels here, so there's Zhuo Rong. But he didn't have the tools to catch blood eels. Zhuo Rong definitely doesn't have the ability to dig with a hoe. So what he thinks is the rake, but it's different from the original rake in this world. He plans to make one himself with future high-tech materials. What? Will no one drive to sea in the future? Really not. In the future, wild animals will basically be extinct. Why rush to the sea? Run a few kilometers, and then pick up a few sea rainbows to eat? It's not worth it. Therefore, there will be no such thing in the future, and Zhuo Rong needs to make this game by himself. Fortunately, this thing is very easy to make. Yesterday, when Zhuo Rong watched it, he had already learned about it. He just needs to make some hard and tough metal strips. The metal strips can't be made too thin, but they can't be building, but it's fast to get thinner. But once you use force, the blood eel will be cut in half. But if it is thick, it will be very troublesome to insert it. So this also needs attention. Then the iron bars are welded together with 2 pieces of metal to fix the position, and then the handle is ready. Although it is a bit troublesome, it is still within the scope of what Zhuo Rong can do. After breakfast, Zhuo Rong went to the door and found a small chair to sit on. Zhuo Rong basked in the autumn sun and the autumn wind, and directly opened the future online shopping platform. But he soon found a seller of metal bars. However, the metal bars sold now are different from what Zhuo Rong knows so far. Just like modern steel, it took thousands of years of evolution to become what it is today. I still remember watching movies and TV dramas from the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period at that time. People's main weapons were bronze wares, because at that time people used the block smelting method, and in the middle and late Western Han Dynasty, Huang already had the technology of frying steel. But the development of this technology was not too fast. When it first appeared, it was not until the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty and the Three Kingdoms period that new steel filling method appeared, which led to the widespread use of ironware in the Tang Dynasty. In fact, at this time, steel weapons really became popular, and it was in the Song Dynasty that it reached its peak. However, the era is indeed a huge span. Indeed, if you take a small knife to the Song Dynasty, compared with the magical weapons of the Song Dynasty, it is estimated that no one is as good as others. But if you take a small knife to the Song Dynasty, compared with the kitchen knives of ordinary people in the Song Dynasty, then this is divine weapon. The hardest metal in the world is Ming. However, compared with the future, this thing will be much worse, of course. Even now, it is impossible to buy high-tech mesh materials on online platforms, and it will be the same in the future. The best metal that can be bought in online stores in the future is something called sky alloy. According to the introduction of the system, this is the timeline of the future. 500 years ago, that is, a metal synthesized 500 years later. What are its characteristics? In the present, it is undeniable. The kitchen knives, basins, pots, and the like in Zhuo Rong's house are basically made of this alloy. When Zhuo Rong was free, he also tried to cut with this kind of kitchen knife and the Damascus steel knife that Zhuo Rong bought now. The alloy kitchen knife can cut this kind of Damascus steel knife basically like cutting tofu. The steel knife was cut off, and there was not even a white seal. The metal bars that Zhuo Rong buys now are also like this that I bought 13 in total, 11 of which were used for hooks and 2 for welding. Sitting at the door, Zhuo Rong started to fiddle with this thing. But anyone who has ever welded something knows that it is very dazzling when the flames shine together. Although it was said that there was something blocking it, Zhuo Rong's flashing eyes were almost blind after a while when he raised his head and looked around. Then he found that after he came out, Huido, Ashes, and 4 Ashes, who were still surrounding him, had already run away. Zhuo Rong even found the trace of the crocodile in the distance, and he was also curious, looking at Zhuo Rong, but also far away. Beasts are naturally afraid of fire. When Zhuo Rong started welding these things, they'd already run away. It was too late for Zhuo Rong to find out. Looking at these guys who ran to the distance, Zhuo Rong couldn't help shaking his head. And then he was about to continue welding, but when he lowered his head and was about to continue welding, his peripheral vision also glanced at the gate, and the result was unexpected. I discovered that at the gate, at some point, there was an extra figure, the knife. Following her gaze, a 7 or 8-year-old little girl was lying at the gate of Zhuo Rong's house, wearing a long-sleeve t-shirt and a pair of washed, somewhat whitish-blue long sleeves. She was wearing shorts, a pair of sneakers on her feet. Her hair was up to her ears, and her hair was not long for a girl, and there was a small knot on the side of her head. This time, she was lying at the door, curiously looking at Zhuo Rong, who was welding something inside. Little friend, you can't look at this thing. It will dazzle your eyes. Looking at the child, Zhuo Rong smiled and said something to her. Huh? Will you be blind? Then I will watch it. Hearing Zhuo Rong's words, the kid here immediately covered his eyes, but still looked at Zhuo Rong from a gap. Seeing the child's stupid and cute appearance, Zhuo Rong also put down the work at hand and walked over on his own initiative. Little pot 077 friend, you are deceiving yourself a bit. You probably haven't learned this idiom yet. To put it simply, you're a bit of a fool seeing the little girl's appearance. Zhuo Rong laughed and said, Hey, Uncle, do you live here? Hearing what Zhuo Rong said, the little girl here also took down her hand and then asked Zhuo Rong curiously, Yeah, I live here. Are you looking for someone? Or are you here to play? Hearing what the little girl said, Zhuo Rong also squatted down and asked her while keeping parallel with her. I'm here to find someone, and I'm also here to play. I'm here to find Sister Yang Tao. Hearing what Zhuo Rong said, the little girl also spoke up. Oh, are you looking for Carambola? Then come in. Zhuo Rong really didn't expect that this little girl actually knew the people in his family. So he opened the door, let the little girl in, and took her. Then he walked in the direction of home. Hey, Carambola, a little friend came to play with you. When the two walked into Zhuo Rong's house, Zhuo Rong had already yelled into the house. After hearing Zhuo Rong's words, Yang Tao also came out of the house. She was pleasantly surprised. It's Mei, Sister Yang Tao. I'm here to play with you. As soon as she heard Yang Tao's voice, the little girl here quickly threw off her shoes, ran into Zhuo Rong's house, and threw herself on the walking Yang Tao with a smile on her face. Yo, it's you, little girl. Little girl, resting today, isn't it? Today seems to be Saturday. Listening to the commotion outside, Wang Qian, Zhu Xia, and Li Ku who were nearby also came over at this time. Obviously, they also knew this girl. Looking at Zhuo Rong's puzzled eyes, Yang Tao also explained. This child is called Hong Weiyue, and he lives in the village with his grandfather. You were not at home during the Mid-Autumn Festival a while ago, so I went to the village to buy vegetables. I happened to see her selling vegetables, so I sold her. The food was wrapped around, and then she insisted on bringing it back to me, and then she played Kai with us. Hearing Zhuo Rong's words, Yang Tao also touched the little girl's head with a smile and said, and Zhuo Rong also nodded to show that he understood that of course, he didn't mean to complain about Carambola. Biochemical people are also human beings, and they have to eat. It's okay to buy meat. Zhuo Rong basically buys it online. But vegetables are different from meat. In the future, when you buy vegetables online, the quantity is too large, and if you buy too much, it will easily spoil and it will not be fresh. So even when Zhuo Rong was around, he would often buy vegetables in this world. But most of the time, Zhuo Rong went to buy During the few days when Jerome was away, Jiamin and the others must also have to eat, so it was normal to go shopping for vegetables. But unexpectedly, they ran into a little guy when they wanted to go shopping for vegetables. Okay, then you can play here. I will continue to go out to well things. Looking at the little girl Peng Wuyue, Jerome also smiled. He can't say he likes children, but he can't say he doesn't like them either. As long as children don't do it, he likes it quite a bit. I don't like it. Looking at the doting smiles on Yang Tao and the others' faces, Jerome naturally couldn't be unhappy with Yang Tao and the others because of these trivial things. Besides, there's no thread in Mei, so let her stay here. After saying something to Yang Tao and the others, Jerome continued to go out to get the rake for driving the sea. As for the child named Wu, he was obviously not afraid of life. After Jerome left, she ran directly into Jerome's house, looking at the fish tank for a while, and turning over the sofa for a while. There was no time to be honest. It wasn't until Lin Xiao came out with some fruits that she calmed down and sat on the sofa watching Balal's Imoxy and eat the fruits. But after not eating for a while, she ran outside with the plate, ate tea this time. Jerome has already welded the rake, and is now installing the wooden handle. Hearing the sound of footsteps, when he turned his head, he saw Mei running over with fruit. Hey, uncle, eat fruit. Big, uncle, okay. Hearing this little girl's name, Jerome frowned. She was 28 years old, and she called herself uncle. But she called Carambola and the others elder sister, and she called herself uncle, which always made him feel like an old cow eating tender grass. Well, it is actually an old cow eating tender grass. Jiamin and the others are only 18 years old, and he's the only one who is 28 years old. What is it if he's not an old cow eating young grass? So although he sounds a little awkward, he still accepts this setting that he picked up a big cherries and took a bite. Although he's gotten used to eating these things recently, he still feels really delicious every time he eats them. Uncle's fruit here is the best fruit I've ever eaten in May. Are these fruits grown by uncle? Watching Jerome eat the cherries, we also picked up one and gnawed on it. While chewing, he asked Jerome, "Forget it. Have you seen the mountain over there? This is what will grow on the mountain next year." Pointing to the mountain in the distance, Jerome also said to this little girl. All of a sudden, it really made Jerome express a feeling of being overwhelmed. Wow, what a 3.5. The little girl was also very appreciative, and when she heard Jerome's words, she exclaimed with emotion, and hearing what Jerome said made her even happier. That's right. With his nose tilted, Jerome responded with a grin. "Uncle, can I make friends with you?" "Yes." Hearing what the little girl said, Che also nodded. "Then can I come and play often in the future?" After hearing that Jerome agreed, the little girl Pianzi also asked happily. Of course, not to mention that he didn't hate this little girl, just because Yang Tao and the others liked her very much. Jerome had no reason to refuse her. Hey, since we are friends, let me give uncle a present. After finishing speaking, the little girl wiped the juice on her hand with her clothes, then took it out of her body, and found a bug. Oh, what the hell? When the little girl held the bug in front of Jerome almost fell to the ground without being scared. In fact, Jerome is very afraid of bugs. It's okay when fishing, but in the real world when he sees bugs, he will be very scared. Of course, he wasn't born with a fear of bugs. When he was young, he was like many friends, catching fireflies, playing with caterpillars on the ground with sticks, catching dragonflies, and even roasting dragonfly meat to eat. But one day, he caught a butterfly. He turned the butterfly over and looked at the butterfly's expression. But the more he looked at it, the more he felt that the thing looked terrible. From that day on, he was afraid of the butterfly. Then slowly, he was afraid of everything. Cockroaches, caterpillars, and now even dragonflies. He didn't like too much at tea this time. He was holding a bug in his hand, which he had played with when he was young. This kind of bug is called cow bug. Its scientific name is cow bug. It is a kind of bug similar to a beetle. Jerome played with this kind of bug when he was young. Just press its body, its head will be like cow every now and then. However, I played it when I was a child, and now, when Jerome saw this game, 01 couldn't help being startled and retreated a meter away tactically. Hey, uncle doesn't like this guy. I thought it was a good gift. After all, it's not so easy to find kowtowing bugs now. Seeing Jerome's appearance, the little kid over here was also puzzled. Well, as soon as the bug came out, he changed from a cute little girl to a little kid in an instant. I appreciate this gift. Uncle doesn't like it very much. With raised eyebrows, Jerome spoke to Wu in a speechless voice. Oh, that's it. Well then, uncle, drink water. Hearing that Jerome didn't like kowtowing worms very much, the little girl Pianzi also put the worms in her pocket and then took the hand that caught the worms just now and gave Jerome a grape seeing her appearance. Jerome looked at the half-eaten cherries in his hand again. Well, he couldn't eat anymore. Uncle is not thirsty anymore. You can eat. By the way, after catching the bugs, remember to wash your hands. There are a lot of bacteria on that thing. Eyebrows twitched. Jerome looked at Wu and said seriously. Okay. Hearing what Jerome said, Wu also ran back to the room with the plate, put down the fruit, and washed his hands. But obviously, children of this age don't care much about it because after washing her hands, she ran out with an apple. While eating the apple, she ran to the land of Fudo, ashes, and 4 ashes in the distance, and started to play with 4 ashes, although she didn't share the apple with the dog. It might be because of this apple too delicious, but she still touched it. With her left hand, touched it with her right hand, and finished touching it with her right hand as for apple switching back and forth between the left and right hands. Obviously, for these children, it is really unnecessary to do things that are not clean. May, are you there, May? Just when Jerome looked at Wu's appearance, he was about to put down the work at hand, take her to wash it again, and then watch her eat the fruit before going to play with the dog. Suddenly, the voices of several children came from the other side of the gate. Jerome looked up. Good guy, there are 4 children standing at the door, just like May just now, looking inside curiously. These 4 children, 3 boys, 1 girl, and 2 of them are wearing school uniforms. If there's no accident, they should be students of the nearby elementary school, just like May. Hey, Xiao Shiwe, sure, Xiao Hao, Xiao Dao. Hearing the cries of these 4 children, Wei also stood up and waved to them. Seeing Wei waving, at this moment, 3 boys among the 4 children were about to climb over Jerome's door with their arms stretched into their sleeves. Seeing the scene, Jerome stopped them directly and asked Xiao Shua to open the door at the same time. Stop. You're not afraid of falling. The door's open. Come in. The doors and walls on Jerome's side have been specially treated. After all, Jerome has too many secrets here, so he must ensure the safety of his home. The wall on his side may not look high, but in fact, the sky above the wall has been protected, and there's an invisible layer of something similar to a barrier, which can be extended infinitely. In the end, he can even wrap up his home completely. Even if others want to climb in with a ladder, it is impossible to ask for the gate. If Xiao Zhuo feels threatened, he will not only call the police immediately, but also turn on the electricity. Of course, the electricity will not kill people, but the person receiving the electricity is very sour, which is inevitable. Today, these little guys came in. The reason why Xiao Zhuo was not powered on was because it detected that they were not a threat, and Jerome was still here. If it's going to be electrified, it's time for Jerome to order it. I have to admit that the intelligent function of the microbrain in the future is really strong, even more than human beings think, but it also has the same problems as biochemical humans. That is, nothing can be created, and this is also the limitation of human beings on AI in the future. As the gate opened, the 4 children from here also ran to Wu's side actively, and looked at Jerome curiously. Jerome saw them for the first time, but it was undoubtedly not the first time they knew Jerome. This piece of manner brought a great sensation to the village when the Su family bought it last year. After all, it costs hundreds of millions of dollars, and if it really becomes a resort in the future, it can provide a lot of money. Jobs. Therefore, the people in the village really hope that the Su family can manage this resort. As a result, who knows? After the initial layout was completed, the preparations began. A piece of paper above told them to ensure the amount of cultivated land and not allow the construction of resorts. This also made the villagers very helpless, but fortunately, the Su family gave the money to rebuild the village. Although it is said that there's no way to go to work in the resort village, but because the road has been repaired, the construction in the village is also doing well. People are willing to travel. The income in the village has increased a lot. For the villagers, the ultimate benefit is indeed realized, but for the Su family, it means losing everything. So this year, after Jerome bought the Su family's manor, it actually caused a heated discussion in the village. Although these children had never seen Jerome, they all heard about Jerome from their family members, especially there are two boys. These two guys actually have something to do with Jerome, but of course, it is not a blood relationship. But the people who know Jerome are relatives. Uncle, these are my good friends. This is seeing the four children running over. Peng Yue also spoke to Jerome. I know him. My old uncle went fishing with him. Just as Peng Yue was about to introduce him, one of the little boys looked at Jerome and asked, "Oh, your uncle is Xiangzi." When he heard that he had gone fishing with him, Jerome recalled that there were not many people who had fished with him. He and Yuan Tianqing were classmates, and he was familiar with the situation in his house. The only possibility is Pang Liqiang's. Well, I am really weak. It's your boy who taught that starling to be dirty. Hearing that he admitted, Jerome suddenly remembered the starling he brought back yesterday, so he looked at this kid playfully. How can it be dirty? That's what the proud king said to the lowly people. I think you want your ass to bloom. Hearing this kid's words, Jerome couldn't help hitting him. Of course, the action was very light. After all, he was Pang Liqiang's nephew, so Chao Rong definitely wouldn't hit him. And after hearing Jerome's words, this guy also held his head and shrank back. I know you too. My name is Yang Li Hao, and Yang Sheng is my uncle. And the kid Chang Zhengtao shrank back, introduced himself after he shrank back. Yang Sheng is your uncle? I haven't heard that Yang Sheng has a brother. Scratching his head, Jerome also looked at Yang Li Hao in doubt, and asked with some doubts. I know that Uncle Yang's grandfather is the elder brother of Grandpa Xiao Hao. Jerome had just finished speaking when Wu Yu raised his hand and began to speak happily. Having said that, Jerome understood that he was a child of Yang Sheng's grandfather's younger brother's family. In this way, although the relatives are a little far away, they are indeed real relatives. What about you? Do you know me? Touching Yang Li Hao's head, Jerome looked at the remaining two children. Yes. Hearing Jerome's words, the girl named Xiao Xue nodded timidly in response, and the boy also touched his head and nodded. Everyone in our village should know you, but you are unlikely to know them. This is a stone called Shirlei. His father is a contractor in our village. Usually someone builds a house in a village, and many of them are made of stone, made by the rich. Her name is Shun Xuejia, and her family owns a barbecue restaurant, and the old third barbecue in the village is opened by their family. Hearing Jerome's words, Chang Jingtao came out again and introduced the two children to Jerome with a happy face. Oh, I don't know about Shirley's father, but I have eaten at a restaurant. Is the third brother barbecue? It's pretty good. After hearing Chang Jingtao's words, Jerome also laughed and said, hearing Jerome praise the delicious barbecue at his home, Shin Xuejia over here also smiled sweetly, and Shirley was also smiling silly beside him. This child deserves to be nicknamed Stone. He looks really strong, whether it's body or character. Uncle, can we play with you? Seeing that Jerome got to know these little friends, Wu Yu here also asked Jerome. Her eyes were shining brightly. Let's play, but don't go to a few places. The pasture over there is fine to see from a distance, but if you go in, you'll be easily attacked by cattle, sheep, etc. There's a crocodile in the swimming pool in the backyard. Although it is unlikely to attack people, but you better not get too close, it's dangerous, and a small river ditch over there. Don't go down, pay attention to the water. Seeing 5 children suddenly pouring into his home, Jerome couldn't help telling them patiently where they can go and where they can't go. Okay, long-winded uncle, let's go play. Joe. After patiently listening to what Jerome said, Chang Jingtao jumped up immediately and then ran away before Jerome could react, and the other 4 little guys also responded and then quickly ran away. No wonder the current parents always report anime. If you say you're an adult, you can just watch it. If you have nothing to do, you have to watch it with your children. It's teaching the children badly. Looking at the 5 guys running away, Jerome also shook his head, then sat down again and set up his rake. After a while, the wooden handle was fixed and Jerome tried it. The effect is quite good. The current rakes in this world can only penetrate 20 to 30 centimeters at most in the tidal flats. The depth of raking shellfish is quite perfect. But if you want to catch blood eels or blue crabs, it's almost meaningless AS for Jerome's. It can easily be driven for half a year, and if necessary, it can even be driven to a depth of about 1 meter. This depth is quite impressive. Tried on land in front of his own house, Jerome found that it is really easy to use. And most importantly, he doesn't have to worry about using too much force. The metal hook will break. This high-tech material, at least in terms of its strength, did not worry Jerome. While he was trying these things here, the kids over there were also completely crazy. Jerome's manor here is too big, and there are too many things to play with. Not to mention Fudo, Ashes, and the 4 little wolf dogs. It is also fun to go quietly to the backyard to watch the crocodiles, and it is also fun to watch the red dragon in the fish tank in the house. You can also go to the pasture of the manor, pull weeds, feed calves, lambs, and so on. I don't want to play on the pasture anymore. I can go to the mountains to look at the fruit trees. And I can also go to the bridge to watch the small river at Jerome's place. To be honest, except that there are no bugs on Jerome's side for the kids, it's heaven. Jerome had fun playing with the rake, and the children had no concept of time when they played. Before I knew it, it was noon, and as good money Zhao Min yelled to eat, Jerome also called Fudo to drive the 5 little kids over and watch the mud monkeys made by these 5 little guys similarly. Jia Min and the others have to take them to wash their faces, wash their hands, and so on. And Jerome also took advantage of this time to call Pang Liqiang and Yang Sheng, asking them to inform the parents of several other families that these 5 children had lunch here today. Although it is said that it is a rural area, children are not as pampered as in the city. But when eating out, you still have to tell your parents after hearing Jerome's words. Pang Liqiang and Yang Sheng were dumbfounded that I haven't heard of Jerome's children before. How come Jerome suddenly attracts the children in the village to like him, and they want to have lunch with him? What the hell? But even though they were puzzled, they still complied. Others might not know what happened to Jerome, but they knew very well that making friends with Jerome would be beneficial to these children. Well, delicious. Eat more if it tastes good. You're growing up. Well, thank you, little lady. Xiao Xue, I feel that Sister Jiao Min and the others make better food than your father's. That's my dad didn't do it seriously. Oh, Xiao Xue's father specializes in barbecue. It's different, but they're all delicious. Hee. After finishing the phone call, Jerome and the others officially started eating. This may also be the first time they eat future food in May. At least in terms of taste, future food is indeed better than current food. And the most important thing is, don't forget that Jiao Min and the others all have the cooking skills of top chefs, and chefs are also divided into 3, 6, and 9 ranks. The ability of a real chef depends on how much the taste of the ingredients can be brought out. Someone said this is not right. For example, Hunan cuisine, Sichuan cuisine, etc. Aren't they spicy? As long as the seasoning is good, it will be delicious. The dishes made with seasoning mentioned here are only the most basic level of chefs. Anyone who really understands Sichuan cuisine knows that the top Sichuan cuisine is not spicy. Thai bai duck 563, casserole fish, steamed rice balls, chickpeas curds that have been passed down for hundreds of years, and boiled cabbage. The top dish of state banquets are not spicy. Vegetable. The same is true for Hunan cuisine. Braised pork, salted duck and sauce, and steamed cured meat that a real chef can see how much the taste of the ingredients can be brought out, instead of covering the original taste of the ingredients with the taste of the seasoning, and forcing them into the taste that others like to eat. Generally speaking, for ordinary housewives, if they can adjust 50% of the taste of the original ingredients, it is already very good. When 60% is reached, it can be at the level of restaurants outside. If it can reach 70%, you can work as a chef in some bigger restaurants. If it reaches 80%, you can go to some top seafood restaurants, and alike a chef's 90% must be the executive chef of a famous 5-star hotel 100%. Then it must be a super top chef at the state banquet level, a special chef, and Jiamin and the 10 of them all have the ability to increase the taste of raw materials to 120%. So everything they do is particularly delicious. As for Xiao Xue and Shun Xuejia's words, Zhuo Rong and the others can listen to it. In the eyes of girls, father is naturally omnipotent. So no matter how delicious the food in front of Ab is, it must be the best made by our father eat. So no need to argue with little girls over things like this point one lunch. But these 5 little guys are full enough if they don't really can't eat in the end, they might still eat it. Of course, the rest of the food will not be wasted. Zhuo Rong and the others still raise pigs. These things are the best feed for pigs. After lunch, the 5 little guys also sat on the sofa at Zhuo Rong's house, watching TV for a while, but soon they gave up watching TV and went to play in the yurti. Have to say that the things in Zhuo Rong's yard are really too tempting for children. It's already night before they know it. Originally, Zhuo Rong wanted to keep these children here for dinner and then send them back. After all, they were all in the same village, so he knew the way. But before it was time for dinner, the parents of the 5 children came. Chang Jingtao's father, Yang Lihao's father, Shirley's mother, Xiao Shua's mother, and Wu Yue's grandfather, the 5 little guys who had been playing wildly at Zhuo Rong's place for a day, ran over immediately after seeing their parents, looking at their sweaty faces and smiling faces. I know they're having a great time. Oh, I'm really bothering you. These monkeys have caused you a lot of trouble. Seeing his son's sweaty face, Shirley's mother said to Zhuo Rong while wiping his sweat, "It's okay. I have something to do at home today. They come to my place to play and give me a little more popularity. If you want to come play in the future, you can come anytime. Basically, there are people here." Listening to Shirley's mother's words, Zhuo Rong also smiled and waved his hands. The first half of his sentence was for the parents, and the second half was for the children. Ha ha ha. I heard from my brother-in-law that Brother Zhuo is a man of temperament, and he is not that particular. My little kid runs around every day. If I come to play with you in the future, I can rest assured. At this time, Chang Zhengtao was next to him. His dad laughed too. Shengzi also told us that he and Brother Zhuo are classmates and have a good relationship. If our children come here to play in the future, I will trouble you to take care of them. At this time, Yang Lihao's father, who was next to him, also started talking. They said that, not because they wanted to take advantage of Huarong, but because they stood at the door and took a look at the environment here. It is really suitable for children. We played. Okay, let's go then. Come to our store for barbecue when you have time. At this time, Shun Xuejia and her mother looked at the phone. It was getting late. Barbecue restaurants are different from ordinary restaurants. Here, the more nights come, the more people are eating. At this time, Shun Xuejia's father should already be busy. It is not good for her to stay for too long when she comes to pick up the children. In that case, let's take our leave first. Listening to Shun Xuejia's mother's words, Wu Yu's grandfather also said with a smile. Seeing Grandpa Wu Yu's hearty smile, Zhuo Rong also nodded in response. Hey, okay, go slowly. After hearing Zhuo Rong's words, the group of 5 families also turned around and walked towards the village. Looking at their backs as they left, Zhuo Rong also set his sights on Wu Yu and her grandfather. Zhuo Rong also learned a little about the family situation of these 5 little guys today. Needless to say, Chang Zhengtao and Yang Lihao. Shirley's house is a construction team. Shun Xuejia's house is a barbecue shop. Only Peng Wu Yue, Zhuo Rong, doesn't know much, so in the afternoon, he also inquired about the situation in May's house. The situation in this girl's family is a bit special. A few years ago, her parents went to other places to work together, but her mother didn't seem to have withstood the temptation of the outside world. She cheated and ran away with others, and her father was disheartened and had been working outside. Except for sending money, no one came back. Wu Yu's been living with her grandfather now. Her grandfather's name is Peng Jianjun. When he was young, I was a soldier, and then retired, and became a forest ranger in this nearby forest. But now the forest is getting smaller and smaller. There's no need for forest rangers, and he's already reached the age of retirement. And now he only relies on his pension, plus Peng Wu Yue's father the money sent here, and there from time to time, keeps me alive. That IT is also the most difficult life among several families. But looking at Wu Yue's smile, it seems that she does not take the problems in life seriously, which also makes Rome a little infected. Sure enough, children should be carefree. Looking at the setting sun, Mei was talking to his grandfather about what he was playing today, and the corners of Rome's mouth couldn't help grinning. But when Jiao Min and the others in the distance looked at Zhuo Rong, they felt a little entangled in their hearts. It seems that the master likes children very much. At night, after Zhuo Rong took a bath and fell asleep, Jiao Min and the others all walked out of the room and sat on the sofa in the living room in their pajamas. After sighing, Li Zhu spoke first. Humans have always liked cubs, especially their own cubs. At this time, Ding Zhengwo also sat beside him and said, "But the master seems to be sincere to us and has no intention of looking for the mistress. So what should we do?" At this time, Yang Qian also propped his chin and said, "Hey, it is indeed a troublesome thing to meet such a good master." Zhu Xia, who was far away, also murmured softly at this time, "It would be great if we could have a baby." At this moment, Qiu Xiaoxiao touched her stomach and said with some emotion, "Don't break the discipline. You know, we can't have the ability to create, otherwise if the master doesn't say anything, you'll be destroyed directly. We are not real people, we are just biochemical people." Hearing what Qiu Xiaoxiao said, Lin Xiaoxiao also spoke up. Listening to Lin Xiaoxiao's words, Jiao Min and the others all sighed. How could they not know? If Zhuo Rong really just used them as tools, then they would feel better because the meaning of their original existence is just a simple tool. But now Zhuo Rong sincerely treats them well, which makes them have some unreasonable thoughts. No, we can't delay the master because of our affairs. The master is already 28 years old, although the body has recovered to the peak human level due to the genetic medicine, but it is very important for the inheritance of offspring. We have to find a way to let the protagonist have his own offspring. After thinking about it for a while, Li Ku also looked seriously at the sisters around and began to speak. I agree, but how? Hearing what Li Ku said, the other 14 girls also nodded their heads. This matter is fine, but the question is how to accomplish this matter. Based on the current situation, there are 3 ways. One is to ask the master to send his genes to the future and use future technology to synthesize a master's child. After watching everyone agree, Jiao Min here also nodded and then talked about the solution that in the future. In fact, there are some anti-human beings. Because of the overdeveloped technology, human beings are paying less and less attention to offspring. It seems that in this era, many people choose dink and don't have children. Necessity. In fact, when medicine can guarantee that people will not be knocked down by illness, the role of children is gradually disappearing for the elderly. The pension system is still prevalent after 1,000 years, and the income is high. It is precisely because of this that even if you encounter some troubles and accidents that cause you to be paralyzed in bed, you can still buy a biochemical person to take care of your daily life. They can do better than your child. If you want to pass on your own DNA and genes, you can also choose to clone yourself with your own DNA before you die and let yourself live again. Of course, if you must have children, you can. But basically, in the future, unless there are people with excellent abilities, there will not be many such people. This is why there are only 30 billion people in the future when humans rule the solar system. One is because there are not many places that the solar system can occupy, and the other is because too many people are unwilling to put a responsibility on themselves because it is unnecessary. The master will definitely not agree to synthesize a little him in the future. This is not his child, but himself. Hearing Jiao Min's first proposal, Gao here immediately shook his head. She knew that Zhuorong had some resistance to future technology, so she cloned herself, which Zhuorong would never do, although genetically speaking, the two are the same. But being your own dad, what the hell is this? Zhuorong has never thought about his own eternal life. For him, birth, old age, sickness, and death are a natural cycle. Humans should not challenge this cycle. Not before, not now, and in the future should not. The second way is to obtain the owners, and then find a woman who is willing to give birth to a child for the owner to carry out surrogacy. In fact, Jiao Min also knew that it was unlikely that anyone would agree to the first point, so she said the second point without hesitation. If it's a surrogate, it's better to find a woman to come back and pass on the family to the master. But she had just finished speaking, and Yang Sitian on the side also blinked her big eyes and said, well, I think so too. This is the third one. That is, let's find someone for the master to give birth to him. Nodding, Jiao Min looked at Yang Sitian. Her third thought is this. But will the master agree? Hearing what Jiao Min said, Ding Zhangwo asked hesitantly. Master will definitely not agree, but he will not refuse either. After being with master for so long, you still don't know his character? Seeing Ding Zhangwo's appearance, Wang Qian also said with a smile, they see Zhuorong very clearly. Is it difficult to find a woman who is willing to give birth to the master? At this moment, Yang Tao, who was next to her, also raised her chin and asked, it shouldn't be difficult. In this era, there are indeed many women who are clean and self-sufficient, but there are also many women who are willing to do such things for money. At this time, Guxiang also spoke from the side. Hey, it's just right. The three of you sometimes help the master with business problems. You can help find it. At this time, Yang Wu also clapped her hand beside her and said happily, well, we think so too, but the chances of finding one may not be very high. If it's really not possible, let's find more. Yang Qian here nodded after listening to Yang Wu's words, expressing that she thought so too. Then how much do you want? Yang Sitian also looked at her when she heard what Yang Qian said. Well, let's be conservative first. Let's find 100. If no one is pregnant after being together for a period of time, then find another 100, 100. After thinking for a while, Jiao Min also looked at the other people and decided on a number. Well, I can see it too. 100 is reasonable. Then how long is this time? 3 months? It should be possible to check it out. If not, then change another batch. Then I'll prepare 300 people first. Okay, remember to choose well. Body shape, appearance, education, conversation, family background, these all need to be carefully selected. Don't worry, sisters, we understand. At this time, Zhuorong didn't know what these girls were plotting when he was sleeping. Just like what he said, for human cubs, his liking can only be said to be average. When he is good, he likes it very much, but when he is not good, he has a headache. If he knew what Jiao Min and the others were planning, he would probably scold them. What does it mean that he won't refuse? Is he the kind of person who won't refuse? Well, I have to say that they're pretty good at seeing people that, in a blink of an eye, there was nothing to say all night, and when Zhuorong woke up the next morning, everything was as usual. But today, he's going to dig blood eels, that he made a total of 3 such rakes yesterday. Except for the first one, which took a whole morning, the rest didn't take too long. He only spent about an hour in the afternoon and finished it because they were with the template. It can save a lot of time. Oh, today, he's going to take his girls to dig blood eels or something. After discussion, Jiao Min stayed at home today to take care of the animals in the house and to cook dinner for Zhuorong and the others. But just as they finished their breakfast and were about to leave, suddenly a little guy ran to the gate of Zhuorong's house. Zhuorong saw that it was none other than Peng Weiyue, who came to Zhuorong's place yesterday. Although it is already past 7 o'clock in the morning, it is obvious that this is not the time for a child to run around. Yeah, uncle, are you going out? When Peng Weiyue came, she also saw Zhuorong who was about to leave and couldn't help asking Zhuorong with a little disappointment. Yeah, we're going to dig blood eels. Why are you here so early? Hearing Peng Weiyue's words, Zhuorong also walked over, opened the door, squatted in front of her, and asked her. Grandpa went to the market this morning, and he wants to sell the mountain products that Grandpa picked in the mountains these days. So we got up early. Since uncle is leaving, then I will go home. Hearing what Zhuorong said, Peng Weiyue also squinted her eyes and said, although she said she was still smiling, she could see a little disappointment in her eyes. After all, it was so early, and children from other families would not come out to play with her. During this time period, she was indeed a little lonely. Otherwise, you go dig blood eels with us. Looking at Peng Weiyue, who was alone, Zhuorong thought for a while and asked her, huh, can you? When she heard that she could go out with Zhuorong, Peng Weiyue asked excitedly. Of course, join the army. Seeing her happy look, Zhuorong also smiled, and then took her into a car. Seeing how Zhuorong treated Peng Weiyue, Jiao Min, and the others here all looked at each other. There was a gleam of fire in his eyes. Sure enough, the master cared a lot about the children, and it seemed that their plan had to find a way to implement it. Of course, Zhuorong didn't know what they were thinking at this time. After taking Peng Weiyue into the car, Zhuorong and his party, 15 adults and 1 child, took 4 cars to the old wharf, and then with a shocked look on Peng Weiyue's face, he boarded Zhuorong's boat. Then he drove directly towards the mangrove forest. Soon, Luo Rong and the others came to the mangrove forest. They came here today too. At this time, the tide had just started to ebb on the mangrove forest side, revealing a quagmire. After changing the water jacket for Weiyue, Zhuorong and his party also got off the boat and waded to the mangrove forest. Zhuorong was holding a rake, Qiu Xiao was holding a rake, and Yang Tao was holding the rake. The others is always ready to change, and when not changing, you can touch some shellfish and the like. Even though Lingquan village is not next to the sea, Weiyue's obviously been to the sea before, and when she gets to the tidal flat, she is much more proficient and crazy than Zhuorong. Wow, uncle, look, I caught a blue crab. Sister Carambola, I caught a razor clam. Wow, sister Zhuxiao, what a big clam. With May's active performance, Zhuorong and the others felt a little lighter than when they came last time, especially Zhuorong. He seemed to be helped by God today. The IT was about 8:30 in the morning when he arrived here. But it turned out that before 10 o'clock, there were almost 20 blood eels caught in the small bamboo basket he was carrying, weighing about a caddy and a half. You know, it's only been over an hour. If you catch a full ebb, you'll have to get 3 to 5 caddies at least. This is only his own, and there are 2 rakes next to it. It is not a problem to get a dozen or even 20 caddies today. Of course, even if it is 25 caddies, if the price of a blood eel is 40,000 per caddy, it is only about 1 million yuan, which is not too much, but you must know that Che Rong's main role now is to noon, is to run his shop to start his shop signboard. The second is to save money. After buying cattle and sheep, the money earned last time is almost gone. Later, although it is said that I went overseas to make a fortune, but the money has to be saved for next year's crops. AT present. Zhuorong's cash in the future is only about 32 million in total. IT looks like a lot, but it's actually not that much. Qin Shuo wanted to cooperate with Zhuorong on a project. Why did Zhuorong think about it and feel that the car battery could be used for cooperation? But he didn't move. One is because he still doesn't know who Qin Shuo is, so he can't tell the truth. The second is because he doesn't have the money to buy the materials of his battery and the like. Now that he's decided to go into farming and animal husbandry, he has to deal with his own business first. As for other things, he can take his time in the future to so. Although Zhuorong is not going to put too much pressure on himself now, he is also very purposeful in doing things. Making money is the main thing, but it is also very important to have fun while making money. Continue to open the land. As Zhuorong caught a blood eel again, he also smiled and looked at the tidal flat in the distance. But at this moment, suddenly a gust of wind came from behind his head. Zhuorong tilted his head for an instant, avoiding the main body of the attack. But 4.1 when this thing flew over the players around it, still splashed Zhuorong's face. Mud, bah. Touching his face, Zhuorong looked behind him with some doubts. And then he saw Mei who was hiding behind Xiao Xiao at this time. Uncle, it was a young lady who threw it. Looking at Zhuorong, he looked over, and Wu Yu pointed there. Guess I believe it or not. Looking at Wu Yu, Zhuorong raised his eyebrows and said, Look, let me tell you, he won't believe it. As a cyborg, it is impossible to attack his master under any circumstances. So Xiao Xiao is not worried that Zhuorong will listen to Wu Yu, but rather Wu Yu also pursed her lips at this time. Really, she couldn't be fooled like this, but unfortunately, before her mouth turned back, a ball of mud was thrown towards her. With a bang, a fresh mud monkey was born. Tell me about you, why not play with mud? Go and wash it yourself, oh. Listening to Wang Qian's words, Zhuorong, who was covered in mud, went with Wu Yu to the bathrooms of the two rooms to wash off the mud on their bodies. What the two of them played just now was a J-O-Y-I. In the end, taking advantage of Zhuorong's height and strength, he pushed Wu Yu into the mud and ended in victory. But the result was mud all over the two of them. Then they went back to the boat and started cleaning. As for the other girls, they were already busy making lunch on the boat. The things they caught were thrown into the living bin. As for whether to sell it or not, it was up to Zhuorong to decide. The high-tech shower in the future is very convenient. Even if the mud gets into the ear, it can be washed out instantly without causing water or mud to accumulate in the ear. But I have to say that it is really cool to take a bath with the future shower. After taking a bath, it is natural to have dinner. Not to mention Mei, who played all morning. Zhuorong alone was a little hungry, so the two yelled at the same time, We're moving. Then the two of them started to gobble it up frantically. All of a sudden, the two of 01 actually had some intention of competing. It's hard to imagine that Zhuorong would compete for dinner with a kid 20 years younger than him. Well, maybe this is what it means for a man to die as a teenager. After eating, Zhuorong and the others went down to dig for a while, but after a while, they came up to leave because the tide was high. Today's tide started to recede at 7:50 in the morning, and it started to rise when it receded to around 2 o'clock. The water rises very quickly, so Zhuorong and the others will not take risks here after throwing all the caught things in the living bin. Zhuorong also returned to the old pier with Mei. Driving the car, Zhuorong and his party returned home quickly. After returning home, Zhuorong also began to prepare the food that he was going to take back from Mei at night. This time, he will not give the seafood just caught today to Mei, because he will sell these things to the future, but he can get some future farm food to bring back to Mei. These things are much more expensive and better than those caught in Mei originally. Zhuorong thought that Wu Yu would play until night and be picked up by her grandfather just like yesterday. But before 3 o'clock, Wu Yu's grandfather came to pick her up. Uncle, it's so early today. Telling Xiao Zhuo to open the door and let Wu Yu's grandfather come in. Zhuorong also asked him with a smile. Hey, if I let her play normally, it turns out that this girl hasn't done her homework yet. After hearing Zhuorong's words, Mei's grandfather also showed her empty homework and said with some headaches that it is obvious that Mei is not a child who studies well. This can also be seen from the cleanliness of her textbooks. This thing is just the opposite of a good student and a bad student. For good students, the textbooks are usually very dirty, and many things related to study are written on them, while for bad students, the textbooks are basically like new ones. And the textbook for Mei is like this. Yeah, there's still homework. Mei, looking at the things in the old man's hand, Zhuorong finally came to his senses at this moment and patted his head with a smile. In fact, he was still a little unconvinced about the mud fight just now, because in the early days, he was actually suppressed by this little girl that, in the end, I had to rely on my own brute force to win. What a shame. But this time he has a way to take revenge. Do his homework. Ah, uncle, is it okay not to write? As soon as she saw Zhuorong bring her grandfather in homework, Wu Yu raised her head and said to Zhuorong with a look of lovelessness, It's impossible not to write. Yang Qian, come and watch her write. Seeing Wu Yu's appearance, Zhuorong smiled and handed the homework book to Yang Qian, and asked Yang Qian to watch Wu Yu do her homework, and watching Wu Yu start to write her homework. Wu Yu's grandfather also laughed and didn't care to mention the crime of leaving it. In fact, he didn't find it troublesome or resistant to taking care of Mei. The girl in Mei, although she may be a girl, is not spoiled at all. On the contrary, her personality is similar to that of a boy. He is very relieved to take care of Wu Yu. The only thing that gave him some headaches was his studies in Mei, and he really didn't know how to do it. Mei's grandfather is 64 years old this year. When he was young, he only went to elementary school. After several years of herding cattle at home, he went to serve in the army, but it's really not material for learning. After serving as a soldier in the army for several years, I became a forest ranger when I came back, until I retired a few years ago. You can ask him to do other things, but let's talk about the topic he really can't. Now Zhuorong and other young people are willing to help him solve the problem of studying in Mei, so he is very happy. Watching me doing his homework there. At this time, Peng Jianjun also smiled and took out the cigarette pouch, and when he was about to light it, he remembered that Zhuorong had never smoked, so I don't know if he minded or not. It's okay, uncle, you smoke yours. Seeing Peng Jianjun's gaze, Zhuo also smiled and waved. Although he doesn't smoke, he also knows that it is not good to discourage others from smoking. In the past, at work, 9 out of 10 male colleagues smoked. If you're tired of all smokers, then the relationship between colleagues is still are you everywhere. So some things have to keep one eye open and one eye closed. As for the fact that secondhand smoke is harmful to your health, it is indeed true. But there's a saying in science that talks about toxicity regardless of dosage. Is a hooligan that secondhand smoke is indeed harmful to the human body. But 073 Zhuorong does not smoke every day. There's a system in his manner that automatically cleans the dust and toxic gases in the air. Air quality, that is when PM 2.5 does not exceed 1.S. Once in a while someone comes over to smoke, and it doesn't do them any harm. Just as Zhuorong was sitting here, chatting with Peng Jianjun who was smoking without saying a word, all of a sudden, Do from outside came in with ashes and 4 ashes. Yesterday, Peng Jianjun didn't come in, he just picked up Peng Wu Yu outside. Today was the first time. He saw Fu Do and ashes, and Fu Do was alright, the big black dog, although it was said to be big and strong, it was still a dog after all. The problem was ashes. When Peng Jianjun saw ashes, he couldn't help but pause for a moment, and then looked at Zhuorong with some hesitation. A boy, are you a wolf? Pointing to the ashes, Peng Jianjun asked Zhuorong with some doubts. Hey, you're still sharp-eyed. It's indeed a wolf. It's Fu Do's wife. I'll raise them together after you bring them here. Don't worry, this wolf won't attack people. Hearing Peng Jianjun's words, Zhuorong thought that the old man was afraid that wolves would be wild and would attack people, so he immediately pointed out to the other party with his breast. But after hearing Zhuorong's words, Peng Jianjun shook his head. It's not a matter of biting people. Do you have certificate? Certificate? Wildlife breeding license. Upon hearing Peng Jianjun's words, Zhuorong froze for a moment, then shook his head. In fact, when he brought ashes back, he had asked Xiao Zhuo what kind of permit he needed to raise ashes, and Xiao Zhuo had mentioned this wild animal breeding license. But there's a problem that although this thing is said to be issued by the Imperial Court, it is not uniformly issued by the Imperial Court. This item is basically issued by the local forestry department, and it is very troublesome to issue it. Basically, 1 radish and 1 pit. It is not an easy task to raise wild animals. It does not mean that you can apply and get approved, because the higher-ups still need to review what is your profession, what is your financial resources, what is your strength, is there any benefit to the local area by raising this kind of wild animals, and so on. The most important thing is that there's a quota limit for this thing. For example, a city-level unit only has 3 licenses for breeding wild animals. Unless these 3 people give up, otherwise the 4th person will not be able to successfully breed them no matter what IT was precisely. Because Zhuo Rong had checked this question that he thought about it, and didn't call Xiao Zhuanong. Point 1 is that it is easy for the court to find out the problem. And the other is that if you want to crowd out the original owner of a wild animal breeding license, it will cut off the family's financial resources that he is serious about raising wild animals to. Make money, but he is not serious about raising wild animals. There's no need. If someone really comes to investigate, then he will ask Ashes to stay in the mountain for a few days and call him a disaster after the people leave. Du brings his wife out. With Ash's intelligence now, as well as the nutrition supplemented by Zhuo Rong these days, the size raised should not be a big problem in the mountains. And most importantly, the 2 overlords in the mountain, the female South China Tiger and the female Black Bear, have both received the favor of Zhuo Rong, so they should not embarrass Ashes. Of course, it is also possible to specifically embarrass Ashes. After all, Zhuo Rong and Gao would beat them up. Sooner or later, it will be a matter of not having this thing. How about it? If you don't think the old man is troublesome, I will help you get one. It will be much more convenient in the future. Seeing that Zhuo Rong did not, Peng Jianjun also laughed and said, for others, a wild animal breeding license is as difficult as heaven. But for Peng Jianjun, it was nothing because he used to be a forest ranger and his relationship was in this system, so he opened his mouth. Basically, a wild animal breeding certificate is not a big problem, of course. There's a reason for him to do this. The most important one is actually for Mate that he could tell that Zhuo Rong had a good relationship with Wu Yue. He was an old man and lived in the village with his granddaughter. Money was not a big problem. Vegetables and the like were grown at home by his granddaughter. In terms of money, not only does he have a pension, although May's father doesn't come back very often, he will send money back on time every month. T least is guaranteed to have food and drink in May, to keep up with nutrition, and to have money for school. But in addition to these hard things, there's some soft things such as playing with Wu Yu, helping her with homework and so on. He is really not easy to deal with. Since Zhuo Rong has a relationship with Wu Yue, he may not be able to trouble Zhuo Rong in the future. So now do his best to help Zhuo Rong. It is very important to hand over the favor. Really? That's fine. Then I will trouble the old man. In fact, Zhuo Rong knew exactly what Peng Jianjun was thinking, but he didn't reject Peng Jianjun's kindness because he also liked the little girl Mei, and it was just to add some flavor to his life, which is actually good. When Zhuo Rong chatted with Peng Jianjun without saying a word, Mei's homework was also finished with their help. After all, he was only in the 2nd grade of elementary school, and it was still a school in the village. There's not much pressure on the child. Even if it's 2 days on the weekend, adding up to half an hour will finish the homework. After finishing his homework, Zhuo Rong didn't ask Wu Yue and Peng Jianjun to go back, but stayed at Zhuo Rong's place for dinner. After dinner, Peng Jianjun played with his back for a day, and Mei, who had already fallen asleep, returned to his bedroom. Home. Looking at the straight back of Peng Jianjun under the setting sun, the sleeping Mei on his back, and the rising smoke from the stove in the distant village, Zhuo Rong sighed with emotion. In fact, this is the breath of life. Master, do you have any plans for tomorrow? Watching Zhuo Rong return to the house, Jiamin also leaned over and asked Zhuo Rong, tomorrow, let's go out to sea. After checking the weather forecast, the weather tomorrow will be fine and sunny. Zhuo Rong can go out to sea to have fun. Master, don't forget, you still have to buy a plane. Hearing Zhuo Rong's words, Yang Qian also answered at the side. Hearing Yang Qian's words, Zhuo Rong suddenly remembered that he still had to deal with the matter of the plane. When he went to Shanghai, he thought that it would be more convenient for Yang Qian and the others to go to other places on behalf of him in the future, and it would be more convenient to have a plane, but after returning, he would just focus on raising cattle and sheep, and then go fishing in the open in the end. I forgot about buying an airplane, but these are small problems. Fishing does not have good weather every day. This has something to do with the weather, wind, tide, and even the conditions of the countries on the sea. When it's not suitable to go to sea, just call Su Jibin by yourself. For the Su family, a plane or something. These are small problems. Hey, why did you suddenly think about the plane today? Putting this matter on a schedule, Zhuo Rong suddenly looked at Yang Qian and asked with some doubts. He had been back for many days, and he didn't listen to Yang Qian and the others mentioning the plane from Li's. What is the situation now? Isn't this afraid of delaying the master's business operation? Hearing Zhuo Rong's question, Yang Qian also said with a smile. Seeing her smiling face, Zhuo Rong also thought for a while he really couldn't think of what Yang Qian wanted to do with the plane. It was impossible for her to make a bad face outside, and wanted to go out to meet people. For Yang Qian and the others, Zhuo Rong has 120% trust in them, and it is absolutely impossible for these people to betray him. He knows this very well. Forget it, take a shower and go to bed. Seeing Yang Qian's pretty face so close, Zhuo Rong also felt his heart beating faster for no reason. Although he is considered an old couple now, there are some things that cannot be easily controlled. Yes, especially when they are so good. Although the sun has not completely set, it does not prevent Zhuo Rong from resting, does it? There was nothing to say all night, and it was the next day in a blink of an eye. It's Monday. It's impossible for Mei to come today. She still has to go to school. As Zhuo Rong got up in the morning, and after having breakfast, he drove with Jiamin and Xiao Xiao to the old pier. After boarding the boat, while Jiamin was driving the boat towards the coordinates of the open sea, Zhuo Rong also sold the blood eels he caught yesterday on the internet. Yesterday, they caught a total of more than 24 caddies of blood eels, plus the original harvest of more than 1 caddy. It was almost 26 caddies, 40,000 caddies. 26 caddies is 1.04 million, of course. There are many other things besides this. Mud crabs, all kinds of shellfish. Zhuo Rong sold everything. They could a total of more than 1.7 million was sold, which is not too small to be by the time Zhuo Rong's boat arrived at the fishing spot. The items had already been sold out. Come on, let's do it. After Xiao Xiao threw the anchor in the water and fixed the boat, Zhuo Rong looked at the fish shadows swept out by the underwater sonar and was ready to start fishing. But fishing this thing, really not sure. Under Zhuo Rong's sonar scan, there are indeed fish below, and these fish are also moving. But obviously today these fish are not very fond of opening their mouth. In other words, Zhuo Rong used magic bugs. Otherwise he might be in the Air Force today. 6:13 fishing started at around 9 o'clock in the morning, and Zhuo Rong caught 4 fish in total until 12 o'clock at noon, 1 fur spot, 1 blue spot, 1 big red snapper, and the most valuable red spot, but the red spot is very small, only more than 3 caddies. After throwing the 4 fish into the sea, Ji also felt a little puzzled. There are obviously fishes in the water, but they just don't eat them. What the hell is this? Scratching his head, Zhuo Rong muttered hesitantly. Master, this is very common. It would be strange if you can return with a full load every time you go out to sea. Hearing Zhuo Rong's words, Xiao Xiao also came over and hugged Zhuo Rong's back from behind. Said with a grin, well, you convinced me. Is lunch ready? Shaking his head, Zhuo Rong looked at and asked. Jiamin is looking at the soup, but it should be soon. Hearing Zhuo Rong's words, Xiao Xiao also said with a smile, and then pressed the microcomputer on her temple to display the time. We still have to wait for about 15 minutes. Master, do you want to obviously, Xiao Xiao and the others have memorized the time in normal time, so she knows when the soup is good, and then looked at Zhuo Rong, and she licked her lips. Watching her movements, Zhuo Rong also swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This is naturally possible, you little goblin. Holding Xiao's small face, just as Zhuo Rong was about to slowly approach him, suddenly, the fishing rod he placed on the side of the turret began to go out crazily in an instant, and the sound of getting out, it even overwhelmed Zhuo Rong's breathing. This made Zhuo Rong realize in an instant, Xiao Xiao is right here. She can do whatever she wants anytime, but this is the case if she runs away. There'll be nowhere to look for her. Let's talk about it after dinner. Patting Xiao's face, Zhuo Rong turned around, immediately lifted the fishing rod, lifted and stabbed it, and the fish was indeed hooked, and then turned it a few times to determine the size of the fish. Then Zhuo Rong started to winch the fish. While pulling it in, Zhuorong's eyebrows were twitching, because judging from the feeling just now, his fish is not small, and it is conservatively estimated that it must weigh more than 20 catties, or even 10 catties in the sea area. There is only one possibility for such a big fish, and that is tiger spot. In the future, a catty of tiger spots will be worth 62,000 yuan. If this fish weighs 30 catties, it will be more than 1.8 million yuan. This fish will be worth as much as what he harvested in a day yesterday. I have to say, it still feels good to be on a big fish, but if there's no such article today, then Zhuorong's income will be greatly reduced. Thinking of this, Zhuorong also began to fish carefully, for fear that the fish would get off the hook and run away. Although his fishing rod would not break, his fishing line would not break, and his hook would not break, but if the fish too much force, Abj cut his mouth open, so he can't help but teed in this way, while pulling up with the electric winch. Zhuorong also felt the direction of the fish. Finally, after pulling for a while, Zhuorong pulled the fish to the surface. When he saw the fish, he couldn't help laughing. Good guy. It's really a big fish. It looks like it weighs at least 30 catties, less than 2 million yuan. So let's get started. Thinking of this, Zhuorong couldn't help stretching out his hand, ready to lift the fish. Yes, he no longer needed the hook, and was ready to lift it directly. But just as he held the mouth of this big grouper with his hand, and was about to lift it up, in an instant, a blue-gray figure flashed under the water, and then a streamlined big fish rushed up directly, connecting grouper with Zhuorong 12 piles, and bit it. Seeing this scene, Zhuorong was also taken aback. He exerted force with his right arm, and threw the big grouper directly onto the deck. He also lost his balance because of his swing, and fell down on the deck. At this moment, he also saw the guy jumping out of the water. It's a blue shark under the shining sunlight. The guy who attacked Zhuorong just now also revealed his real body. When Zhuorong saw it, Xiaozhu searched out its information, and it was reflected in his sight. Great blue shark. This is a large shark with an average body length between 3.5 and 3.8 meters, and the largest one can grow to about 7 meters. Because of its streamlined body, many people also regard it as a shark. This kind of shark is called the most beautiful shark. This kind of shark is one of few large sharks with a relatively large number. It is currently rated by the International Union for Conservation of Nature, and it is only near threatened, not very dangerous. And the reason why I can guarantee the reproduction of its race has two main magic weapons. Point 1 is that these animals have strong adaptability from north to near the North Pole and south to near Antarctica. They can be found in almost all sea areas in the world. Moreover, their cubs are very fast. A female shark can give birth to 4 to 100 young sharks in each birth, and the median value is about 50. Moreover, this kind of shark eats everything, such as squid, shellfish, crabs, sea turtles, seabirds, and other fish are not picky eaters, live in large numbers, and have a wide distribution range, which naturally makes the number of such sharks quite large. But this kind of shark is not likable, because this kind of shark is one of the few sharks that will actively attack humans, just like now. The big blue shark was very upset with Zhuorong, who stole his lunch, so after falling into the water from the air, it rushed over without saying a word, just like the tiger shark that bit the boat string last time. Just the same, it bit down on Zhuorong's deck, and then its teeth broke. Just kidding. Zhuorong's ship is the ship of the next 1,000 years. This coating is harder than the hardest metal today, and if it bites its own boat with the shark's easily broken teeth, it will be a ghost if it doesn't collapse. But even so, the great blue shark did not let go of Zhuorong's boat, and was still biting. I'm going to talk about it here. Fish, in fact, they don't have pain nerves. This can also be seen from when we are fishing. When the fish is caught, although they will struggle hard, but when they're thrown into the bucket or the fish guard, they will quickly return to calm. So fish don't feel pain. But some people will also say that if you don't feel pain, why do you still struggle? This is because of the problems of mechanical stimulation and trauma stimulation. Pain sensory nerves are actually a kind of self-protection neural response mechanism after animals are injured. This mechanism will make animals suffer and stay awake. It is precisely because of this that animals in pain will instinctively avoid harm and continue to survive. This is a basic physiological response formed by long-term evolution of animals. But there are not many such physiological reactions in fish, and this is mainly related to their not particularly high level of evolution. Sharks are also fish, so even though the big blue shark's teeth are broken and its gums are bleeding, it still doesn't feel anything. Maybe its small brain is full of question marks. Because the big blue shark will attack fishermen's boats in this way to snatch fishermen's catches and attack humans. It seems that this trick is very useful. But obviously, it never thought that it would also eat and hold back. What the hell, I'm so frightened. No wonder there are fish under the sonar, but none of them are hooked, so it's because of this trick. Seeing the big blue shark that was still biting the string of the boat in front of him, Zhuorong also figured it out. It turned out that it wasn't that the fish didn't want to eat the bait, but because there was such a guy, so the underwater fish didn't dare to come out to eat the bait. They had to wait for Rong to drop the bait in front of them before they dared to come out to eat. In the end, even if it was like this, he was still given by this guy. Forget it, this game should not sell for money anyway, and it's not tasty, so let's let it go. Zhuorong released the tiger shark last time, let alone this big blue shark, but this time, Zhuorong is not going to treat its wounds anymore. After all, it was really scared. Rong jumped. Thinking of this, Zhuorong handed the fishing rod and the grouper to Xiao, who was behind him, and he went to the side of the boat, ready to throw the fish into the sea. But just when Zhuorong was about to stretch out his hand, it had to be said that the big blue shark was still stronger than the tiger shark. At this moment, it actually pulled its beak back from the string, and then flicked its tail. He jumped up and rushed directly to the boat to bite Rong. Its movements were really beyond Zhuorong's expectations. The only one who reacted now may be Xiao. She immediately grabbed Zhuorong's clothes and pulled him back. But the body of the great blue shark is still flying this way. Just when it was about to fly to the boat, suddenly a big fish flew up from the distant sea again and directly bit the big blue shark's eye right in midair. You know, there are 3 weaknesses of a shark. The nose is the place where the nerves of its body are most concentrated. The most vulnerable part of a shark is its sense of smell, so its nose is its weakness. The second is its eyes. Sharks have no eyelids, so there's no way to protect their eyes. The third is gills, because sharks are very ancient creatures that IT has not evolved gills, so its gills are also the most vulnerable to attack. Why sharks are afraid of dolphins is because dolphins are familiar with their weakness. When dolphins attack sharks, they will attack their gills. As a result, the shark's gills are broken, and it suffocates itself directly in the sea. The big blue shark is also a shark, and its natural weaknesses are the same. When it was bitten by this huge guy, it had already lost. After drawing a rainbow in front of Zhuorong, the 2 big fish fell into the sea far away, and Zhuorong only reacted at this time. That was just a tiger shark? Touching his microbrain, Zhuorong asked with some doubts. Yes, and it's the tiger shark you released last time. Hearing Zhuorong's words, Xiaozhu also spoke to Zhuorong. Hearing what Xiaozhu said, Zhuorong immediately stood up and looked at 2 big fish are fighting in the water at this time. If it's an ordinary shark, if its gills are bitten by tiger shark, then there's only a dead end, but the big blue shark has a characteristic. When this kind of fish is not mating, the male shark will bite the gill of the female shark to fix it. Therefore, the thickness of the eyelids of female sharks is more than 3 times that of male sharks. Although it was bitten by this tiger shark now, this big blue shark did not catch it without a fight, but was struggling constantly. I don't know if you still remember it. This tiger shark bit the string of Rong's boat last time and broke its teeth. Although it is said that sharks will continue to grow new teeth to replace their old teeth. After all, this has not happened for a long time, so the teeth of this tiger shark have not yet grown. This gave the great blue shark a chance. It struggled in the water, and after rolling for a while, it miraculously escaped from the tiger shark's mouth. This time, its streamlined body is useful. Its swimming speed is faster than that of the tiger shark. With a flick of its tail, it disappeared on the sea surface in an instant. But the tiger shark didn't leave after beating off the big blue shark. Instead, it swam to the side of Zhuorong's boat, just under the water, looking at Rong. You guy, did you come here for revenge? Or for revenge? Looking at the tiger shark, Zhuorong couldn't help laughing. This time he was mentally prepared, and he wouldn't be in such a rush as before if the tiger shark dared to attack him. Then Zhuorong would not let it go of. But fortunately, this tiger shark really didn't seem to come to attack Zhuorong. After taking a look at Zhuorong, it wagged its tail and swam away, looking like it was about to leave. Seeing its appearance, Zhuorong also thought about it, and directly bought a piece of raw beef weighing about 5 caddies from the future, and then poured a bottle of elixir into the beef. Don't attack humans in the future. Here it is. Seeing the tiger shark about to leave in the distance, Zhuorong also yelled, and then directly threw the beef in front of it. And the tiger shark was not polite, and directly bit the beef into its mouth. Then he turned around again and swam to the sea. Zhuorong doesn't know what will happen to this tiger shark in the future, but he knows that this time the shark is gone, so he should go fishing in the afternoon. Sure enough, it was almost exactly what Zhuorong thought. After he finished his lunch and finished with Qiu Xiao Xiao and Jiao Min what should have been done before the meal, Zhuorong restarted the fishing rod and began to fish continuously. All kinds of grouper and grouper, although he has never had such a large tiger spot, but has several red spots. Before the afternoon turnaround, Zhuorong had caught almost 5 million fish. These wild fish will be scarce in the future. As long as Zhuorong hangs up these fish, the speed of selling fish will be extraordinary. While Zhuorong was happily fishing on the open sea, at the forestry station on the other side of the town, Uncle Peng Jianjun told Zhuorong yesterday that he could help him obtain a wild animal breeding permit. He also walked in, and it was obvious that the people here basically knew him as soon as he said who to look for. He was taken directly to the current station master's office by 027. Hey, old squad leader, why are you here today? Seeing Peng Jianjun walking in, the head of the forestry station couldn't help standing up and asked with a smile on his face. The station master of this forestry station was originally a member of Peng Jianjun's squad, but he was much younger than Peng Jianjun. When he first joined the army, Peng Jianjun was already the squad leader. But the difference is that Peng Jianjun's learning ability is not very good, but this kid's learning ability is good. Later, he was promoted in the army. After retiring from the army, he was directly assigned to the forestry bureau after so many years. He also became a station master of the town's forestry station. It is impossible to go one step further, so he's quite at ease staying here. I came here today to ask for your help. I remember you said at the beginning of the year that we still have a quota for domesticating wild animals. I don't know if I can come here. Seeing the appearance of the station master, Peng Jianjun smiled and sat opposite him and began to talk. Hey, old squad leader, you have finally figured it out. Wild animal breeding is so popular now. You are an old forest ranger. I can open it for you with proof of skills. You call your son back. It's better to breed wild animals than outside. Is working hard. Upon hearing Peng Jianjun's words, the station master here also stood up, made tea for Peng Jianjun, and said a gu jiangwo with some emotion that in fact, modern people also like to eat game. But the so-called game, such as snakes, are actually farmed, but there's still a big market in the market. In fact, the station master of this forestry station had asked Peng Jianjun if he wanted to do this, but Peng Jianjun had never intended to do it. He was also happy when he came today. Hey, it's not for me. It's for a young man in our village, and there's no need for a business license. I just need a domestication license. After hearing what the station master said, Peng Jianjun waved his hand, and then talked about Zhuorong's situation by the way. After hearing the situation of Zhuorong introduced by Peng Jianjun, the station master of the forestry station also sighed. The old squad leader still didn't plan to breed. It is not clear about other places, but the forestry station here has a total of 3 types of key protected wild animal licenses, namely domestication licenses, breeding licenses, and business licenses. A domestication license means that you can raise key wild animals. Of course, individual animals also need to be reported separately. Basically, most of the private zoos, such as Mr. Yu Zoo, that everyone is familiar with, have this kind of domestication license. The breeding license is the license owned by most protected animal bases. They can not only raise these small animals, but also breed these animals in their own bases. Don't think that the breeding of protected animals is the same as mating. Dogs like cats in fact, this is a very troublesome thing. Not only does each animal need to be equipped with a separate delivery room, but it also requires specialized veterinary technicians. The last type, the business license, is academically inferior to the first 2 types, but is actually the most powerful of the 3. Because private zoos are not allowed to sell tickets, operate externally, and are not allowed to buy or sell animals. The same is true for breeding bases. No matter how many cubs you have, you can raise them, but you cannot buy, sell, or trade them. Only with a business license can you sell tickets for everyone to see animals or sell the 4th-generation cubs of animals. At present, there are farms for snakes, deer, and baby fish in China. Documents. Originally, the station master was going to get this license for Peng Jianjun, but what Peng Jianjun wanted was not this license, but the first type of domestication license. After all, it was for Zhuorong, and Zhuorong didn't need it. Sell the cubs of these conservation animals to make money 0.so. There's no need to make it so troublesome. Hearing what Peng Jianjun said, the station master had no way to say anything. This was the first time Peng Jianjun asked him to do something. Not to mention that the two had a life-threatening friendship when they were in the army. Zhuorong alone, he felt you can also help yourself. After all, Zhuorong is not an ordinary person. Maybe they don't know how powerful he is, but he also knows about Zhuorong's relationship with the Su family. After all, this is not news. If it didn't matter, would the Su family sell such a large manor to Zhuorong? So there's nothing wrong with doing this small favor for Zhuorong. Okay, the old squad leader, I'll give you a form, you take it back and fill it out for him, and then let him send it to me. After thinking for a while, the station master here also said something, and then asked the clerk to bring him an application form, and then chatted with Peng Jianjun for a while, before sending Peng Jianjun away, and Peng Jianjun was leaving afterwards. He also dropped by the village primary school to pick up Peng Weiyue after school. After returning home and having dinner, he took Zhang Weiwei Shiki to Zhuorong's house. When he arrived at Zhuorong's house, Zhuorong had just finished dinner. For point 5 at this time, he was shooting basketballs in the backyard of his home to digest food, when suddenly he heard Xiaozhua's reminder that Peng Jianjun and Peng Weiyue were here. So he immediately asked Xiaozhua to open the door and greeted him at the same time. Uncle. Seeing Zhuorong, Peng Weiyue cried out enthusiastically. Hey, did you do your homework? Seeing Weiyue running over, Zhuorong also asked her. I finished it when I was in school. Hearing Zhuorong's words, Peng Weiyue also said with a smile. Okay, let's play. Hearing that she had no homework to write, Zhuorong also smiled and patted her, indicating that she could go to play, and then looked at Peng Jianjun. He knew that during this period of time, Peng Jianjun and we didn't seem to be here to hang out. They should come to him for something. Uncle, have you eaten? Looking at Peng Jianjun, Zhuorong also asked Peng Jianjun with a smile. Have eaten? I reckon you should have finished eating too, so I brought me here. Hearing Zhuorong's words, Peng Jianjun also laughed and said, Uncle, you're too polite. If you have nothing to do in the future, you can just bring what you to eat. Just add 2 pairs of chopsticks. Zhuorong doesn't care. Besides, I came here today mainly to give you this thing. Although it is impossible for Peng Jianjun to come to eat at Zhuorong's place every day, he was also happy when he heard what he said. He took out the form he got at the forestry station today, and Zhuorong took it over and saw that it was the application form for the domestication license of key protected animals. Uncle, is it solved? Looking at the application form, Zhuorong looked at Peng Jianjun with some doubts. In fact, Zhuorong has a bit of fixed thinking. In his opinion, the most difficult part should be the part on the internet, because that part is for the whole society, and even the imperial court can call it any time. But Xiaozhua is online god .01. Even Xiaozhua has some troublesome things to do, which means that this matter is very troublesome. But he forgot that not everything is so troublesome. Sometimes, the county magistrate is not as good as the president, and it is actually 2 different things if there are people and no one. You fill out and hand it in to the forestry station of the town tomorrow. The certificate will be issued in about 3 days. By then your wolf, barking, what is it called, Ashes will no longer be a black household. Seeing Zhuo Rong's shocked look, Peng Jianjun also laughed and said, okay, uncle, I'll fill it out and deliver it tomorrow. Hearing Peng Jianjun's words, Zhuo Rong also responded with a smile. After a while, after Peng Jianjun and the others left, he could fill in the information by himself. The above is basically some personal information, which is not troublesome. After finishing the business, Zhuo Rong followed Peng Jianjun sitting at the door of the villa while basking in the sunset. The two chatted for leisure. After talking, they came to protect the animals that in particular, Peng Jianjun himself has worked as a forest ranger for decades. He loves this forest deeply. I remember when I first returned to my hometown, there were still tigers in this forest, but I don't know when it started, let alone tigers and wolves seem to have disappeared. Until the 1980s, the imperial court began to pay attention to environmental protection. After that, it gradually got better here, let alone wolves. Now I heard that there are many bears in it. While smoking a pipe, Peng Jianjun here also looked in the direction of the virgin forest and spoke with emotion at the same time. Hearing Peng Jianjun's words, Zhuo Rong really wanted to answer. Not only bears, but tigers too, and there are more than one of them. But when words came to his lips, he swallowed them back, because he is very sure that in fact the tiger staying in this forest is actually a better choice for this forest. If he tells Peng Jianjun, if Peng Jianjun is too enlightened and reports this matter, then it may not be a good thing for them to take the South China tiger mother and child to the breeding base. After hesitating for a while, he didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. Well, it is indeed much better. Not only are there wolves, but there are also many wild boars. When I first went to the mountains to pick mushrooms, I beat a wild boar. Oh, have you ever hunted wild boars? Hearing Zhuo Rong's words, Peng Jianjun also looked at Zhuo Rong curiously, and then Zhuo Rong told Yuan Tianqing about his trip to the mountain. Of course, he cut down a lot on the situation where he was fighting the wild boar, and only said that the wild boar brought a few piglets into the mountain in the end. After hearing what Zhuo Rong said, Peng Jianjun also nodded in satisfaction. He didn't know whether it was because Zhuo Rong let go of the wild boar, or because the environment had improved. In fact, this mountain is not big, but in fact there are many good things in this mountain. I remember seeing eagle owls when I was guarding in the forest. A horned owl, it's a big owl. It sounds so penetrating. It can grow 7 caddies and way more. It flies silently. It has weak air-to-air capabilities. It is very fierce. It catches foxes and rats. I remember it before. There are horned owls near my ranger's hut, and there are almost no mice throughout the year, but then a nest of golden eagles came, and the forest was still too small. After a few fights, the golden eagles and horned owls were separated. It's all gone. Looking at Zhuo Rong, Peng Jianjun also said nostalgically, yeah, this piece of forest is too small. If it's on Shinnong's side or Xing'an's side, there will probably be more wild animals. Speaking of which, Zhuo Rong has also entered the mountain several times, but he has never seen Big Bird. It's not good if it's too big. It's not so easy to take care of it. This forest is too small, and there are not many valuable animals, so poachers and poachers can hardly see it. At most, some bad boys from the nearby villages come to trap hares and pheasants. But if it is Shinnong and Xing'an, they're poachers with guns, so it is much more dangerous. Hearing what Zhuo Rong said, Peng Jianjun also started talking with a smile. Some people may not be able to understand that in today's society, as long as they work hard, they will not worry about food and clothing, but why do so many people take risks? Some of them are forced to, but more people actually do it on purpose. The beginning of human beings. Nature is inherently good. Zhuo Rong has always believed that this sentence is wrong, because in his view, the good and evil of human nature have little to do with innate nature, and more to do with acquired 570 cultivation. The reason why Manhwa people must pay attention to a tutor is because teaching can change a person's good and evil. For a baby, if parents teach him to be kind, and he learned from you to be kind, he will naturally be kind. And a baby whose parents taught him to be evil from an early age, then he will come naturally, taking advantage of things, stealing things, beating people when you have a bad temper, pressing buttons indiscriminately on the elevator. Don't do evil because it is too small, and don't do something good because it is too small. Zhuo Rong feels that this sentence is quite right. These poachers and poachers don't know that they're breaking the law. Are they doing something wrong? But they don't care. In their view, it doesn't matter to kill people, let alone kill animals. For people like this, the best ending is to be punished by the law, and then have a good pregnancy in the next life. Of course, these have nothing to do with Zhuo Rong for the time being. For him, the most important thing right now is that Ash's identity issue has been resolved. After chatting with Peng Jianjun for a while, Peng Jianjun took me back home, and Zhuo Rong also picked up a pen and began to fill in the information about himself. Hello, who are you looking for? Hi, my name is Zhuo Rong, and I'm here to find the head of our forestry station to submit this application. The next morning, Zhuo Rong got up and drove to the forestry station. After explaining his purpose of the gate, the security here also pointed him to the location of the station master's office, and Zhuo Rong also went to the station master's office after parking the car. For Zhuo Rong, the webmaster is very enthusiastic, which is understandable. After all, to the webmaster, Zhuo Rong is no ordinary guest, not to mention his relationship with the Su family. His family background alone is enough for the station master not to be negligent. After all, Zhuo Rong runs a manor here, and he has to pay taxes on the things he sells in the future, and the taxes are paid to the local people first, and the tax alone is a big problem. If he offended Zhuo Rong, the tax bureau would dare to make him feel better. In addition, there are many friends and many paths, and Zhuo Rong was introduced by Peng Jianjun, so he was very enthusiastic about Zhuo Rong because of his affection and reason. After completing the wild animal domestication certificate, he took Zhuo Rong to have lunch in a small room in their cafeteria. Although the food was much different from that of Zhuo Rong's, and the cook skills were not much different, but after all, when you make friends, you look more at the people than the food. In the afternoon, Jia drove back home. When he parked the car, he saw Fudo, Ashes, and 4 Ashes approaching. I can rest assured of raising you in the future. Looking at Ashes, Zhuo Rong rubbed its wolf head vigorously, and then said with a smile, wow. Hearing Zhuo Rong's words, Fudo suddenly laughed. At first, Zhuo Rong thought Fudo was jealous, so he touched his wife's head, but he didn't know it was because of his wife's jealousy, or eat their own vinegar. But later he realized that he was thinking too much. A cool dog like Fudo would not be jealous. It is barking now, mainly because it wants to take Zhuo Rong to see something. Seeing Fudo stepping back and forth 3 times, seeing if Zhuo Rong followed, Zhuo Rong also understood, and then walked towards the wall with him. Ashes and 4 Ashes over there also walked over together. When they came to the wall, Zhuo Rong found several small balls with thorns. That's a hedgehog. Looking at the small dumplings in front of him, Zhuo Rong asked with some doubts. Yes, master, this is a forest hedgehog of the genus Woodrex, a protected animal for the imperial court. Hearing Zhuo Rong's doubts, Xiaozhuo also took the initiative to answer Zhuo Rong. Really? But isn't this thing mainly eating bugs? I don't have bugs here either. What are they doing here? Hearing Xiaozhuo's introduction, Zhuo Rong squatted down in some doubts, looked at these little guys in a ball, and asked a little puzzled. When Xiaozhuo introduced it to Zhuo Rong, he also showed the information of these hedgehogs in front of Zhuo Rong's eyes. Hedgehogs are omnivorous creatures, and their main food is insects. It likes to eat earthworms, beetles, ants, cicadas, insect larvae, etc. Plants are mainly berries and leaves. Of course, if you let this little guy into the melon field, it will dig out the melon soil to eat it like a... So many private farmers actually don't like it very much. However, it is indeed a protected animal for nature. It is a nocturnal creature and can eat hundreds of bugs in one night, which is very effective for ecological balance. Therefore, although this kind of animal is a free protected animal, it is not in danger. Most of the hedgehogs rated by the World Nature Conservancy are least dangerous. Master, the manor's insect repellent is mainly aimed at flying insects, crawling insects like earthworms, and the manor does not drive them away. If you don't believe me, look at the grass 3 meters to the left. There's a nest of ants. Warning, warning, this ant is a red fire ant, an invasive species, highly poisonous. Please get rid of it as soon as possible. Hearing Zhuo Rong's doubts, Xiao Zhui here was also explaining, but while talking, it started to call the police, and its barking also startled Jerome that Rifa. Jerome knows that this is a kind of ant from South America. It is naturally very toxic and has a stronger reproductive ability. It is an extremely terrifying ecological destroyer. When Jerome was young, there were no such ants in their house, but he had it when he was in high school. He still remembers that when he was in high school, some classmates had to go to the hospital after being bitten by this kind of ant. That classmate was dying of pain that day. Thinking of that scene, Jerome couldn't help but freeze up. At the moment, he didn't bother to take care of these dumplings. He immediately walked to the ant nest next to him and looked along the ant nest. In the past, Jerome found out that the ant nest was still young. IT should have just invaded his own manor not long ago, and it must be wiped out. Xiao Zhui, is there anything particularly effective in the future? I will play with it and destroy it. Seeing the ants crawling back and forth at the entrance of the cave, Jerome asked Xiao Zhui. There are 3 ways to prevent and control. One is the best for the natural environment. That is to buy micro-robots and let them sneak into the ant nest to kill all the ants. But tiny robots, not intelligent, will attack all underground creatures, not recommended. The second is to set fire. The smoke and high temperature will kill these ants. The third is to use future insecticides, but will cause slight pollution to the land in this area. Hearing what Jerome said, Xiao Zhui also directly gave 3 recommendations. After hearing what it said, Jerome thought about it and decided to set it on fire. However, it is best to use gasoline for setting fire, but his house is full of trams, and there is no place to buy gasoline. The rules at the gas station are not to buy gasoline casually. Will not refuse. Money is good, but there's no need to be so troublesome. He just takes care of Yuan Tianqing, and it's over. Whether it's in his car or on his boat, he often needs to buy gasoline. After a phone call, Yuan Tianqing didn't go out to sea today, and when he received a call for Jerome, he had some minor accidents, because he knew that Jerome was a little busy these days, so he didn't even call him when he went fishing, but unexpectedly, he called himself today. Hey Lao Zhui, do you have cold salad? There are no instructions, but you drive your car over and fill up the gas before you drive over. I want some gasoline. There are fire ants in our house. Hearing Yuan Tianqing's voice over there, Jerome also explained his purpose. Red fire ants? Damn, this stuff is not a good thing. I'll be right there. After hearing what Jerome said, Yuan Tianqing over there also immediately spoke up. Yuan Tianqing's speed was still very fast. Within 15 minutes after the call was hung up, he came over with gasoline. Where? Where are the red fire ants? As he got out of the car, he saw Jerome and ran towards him while shouting. As for what? They can't run away here. What are you doing? Those who don't know think you have some big hatred against them. Seeing Yuan Tianqing's appearance, Jerome couldn't help laughing, looked at him, and said, it's just a big hatred. I've been bitten by this beast several times. Hearing what Jerome said, Yuan Tianqing gritted his teeth and spoke up. No, don't these guys all live in the grass? You are fishermen. How could you meet them? Looking at Yuan Tianqing, Jerome became interested. Hey, you don't know Xiangzi and I can't be idle, so when we can't catch fish outside, we will go to the ditch to poke freshwater fish, catch crayfish, and so on, or go to the mountains. I went up to catch beehives with them, but I was bitten several times. Hearing Jerome's question, Yuan Tianqing also sighed helplessly and said, fuck, there are so many fun things. Why don't you take me to play? Hearing what Yuan Tianqing said, Jerome led him towards the red fire ant and said 330 with a smile at the same time. Isn't there no time to spare? After the Mid-Autumn Festival, there will be another celebration day. If you don't take advantage of this time to make more money, how can you have time to play? Hearing what Jerome said, Yuan Tianqing also laughed. It could be seen that his gains in the past few days are still very good. And he almost saw his little tongue when he laughed. That's right. How about you today? Didn't go to sea today? Today is not a bad day. Glancing at the sky, Jean Piao asked with some doubts. Today's weather is indeed good, but at night, I took over a job, and some bosses want to fish at night, and the fish bought in the market in the eyes of these bosses are still not very tasty, so I have to rest during the day, and then take them fishing at night. Hey, by the way, don't you want to fish for small pipes? It happens to be fine tonight. You can go out to sea with me, but you have to drive your boat. Let me tell you where to catch small tubes. When mentioning what happened tonight, Yuan Tianqing also suddenly remembered what Jerome said about fishing for small pipes. Tonight is a good opportunity. After hearing his words, Jerome also nodded. This can be done. After accepting this ABCC matter, Jerome also took him to the red imported fire ant side, slowly pouring gasoline into the ant nest. Jerome and the others deliberately dug up the nearby grass, make a fire ditch, and then destroy the group. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the flames shot in the sky. In fact, not only children like to play with fire, adults also like to play with fire. Jerome and Yuan Tianqing couldn't help laughing as they watched the flames soaring in the sky. It was quite amusing. Especially watching the red fire ant being burned to death was very interesting. But fortunately, the fire came and went quickly, and not long after, the poor gasoline was burned up, leaving only a piece of charred ruins there. These ruins don't need to worry about damaging the environment, because the bodies of these burned fire ants and the burned grass will be turned into oxygen, which will make the earth more fertile. Of course, this is not guaranteed. Yes, the premise is that there must be plant ash and animal corpses to make this area more fertile. Otherwise, the organic matter in the land will disappear during the burning, and the land will become more barren instead of more fertile. After setting fire to the red fire ant's nest here, Jerome and the others began to search throughout his manor, including outside his manor. Needless to say, under Xiao Zhui's scan, a lot of fish that slipped through the net were found. There are only 2 rifa nests in Zhuo's manor, and if they burn them all, they will die. But on the land outside, there were no less than a dozen places. If they were ignored, it would only be a matter of time before these red fire ants reinvaded Zhuo's manor, as Zhuo and Yuan Tianqing made a special call to the village department and reported it, saying that they were burning red fire ants. So don't call the fire alarm again because of this behavior. This afternoon, Zhuo and Yuan Tianqing have been burning these things, but the results are also very good. The whole nest of red imported fire ants was burnt to death quite a lot in the evening. After Yuan Tianqing had a simple meal at Zhuo's place, he left immediately. In fact, he was reluctant to leave so early. After all, Zhuo's place had too much delicious food. But compared to making money, what to eat is not particularly important. What's more, he can eat again in the future, so he doesn't have to worry too much about it. He forcibly pulled back his consciousness and drove away quickly. And after he left, Zhuo was also preparing to go fishing for small pipes at night. According to Yuan Tianqing, the first thing you need to prepare for fishing. The small tube is the headlight, the kind of searchlight you need, the kind that can hit the sea. Then red plastic cloth pockets, black ones are fine too. Then luminous lures, fishing rods, and other things are not needed. After preparing these things, Zhuo and his family also set off together. Because it was night fishing, he set off at night and came back in the middle of the night, and with Xiao Zhui looking after the house. Zhuo didn't keep anyone, and everyone went with him. But just when Zhuo's family was about to go to the old pier, as soon as they went out, they saw Ashes and Hudo, who were still surrounding the little hedgehogs. Seeing this, Zhuo couldn't help laughing. These little guys must be scared enough. Xiao Zhui has tested it just now. The biggest of these hedgehogs is only a female hedgehog, which should be their mother, and the others are all small hedgehogs. They should stay here to eat and survive the winter. Let them find their food here, because in Zhuo's manor, there are not only earthworms, but also insects like mole crickets, which are very bad for crops and soil. They are here, and they can also help get rid of these, which is not beneficial bugs. Okay, in the future, they don't want to harass the cattle and sheep, don't enter the villa, don't steal fruits, so just leave them alone and let them find their own food. After saying something to Fudo also left here with Ashes and 4 Ashes. Zhuo and the others also drove to the old pier quickly. After getting on the boat, he drove directly to the small pier. When he arrived here, Yuan Tianqing had already arrived, and besides him, Peng Liqiang also came, and there were 2 other people beside them. Compared to Yuan Tianqing and the others, these 2 were more like fishermen. The preparations were more complete than Zhuo's. The 2 were fully armed at this time. The peak cap, with lights on both sides, is for viewing the fishing rod. The jackets and vests on his body were all bulging, and it should all be used for fishing. In addition, the fishing gear bag, fishing box, and so on were obviously more than one level higher than Yuan Tianqing and the others. You must know that Yuan Tianqing and the others are basically fishing with a few fishing rods in one hand and a broken fishing box in the other, but just purely for fun. Brother Rome, seeing Zhuo Rong's boat approaching, the liar here also smiled and waved him in. Hey, get ready to go. Hearing Xiangzi's words, Zhuo Rong also laughed and said to it, both, it's almost ready. My friend is here, let's go too. Listening to Zhuo Rong's words, Yuan Tianqing here also looked at the two people who packed the boat and said with a smile, are we gonna go fishing on this boat? Looking at Yuan Tianqing, the two fishing legends here couldn't help saying in shock. They spent a total of 2,000 yuan on chartering the boat. If they could still go out on a private yacht, it would be a big profit, but how is this possible? No, this boat belongs to my friend. Let's go out with us, so that there will be a support on the sea. Don't worry, they won't go fishing with us. They will go fishing for small squid. Let's take my boat. After hearing what this person said, Yuan Tianqing immediately explained, oh, so, let me say, can you still catch fish in such a boat? Seeing what Yuan Tianqing said, the two people here also nodded, and the other one is still looking back to make up for the entanglement in his heart. To be honest, it is not only difficult for women to refuse a yacht like this, but also for men. Reject. Two bosses, let me tell you, the buddy on this boat is not so powerful. He's our fish king, big yellow croaker, Dania gang, and all kinds of groupers. Not a few hits, almost hundreds of thousands of fish catches in the past few days. But it's a pity that Xiangzi next to them hit them directly, looked at Zhuo Rong's boat enviously, and said, so awesome 13? He also fishes like you. Hearing what Xiangzi said, the people here also looked at him suspiciously and asked, no, he's a rich man. A fisherman can't afford such a yacht. He's in business. We also have a huge manor sonata with an area of 10 square kilometers. Shaking his head, Yuan Tianqing also looked at Zhuo Rong's boat enviously, and said at the same time, his boat is not cheap, is it? It must be a few $1 million bigger. At this time, another boss looked at Zhuo Rong's boat that was getting closer and said enviously, more than that, it's tens of millions, maybe hundreds of millions. We've been on it before. Don't underestimate the size of the ship, but the interior decoration is better than those 5-star hotels. Those high-tech things are exaggerated. We asked him the price, but he might be afraid of hitting US and didn't say it, just said 8 figures or more. Shaking his head, Yuan Tianqing also explained beside him. Well, after hearing what Yuan Tianqing said, the two became even more curious, but as the boat sailed, they temporarily forgot about the yacht. For fishermen, obviously fishing is the more important thing. Following the two boats, one after the other, they left the small pier and drove out for about an hour. Yuan Tianqing in front also stopped the boat and called Zhuo Rong to tell Zhuo Rong that this is the place to fish for small pipes. After Zhuo Rong anchored here, he drove the boat to his other vegetable fields. Zhuo Rong didn't know what Yuan Tianqing's harvest was like here. He only knew that after his ship anchored and everything was ready, the sky gradually darkened. Jiao Min and Xiao Xiao also covered the two headlights with the lights and red and black plastic bags that had been prepared a long time ago, and put them on the string side of the boat to turn them on, attracting small tubes. Zhuo Rong, on the other hand, rested on the boat for a while after preparing the fishing gear. After about an hour, he started to catch the fish. Following the luminous bait he bought in the future, he sank into the water within a few seconds. Zhuo Rong felt a pulling force, and then lifted it instantly that a palm-length, relatively big squid was lifted up with his bait wrapped around it. After catching on the boat, Zhuo Rong immediately took the little squid down, even though the squid was no longer can be regarded as a small tube, because it is too big, but such a big squid tastes good if it's really not good. It is okay to put away and go back to fry it. After throwing the little guy into the live bin next to him, Zhuo Rong continued to fish. I don't know if Zhuo Rong's moonlight bait is really good, or the searchlight is really for luring fish, or there are really too many small squid here. After Zhuo Rong lowered his pole, he would catch a small squid almost every 3 to 5 seconds. The big one is as big as a palm, and the small one is as long as a middle finger, like the last time I ate it. There are also small tubes that are about as long as a thumb, but the number is really not much. Master, there are already 60 or 70 little ones. Do you want to cook a pot and try it? While Zhuo Rong was having fun here, Wang Qian from here also came over, wrapped around Zhuo Rong's neck from behind, and asked him with a smile. Okay, let's all try it when the time comes. I don't know if the fishing here will have any effect, but it's really fresh in the small world. Hearing Wang Qian's words, Zhuo Rong also laughed and said, and then motioned for them to cook. Not long after, a pot was just added some salt, some ginger, and some small tubes of scallions, and the cooking ingredients were much more than the last time I ate with Yuan Tianqing and the others. There are not only wasabi soy sauce, sweet soy sauce, chili noodles, sesame sauce, sesame oil. There are 6 or 7 kinds of condiments alone. Zhuo Rong also tried it, and I have to say that this small tube, although said in terms of crispness, it is a little bit worse than the thumb-long tube, but overall, the umami level is still top-notch. Coupled with these concoctions, the taste is quite overbearing. Soon, the 60 or 70 were eaten up by Zhuo Rong and the others. But while eating, Zhuo Rong was not idle, and was also fishing at the same time. The taste was very overbearing. But when Zhuo Rong was enjoying fishing and eating more happily, suddenly his fishing rod that was lowered into the water reminded him to reload the fish again. But when he lifted it up, he found that something was wrong, because this time he didn't directly lift the fishing rod out of the water, but bent the fishing rod directly, and at the same time, the feeling from his hand told Zhuo Rong that it was a big deal. Fuck, what's the big deal at this time? Small tubes should not only exist in modern times, but also in the future. Obviously, the disappearance of marine life has not affected squid, octopus, cuttlefish, and other creatures with strong reproductive capabilities, so small tubes will not be very expensive in the future. Because of this, Zhuo Rong never thought about fishing for small pipes to sell. Tonight, he was simply fishing for small pipes here, and his family came to eat that. In the end, it could still be sold in large quantities, which he hadn't expected. However, now that he's bought a lot of goods, Zhuo Rong will not be polite. He used to pull the fishing line manually, but now he has replaced it with an electric twister. But there were some minor accidents when he pulled this guy up, because this guy's weight is not light. Zhuo Rong felt it for a while, and it was almost 105 or 90 heavier, even heavier, but his size was a bit ridiculous. That IT is not that Zhuo Rong has never caught something weighing hundreds of catties, such as the white eel and grouper he caught, but when this guy was picked up, the range of agitation even affected half of the ship, which surprised him very much. But fortunately, the bait wasn't placed deep enough originally, and coupled with the strong power of the electric twister, this guy was picked up quickly. But the first thing to come out of the water is not this guy's body, but this guy's arm. It can also be said to be the wrist and foot. Just before Zhuo Rong saw this guy, suddenly a few arms and feet that were as thick as a baby's arm jumped out from under the water and rolled towards Zhuo Rong on the boat. Zhuo Rong looked at the wrists and feet that were flying in front of him. He was also taken aback at the time, but fortunately, his reaction was not slow. The first time he held the fishing rod in one hand, the other hand directly grabbed the fish in it, one arm, and at the same time, both feet stepped back, avoiding the opponent's other arms. Come on, catch a big guy. Just as Zhuo Rong dodged the opponent's first wave of attacks, he also shouted into the boat. Hearing Zhuo Rong's words, Jiao Min and the others also ran out of the boat cabin immediately. As soon as they saw the big guy outside, these people also rushed over immediately, each grabbing an arm and foot and grabbing this big guy. The guy pulls on the boat. You know, the power of this thing is very great. That is, Zhuo Rong and the others. If it were someone else, it would be impossible to pull this guy onto the boat. Moreover, there's sharp teeth growing on this guy's wrists and feet. Even if Zhuorong and the others pulled it up, the teeth made a lot of cuts on his body. Fortunately, the result was good. With the efforts of Zhuorong and the others, the monster on the bottom of the sea was pulled up by Zhuorong and the others. When they saw this monster, Zhuorong and the others couldn't help but gasp, AT this time. In Zhuorong's eyes, this huge guy should be about 7 meters long, including the arms and legs. No wonder it can affect half of the sea surface of the ship. Judging by the size, it should be a squid. The difference between squid and squid is actually quite obvious. Although it is said that there's not much difference between the two lengths alone, if you actually observe it, you'll find that the body of the squid is slender and there's a relatively pointed conical cap at the tail. The two sides of the cap are the two sides of squid. A fin. The squid has a wider body with two fins on both sides at the same time. The suckers on the arms and legs of squids are generally 4 rows, or even more, while the suckers on the arms and legs of squids are generally 2 rows. Some have 4 rows, but not more. Just as Zhuorong thought, after the squid was caught, Xiaozhou had already searched all the news about the squid and sent it to Zhuorong. Scientific name: king squid, another name. King squid is the second largest member of the octopus subclass in the world, second only to the middle claw squid, Physalis king squid. Body length: 7.13 meters. Weight: 87 kilograms. Currently the world's largest, is an endangered animal and can be eaten safely, but the meat of this species is very difficult to eat. Good guy, it turned out to be the legendary king squid. I did hear that this kind of creature would appear near here, but I can still catch it unexpectedly. Is this because the bait in the future is too fragrant? Zhuorong couldn't help complaining about Xiaozhou's reminder. King squid, this should be said to be one of the childhood nightmares of many children. One of the monsters that in fact, the education Zhuorong received was that when he was a child, when he was 4 or 5 years old, everyone was talking about the king squid, which is actually the biggest pupae, the Yana creature, as a result. Scientists later told him that the king squid is not actually the king squid, and that the king squid still exists in the depths of the ocean. This is the biggest zero dot, and the king squid is actually not a squid, but a kind of squid. A squid can't grow so big. What? An octopus? The octopus is actually smaller and much smaller. And now that Zhuorong has caught this guy, he actually has some entanglements. That is how to deal with this game, but unlike the big blue shark and the tiger shark, Zhuorong will definitely not let it go. Because this kind of creature is a harmless creature, and there's some, it is not good news to put it back into the sea, because now this place is not far from the coast. And there are often some fishermen here who come to fish this guy up. Then others can't deal with this guy, and it will easily lead to the shipwreck and death in the Indy as Zhuorong dealt with it, which can be regarded as eliminating harm for the people. But how to do it? This is a problem. Just kill and eat it. It will definitely not work, because this game should be very, very special and not delicious. Squid is really different from other seafood. The bigger the fish, the older the meat. Not to mention the king squid. Even the tiger squid is actually very hard and difficult to eat. For example, the king squid is basically a category that cannot be bitten. Moreover, this kind of squid is like a shark. The meat quality actually has a foul smell, which makes this kind of squid itself not suitable for consumption. 4.7. Sure enough. Whether a species can survive under the rule of the fearful erect ape mainly depends on whether the food is delicious or not. So don't look at it. It's particularly large, but there are quite a lot of it. Why don't you start a live broadcast and sell it? Someone should accept this thing in the future. Looking at the giant squid that was still struggling after being pulled onto the boat, Zhuorong scratched his head and muttered speechlessly. After thinking about it, it seemed that there was no other way but this method, so he directly opened the system platform and chose live broadcast. With the opening of the live broadcast room, although it was already very late, there were still a lot of people pouring in an instant, and the barrage of Zhuorong's live broadcast room also quickly went up. Wow, the shopkeeper still remembers his account number. It's not easy. The owner came out to fish so late. Is he also fishing for big yellow croaker today? I checked some information, and it is indeed said that it is better to catch big yellow croaker at night. Shopkeeper, you are so handsome. Little brother, can you give me a wild big yellow croaker? My little girl can be sweet, and you can be offline. Bah, isn't the one on the top even shameless? A wild big yellow croaker costs at least 100,000 yuan, and if you add another 100,000 yuan, the shopkeeper can buy the most advanced cyborgs, and you can also customize their portraits and figures. How can I find you? Are you made of gold? Gold is worthless. Why do you say it's made of gold? It's an old saying that's been passed down, and I don't know why. But there's nothing wrong with being jealous of this woman. With the opening of the live broadcast room, Zhuorong's live broadcast room became lively in an instant. There was no need for Zhuorong to speak, and these people chatted by themselves immediately. Hey everyone, it's actually a little unexpected to start this live broadcast today. I originally came here to catch small pipes today, but I accidentally played this game. This game is too big, and it's not delicious. Let it go. It will also affect other people, so I came here to ask if anyone 01 wants to buy it. Seeing that the people had almost entered, Zhuorong also pointed the camera at the king squid, and at the same time asked the people in the live broadcast room. Hearing what Zhuorong said, the people in the live broadcast room couldn't help being stunned for a moment, and then a barrage of bullets flew by. This is the king squid. To be precise, it should be called king squid. So big. This tentacle gave me a bold idea. Hey, the girl in front, is there a live broadcast room? Damn, did you make a mistake? This can also drive trains? But seriously, this thing is too big, and it doesn't taste too good according to the owner. Will anyone really come to buy it? Not to mention, if this thing is kept as a pet, it must be very cool. It's cool, but most people probably don't have such a big place to raise this guy. Don't underestimate rich people. I heard a few days ago that someone has resurrected dinosaurs with genes and is raising them. Hey, I've seen this report too. I heard that humans more than 1,000 years ago resurrected dinosaurs to raise them, which were copied from DNA extracted from mosquitoes. I seem to have read this information, and there are some video clips. I also heard that they have done genetic experiments and produced many monsters. Hey, humans 1,000 years ago are really scary. Looking at the barrage posted by these people, the corners of Zhuorong's eyes kept twitching. Good guy, they may not know they're scolding themselves now. And the information they mentioned is actually a movie. It seems that the cultural gap in the future is indeed quite serious. But don't look at these guys talking all the time. But there was no one who said he wanted to buy this king squid. Zhuorong looked at it for a while and felt that the king squid was about to die when suddenly a barrage spoke. Hi shopkeeper, this king squid. It just happened to be placed in my seafood wine cedar as a signboard. As the bullet screen floated out, Zhuorong also took a look. This is also an old customer of his restaurant, Xinjiang Restaurant. But this time the name is not the CEO of Xinjiang Restaurant, but the CEO of Xinjiang Restaurant. The owner of Xinjiang Hotel. Okay, Xinjiang Hotel is also my old customer. So how about it? 200,000. Make a friend and sell it to you cheaply. After thinking for a while, Zhuorong reported a number and said to the live broadcast room. After hearing Zhuorong's words, not only the CEO of Xinjiang Hotel, but also many people were tempted. 200,000, a king squid. From a modern point of view, this must be very expensive. In fact, the king squid is not worth the price. In fact, this thing is often caught in the island country. After being caught, they're basically sent to scientific research for free. Because of the current technology, it is still difficult to raise this thing, but in addition, the taste of this toy is terrible. So few people will eat this thing, and naturally will not be sold at a high price. But in the future, it will not be troublesome to keep this thing. But if you can raise it, you can raise it, but it is very tasteless to raise this thing. First, it should not taste good, and second, it is dangerous. So few people know how to raise it. You said that it is really unnecessary to spend millions or even millions to get one of these toys. But if the price becomes 200,000, it's still very good. After Zhuo Rong finished speaking, the owner of the Xinjiang hotel over there immediately gestured for a deal. And Rong Zhu directly asked the system to enter it into the platform. Set a price of 200,000 and then do not set automatic selling, but need to manually determine it yourself. Just when he hung up this king squid, sure enough, 6 or 7 transaction applications were sent over in an instant. Apart from the ones from Xinjiang Hotel, there were a few other people whose IDs look familiar. They should be from just now. Also spoke in the live broadcast room. This is because the price is not high, so there are some surprises. But Zhuo Rong agreed to Xinjiang Hotel from the very beginning, so naturally he wanted to sell it to him. After finding the transaction application of Xinjiang Hotel, Zhuo Rong clicked on it, and 200,000 yuan went to his account, and the king squid also went to the other party's hands. Hurry up, send this guy to the separate aquarium in box number 7. Give me a brand name there. It will be called the King's Squid Hall. Just when this king squid traveled through 1,000 years and came to the future to eat tea this time, in a restaurant in the tidal zone below the magic city in Yanwang. 1,000 years later, a somewhat fat middle-aged man began to yell. This restaurant, 173, is the Xinjiang Hotel, which is quite well known around here, but in the past, it was famous mainly because of the good architecture here. This restaurant is a restaurant opened on the undersea. Of course the undersea is in quotation marks, because this sea is actually a huge aquarium specially made. The roof of the entire hotel is located 10 meters below the sea surface. All the materials of the entire hotel are made of transparent outer space glass, which is future glass that can withstand the impact of meteorites. Naturally, there's no need to worry about safety issues. The 10 meters above the roof is actually a single huge aquarium. The walls are also transparent, the outside is also an aquarium, the floor is also transparent, and the bottom is also an aquarium. There are all kinds of fish in it, but basically they're farmed fish. When diners come here to eat, they can directly pick the fish. Whichever one is picked, the artificial robot will catch it and hand it over to the cyborg come and cook on the spot. In addition to the hall, the most striking thing here is the boxes one by one. These boxes are all hall surrounded by a huge separate aquarium. Except for the door, the surroundings are surrounded by sea water, as if people are eating in the middle of the sea. Xinjiang restaurant is very popular recently, mainly because they not only have such a landscape, but also have wild fish provided by Zhuo Rong. This is an opportunity for Zhuo Rong, and it is also an opportunity for this restaurant. Not your average good. Since ancient times, no one would think that they have too much money. The same is true for future people. Therefore, after Xinjiang restaurant has made a name for itself through Zhuo Rong's fish, they're already considering setting up some themed private banquet halls. For example, the King Squid. This is the best themed banquet hall. Think about getting married, having a birthday, entertaining others, etc., and then sitting in this hall. A giant squid swims behind you, staring firmly at the people in the banquet hall with a pair of big eyes. Well, for today's people, it may be unacceptable, but this is the same as people in ancient times could not accept watching lions and tigers in cages, and people in the future may not take this seriously. Recently, they've actually prepared a lot of separate banquet halls, but in the future, there will be fewer and fewer creatures in the ocean, and they don't have that much money to compete with those big bosses. Which leads to there, although the banquet hall has been made, it has never had a good theme. This time it's good, we'll just come up with one. Shopkeeper, I made a themed seafood banquet hall, which lacks these large creatures. If you have any good things in the future, remember to give them to me. I left you a VIP member gold card. You can come to my place for dinner in the future. There's a 20% discount, and you can make an advance reservation by calling directly. As the giant squid entered the aquarium, the owner of the Xinjiang Hotel was also very excited when he saw how this guy was swimming. I opened the live broadcast room and saw that Zhuo Rong was still chatting and broadcasting live. Because such a big guy was caught in that area, the original small pipes were scared away, so Zhuo Rong had to change places. After making a phone call to Yuan Tianqing and confirming another location, Zhuo Rong turned directly there, and Zhuo Rong didn't turn off the live broadcast room when he was on his way. Because it is night now, and I can't see the surrounding situation, there's nothing wrong with driving and chatting. And at this time, the owner of Xinjiang Hotel directly sent 10 spaceships to Zhuo Rong and left the sentence talk. Okay, if there's such a good thing in the future, I will let you pay attention to it. Naturally, Zhuo Rong also saw this sentence, and then he just said it with a smile. As for the membership card or something, he didn't answer it. Thinking about it, he's not 1,000 years, and he can't use the VIP membership card of Xinjiang Hotel, so he just said that. While driving the boat, the belt quickly reached a position for fishing small pipes, and he also turned off the live broadcast at this time and started fishing for small pipes again. This time there was no accident. All the fish caught were small pipes. Of course, besides small pipes, they also attracted a lot of small fish, skinned fish, whose scientific name is horseface puffer. Some people call it peeled fish, others call it peeled fish, and it is also called mouse fish in Sichuan. This is a seafood product with a huge output. Its annual output is second only to hairtail. It is rich in nutrition. The grilled fish fillets produced through deep processing are sold well at home and abroad, and are also one of the exported aquatic products. You must know that our domestic marine resources are actually not too rich. The local fish industry is in short supply in our own country, so it is rare to be able to supply it to foreign countries. But don't look at this kind of fish attracted many people. But Zhuo Rong didn't catch it out of course. The main reason is that the fish is cheap, and the second is that the fish is too small. The largest of these fish is no more than the size of a palm, and it is troublesome to change the hook when fishing this game. If Zhuo Rong wanted to fish, wouldn't it be good to just come out and fish? There's no need to fish while fishing for small pipes. I end this way. Zhuo Rong unknowingly fished for nearly one night. After 3 o'clock in the evening, Zhuo Rong had already caught almost 1,000 small pipes, sensitive to their bellies, but there are still 600 or 700 alive in the pressurized cabin. These little guys will not die. Zhuo Rong can drive back, and when he wants to eat, he can get on the boat to get some back, at least 2 or 3 meals, and he can get some back for his parents to eat. Good things must be shared with the family. And if you want to go home, you can buy a plane, by the way. This is what he's planned for a long time. When you go back to visit his parents, you can implement this matter of course. These things have to be discussed tomorrow. They're already sleepy today. After 3 o'clock, after receiving a call from Yuan Tianqing, Zhuo Rong also left with them. After watching them go back to the small pier, they also returned directly to the old pier. Then they drove back home. And when they got home, the sky was already bright. Originally, Jiao Min and the others were going to make breakfast, but they were stopped by Zhuo Rong. Although it is said that Jiao Min and the others are cyborgs, Zhuo Rong really does not regard them as cyborgs. He really regards these girls as wives. He just ordered takeaway from the village, steamed stuffed bun, porridge. After eating, washed up, Zhuo Rong went back to sleep. This sleep went straight to sleep until after 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Although Zhuo Rong told Jiao Min and the others to take a break today, they still got up and made lunch for Zhuo Rong. After eating, they rested for a while and called Su Jibin to make sure that he was fine for the past 2 days. It is booked. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, after school, Peng Yue took Shin Shuija to Zhuo Rong's house to play IT. Was another busy day, and it passed so quickly that in the blink of an eye, nothing happened all night again. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Zhuo Rong drove to the boat. After taking about 100 small tubes, he took these little guys, he drove the car and drove in the direction of home. When he got home, he found that his parents had already opened the house. Although the dishes were not finished when he came back, he found that there were 3 or 4 plates of dishes on the table, and the raw materials in the kitchen were obvious. It was only used a little, Qian Nua Zhao. When Zhuo Rong came back, none of them heard the door open, and they only saw Zhuo Rong's father when he came out with the dishes. Why are you the only one? Xiao Min and the others haven't come back. Looking at Zhuo Rong, Zhuo Zian, Zhuo Rong's father, looked behind him suspiciously. No, I'm the only one who came back, and they're still at home. Old woman, don't do it. The daughters-in-law haven't come back. But it's a pity. Before waiting for Zhuorong to finish speaking, Zhuorong's father over there has already yelled loudly into the kitchen. As soon as he heard Zhuorong's father's words, the sound of cooking in the kitchen stopped instantly after a while. Zhuorong's mother came out with a dark face. Why are you the only one who came back? You just threw them home? You threw them home. What are they going to eat? Well, as soon as he saw Zhuorong's mother asked questions directly. They take care of the house at home, and they take care of me in normal times. Mom, it's not like you haven't eaten the food they cook, and you don't worry about what I eat. You worry about what they eat. They're not hungry. It's on. Seeing his mother's appearance, Zhuorong rolled his eyes and said, you still have a nerve to say that Xiao Min and the others are hardworking children. They don't dislike you for being too old. They don't dislike you for being a playful person, and they follow you wholeheartedly. Don't you talk about building a board at home and confessing to them? Isn't it right to help with housework and cooking at home? If they don't come back, why are you coming back? The Mid-Autumn Festival had just passed a few days ago. I thought you brought your daughters-in-law back. Old man, put the leftover vegetables in the refrigerator. These few dishes are enough. With a blank look at Zhuorong's mother spoke directly to Zhuorong, and then followed Zhuorong's father to the kitchen to collect the leftover dishes. Looking at the appearance of his parents, Zhuorong hesitated to speak. Well, it seems that his status in their hearts at this time is indeed not as high as that of Xiao Min and the others. Yes, I don't have to worry about the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law in the future. With a self-deprecating smile, Zhuorong walked into the kitchen. 010. Don't rush to collect things, Dad, Mom. I brought you delicious food. You have to eat while it's fresh. I'll make it for you. You know how to cook? Xiao Min and the others taught them. No, it was taught by Yuan Tianqing. You will know after a while looking at his mother with a look that you will not poison us to death. Zhuorong sighed helplessly. Hey, he's really a younger brother in my family. But fortunately, after a while these small tubes were cooked, his father and mother still ate some safe face. I have to say that very few people who eat seafood can stand the deliciousness of the small tubes. That tea should be really delicious, especially the fresh one. It is indeed much more delicious than the frozen one. The old couple basically took one bite at a time. They just need to take out the transparent bone plate in the middle. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't even look at it. About 100 small tubes were wiped out by Zhuorong's family of 3 in one lunch, and Zhuorong's mother also ate a lot of dishes. After all, these foods are all made of ingredients that Zhuorong brought back from the future, and the taste is naturally quite good. When we come back this time, is there something wrong? After eating and drinking, Zhuorong helped his mother pack up the things. The family of 3 also sat on the sofa in the living room, watching TV. Zhuorong's father also asked Zhuorong, what? Miss me? So I'll stay at home for a few more days. Hearing what his father said, Zhuorong thought that his parents missed him, and it was true, except for the Mid-Autumn Festival. He has hardly been home recently, and the Mid-Autumn Festival only stayed together for 3 or 4 days. So it doesn't matter if you stay at home for a few days. What are you doing staying at home? I mean, if you want to do something, do it quickly and go back quickly when you're done. Unfortunately, Zhuorong's original gratitude for family affection in his heart did not last for 3 seconds well. It was broken by his father. That is, go back when you have nothing to do. If you bring Xiao Min and the others back to live, you can stay as long as you like. If you come back to live by yourself, then go back quickly. At this time, Zhuorong's mother also chimed in. No, Dad, Mom, you guys are too double standard. Don't worry. Xiao Min and the others won't be hungry. Looking at his father and mother, Zhuorong also said, a little bit dumbfounded. It's not a question of whether you're hungry or not. Let me ask you, Xiaomin, Qiu Xiaoxiao, Yang Tao, Wang Qian, Zhu Xia, aren't they pretty? Looking at Zhuorong's appearance, Zhuorong's mother also lowered her voice and said at this time, pretty. Of course, she is beautiful. These faces are all carefully selected by him, and they're all in line with his aesthetics in Absai. He will only use faces that look good to him as other faces are invincible. Their bodies are even more invincible, and their personalities are even more invincible. If people ask Zhuorong might pretend to be 13 or something, saying that he's face blind, so he can't recognize whether the other party is pretty, but when his mother asked him, he's still told the truth. How about you? Hearing what Zhuorong said, Zhuorong's mother also looked at him. I'm not bad. Touching his chin, feeling the stubble that grew today, Zhuorong thought for a while and said, you're at a pretty good level. You look good among ordinary people. But if you want to say that you are worthy of Jia Min and the others, my child, your looks are indeed a lot worse. It is true that you have some money, but you, after all, you're not as rich as the country yet. And there are more people in this world who are richer than you. And now, Jia Min and the others follow you, probably because of gratitude, but this kind of feeling will fade. Looking at Zhuorong's mother said worriedly. Hearing this, Zhuorong finally understood what his mother was worried about. He, Zhu, and the others were worried that if they were gone, would Jia Min and the others cuckold him? Thinking of this, he couldn't help laughing. If he was talking about others, he might not be at ease, but for Jia Min and the others, he is definitely 12,000 rest assured. Don't worry, feelings are mutual. I believe in them, and you should also believe in her. Looking at his parents, Zhuorong said seriously, of course we believe in them. They're all good children, but no matter how good they are, if you cherish them, they will go away, and the best treasure is to accompany them. Listen to me, we have nothing to do here. You should hurry up after finishing your work, go back. Wait for a while to have a holiday, and your dad and I'll go to your place to play again. Interrupting Zhuorong's words, Zhuorong's mother also made a decision directly. Well, Zhuorong originally thought that he would do his filial piety at home today, and then go to Su Zhibin's side tomorrow. But now it seems that if they don't go by themselves, they can talk about themselves all afternoon. Seeing this, Zhuorong had no choice but to end his time to go home early, and drove directly to Su Zhibin's home after 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Zhibin's real estate. There must be at least 20 or 30 in the world, but the place where he lives now is the old house of the Su family, which is where every head of the Su family lives. If Su Zhibin steps down as the patriarch of the Su family in the future, he will also move out. The Su family's compound is not in the suburbs of the city or in any villa area. Just in the city center, within the second ring road, is a huge courtyard with an area of almost 30,000 square meters. Of course, it is far worse than the current Zhuorong's manor, but this is downtown. The housing prices here in the city center are about 27,000 yuan per square meter, although it is not as expensive as the Su's pavilion that Zhuorong bought from the Su family. You must know that the surrounding areas are all old towns, so the price is not low. The Su family's old house is a foundation, not the price of a commercial house that is such a large piece of land is to be sold. At least it should be worth more than 1 billion. If you add the history and heritage of the Su family's old house itself, it will not be a problem to sell it for 3 billion, of course. The Su family decided that it was impossible to sell it. When Zhuorong drove here, it was obvious that the guards here already knew the information that Zhuorong was coming, so they let them pass through the gate. When Zhuorong's car arrived at the gate of the mansion here, he saw Su Zhibin waiting for him here, and standing behind him were his wife and old man. It's a housekeeper or something. Haha, brother Zhua, it's easy to find me here. After Zhuorong parked the car and got out of the car, Su Zhibin from here had already greeted him, and while walking here, he talked to Zhuorong with a smile. Brother Su, you are in the city center. How could it be hard to find? After clapping arms with Su Zhibin who came over, Zhuorong followed him and walked into the mansion. Of course, he also had to talk to Su Zhibin's wife. Nod your head and say hello. Say hello. Following Zhuorong and Su Zhibin, they walked to the living room, and the 3 of them also sat down as guest and host, and the old housekeeper over there had already ordered people to have tea. Come have a taste. Although the tea here is not as good as yours, it is not bad. It is quite fragrant when you drink it normally. Following the Dr. T who came up to appreciate the tea, Su Zhibin here also smiled and said to Zhuorong. After hearing what he said, Zhuorong also tasted it. He doesn't know how to taste it, but at least he can drink it. The taste of this tea is indeed not bad. Well, it's pretty good. The fragrance is very strong. The aftertaste is very sweet. Good tea. Ha ha ha. You just need to get used to it. Seeing that Zhuorong is quite used to drinking, Su Jibin over here also laughed and said. Afterwards, the two began to chit-chat, and after talking about homework for a while, Su Jibin also shifted the topic to Zhuorong's purpose of coming here. Brother, are you here this time by plane? Well, Brother Su, is it hard to buy? Nodding, Zhuorong asked Xiao Zhuo to check. It seems that it is really difficult to buy a plane in China. The plane is easy to talk about, but there are some troubles in the maintenance of the plane, the application for the flight route, etc. Otherwise, Zhuorong will do himself bot. He's the kind of person who doesn't want to bother others when he has nothing to do. Since he was going to be in trouble, it meant that he himself was not easy to handle. Haha. If you do other things, you may still have some troubles, but when it comes to shopping, there is no trouble at all. This is still giving me a favor. But after hearing Zhuorong's words, Su Jibin shook his head and smiled up. Some things are difficult for ordinary people, but for the circle of rich people, some things are too simple, especially buying some things. Whether it's an airplane, a yacht, or sports car, the positioning of these things is for these rich people, which is different from that for ordinary people. Ordinary people buy things, although they don't ask the other party to come to buy things, but the other party is honest. They don't really lack a customer like you, so it often happens that some people in the store look down on others. But as I said before, airplanes, yachts, supercars, these things are beyond the reach of ordinary people, and they're reserved for the rich. They just lack such customers as, oh, it seems to Zhuorong that there are some troubles. The flight crew, aircraft maintenance, route application, etc. In the eyes of these people, it is just a matter of buying a plane and helping them out. After hearing what Su Jibin said, Zhuorong felt relieved. The two of them didn't stay here too long. After ordering the family members to prepare dinner, Su Jibin made a special preparation to take Zhuorong to buy a plane together. Originally, he wanted to drive Zhuorong there, but Zhuorong got in his own car as soon as he went out, and he didn't care, so he got in Zhuorong's car directly. But when he got in Zhuorong's car, he found that something was wrong with the car. First of all, the seat, which looked ordinary at first when he sat on it, he found that the seat, the chair, is out of shape. It's not that it's collapsed or deformed, but that the seat has changed according to my height, weight, and sitting habits. Moved forward so that my legs will not be in the air and there will be no gaps. If this chair just surprised him. Then Zhuorong's interior is a bit exaggerated. Zhuorong's car looks futuristic at most from the outside, but when you get in, you'll find that the interior of the car is too futuristic. Almost the entire interior is made of screens. Now the front windshield at most has a hub with a head-up display, and Zhuorong's entire front windshield can be identified independently. Everything is there, even the grass in front can be identified. The entire center console is completely composed of screens, and various information is filled in front of Su Jibin. But the most noticeable thing is Zhuorong's steering wheel. Because of this car, there's no steering wheel when you sit in it. When Zhuorong sat in the driver's seat, Xiao Zhuo connected to the computer and asked to pop up the steering wheel. Then you will see the central control screen in front of you open quickly. A small stick appears from inside, and then with the small stick as the center, a horizontal axis first appears toward the sides, and then two arcs appear again on both sides of the horizontal axis, the shaft, reconnected into a steering wheel in front of Zhuorong. All the gears and the like are integrated on the steering wheel. In fact, Zhuorong is usually driven by Xiao Zhuo, and he doesn't use it, but I have to admit that this steering wheel is quite exaggerated. Your car is so high-end, don't be fooled. Looking at Zhuorong's car, Su Jibin here also said in shock. It's okay, it's all custom-made technology. In fact, the hidden steering wheel function, Audi also has it now, and it has been applied to his concept car. It's not too high-tech. Listening to Su Jibin's words, Zhuorong also smiled. When he received this car, he specially asked Xiao Zhuo to check it out. People who imitate cars of this era after 1,000 years can only rely on guesswork, but Zhuorong is different. He can know whether there are such cars in this era. Technically, if there's no such thing, he will dismantle this thing. Although his car is extremely high-tech now, in fact, except for automatic driving, everything else is existing technology. It is amazing, but it is not enough to panic. Hey, I don't understand you young people's things. I have a headache when I see your colorful screen, but my girl probably likes it very much. By the way, my daughter, have you seen you? Su Wanyun, she never forgets about you. Hearing what Zhuorong said, Su Jibin also sighed and said with some emotion, haha, I guess it's the food I can't forget. I raise cattle, sheep, and pigs now. If you have time, go to my place to play. Let's eat roast lamb. Looking at Su Jibin, Zhuorong also laughed and said to him, okay, roasting whole lamb is fun, and we will definitely go for this. Hearing that Zhuorong raised sheep and roasted whole sheep, Su Jibin also became interested and said to Zhuorong with a happy face. In fact, it is not only his daughter who can't forget the delicious food at Zhuorong's place. 970 him, his wife, his nanny. Even Qin Shuhua, who is living far away in a magic city, is relying on the food sent to her by Zhuorong, and she can't forget these ingredients. Let me also say here that the food from Qin Shuhua's side was sent by Zhuorong within a few days after returning, and Qin Shuhua was also very generous. I gave it to his assistant about 20 pieces after that. Her assistant no longer had any objections to Qin Shuhua's preference for Zhuorong's ingredients. Because as long as you are not a fool, you will understand after eating Zhuorong's food. Such delicacies, it is impossible not to make money, and will make a lot. But it's a pity that Su Jibin still got ahead of him. Qin Shuhua, who got it, has some ideas to develop the city on Zhuorong's side. Of course, this idea is just an idea now. Let's not talk about the power of the Qin family here. Before Zhuorong's ingredients have created definite wealth, everything is just empty talk, and we can talk about any ideas. Zhuorong didn't quite understand what happened in other places. He was only thinking about buying a plane right now. Driving the car, following what Su Jibin said, he drove directly to the airport. Of course, when we want to buy a plane, it was naturally impossible to go directly to the airport to buy it. In fact, they're going to the headquarters of the airline company here. If they want to buy a plane, they can only buy it through the airline company in China. They cannot buy it by themselves, and this requires contact. As Zhuorong drove here, the car had just stopped. Zhuorong and Su Jibin had just got out of the car when a middle-aged man who looked about 40 years old enthusiastically walked over from a distance. Hey, Brother Su, you said that you want to buy a plane or something. I'll go to your house to solve it for you with just one phone call, and you should go there yourself. Looking at Su Jibin, the middle-aged man spoke eagerly. It's not me who bought it, but this Zhuorong. Brother Zhuo wants to buy it, so I'm here to lead the way and build a bridge. After shaking hands with the middle-aged man, Su Jibin also took the initiative to introduce Zhuorong, who was next to him. Rome, Brother Zhuo, this is Zhou Changjun. You can call him Brother Zhou or Brother Jun. He is an airline company that specializes in civil aircraft. After introducing Zhuorong, Su Jibin also took the initiative to introduce the middle-aged man in front of him to Zhuorong. Hearing Su Jibin's words, the other party immediately stretched out his hand, and Zhuorong also shook hands with him very politely. Start. It's really a boy born from a hero. My brother doesn't look very big. Did you buy this plane for your family? Don't get me wrong, I'm not asking for your information, but I just want to know what this plane is for. I recommend it. After introducing each other, Zhou Chenjun asked Zhuorong while leading the two of them inside. Oh, it's okay. I bought this plane myself to handle some things. It will be more convenient for me to go wherever I want in the future. After hearing what the other party said, Zhuorong also smiled and talked about the purpose of his plane. Then are there any requirements? In terms of price, or in terms of brand? Hearing what Zhuorong said, Zhou Changjun also spoke up. There are no requirements. Safety must be the first priority, and comfort is the second. After all, there are not many people here, so there's no need to give up comfort for the sake of seats. There are no requirements for the price. As long as don't spend $1 billion on it. $1 billion is definitely impossible. It's not about buying Airbus. Haha, there's one thing to say. Our country has just started the field of civil aircraft. Otherwise, we can save a lot of money. If we buy finished products now, we have to buy foreign ones. And in terms of private jets, Bombardier should be the most famous one. Let's go in and talk about it. After listening to Zhuorong's request, Zhou Chengjun also laughed. He was really happy to make new friends like this and sell a big order. Soon, a group of 3 came to his office. Before entering the office, his secretary had already found several books about Bombardier aircraft and put them on a desktop. Bombardier's private jets are basically divided into 4 models. The best is Universal, followed by Siriu, Leo, and Challenger. Among them, the cheapest Leo 35 is only 34.5 million yuan. However, Zhuorong will definitely not buy this plane. The plane was finalized in 1973. Its length is only 14.83 meters, which is smaller than Zhuorong's yacht. Zhuorong feels that it is worth riding on this plane. There is no sense of security. So after looking at the price and so on, Zhuorong didn't even look at the CRJ 900, the Learjet 85 Challenger 850, and the like. He directly set his sights on the Universal series. The cheapest of the Universal series is the Global 5,289 million at IT, can take 17 people. The maximum range is 9,630 kilometers. The total length of the outside is 29.5 meters, and the inside is 13.92 meters, which is indeed not small. But the number of passengers is really not many. Zhuorong now has 15 girls in his family. Counting his 16, if they want to go out as a family, then add his parents, and there will be 18 people. So this seat is not enough. So he continues to look ahead. The most expensive of the Universal series is 7,500, 552 million, and 18 million. However, Zhuorong is most interested in 8,000 because the 8,000 is larger, with 2 plus 19 seats, and the range has reached 14,630 kilometers. So it is not a big problem to go anywhere. Basically, according to Xiaoju's staff, although this plane is not as good as 7,500, it is the most suitable for Zhuorong, and it should be cheaper. 420 million can be taken down. Zhuorong also came to buy it sincerely, so naturally he didn't think about these things. Since he looked good and Xiaoju said it was good, Zhuorong directly booked this is the plane. When Zhou Changjun over there watched Zhuorong book the plane without blushing or panting, the corners of his mouth almost grinned involuntarily. Well, today is also a day to meet a big client and make money happily. Don't worry, Mr. Zhua. I will install your plane according to your instructions. When the time comes, I'll ask you to come over for inspection. After everything is fine, just call me the final payment. Gone. After the model is selected, it is natural to add decoration later. In terms of design, Zhuorong doesn't have to worry because Xiaojue can design a set of interiors for Zhuorong at any time that he likes very much. After sending the interior requirements and decoration situation to Zhou Changjun, Zhuorong also paid 100 million cash as a deposit, and he will pay the rest after the plane is ready. In this way. After booking the plane, Zhuorong also left the airline with Su Jibin, drove back to Su Jibin's home. When he came back, the dinner at Su Ji's family was naturally going to continue. Immediately, the two of them began to push the cups and drink. Of course, they drank mainly to talk about things, to study the sales of Zhuorong's fruits and grains after they were planted next year, as neither of them drank too much, just tasted it. After drinking until about 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhuorong also went back to his parents' house. 01 of course. Su Jibin sent someone to drive Zhuorong back to the car. In fact, according to Su Jibin, Xiaoyu just lived here, but Zhuorong has the habit of taking a bath and changing clothes at night, so he went home anyway. After he came home, his parents even nagged him a few words, telling him to go home early tomorrow morning. Zhuorong was quite speechless about this, but for him, this is pretty good. Besides, he really misses Jia Min and the others after seeing each other for a day. Okay, I'll go back after breakfast tomorrow morning. Looking at the appearance of his parents, Yuan could only speak with a wry smile. Then I want to take a shower and went to sleep. There was nothing to say all night, and it was the next day in a blink of an eye. The next morning, after getting up and having breakfast, I was ready to go home. What do you think he wants to go home for? That's really not true, but after leaving home for a day, he's really homesick, and it seems that he's getting more and more homebound. Okay, Mom, I'm leaving first. Remember to call me if you have anything to do. After a few days of vacation, will you and my dad come to my house? By the time Zhuorong finished his breakfast, it was already past 9 in the morning. His father had a shift today, so he had already gone to work in the morning, leaving only Zhuorong and his mother staying at home. While Zhuorong was eating, his mother was practicing dance steps in the distant living room. Old lady, there are not many people who don't like dancing. Okay, let's go back quickly. Remember that after you go back, you must help if you can. After a few days of vacation, your father and I will visit our daughters-in-law. Hearing what Zhuorong said, Zhuorong's mother didn't turn her head. Hearing what she said, Zhuorong also nodded. Well, it's not up to me to go, but I can't stay here. Of course, this was just a joke. When Zhuorong left, he was actually quite happy. After going downstairs, Zhuorong got in his car and prepared to go home. But before Zhuorong had gone far, his cell phone rang suddenly, and Zhuorong saw that it was not someone else calling, but Sun Qingyuan. Hey, old son, why did you think of calling me today? Looking at this number, Zhuorong also picked up the phone. You must know that Sun Qingyuan is usually very busy at work, so when he usually comes out to play, it is Zhuorong, Yuan Tianqing, or Yang Shengzhong Luo. Why did he make a special call today? Are you here? Hey, Lao Zhuo, are you home? I'm at my dad's and mom's, and I'm walking back, and I'll be home in a while. Hearing Zhuorong's voice, Sun Qingyuan over there also asked the market. Zhuorong also told him about the situation, by the way. Then don't rush to go back. Just come to Lao Yuan directly. I bought a lot of oysters. Let's share. Hearing what Zhuorong said, Sun Qingyuan here also laughed and said, Oysters? Did you buy them? Where did you get them? After hearing Sun Qingyuan's words, Zhuorong couldn't help being a little puzzled. Sun Qingyuan's house didn't grow this kind of thing. So where did he get the oysters? Hey, you'll know it when you come. So, it's a mistake. Seeing Zhuorong's question, Sun Qingyuan still pretended to be mysterious and said with a smile. Although he was a little curious about how these oysters came from, Zhuorong believed in Sun Qingyuan, so he drove directly to Yuan Tianqing's place. When he arrived here, he found Yuan Tianqing, Yang Sheng, and Xiangzi were all there. 8T this time, in the small courtyard of Yuan Tianqing's house. There must be at least 7 or 8 sacks of oysters. These oysters are not very big. The largest ones are only 7 or 8 centimeters in size, and the small ones are only 4 or 5 centimeters in size. 8T this time. Yuan Tianqing, Yang Sheng, Changzi, and Sun Qingyuan were each sitting on a small stool, eating oysters there. After seeing Zhuorong approaching, Yuan Tianqing took a basin for Zhuorong and a small stool, indicating that Zhuorong is also ready to start. Why do you have so many baby oysters? Is this for eating or for something? Looking at the oysters in front of him, Zhuorong also picked up a bag and tried it. This bag weighed about 200 caddies, but it was really heavy. Eat it, dig out the small ones, and make oyster sauce, and eat the big ones directly. These things cost 10 yuan a sack, and I took pictures of them. Hearing Zhuorong's words, Sun Qingyuan also laughed and said, $10 a sack? What the hell? Hearing the price, Zhuorong was stunned. He took a special look. Although the oysters of 457 are not big, the quality is actually pretty good. Why are they so cheap? Hey, this can be regarded as the benefit of being in the system. Hearing Zhuorong's question, Yang Sheng also said with a smile. Then these people talked about the origin of these oysters to Zhuorong. These oysters are farmed oysters. Oysters cultivated in China are mainly divided into 2 types, which differ from north to south. The oysters cultivated in the north are called long oysters scientifically and Pacific oysters. The most famous oysters of this kind are from Lu province that it is big. The meat inside is also fat, and it tastes refreshing. It is a must-have delicacy for barbecues. And there's another kind of oyster, which is the oyster in front of Zhuorong now. Most of the oysters sold now are of this kind of oyster, and it is also this kind of oyster that is used to make oyster sauce. The famous sea oyster fried and sea oyster tofu soup in the southeast coast are also made of this kind of oyster. This kind of oyster grows small, the individual is not big, and the meat quality is not bad. But the advantage is that the growth speed of this kind of oyster is extremely fast, and the cost of breeding is very low. There are quite a few people raising this thing in the southeast coast. At this time, the reason why Sun Qingyuan brought so many of these things over is mainly because of the welfare within the system. As mentioned earlier, Sun Qingyuan is now a civil servant, and their unit has been doing well over the years, especially this year when they made a small profit, so the superior specially approved an extra meal allowance for them. But the money, it's actually not much to send out, and it's meaningless to spend tens of dollars per person to SO at this time. They just heard that the bank here said that they had received a sea oyster field, and the owner of this sea oyster field contracted this piece of sea with a loan, a dry sea oyster field. He did a good job at first, but he turned himself into a monster and went to the Australian market to gamble. He owed a whole lot of debt overnight, and then he ran away. If the bank can't collect money, it can only auction off its property. If it is an inland city, a sea oyster field is quite rare, but here's the seaside, so naturally no one cares whether the sea oyster field is a sea oyster field or not. So the auction was passed, and when the bank dealt with it at a low price, Sun Qingyuan's unit knew about it, and then their unit used the money from the meal allowance to contract this piece of sea oyster field and hired someone here farming oysters. Then every autumn when it's time to harvest, these oysters are reluctantly given to the employees of the unit as benefits. The employees of the unit do not need to pay for the oysters themselves, they only need to pay for the delivery. Equivalent to a sack of 200 caddies. 10 yuan, of course. These oysters cannot be sold out, they can be eaten by themselves or given away. However, it is not allowed to disrupt the market, nor is it allowed to sell public property privately. This year, Sun Qingyuan happened to divide 8 bags, so he thought of asking Yuan Tianqing and the others to come over and get them. And then they would share one share. The small one would be used for making oyster sauce, and the big one would be used for eating. Now this scene. Hey, it's really a good deal. I said that the digging is almost done. Old Yuan, light it up. After listening to Sun Qingyuan and the others talk about the origin of the oyster, Zhuo Rong also sat down and said to Yuan Tianqing while digging the oyster, "That's right, I'm getting hungry just looking at this stuff. If you can't eat it for a while, give it to me. I need to fill up." Hearing what Zhuo Rong said, Yang Sheng also said, "Are you paying back? Isn't it time for Lao Zhuo to pay? You're a little bit powerless." Hearing what Yang Sheng said, Yuan Tianqing here also said with a mean smile, "Hi, Lao Zhuo. Lao Zhuo is an animal. He is different from us. And you still dare to say that you don't want your sister-in-law to introduce you to someone." Looking sideways at Yuan Tianqing, Yang Sheng raised his face and said with disdain, "Brother Yang, Boss Yang, Mr. Yang, I was wrong." Upon hearing Yang Sheng's words, Yuan Tianqing clasped his hands together and begged for mercy directly. "Then, if I don't take care of your sister-in-law, can your sister-in-law introduce you? If you don't take care of me, how can I serve your sister-in-law? You understand?" Raising his eyebrows, Yang Sheng also spoke with a smile beside him. "Understood, no problem, arrange." Yuan Tianqing threw some oysters into Yang Sheng's basin while talking, watching Zhuo Rong and the others laugh. After making jokes, Zhuo Rong and his 5 elders also started to make daily routines. "Did you go back to see your father and mother yesterday?" As he spoke, he shifted the topic to Zhuo Rong. Yang Sheng looked at Zhuo Rong and asked, "Well, go back and do some errands. Don't I have some businesses in Shanghai and the Imperial City? There may be more in the future. Traveling back and forth by civil aviation plane is too troublesome, so I went to buy a plane." Hearing Yang Sheng's words asked, Zhuo Rong also told them the truth. After Zhuo Rong finished speaking, well, Yang Sheng and the others were excited again. "Fuck private jet? Boss, can you let us go up and have fun in the future?" Looking at Zhuo Rong, Yuan Tianqing immediately asked, "No problem, I just ordered it now, and I'm still installing the interior and so on. When it's finished, when I receive it, you can go with me." Looking at their eyes, Zhuo Rong said indifferently, "Private jet, TSK, this time Li Jinqing's grandson, I don't think he can pretend." Hearing that, Zhuo Rong agreed. Yang Sheng also spoke happily. Now Zhuo Rong's class group, the most eye-catching one is naturally Zhuo Rong. However, Zhuo Rong usually doesn't look at the class group, doesn't bubble up, and doesn't look at it. So some people can't flatter Zhuo Rong, so they turn their attention to Li Jinqing, even though Li Jinqing is a person scum. But it's better if you really can't control him. Even if they know that he's a scumbag, there's still many people who are willing to hang out with him. And Yang Sheng may have a soul pretending to be 13 in his heart. Just around the corner, occasionally, he actually sent some photos of himself to the classmate group to pretend to be 13, but obviously his 13 is not as high as Li Jinqing's. Hey, by the way, speaking of Li Jinqing, I saw him the last time I went to Shanghai. When I was having dinner with President Ma, he followed the boss of his foreign company to toast. Speaking of Li Jinqing, Zhuo Rong also thought of this guy. I heard that he is very trusted by his foreign boss recently, and I want to mention it again. I don't know if this guy is selling something. I heard that there are many foreigners who do codes. Hearing Zhuo Rong mention Li Jinqing, Yang Sheng also spoke. He can do coding, so he's capable. Hey, by the way, why are you so quiet recently? You've been very busy recently. He shook his head with a smile. Li Jinqing's life and death had nothing to do with Zhuo Rong. In fact, he cared more about Yang Sheng, because in the past Yang Sheng would often come out to play. Recently, he is very Li Hao, so honest, even the information about playing ball in a circle of friends has almost no offense. It's really busy. Isn't this a crap? If it's busy all the time, it will be busy until mid-October, and then it won't be as busy as it is now. If it's busy until November, it will be completely fine. You house the basketball practice, you'll be the main force of our team by then. Counting the time, Yang Sheng also spoke to Zhuo Rong, and Zhuo Rong also smiled when he heard Yang Sheng's words. Basketball, I guess they will be shocked by then. Okay, the charcoal is ready, let's start roasting. At this time, Xiangzi in the distance also spoke up, looking at those big oysters that were only half dug out of the shell. Zhuo Rong and the others couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Oysters, except those who don't eat seafood besides. It is estimated that there are very few men who can withstand this kind of temptation. Now that the charcoal has been burnt, why not be polite? Let's get started. One day passed quickly while Zhuo Rong and the others were eating oysters. But Sun Qingyuan didn't stay here for too long. Because he also skipped work, it didn't matter if he didn't clock in at noon, but he had to clock in when he got off work in the evening. So he took a taxi back after 3 o'clock. As for the remaining Zhuo Rong, Yuan Tianqing, Yang Sheng, and Xiangzi, they drank a lot in Yuan Tianqing's house at 18 night. Li Ku and Lin Xiaoqiao drove to pick up Zhuo Rong, the AS for Yang Sheng, and Changzi. They slept directly at Yuan Tianqing's house. After eating oysters for a day, it is natural to try the medicine at night. How should I say it? In fact, the effect is not as great as imagined, but it's still effective. The next day, when Zhuo Rong yawned and walked downstairs, it was already 10 o'clock. "Master, you have finished dealing with the matter of the plane?" Watching Zhuo Rong go downstairs and sit at the dining table, Gaowen brought a bowl of 8 treasure porridge to Zhuo Rong, and at the same time asked Zhuo Rong, "Well, it's finished. We'll just wait for them to finish the decoration and come over for inspection." Actually, Master, with our ability, it is also possible to get our own aircraft. With the current level of technology, it is difficult to detect the 360 degrees of our aircraft. Hearing Zhuo Rong's words, Ding Jiangwo here also came over and looked at Zhuo Rong and said, "Also, Master, don't you feel that our security situation here is a little too weak? I remember that the platform sells automatic combat mechs, but we can also buy some." Yang Qian also turned around, looked at Zhuo Rong, and recommended it. "You guys are thinking too simple. Paper can't cover fire. Unless the fire doesn't exist, your identities can be solved through Xiaozhua. Naturally, you can't find out what the problem is, but if I buy the aircraft directly, buying a mecha, there's no guarantee that it will not be seen by others. What if it's seen by then? What should I do?" Looking at these girls, Zhuo Rong asked them with a smile. Delete it. With our strength and technological level, no one should suspect us. Hearing Zhuorong's question, the girls here almost didn't even have their shells stuck and said directly, as if they were in his eyes, killing a person is no different from killing a chicken. Indeed, after all, they are not human beings, but biochemical human beings. As far as they are concerned, as long as they threaten their master, that is, Zhuorong, it is okay to kill anyone. But after hearing their words, Zhuorong shook his head. This is a farming article, not a hegemony article. Don't talk about fighting and killing in the future. I don't want to care about or know what the world will be like in 1,000 years. And the most important thing is, it seems that the world after 1,000 years is not in the same time dimension as ours. Otherwise, we should have reacted by now. I am here. I just want to live a leisurely life, grow some delicious food, and grow old with you. I don't have much ambition, so in this safe country, there's nothing wrong with it. I want to understand everything or think of the worst, of course. I will still prepare for the second hand, but not now. Just buy it any time when needed. After taking a sip of porridge, Zhuorong also spoke to the girls here. Hearing what Zhuorong said, Gao Wen and the others here also nodded, expressing that they understand that their nature is to obey. Since Zhuorong has said so, then they will not disobey Zhuorong's words. Wow, woo, woo, woof, woof. But when Zhuorong was enjoying his porridge here, suddenly there was a barking of dogs outside, mixed with the howling of wolves mixed with ashes. You must know that Fudo and ashes are not ordinary animals. They are very smart and proud. Normally, apart from Zhuorong who can touch them, only Jiao Min and the others can touch them. Of course, Zhuorong touches them because they recognize the existence of the master Zhuorong. Jiao Min and the others touched it purely out of fear. All animals have feelings. They know that the 15 terrifying upright apes in front of them are extremely scary. It really means that you can kill yourself if you kill yourself. So basically all animals, when facing Jiao Min when they were young, they were naturally afraid that it is precisely because of this that Dodo and Ashes don't bark almost normally. Whether it's a car coming or a dog passing by the door, most they just glance at it and don't know how to bark. If they bark today, it means that something must happen. Immediately, Zhuorong put down the bowl and walked out of the villa immediately. As soon as he came out, he saw a big cat lying on its stomach right now in front of his gate. Well, this is also an old acquaintance. It is the South China tiger that Zhuorong sent back last time to this time. The little guy was lying in front of the gate and looking around curiously. When he saw Zhuorong, he squinted his eyes and let out a childish cry. No, what happened? Why did you go down the mountain again? Seeing this little milk tiger, Zhuorong was stunned. He immediately asked Xiao Zhua to open the door and then went to meet it. After catching the little guy, Zhuorong took a special look at its body. It was not injured, and there was no bloody smell or blood on its body, which means that it did not come down the mountain because of injury or the injury of the tigress. It is impossible for such a small tiger to run down by itself. The tigress, it must be around. Thinking of this, Zhuorong couldn't help looking at Fudo and Ashes. Sure enough, at this time, they didn't relax their vigilance just because the little tiger ran in, and they were still staring at a patch of grass in the distance. Seeing this, Zhuorong walked out with the cub in his arms and watched Zhuorong appear. At this time, the tigress that Song had seen before came out of the grass in the distance. Seeing Zhuorong with a confused face and a little guy struggling in Zhuorong's hands, the tigress gave Zhuorong a very pleased look, then turned around and quickly ran towards the mountain. This guy is fast. Come fast. Go fast. Before Zhuorong could figure out what happened, the tigress had already disappeared. No, what's the situation? Seeing the disappearing tigress, Zhuorong was a little confused. This, not quite right. What is the situation now? What does this tigress mean? Master, it seems to treat us as babysitters and just throw this little guy to us. When Zhuorong came out, Jiao Min and the others also came out, just in case, especially after seeing the mother after the tiger. However, the tigress withdrew too quickly, which also made them a little confused, but then they thought about it and felt that the tiger's intention was to hand over the cub to Zhuorong. No, why leave it to me? Looking at the little guy in his hand, Zhuorong was even more confused. When did the tiger trust people so much? It shouldn't be. It should be because it is very troublesome to feed. We all know that the tiger's habitat needs at least 40 square kilometers. This virgin forest is too small. It may be troublesome to live by itself, let alone take care of the cubs. And tigers, generally speaking, don't give birth to only one. So what's the matter with the other one? I think you understand. Master, seeing Zhuorong's puzzled eyes, Wang Qian from here came over, looked at the little tiger in Zhuorong's arms, and explained with a smile. Well, it seems that this tigress is indeed struggling to support herself. A tigress gives birth to cubs, usually 1 to 5 cubs, usually at least 2. But now, there's only such a little tiger, so there's no need to say WHYI. In fact, this matter is also blamed on Zhuorong. If Zhuorong just beat them up violently last time and didn't drink the elixir for it, then the tiger might not have thought of Zhuorong as its nanny. The tigress will take care of her cubs because of her genes. If she really can't survive in a mountain, she will go down a mountain, and there'll be a lot of trouble at that time. But now, after drinking the elixir, the tigress feels that it is actually quite good to hand over the cub to Zhuorong. At least there's no need to worry about safety issues, and it seems that Zhuorong takes good care of the cub, even better than taking care of yourself. Then you can operate in the past few days, it also figured it out on the mountain, and then sent it down after the little tiger was weaned. The tiger's sense of smell is no worse than that of a dog, so it naturally knows how Zhuorong walks. So it was like this send the little guy over here. After seeing that Zhuorong received the little guy, the mother went straight back to the deep mountains and old forest to become her own single nobleman. After hearing their analysis, although Zhuorong felt a little bullshit, he couldn't refute it, because when he saw the tiger just now, Zhuorong had asked Xiao Zhua to analyze if the tigress is not injured now, and there's no physical problem. Under such circumstances, the chance of giving up the cub is extremely low. Holmes once said that if all the impossibilities are cast aside, what remains, no matter how bizarre, is the truth. Thinking of this, Zhuorong couldn't help scratching his head. Honey, my house is becoming more and more like a zoo now. He muttered in a low voice. Zhuorong didn't even have the idea of sending Xiaohu back, that of course, his wildlife breeding certificate does not include creatures like South China tigers. At most, he can only raise some second-level protected animals, such as wolves, black bears, etc. Super-level South China tigers, it is absolutely impossible to be raised by individuals. So, if he is found, Zhuorong probably wants to send the little guy back to the mountains. He doesn't want a little guy to enter those research institutes. This is not a good choice, but before being discovered, Zhuorong probably still took care of it, secretly taking care of it, thinking about how many things there are in his home now. There are dogs, wolves, real wolf dogs, cows, sheep, pigs, crocodiles, red arowanas, starlings, and wild hedgehogs. And now they're a little tiger. Well, then you can live here from now on. You two don't treat it as rations. Looking at the howling little guy in front of him, Zhuorong also took it by the back of the neck and put it behind the tigress, in front of Huido and Ashes, who had stopped screaming, and said to them. And after they also smelled the little tiger, they turned around and left. Obviously, for Fudo and Ashes, they were lazy to care about it. Seeing their appearance, Zhuorong also laughed, and then carried the little guy back to the villa. With new playmates, at least the 4 greys are quite happy. Immediately, he fought with the little tiger. Master, isn't this little tiger named? There's a crocodile and this starling waiting to be named in the backyard. Seeing Zhuorong sitting at the table, eating 8 treasure porridge, and watching the 5 little guys huddled together, Li Zhu also came over and asked Zhuorong, maybe you want to have what you lack. Although these biochemical people are no different from ordinary people in terms of living conditions, they cannot create laws, so they cannot be named they like to watch Zhuorong name it very much. But Zhuorong is not a good namer either. That's what it is. If you want to name it, it's not very good to favor one over another, so you can just get it all. Since the crocodile in the backyard is a spectacle caiman, it should be called Glasses. After thinking for a while, Zhuorong first named the crocodile that came later. Good guy, if this crocodile finds out, it will probably cry it's been around for so long, and finally has a name of its WNAS for the name Glasses, of course. Zhuorong is not teasing people who wear glasses because he also wears them, and he always wore them in junior high school, and college. However, the degree of myopia is not very high, only about 300 degrees, so after graduation he does not wear it in normal times, but only wears it when he is working. But now, since he got the genetic modification medicine, his myopia has disappeared, so he named it without any malice. What do you want to call this starling? After naming the spectacled caiman, Zhuorong looked at the starling he got from Xiangzi. But starlings can get one. You can call me your majesty, miscellaneous, cough, respected master. As soon as he heard Zhuorong asking himself, the starling here spoke directly, but it might be talking too much, and almost set his mind. Under the dangerous gaze of Zhuorong, it changed his words in an instant. Obviously, it still didn't give up the idea of being golden. You want to be gene shining so much, then from now on you'll be called Xiao, the opposite of Ba. He specializes in eating gene shining. Looking at Mina, Zhuorong thought for a while and said firmly. Hearing Zhuorong's words, Xiaoba also froze for a moment. Although it is very smart, it can almost be said to be the smartest among Zhuorong's animals. But it is not human after all. It does not know what Xiaoba means, but you can eat golden glitter, so it should be very strong. So it is quite happy. After solving the glasses in Xiaoba's name, Zhuorong looked at the little tiger. What would it be called? In fact, according to Zhuorong's idea, it would be fine to call it Tiger Banner or Big Orange, but looking at the twinkling eyes of Jiamin and the others around him, it was obvious that he couldn't be fooled by such a simple name this time. At this moment, he suddenly saw the porridge he was drinking. Otherwise, let's call it 8 treasure porridge. To be honest, Zhuorong was very particular when he named Fudo and Ashes at the beginning. But since he named their children Big Ash, Second Ash, Third Ash, and Fourth Ash, he has let himself go. This is back to good, direct glasses, small 8s, 8 treasure porridge. But even though Jiamin and the others didn't seem to like the name, because it didn't sound scary or prestige at all, but Zhuorong made a decision, and they couldn't say anything. After a moment of hesitation, let's call it 8 treasure porridge. In this way, the number of pets in Zhuorong's family increased significantly. Because I got up too late today, Zhuorong didn't go out to sea again. In the afternoon, he played rice pudding and 4 grays leisurely at home, and fed Xiaoba some food from time to time. It's really a leisurely life, that of course. He doesn't just lie at home, he still has to earn money in the future. 187. In fact, the easiest way to make money in the future is to go overseas. Zhuorong's income has exceeded tens of millions each time he has gone overseas. If he comes here a few more times, it is estimated that his farm money for next year will be completely paid out. But let's go overseas. There are actually a few problems. Point 1 is that the fish in the open sea are very mobile and eat the tide. If the tide is not suitable, you will not be able to catch fish. The second is because of the platform problem. Although Zhuorong is not afraid that his peers in 1,000 years will try to trick him. After all, they can't find him, but it is unnecessary if they attract the attention of the authorities. So he thought about it and felt that this frequency is just right, and it is only the end of September, according to this frequency, before planting next year. How can I earn hundreds of millions, or even hundreds of millions of net worth in the future, and buying seeds and the like will not be a problem, but if he doesn't go to the outer seas, then he can also hang out in the inner seas. However, fishing is not very good recently. Yuan Tianqing took 2 bosses to go fishing that night, but he only caught 4 fish, and 2 of them belonged to him, and one of the bosses was returned to the Air Force. For this reason, he deliberately charged less money from the other party, but this also proved, from the side, that there are not too many fish in the inner bay now. Since fishing is not very easy, let's change the game. After thinking about it for a while, Zhuorong is ready to go diving. The crabs and prawns I got last time are still very powerful. Now I can go diving and see if there are any big ones. I can also sell them to the owner of Qianjiang Restaurant. After thinking for a while, Zhuorong also temporarily settled down. If the weather is fine tomorrow, he can go diving for fun, but this time he can go to new waters. While thinking about these things, it soon arrived in the afternoon. After school, Peng Weiyue and Shan Xuejia ran to Zhuorong's house to play. Naturally, I also saw the newly added 8 treasure porridge, but Zhuorong didn't tell them that it was a tiger, but told them that it was a cat, and it was also a protected animal. Don't tell others, they just come and play by themselves, that if he told others, he would have sent it back to the mountain. Regarding Zhuorong's words, Peng Weiyue and Shan Xuejia were naturally very obedient. IT is an excellent thing for them to have a unique cat. The 2 of them were playing so much that they almost forgot to do their homework. Fortunately, Peng Weiyue's grandfather, Peng Jianjun, called Zhuorong and told him that Peng Weiyue hadn't done his homework yet. Then I was carried by Zhuorong to do my homework. But even when they were doing their homework, the 2 little girls were not idle. They kept looking at the 8 treasure porridge. Indeed, the little tiger was indeed cuter than the little wolf dog. Zhuorong is not a cat party or something. In fact, he doesn't like cats very much, but prefers dogs. But in terms of appearance, rice pudding is indeed very beautiful. For the addition of 8 treasure porridge, everyone in Zhuorong's family likes it very much. After having dinner at Zhuorong's place, Zhuorong also sent Peng Weiyue and Shan Xuejia home. Shan Xuejia was sent first because her home is near the commercial street in the town. After sending her home, Zhuorong went to send Peng Weiyue off. When he arrived at Peng Weiyue's house, he saw that Peng Jianjun had just finished dinner. After all, there are only 2 grandparents, and the food in Peng Jianjun's house is not very good. I just made rice, some pickles, and a plate of fried meat with garlic moss. In fact, this is enough for many people. There are vegetables, meat, and rice, and the basic nutrition can be guaranteed, but the taste is definitely not good. Uncle Jianjun, if there's nothing to do in the future, you can follow me to my house and eat well. It's not worth it to start a fire by yourself. Looking at Peng Jianjun, Zhuorong also said enthusiastically. This time, Peng Jianjun really helped with the wild animal breeding certificate, especially since he's indeed related to Peng Weiyue, so the car industry is also willing to invite him to dinner. Haha, I'll forget it. May girl can just eat delicious food at your place. I'm usually very busy. The time for eating is late. I'm not sure. Let's talk about it when I have a chance. Hearing Zhuorong invited, but Peng Jianjun waved his hand. Children can go to Zhuorong's place to eat, but he can forget it, and taking advantage is not such a way to take advantage. After all, he and Zhuorong's family are not related. Looking into Peng Jianjun's gaze and listening to his words, Zhuorong didn't have to ask him to eat his own home. As long as he wanted to, he decided on his own whether to go or not. After Zhuorong exchanged a few words with Peng Jianjun, he left and walked towards home. Soon, he walked out of the village, but just as he walked out of the village, walked to the street, and was about to walk home, suddenly 4 people came from under the street lamp in the distance. They didn't take it seriously, but when Zhuorong met them face to face, these 4 people suddenly stood opposite Zhuorong. Zhuorong, right? Hello, I'm also a villager in Lingquan village. My surname is Li. You can call me Brotherly. 5.6-inch looking at Zhuorong. The man named Brotherly grinned, revealing with a mouthful of stinky, scorched teeth. He spoke to Zhuorong. Looking at these guys, Zhuorong frowned, and then took a step back. It was impossible to shake hands, and it was even more impossible to call this guy brother. He is not stupid. He naturally knows that these guys must have no good intentions to stop him. But he's not afraid when he arrives. After all, his skill is not just for fun, and with Xiao Zhuo around, every move of these guys has been recorded. If there is anything wrong, just call the police and deal with it. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. You are blocking my way home. So Zhuorong, looking at these guys, also spoke very calmly. What kind of attitude do you have? Fuck you. Hearing Zhuorong's direct question, a guy over here pointed at Zhuorong and shouted. Hearing his voice, Zhuorong's eyes narrowed. He naturally knew that these guys were here to do it. What? It's nothing more than some bastards want to come here to make trouble for him and extort his money. But Zhuorong is not a soft persimmon. Now that this guy dares to spray dung all over his mouth, Zhuorong has no intention of letting him go. Looking at Zhuorong, his eyes narrowed. Anyone who knows him well knows that Zhuorong means he is angry. And when he gets angry, the problem becomes serious. Hey, they're all from the folks in the village. What are you talking about? I came here to ask for help. Your attitude is not good. Seeing that Zhuorong had a bad expression on his face, the guy named Brother Li also waved his hand to stop the guy behind him, and at the same time looked at Zhuorong and spoke directly. Zhuorong, you're all from the village. You don't see them when you look down, but you see them when you look up. We know that you have money. It's not that money is tight recently. I was thinking about asking you to borrow some. Sure enough, Tu Qiongdao appeared. After training the guy pretending to be innocent, this man named Brother Lee also looked at Zhuo and directly expressed his intention to come. Oh, blackmail? Blackmail? Or just rob? Can you fucking speak? Shit, believe it or not, labor will kill you. Seeing Zhuo speak out their purpose directly. The person who scolded Zhuo just now couldn't help scolding again. It seems that he's the one who pretended to be red-faced. And no matter what others say, in Zhuo's heart, this cursing guy's already been sentenced to death by him. Of course, he would not easily do murder or the like. But it's troublesome to make him live. It shouldn't be difficult. Calm down. Aren't we negotiating now? Don't say it so harshly. What kind of extortion, robbery? We are borrowing, understand? He patted the person behind him, and this brotherly also pointed at the man with his big yellow teeth. Zhuo spoke up. Borrow? I'm sorry, I don't know you guys, so I won't borrow it. Looking at the big yellow teeth, this guy should know something about the law or something. He's always borrowing, which is not acceptable. So Zhuo directly blocked his idea of borrowing. Aren't you fucking shameless? We'll rob you. Don't you agree? Take the money, or let you go in with a white knife and come out with a red knife. Seeing Zhuo reply directly, the guy who was cursing just now pulled out a butterfly knife from behind and set Zhuo viciously under the street lamp. Seeing each other's swords, Zhuo's eyes could not help but light up. Brotherly, why are you talking nonsense with him? I think he doesn't cry when he sees the coffin. Go ahead and tie him up directly. He asked the people in the family to redeem him with money. At this time, the other guy behind Brotherly saw that Zhuo still had no intention of taking money, and he was impatient. He winked directly at the other two, and then stepped forward to catch Zhuo. Looking at their actions, what they said, and the knives in their hands, Zhuo laughed, my fellow. The evidence is complete. Thinking of this, Zhuo didn't retreat, but advanced and rushed directly in front of his Brotherly the first moment, then flew up and kicked this Brotherly's chest directly. With a huge force, he kicked Brotherly to the three people behind him in an instant. The three people behind him never thought that Zhuo dared to attack directly, and didn't check. For a while, the guy with the butterfly knife just now didn't close the knife in time. Brother screamed in pain. And this is of course not over yet. When Brotherly was dealt with and the other three were a little confused, Zhuo had already rushed over, grabbed the hand of the guy who scolded him for being so cool just now, and directly hit over the shoulder fall. With a muffled bang, the guy's body hit the concrete road directly. All of a sudden, this guy felt that his internal organs were about to be displaced by the shock, but Zhuo's attack was not over yet. After this fall, he directly lifted the guy's arm again, and then one over the shoulder, then another over the shoulder, and another over the shoulder. He didn't let this guy go until Zhuo clearly heard two clicks, which meant that the guy's spine must be cracked. This time this guy is not just robbing, he intends to kidnap, even if he comes out of prison. He estimates that he may only be able to lie in bed for the rest of his life. If he dares to scold Zhuo like that, then he must be prepared for the rest of his life to be worse than death at 8T this time. The other two guys saw Zhuo coming up and immediately killed the two of them. They also panicked. The one with the knife was still courageous, while the one without the knife was already about to run away. How could stretching Rome make them run away? He rushed over it the first time, kicked this guy down again, and then took the leg of the guy who had been kicked down by this guy, swung it around and threw it at the person holding the knife next to him. This time, the man with the knife realized that it was because he stabbed Brother Lee's ass just now, but this time he didn't want to stab his brother's body again. Stabbing the butt won't kill you, but stabbing the body will really kill you. So. In a panic, he also threw the knife in his hand, but Zhuo did not let him go because of this. 7:03. When he hastily picked up his companion and was brought to him, Zhuo here he's already rushed over and directly kicked his head. This kick he took a lot of force, but even so, this guy's nose was directly kicked violently by Zhuo's kick. Blood flew everywhere, snot, tears everywhere. As for Liu, his consciousness was instantly blurred. After this kick, at least it was a moderate concussion. No one knows if he can recover. Seeing Zhuo take care of his three little brothers with 3 strikes, 5 divisions and 2 divisions, Liu here was also stunned, and he was about to run away holding his ass, but unfortunately, how could Zhuo let him run away? Walking over, I kicked the wound on his buttocks. This time was really painful and numb to him. He couldn't move half of his legs in an instant, but he still wanted to run. As soon as his center of gravity changed, he slapped the child, fell to the ground, and knocked 4 teeth away. T this time. Zhuo also untied his belt, directly put his hand behind his back, and tied his hands and feet together on his back. The same was true for the other 3 people. After they were all tied up, they drove straight away before calling the police. He didn't plan to just let it go. Beating them is beating them, and they will continue to eat. The police came very quickly, and they arrived at the scene in about 3 minutes. When they saw the situation on the ground, they couldn't help being stunned. Didn't the call to the police they received say that someone was trying to rob or kidnap? Why is this scene different from what they imagined? Comrade police, these 4 guys want to rob and kidnap me. This is the evidence I recorded with my mobile phone. By the way, I also called the emergency center at the same time. See if they need to go for treatment first. Looking at the eyes of these policemen, Zhuo also told what happened. And of course, the video he had asked Xiao to send his mobile phone. After hearing what Zhuo said, the policeman also reacted and immediately checked the 4 people here, and they were really shocked when they saw it. These 4 people all need to go to the hospital. The heaviest one must have a fractured or even broken spine. Although there's no danger of life, recovery will be troublesome in the future. Out of the 2 people squeezed together, the lower one had at least a moderate concussion, with a comminuted nasal bone fracture, and the upper one had rib fractures, but luckily it didn't penetrate the internal organs, but it was not light. This brother, there's a knife on his buttocks that's still bleeding, and he needs to go to the hospital for stitches. His nose and mouth are injured, his nasal bone is broken, and 4 teeth are broken. Instead, it was Zhuo who was kidnapped. Nothing happened. You are really good. After checking the situation of the 4 people, the policeman who came also gave Zhuo a thumbs up and immediately began to deal with the 4 people and the evidence is very clear. That is, these 4 people blocked the road to rob, and if the robbery failed, they wanted to kidnap them. And then Zhuo severely injured these people out of self-defense because the opponent has already opened his sword. There is no such thing as excessive defense. The facts are clear and there is nothing wrong with it. When the 4 people were taken to the hospital, Zhuo also went to the police station, where he simply made a record, copied the evidence, and the knife that the man threw away. These evidences can be described as it has been proved that it is not a big problem to kill them. After everything was settled, Zhuo also went home. He went home to rest, but after he left, the police station became lively at 8T around 10 o'clock in the evening. The head of the village where the 4 people lived personally brought more than 30 villagers and blocked the entrance of the police station. Asking for someone here, yes, the 4 people who were going to rob Zhuo were not. Actually from Linquan village. They said they were from Linquan village, but they were mainly trying to get close to Zhuo. That if they can borrow money from Zhuo with this identity, that would be great. If they can't, then let's talk about it. These 4 guys are actually from another nearby village. This village, in fact, has an enmity with Linquan village. In ancient times, the 2 villages fought over the water source. That is, Linquan Lake. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a feud. Since records have been kept for hundreds of years, the 2 villages have always won and lost each other. It is also not possible to open the glue. However, the last dispute was during the previous dynasty, which ended with the victory of Linquan village, which directly drove the village out of the scope of Linquan Lake. Later, the new Yanhuang was born, and the scope of the village was delineated according to the boundaries at that time. Since then, this village has nothing to do with Linquan Lake. For this reason, this village has a lot of troubles in normal times, but there are already clear legal regulations, and no matter how noisy this village is, it will be useful. But there are disadvantages as well as advantages. It is precisely because there is no relationship between Linquan Lake that the roads in this village are much smoother, so in the 1990s, they were the first to pass the road. Later, it developed slowly with farms, farmhouses, and so on, and it really made a lot of money in a short while. But since the current village head took office, the situation in the village has become less optimistic, because the village head was not upright in the first place that he often does some things that kill chickens and take eggs. At first, he wanted to take advantage of himself. For example, he heard that some outsider contracted an orchard here to make money. He wanted to contract it, but he was unwilling to spend money, so he would call his own family and encourage the villagers to steal and rob the fruit in this orchard, and fruit trees or something. Because the law does not blame the public. When the police came, they would have to return these fruits and fruit trees to the other party at worst, but the fruit trees should all be taken out. How could it be possible to plant them again? And those picked fruits are still immature, and if the other party pays, they will not be able to pay much, and the other party will definitely not pay. So it is very difficult to deal with it, and the police station can only make the other party suffer for being dumb. Then, these out-of-town contractors will eat yellow lotus dumbly and sell the orchard at a low price and let this guy pick a cheap one. Not only did he pick the cheap ones himself, but he also took his family members to pick the cheap ones together. First it was an orchard, but later he set his sights on farms, and there were even factories built by other companies here. The more he got involved, the bigger his heart became, and the people in his village also went off-road. Even later they dared to rob tourist money, and even manipulated female tourists. After this happened several times, the village was over in an instant. And just at this time, the road in Linquan village was repaired. The people here in Linquan village are much more law-abiding, and the natural environment is also better. All of a sudden, all the original tourists came here to play. This made the people in this village even more unhappy that, in their view, these tourists deserve to be robbed by them. They are so rich, shouldn't they give some to themselves? Why do you from Linquan village steal their customers? Because of this matter, the two villages had a fight last year. As a result, this good matter also attracted the attention of the Sioux family and the local court. After catching a lot, it has only stopped since then. But on the surface it stopped, but in fact the people in their village still felt dissatisfied, especially the village head, who will quietly encourage some ruffians in the village to come over and make trouble, telling them that no matter what happens, he can settle it. As a result, many people from this village came to Linquan village to make troubles and get pregnant. Of course, the people in Linquan village are not easy to mess with. If they dare to cause trouble, they will run away directly. If there are too many people, they will call the police directly, then let the other party get any benefits out, after going back and forth. These guys also want to find some side doors, so they set their eyes on Jerome. But I have to say, these guys really think a lot. Are they really naive to think that their village head is more powerful than the law? Zhao Suo, people in our village were beaten. Why do you want to arrest people in our village? You are unfair. I want to sue, but I don't believe it. There's no king's law, no law of heaven. Report. We're going to petition. Severely punish the murderer. At the gate of the police station in Linquan village, the village head of the village was leading more than 30 people to block here, watching the police in front of him and yelling loudly. There were even people clapping a certain sound outside. It was obvious that this guy had played tricks quite well, and he also knew how to put pressure on the police station through the internet, that if it was an ordinary fight against Europe, then the police might really have a hard time dealing with it. But now this is a serious criminal case. If they really compromise, Jerome only needs to submit a complaint, and all the people in the police station will take off their police uniforms, and they may even be jailed. Disaster. With such clear evidence, they dare not do such a thing to cover up criminals. What are you arguing about? Let me tell you, for people in your village block the road and rob with the intention of kidnapping. They have recorded what happened. The evidence is sufficient. This is nailed to death. Why? 340, you were also with them? Then you'll be arrested too. While these people were shouting, the director of the police station also came out, looked at these people in front of him, yelled at them, and started drinking. Arrest, arrest. If you don't arrest today, you were raised by me. Why should the people in our village be judged by you? If you say you have committed a crime, you have committed a crime. Who are you? Listening to Director Zhao's words, a person also appeared in the crowd at this time. This person was the younger brother of Brother Li, and immediately shouted at Zhao Suo. Hearing this, Zhao Suo and the others turned green. Catch him. Listening to Zhao Suo's words, the police behind him were going to arrest this man at this time, and this man saw that the police were serious and immediately went back. If he really had the guts, he wouldn't be shouting here. Instead, he followed Brother Li and kidnapped Jerome. Hey, Zhao Suo kid, he's not sensible. I'll teach him when I get back, but you just said that they kidnapped and robbed? I don't believe that. I grew up with these 4 children, so it's impossible for them to know what to do. These things. Seeing that Zhao Suo was really going to arrest people, the village head also came over at this time, and at the same time there were some old men and old ladies who blocked the police from arresting people. They would not let the police arrest people. I understand, in the past, these policemen would feel very troublesome looking at these old men and old ladies in front of them. After all, these old men and old ladies are not in good health, that if you accidentally touch it and knock it down or something, it will be troublesome. But now the evidence is convincing that these old people are obstructing official duties, and they're justified no matter what they say, so they directly broke through the obstacles of these old people and arrested Brother Li's younger brother directly. This time this guy is really honest up. He was so scared that he trembled all over and didn't speak a word, but only then did the village chief come over and want to have sex with him. Okay, I'll take you to see the evidence, lock him up first, and then you come with me. Seeing that the village chief looked like he was not crying when he saw the coffin, Zhao Suo was not polite and led him directly to the inside, and then showed him the video evidence that Jerome had given them. In the video, not only the faces but also the conversations are captured very clearly. Seeing this, the village chief couldn't help being a little speechless. What he was speechless was not because these guys robbed and kidnapped, but how dare these guys come out to rob and kidnap when the other party was so clear, and 4 beat 1, but the one who was robbed was unscathed, and the robber was sent to the hospital instead. Seeing this, the village chief also knew that it was useless to mess around, so he walked out dejectedly. As for Brother Li's younger brother, he was still detained at the police station. Whether he was guilty or not was not known until after the interrogation. When the village chief came out, he was surrounded by people again. How about the village chief? Can someone come out? Looking at the village chief, the villagers here also asked questions. It is estimated to be suspenseful. The evidence is conclusive, and they are finished. The whole process of robbery was recorded, including faces and conversations. Then they held knives, and 4 of them beat 1 without hitting each other. Hey, mentioning these 4 people, the village chief couldn't help but sigh. The village chief, is there no other way now? Hearing what the village head said, the villagers next to him also asked the village head. No, the only way now is to let the robbed Jerome give up the prosecution. But if the prosecution, there's still a chance. Shaking his head, the village chief also looked at the villagers and started talking. Then how do you make him give up the lawsuit? Lose money. Hearing what the village head said, the people next to him immediately asked. This estimate is unlikely. I've heard about Jerome. He's a super rich man. He bought the former Sioux family's manor in Linquan village. This manor is worth at least a few dollars. 100 million, money or something. He should not be lacking. But before the village head could answer, another villager spoke up. No wonder 2G and the others hit Jerome. These rich people should die, exploiting our money and raising them. These guys should give us money. Hearing what this villager said, the villagers next to him also said with red eyes. Over the years, these villagers have been brainwashed into the logic of robbers by the village chief, that I am poor and I am justified. I am poor and I can do whatever I want. You are richer than me. If I rob you, you deserve it. This is what they really think. I didn't think about it at all. The other party's money is also earned. Why should the other party's money be spent on you? This seems to them, robbing others, that is what they should be entitled to. especially the village head over there. When he heard that Zhuo Rong's assets were at least a few hundred million, his eyes were also bubbling. Over the years, he only saved a few million worth of wealth by stealing and plundering. Hundreds of millions, it is impossible to say that he is not greedy. Losing money is absolutely impossible, not to mention whether he will accept it or not. We can't afford it, so let's use fishing boats to suppress him. I remember that there seemed to be some internet celebrities in our village, and asked them to report the news about Zhuo Rong. Then he said that he was rich and unkind, and jointly framed people in our village with the government. After thinking for a while, the village chief couldn't help thinking of a way. But I have to say that this guy is an expert in stealing and plundering, and his idea is not wrong. He uses the public's hatred of wealth to put pressure on the other party. But obviously, he thought a little too much, not to mention that as long as the official side announces the investigation results, the wind on the internet will change instantly. After all, this is an irrefutable matter. Just talking about some internet celebrities wants to put pressure on Zhuo Rong. I'm afraid he has lost his mind. The movements of these people are still quite fast. In the early morning of the next day, on the website of Xingyin, Xingshou, Xingshan, and some small videos, many internet celebrities exposed the news, saying that there were rich people in Lingquan village who had sex with nearby villagers. During the conflict, people were beaten and seriously injured, but the perpetrator was sleeping at home, but the beaten person was detained by the public security organs. That I have to say that the writing of these people is quite good. Although the writing is extremely unclear, the meaning of the words is that the government and business colluded to persecute the local villagers. Naturally, there are many people commenting on these videos. Even this news is still spreading in places like certain blogs and Xiaoposen. All of a sudden, the internet was full of anger that, of course, there will be some more rational people who will circle some official agency for confirmation or wait for the police to report. But more people don't think so. The current internet is a very hostile place. It has to be said that there are quite a few people who really want to explode, and they only want to believe what they want to believe. That IT is not to say that all people have delusions of persecution, but when the news came out, it still attracted the attention of many people. All of a sudden, these people are accusing Zhuo Rong, saying that Zhuo Rong is rich and unkind, harming one party, colluding with officials and bandits. In short, they're saying whatever is ugly. There are even people who want human flesh Zhuo Rong, but Xiao Zhuo watched, these people have no chance. Even if someone on the internet leaks information about Zhuo Rong, they will automatically block the film. As Zhuo Rong is not worried at all. After returning home and sleeping overnight, he went out to sea early the next morning to go diving to catch shrimps, crabs, and the like. The official court on the other side also noticed this matter, and immediately a department specialized in judiciary came to understand the situation here. As a result, after they learned about it, they didn't say anything because it was an ironclad proof. The four of them, envious of Zhuo Rong, tried to kidnap them if they failed in the robbery, but instead they were beaten by Zhuo Rong and laid down. This sentence does not require the criminal to plead guilty and can be sentenced directly. The reason why the official has not notified yet is mainly because they are waiting for the complete investigation and evidence collection to be completed this afternoon at the earliest, and evidence collection can be completed tomorrow morning at the latest, and it will be fine to announce it at that time. As for the internet celebrity accounts and public accounts that are currently jumping, let them jump. Maybe some walking 500,000 can be found out of it. Even if there's not, it is estimated that these people's plans to make money online will disappear in the future. After all, Zhuo Rong is not a big-bellied person. These people have attacked him on the internet, so he will definitely not let them go. At least these people will not be able to eat the internet, that if they know that their road is blocked because of their nonsense. I don't know how these people will feel. It is estimated that they will not regret it. After all, people like this, they will never think that they have done wrong. They are just anti-failure, not real reflection. But none of this has anything to do with Zhuo Rong at the moment, because he's already taken his family out to sea in a boat, and except for Li Zhu, who will stay at home, the other 14 girls have all left with him. Above the S, and no matter how red-eyed people on the internet are, Rong is very happy anyway. When they came to the top of a coral reef that was bigger than last time, after Zhuo Rong's boat dropped the anchor, the group of people also started to change their equipment and prepare to go into the water. Just like last time, Jiao Min and the others don't need other equipment except for a respirator that they will buy in the future, while Zhuo Rong still needs to wear a diving suit and the like. All were replaced, leaving Jiao Min and Xiao Xiao on the boat, and the other 13 people plunged into the sea together. When Zhuo Rong dived into the water and saw the coral reef in the distance, he couldn't help staring this time. Eyes. The last time he went to the reef group, the corals were basically either white or black, and there were very few other colors. Although the income was not low, the scenery was really not good. But this time, the place he chose was not bad because these 10 sea areas turn out to be a sea area with colorful coral formations that, of course, it is said to be colorful. But in fact, most of them are still white, but there's still a lot of blue, green, pink, and even orange. Red coral Zhuo Rong has never seen it before, and it is actually very difficult to see. Point one is because there are very few red corals, and the other is because most of the red corals live in very deep waters. There are no red corals in shallow seas like the present one. But although there's no red coral, this coral reef is actually very beautiful. Point zero, especially with the blue sea water under the sunshine. It is really beautiful. But it's a pity for a straight man like Zhuo Rong. Seeing the beautiful scenery in front of him, he just sighed with emotion and then plunged into the depths. Soon he swam to the coral reef. After swimming over, he found that these corals are actually divided into many orders. Some are hard and some are soft. Well, I won't popularize science here. It's really because of the message Xiao was sent him. I don't quite understand it. All in all, there are a lot of corals, but Zhuo Rong is not here to dig coral today. His goal is the things inside the coral reef. He doesn't like small fish. His main targets are things like crabs and shrimps. Asterisk, 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 not to mention, he soon discovered a wave of his goals. This is a group of crabs, but unlike the portunus, pelagic crabs, and blue crabs that Zhuo Rong caught before, this is another kind of crab called safflower crab. The safflower crab, whose scientific name is rusty spotted crab, mainly lives in the southeast coastal area in China. It is also the crab that Zhuo Rong thinks is the most delicious before eating the big crab that will be farmed in the future. This kind of crab has a thin shell, thick meat, and full of umami. Whether it is used for frying, grilling, steaming, or boiling, the taste is quite good. This thing is a different size and has a slightly different price. In the city where Zhuo Rong lives, 3 tails of safflower crabs cost about 50 yuan a catty, which is not much different from ordinary swimming crabs and ocean swimming crabs. But about 5 tails of safflower crab will sell for 100 yuan a catty. If the broken safflower crab is sold for nearly 200 yuan a catty, of course, this price will increase by more than 100 times in the future. 3 tails of safflower crab will cost about 7,000 yuan per catty. Half a catty will cost about 12,000 yuan, and a catty will cost 23,000 yuan. At this moment, in front of Zhuo Rong, there are quite a lot of red flower crabs in this group, and the number of big ones was quite considerable. There are a total of more than 100 crabs in this large group, and there are about 50 crabs weighing more than half a catty. So what else is there to say? Let's start catching. After catching these safflower crabs weighing more than half a catty, Zhuo Rong had to send the bag back up because before he knew it, there were nearly 35 catties of safflower crabs. After sending these safflower crabs to the boat, Jiao Min and Xiao Xiao, who stayed on the boat, would naturally sort the safflower crabs. While he continued to go deep and start to sort, I have to say that the protection of this piece of coral is still very good, because it is forbidden for fishermen to come here to cast their nets. Of course, fishermen will not come to cast their nets. Otherwise, no matter how many nets there are, they will be scratched by the corals here. As for sea fishing, there are also very few people. Because no matter what kind of fish it is, after it hits the target, as long as it drills into the coral, it will basically end with the 850 line breaking the fish and running away. And there were no dives to grab things either, because the location of this piece of coral reef is already about 60 meters below sea level. It is not easy for even professional divers to dive down, let alone ordinary fishermen. The ecological environment here is really good at, not long after Zhuo Rong dived down, he saw a group of people prawns. Note that what Zhuorong sees here is Peepa shrimp, not Pippi shrimp. Peepa shrimp is a kind of creature in the cicada family, also known as the nine-toothed fan shrimp. If you can't find it, it's actually easier to find it by searching on the internet. There are not many of them, and they look like living fossil horseshoe crabs, but they're not the same thing. This kind of thing also has a relatively large relative called rhinoceros shrimp, which is also a member of the family shrimp family that in fact. This kind of shrimp is not particularly delicious. The taste is between shrimp and crab, and the shell is very hard and large, so there are not many. However, this kind of shrimp is still very popular in the future. It costs about 6,000 yuan caddy. About 10 caddies. The nine-tooth fan shrimp here has not been caught yet. Over there, he found a bunch of mantis shrimps again. This time they were real Pippi shrimps, but this group of mantis shrimps was different from ordinary Pippi shrimps. The skins of these mantis shrimps were all orange-red. Zhuorong also knows this kind of mantis shrimp. The scientific name of this mantis shrimp is island-toothed mantis shrimp. In some places, it is also called rainbow mantis shrimp, although there's an island country in the name. In fact, there are such mantis in the entire western Pacific Ocean. Mantis shrimp. The price of this kind of mantis shrimp is not low. It can be sold for 45 or 50 locally, and in the future, it will be sold for about 7,000 caddy, which is also a very valuable crustacean, as Zhuorong is also very happy to choose. Not long after picking up another 50 caddies, he sent the bag up again. When sending it up, he also asked about other people's gains. When he was picking these seafood, Yang Tao and the others over there were not idle. Everyone picked almost as many crabs and shrimps as Zhuorong did, in a short period of time. Nearly 1,000 caddies of seafood have been obtained. Even for these seafood, only the average price is taken, which is about 8,000 yuan per caddy. Add it all together, and there will be nearly 10 million revenue. I have to say that the current sea is really a treasure, and there are really a lot of these valuable things. Master, do you want to take a break? You have been diving below for almost 2 hours. After Zhuorong brought these things on board the boat for the second time, Jiamin here also asked Zhuorong, asking for someone else's advice. Diving or something is not a problem. After all, they're cyborgs, but for Zhuorong, although the water pressure is negligible because of his diving suit, swimming by himself is also extremely tiring they're still very worried about Zhuorong. I'll go down and look around, and then I'll come up. After feeling his physical strength, and there was no problem, Zhuorong dived into the water for the third time, and this time he deliberately swam to a deeper place. Here, Zhuorong found that there are still crabs and shrimps, but there are much fewer fish, but there are a lot of shellfish. Among them, there are many kinds of shellfish that are similar to clams. What kind of cracked clams, cone clams, beautiful clams, fairy clams, scatter clams, leaf clams, black purple clams, etc., etc. There are all kinds of them. Zhuorong looked at these shellfish, so he didn't pick them up because he could pick them up when he was in the sea, which should be very cheap, and there's no need to buy them in the deep sea. But after swimming a little further, Zhuorong saw several huge shells. What Zhuorong said is huge is not an exaggerated word, but a really huge shellfish. The biggest shell is even 1 meter long. The shell opened its mouth at this time, and there was still a lot of meat inside. So it was alive. When Zhuorong leaned over curiously, Xiao's voice sounded again. Warning, warning, this species is Tridacus cushii, which is currently a first-class protected animal by the Imperial Court. Oh, this is a giant clam? Hearing Xiao's notification tone, Zhuorong couldn't help being stunned for a moment. He's heard the name of the giant clam, which is known as one of the 4 major organic gemstones in the world. Together with pearls, coral, and amber, it is a very valuable material in the West on the East Asian side. This is also one of the 7 treasures of Buddhism. In addition to giant clams, the 7 treasures of Buddhism also include gold, silver, colored glaze, agate, coral, and pearls. This thing, Zhuorong remembers, was never a protected animal before. He ate it when he was young, and there were even people selling giant clam bracelets and the like. But in 2016, this thing became a protected animal in the country. Although its protection level is not as high as giant pandas and South China tigers, it is also top-notch, commonly known as the bottom of the prison. This kind of thing, without thinking about it, will definitely be very valuable in the future. Naturally, Zhuorong would not hunt such a thing for money. However, being curious at 5.7, he still swam over to take a closer look at the big shell. But when he looked at the shell, he discovered that there was actually a big pearl in the giant clam. Yes, this place also produces pearls, and the size of these pearls is a bit exaggerated. This pearl is about 20 centimeters, as big as a small ball, and what's even more rare is that this pearl is particularly round and bright that it is not an easy task to generate such pearls in a natural environment. Tridacna Zhuorong is definitely not allowed to move, but this pearl, Zhuorong, can take it away. Because it is beneficial to Tridacna, this pearl is actually means for shellfish to enclose foreign objects in the body. If so why not be polite? Bring it you. Master, you are back. As Zhuorong emerged from the water, Zhu Xia and the others here had already returned. They also stretched out their hands and pulled Zhuorong up from the seawater. Hey, found a good thing. After being pulled onto the boat, Zhuorong smiled and took out the huge pearl from his net bag. Looking at this thing, even Yang Qian and the others were startled. Such a big wild pearl? Is this from Tridacna? Looking at the shining pearl, Yang Wu asked in a low voice. Well, yes, there's a piece of giant clams below. There must be a dozen or so, but I didn't catch them. After all, this animal should be a first-class protected animal, so it's better to be more cowardly. Smiling, Zhuorong held the big pearl and said with a smile on his face. Well, safety first, but master, you are adventurous enough. The thing closes very quickly, and you are not afraid of provoking it and clamping your hand. Hearing what Zhuorong said, the girls also nodded, but there were still some worried ones. Don't worry, I'm fast. Seeing their worried eyes, Zhuorong also gestured for his pearl holding action. Soon, why didn't we feel it? Seeing Zhuorong like this, Xiang came over and said to Zhuorong with a smile. And as soon as these words came out, well, the atmosphere on the boat became a little more ambiguous. Go take a shower. Looking at their eyes, Zhuorong swallowed a mouthful of saliva and suggested in a low voice, and hearing what Zhuorong said, the girls also laughed. More than an hour later, when Zhuorong came out of the bathroom again, he really felt a little tired this time. He dived 3 times and then took a bath for more than an hour. Fortunately, Jiamin and the others had already prepared lunch. Today's lunch is very rich, a total of 6 dishes, but mainly seafood. The main dish is snails, which are called snails, and snails are called Chongqing snails, fragrant snails. This is a delicacy that was very common in the past, but now is very uncommon. This should have been introduced before, and is known as one of the must-eat delicacies before death. Wild snails are very expensive now, and they'll be very expensive in the future. Among the 400,000 sky-high price menu, there was a big snail of 8 caddies and 6 tails, which sold for more than 13,000. Cheap, but to be honest, such a big conch is really hard to find. These days, Zhuorong has seen the largest wild snails, but only about 1 or 2 caddies. But even so, one can be sold for nearly 100,000 future coins. But like this kind of delicacy, in fact, it has already started breeding in the future. Wild ones are so expensive, but farm ones are cheap. It costs only 60 yuan per caddy, and more than 1,000 yuan for a caddy above. Now Zhuorong's main dish is the big snails weighing more than 10 caddies that he'll buy in the future. After Jiamin and the others went to see, they were actually busy with this dish, because it is really troublesome to do. First of all, you need to use half a liu chicken, because there's less oil, to cook a pot of fresh chicken soup. Then fry the minced pork belly in oil, add pepper, and saute until fragrant. Then add ham, then add chopped green onion, minced ginger, and spicy millet crush, and saute the red pepper until fragrant. Then pour in the prepared chicken broth, boil it. Then add abalone juice, rice wine, no matter it's huadiao or nurhong. In fact, in a sense, huadiao and nurhong are kind of wine, so don't be misled by wine dealers, because in the past in the Jiangnan area, whenever a daughter was born in the family, A camphor tree will be planted, and then bury the newly brewed rice wine under the camphor tree on the day when the daughter gets married. The camphor tree will be cut down to make a dowry cabinet and the brewed rice. Wine will be taken out to drink when entertaining guests. This is daughter red. And Huadiao means that the daughter is gone before the day she gets married. When the daughter dies, the flower will die naturally. The reason why Huadiao was so famous at that time was because there were some people, namely Wenqing, who didn't like happy endings. They preferred tragic endings, so they always want to give Huadiao more stories and stronger flavors. But in fact, Huadiao is not as delicious as Nurhong because the vintage is not enough. Now add rice wine to remove the fishy smell. Then add some soy sauce and some sugar. Soy sauce, this thing also needs to be brewed. In fact, 99% of the soy sauce on the market is blended. The real soy sauce is actually brewed from miso. The finished miso is put in the sun to dry, and then the oil soaked in the sun is called soy sauce, and the current soy sauce is basically added. The soy sauce eaten at Zhuorong's house is made by Jiao Min and the others themselves, and the taste is mellow. After adjusting the cooking sauce, add some parsley, of course. You don't have to add any that you don't like. And then start to cook the snails, which must be grilled with charcoal. Pour white wine into it first. It is best to pour Fei Tian Mao Tai. More than 10 years is the best. The longer the year, the better. When the white wine boils, pour it out. Go back and forth 3 or 5 times. Basically use a bottle come to wash. And then pour in the sauce you just made. Do it again 3 or 5 times. And after roasting evenly, this charcoal grilled snail is considered ready. Gently tap the top of the cutting board. The snail meat will slide out by itself. Then cut into thin slices. And eat with the sauce just now. The taste is extremely delicious. IT is 810 very good home-cooked dishes. In fact, it seems that a snail sells for 20,000 to 30,000 yuan, which is really not very expensive. In addition to this charcoal grilled snail, there are several other dishes: fried future prawns, meat crab stew made with future meat crabs, dry stir-fried beef, yellow mushroom potato slices, and a cold dish, celery peanuts. A rich lunch is ready. To be honest, what Zhuorong is most satisfied with about Jiao Min and the others is their cooking skills. I can't say that the housework is also the most satisfying, and the biochemical person's job is also the most satisfied, even their reconnaissance and anti-reconnaissance. He's also most satisfied with the ability of the class. Jiao Min and the others in Zhuorong's eyes are almost like a perfect person without any flaws that he picked out, which is why he loves them so much. After eating lunch happily, Zhuorong also set his sights on the living warehouse of the ship, and the next thing is to start selling things. There are really a lot of seafood today, and these things are really worth a lot of money. But what he wants to know most is how much the pearl inside that giant clam is worth. Thinking of this, Zhuorong also opened the platform and swept all these wild seafood into the platform. According to the lowest price recommended by the platform, he raised it slightly and put them on the platform. With the seafood on the platform, the future buyers go crazy again. Shopkeeper, you are finally new again. It's so perfect. There are red flower crabs. Is this rainbow mantis shrimp? Wow, these wild prawns are so fresh. As Zhuorong's seafood was put on shelves, there was a panic buying online in an instant. Zhuorong's products are systematically scanned, and the natural quality can be guaranteed. Now in a store, there are not many repeat customers. Seeing the rapidly decreasing seafood quantity, the corners of Zhuorong's mouth unconsciously opened. Money is a good thing. Do you think it's too much money? Especially when money is all hard-earned. But compared to these seafood, he is actually more interested in this pearl that he took the initiative to open the contact list of friends, found the account of the owner of Qianjiang Hotel, and then asked Xiaozhua to take a 3D photo and send it to the owner of Qianjiang Hotel. Brother, why are your pearls so big? Yo, have you got a pearl from Giant Clam? Zhuorong's photo was sent in a few seconds, and the owner of the Qianjiang Hotel over there immediately reacted. Asked Zhuorong for a moment. Well, I found one, brother. Are you interested? Seeing the excited look of the owner of Qianjiang Hotel, Zhuorong also asked him. Yes, must have. This is a good thing, a priceless treasure. Seeing what Zhuorong said, the owner of Qianjiang Hotel immediately came back. For him, this thing is much more difficult than that king squid. Tridacna are now the first in the country. Whether there will be such a game after 1,000 years is another matter. It will be a ghost if it does not attract the attention of the other party. Then, brother, you can make a price. If you can, I will sell it to you. Seeing that the owner of Qianjiang Hotel was interested in this thing, Zhuorong also spoke directly to him, and the other party thought for a while after seeing this sentence. After about 3 minutes, he made an offer. 12 million, how about it? Before looking for the owner of Qianjiang Hotel, Zhuorong once used the platform to scan this giant clam pearl, and the price given by the platform was 8 million to 9.5 million. This is the price at which giant clam pearls of this size were previously sold on the platform. But obviously, this game should be priceless in the market, and it cannot be bought at this price now. IT is precisely because of this that the owner of Qianjiang Hotel bid 12 million. Good guy. Zhuorong's seafood today may not be 12 million, but now a pearl is sold for 12 million. This price is okay. Deal. Zhuorong didn't say much and directly marked the pearl for 12 million, then sold it manually and posted it on the internet. The owner of the Qianjiang Hotel over there clicked to buy it immediately after seeing this item. But even so, he was only the third person who received a transaction application from Zhuorong. Zhuorong didn't have any merits. So it was inevitable that he kept his word. He still sold the pearl to the owner of Qianjiang Hotel. However, just after the deal here was concluded, a private message was sent over there. Zhuorong saw that the person who sent the private message was none other than the 10 people who also applied for the deal just now. This person, Zhuorong, also has some impressions. He's a super foodie. He wants to buy Zhuorong's big fish. He seems to be a foodie with good money. But he is different from the owner of Qianjiang Restaurant and Loha's Fish Feast. He probably does not own a restaurant, so the amount of seafood he buys is not too large. But if there's something good, he is bound to have a leg. Boss, have you sold this giant clam pearl? Well, it's already sold. Oh, what a pity. This is a priceless treasure. Shop owner, you sold it for 12 million, and you sold it at a loss. If it's placed in the interstellar auction, at least 20 million will start. Seeing that Zhuorong said that has been sold, the super foodie here is also a little speechless. But it's a pity that Zhuorong's online platform is not an interstellar auction, and what he said has nothing to do with Zhuorong, and Zhuorong can't go after 1,000 years. I don't like trouble very much, so if I can sell it, I will sell it directly. Oh, it's a pity. Shopkeeper, if you have any good things in the future, don't rush to sell them. Let's open a live broadcast, and we can ask for a price. If you still have giant clam pearls in the future, remember to keep one for me. Looking at Zhuorong in this way, the super foodie here thought that his hand speed was not fast enough to rush, so he also started talking. Okay, if there are good things in the future. Looking at the super foodie, Zhuorong also smiled. I have to say that these buyers after 1,000 years are really interesting. If you get something good to sell, you can start a live broadcast. Just when Zhuorong was thinking about it, his seafood was almost sold out. Looking at the more than 20 million I just earned today and my own balance of nearly 70 million, Zhuorong nodded in satisfaction. At first, he thought that maybe he would have to wait until he fished a few more times in the Far Sea before he could collect so much money for himself. IT seems that there's really no need for it now, and the money in the future is indeed easy to earn at tea this time. Yang Sitian also came over with a glass of mixed wine and handed it to Zhuorong on his own initiative. Holding a glass of wine, lying on a deck chair, basking in the sun and blowing the sea breeze, this kind of life is really pleasant. At least Zhuorong is very satisfied. Tea around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhuorong was almost done basking in the sun, so the group set sail directly and drove the boat back to the old pier. And when his boat came back, the police report over there had already come out. Also released is the video and recording of Brother Li and the others who robbed Zhuorong last night. When the keyboard warriors who were filled with righteous indignation and denounced Zhuorong for a day saw what happened, most of the keyboard warriors chose to silence. Boy, is there any more convincing evidence than this? The video was added to the audio recording, and then the knife was used. As a result, the 4 of them fought for a while, but they had never fought. As soon as the conversation turned around, people on the internet started to attack those 4 guys, Zhao Liao. Naturally, those internet celebrities who cleaned up the ground for these 4 people this morning did not escape the fate of being attacked. Some internet celebrities were scared and wanted to delete the video at the first time, but they found out by accident that they couldn't delete it, even if they called the app's background company. They couldn't delete it. Needless to say, they knew that this must be a small maid of grass. So I can only watch these netizens who have been attracted by me and whip my corpse. Seeing this, these people are completely panicked. Some people just broke their cans and didn't watch it. They're just doing what they want. And some people are still trying to explain something. Some people are directly sophistry, saying that no matter what the police say, he just doesn't believe it. But the more these people explain, the more confused they become. Because then they found out that their account was still posting their own chat records. Good guy, this recovery of money can be said to be a real blow. Dare to provoke Jourone. Cut off the road. Isn't that inevitable? This Mr. Joie is definitely not an ordinary person. In fact, in the morning, although Jourone went out to sea for diving, there were quite a few people who paid attention to him. First of all, Yuan Tianqing and the others happened in Linquan village. So how could they not know about it? They also called Jourone to ask what happened. After Jourone briefly said something, they were filled with righteous indignation. But Jourone told them not to worry, he can solve this matter naturally. Besides Yuan Tianqing and the others, Su Jibin and Qin Shua also called and asked if Jourone needed their help. Jourone knew that Su Jibin would call. After all, Su Jibin can be regarded as his partner now. If something happened to him, he would never feel better, so it was normal for him to call. And Qin Shua would call, and Jourone had some minor accidents, but he still thanked the two, saying that he could solve the matter himself. After saying this, he went diving outside. As for Su Jibin and Qin Shua, they were watching the situation on the internet while doing their work at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The truth was announced, and at the same time, those internet celebrities received money to discredit Jourone. Since then, these internet celebrities have died together online and offline. There are even several fans who have reached over 1 million people in the 497 battalion, and they were directly exposed in order to catch the popularity. This time, even if they're completely finished, this can be regarded as an internet celebrity with bad deeds. Collect money to turn things around and smear others. Don't say anything on the platform. Jourone will definitely sue these guys in the future. He is not a fool. Seeing the morning scene on the internet, both Su Jibin and Qin Shua laughed and then closed the message. But at the same time, one thing also flashed in their minds, that is this Jourone is definitely not an ordinary person. Ordinary people have no way to directly check the other party's collection records and hack into the other party's mobile phone. Obviously, there should be a very powerful hacker organization behind Jourone. In addition, behind Jourone, there must be a very strong scientific research team. They have personally experienced the delicacy of those foods, and this cannot be faked. Moreover, there should be an outside army on Jourone's side, or some kind of military organization. Jiamin and the others may not be able to see anything. But the last time, when Yang Qian, Yang Sitian, and Guixiang came out with Jourone, their professional qualities were not what ordinary little girls possess. The most important thing is, if Jourone doesn't have an organization overseas, where did his diamonds come from? These things are obviously not available to ordinary people. This Jourone is really not an ordinary person. Mr. Qin, in fact, we should take the initiative to cooperate with him. After taking the tablet that Qin Shua had finished reading, Qin Shua's little assistant couldn't help but start talking. She is now convinced by Jourone, not only because the food Jourone gave to Qin Shua is really delicious, but also because Jourone's soft power is too strong. I'm also thinking about this matter. After a few days of vacation, we can go to his house. Propping her chin, Qin Shua also thought of Jourone. This man is indeed too mysterious. If it wasn't because there were too many women around him, she would even have some ideas. But thinking of this, she shook her head. It is useless to think about these things now. She should think carefully about how to cooperate with Jourone. What Qin Shua was thinking here, Jourone naturally didn't know, because he'd already gone home at this time. After diving for a day, he returned home and lay down on the sofa. The comfort didn't last long, because after a while, Yuan Tianqing and the others came. Yuan Tianqing, Yang Sheng, Sun Qingyuan, Peng Liqiang, and Yang Sheng's and Peng Liqiang's girlfriends, a total of 6 people, drove 2 cars and came directly to Jourone's house. Today, although Jourone said nothing, he can take care of it. But these 4 people were still a little worried about Jourone. After confirming that things were reversed, they felt that it should be celebrated as, they came here together with their family. Yang Sheng's girlfriend, Jourone, had met several times, but Xianzi's girlfriend, Jourone, had never met before. Peng Liqiang's girlfriend is Gu Xianxian, who is also from Lichuan Village. Point 1 can tell at a glance that this should be a very responsible little girl. When she came to Jourone's house, her eyes were full of curiosity and shock, but she didn't have much envy, jealousy, or wanting to live here. Gaze at IT can be seen that this should be a real girl next door. Originally, she was supposed to be in the city, but isn't it the holidays? She came back 2 days early to cultivate her relationship with Xianzi and also want to tidy up her hometown. Her parents are not young now. They've worked so hard for so many years, but they have not bought a house and a half in the city, so they plan to stop working in the city this year. Now Linquan Village is very developed, and working in the village is the same. The most important thing is that after the daughter and Xianzi are together, they will definitely not be able to live apart. In the future, and Xianzi's income from fishing is still very considerable, so their daughter will probably come back to live in the village, and there's no need to come back early to see nothing bad. Okay, the village is actually developing quite well. Live well, and your life will definitely not be bad. Hearing what Xianzi and his girlfriend said, Jourone also said with a smile, okay, stop chatting all the time. I still remember what you said about roasting whole lamb. Where's the lamb? After exchanging pleasantries, Yuan Tianqing here also looked towards the back of Jourone's villa. Obviously to the introducer, he was more interested in food. I knew that you came here for my food. Don't worry, Jiamin and the others have already prepared it when you come here. Let's make charcoal first. Looking at Yuan Tianqing with contempt, Jourone also spoke beside him, and then a group of more than a dozen people set up a barbecue stall in front of Jourone's villa. While burning charcoal and processing mutton, Jourone also went to fight Yang Sheng on the side of the basketball court all afternoon. Being abused is not light. But at this time, what he celebrated even more was that Jourone was a member of their team, and when the game started in December, it would be another team that was being abused. When the mutton here is almost done roasting, Peng Weiyue and Shan Xueja over there came to play again, and naturally the 2 little girls also ate a lot here. In this way, the lively day came to an end. I'm telling you, this is never over. How'd you tell me? Do you know how difficult it is for me to operate this account? Now that it's banned, how can you compensate me? I'll compensate you a bird feather. You're willing to make this money, so naturally you have to bear this risk. Fuck you, didn't you ask me to do this? I tell you to do it, and you do it. I'm your father. Since when have you been so filial? Get out, fuck you. If you dare to say one more word, I will take someone to hack you to death. After the youngest son of the village head's family finished scolding, he hung up the phone directly, and then blocked the person who called just now. But don't look at the scolding, he just had a good time. But after hanging up the phone, he couldn't help but fell in a deep thought because this is already the 12th internet celebrity he blocked after making this plan yesterday. He was the person in charge of contacting these internet celebrities in this village. He originally thought that relying on the power of the internet, it would be enough for Jourone to compromise that. In the end, who knows, Jourone did not compromise. Instead, the internet celebrities he found exploded in an instant. Not only the content of the money collection was exposed, resulting in the account being blocked, but Jourone should also sue them for spreading rumors. If there is no jail time, it is estimated that a large sum of money will be compensated. These internet celebrities naturally blame the people in this village, but people in this village will definitely not pay for these internet celebrities, and so the conversation that just appeared took place. Father, what should we do now? Seeing the younger brother hang up the phone, the eldest son of the village chief lit a cigarette, looked at his father for a while, and asked, what to do? I'm also thinking about what to do. While smoking the dry tobacco, the village chief squinted his eyes and remembered that this matter was beyond the scope of what he could handle. In this village, there were many bad things done in the past. According to their previous methods of handling things, there are two ways. One is to play tricks. I just don't understand the law. What do you do with me? The second is that the law does not blame the public, no matter what it is. As long as you take 100 or so people do it, the police will not do anything if they find out. After all, it is impossible for the police to arrest so many people, then use the pressure of the fishing boat to make the opponent suffer from being dumb. This trick can be described as quite easy to use, but it's a pity. It seems that their trick is of no use to Zhuorong. Zhuorong is stronger than they. Imagine, the pressure of the fishing boat is meaningless to him at all on the internet. Zhuorong is the real god. I said, I shouldn't have rescued the Li family boy and the others. Their incident can be regarded as ironclad evidence, and we can't make any waves. At this time, an old man on the other side was also smoking a cigarette and said to the village chief, Uncle Wu, what you said is wrong. When we made a plan to save Brother Li, you didn't say that. The village head's youngest son said what the old man said. When the village head's youngest son said so, the fifth uncle's eyes widened, and he wanted to reprimand him a few words, but at this moment the village head waved his hand. It's meaningless to shirk responsibility here now. I have my reasons for saving the Li family boy. First, this Li family boy belongs to our village, so the people in our village must be saved. Second, this Li family boy is ours. The middle-level cadre here, he knows all the shitty things we did before. If he reveals all these things inside, then we'll be reunited with him in prison. Looking at the old man, the village head here also told the result of the matter. Fuck, they dare. If they dare to say it, I will kill them. Hearing what the village chief said, the nephew of the village chief in the distance also spoke. Fuck, fiddle, where are you gonna do it? Who are you killing? They're in the hospital now. Have the police check it out. Go do it. Looking at the nephew's words, the elder son of the village chief stood up and gave him a blow on the back of the head. This guy knew to make trouble here. Well, if we can't get rid of him, then let's get rid of this guy called Zhuorong. As the old saying goes, if the people don't raise their hands, the officials won't be held accountable. Let's get rid of him. So we're afraid they won't be able to get out? As long as he kills him, the few people are just playing around, and Lao Li and the others will probably come out. Shrinking his neck, the nephew here also said in a low voice, don't we know what you said? How to do it? This kid should have practiced one hit for and beat the Li family boys into a bear, didn't you see? Otherwise, our family will use internet celebrities to power. The result is now good. Stealing chickens is not enough to lose money. Upon hearing what this nephew said, the village head's youngest son also spoke beside him. Then bring more people. If 4 is not enough, then bring 40. If 40 is not enough, then bring 400. Seeing what the village chief's youngest son said, the nephew suggested again. 40 more? 400? Believe it or not, you took 10 people to Zhuorong's house, and the police had to arrest you as soon as you arrived at his door. This Zhuorong is a rich man. His existence is extremely beneficial to local taxation. If you dare to fight against him, the court will never let you go. Seeing how simple his nephew thought, the village chief shook his head again. This won't work, that won't work, so what should we do now? Let's line up and surrender. Seeing that the method he said was repeatedly refuted, the nephew here was also angry. Looking at the people in the room in front of him, he said it with a displeased face. And listening to what he said, the people in the room here also became thoughtful that IT is impossible not to solve it. But how to solve it is another trouble. Just when these people were worrying about how to solve this matter, Zhuorong over there actually already knew the situation on their side. Xiaozhua is invincible on the internet. Not only them, but in fact all the smartphones in this village are under Xiaozhua's monitoring at this time. What they said, every sentence, every word, Zhuorong can know it if he wants to know it. And if he wants to deal with Zhuorong, it can only be said that these guys are delusional. But there's no way, these people have not gone to any school. They used to be known as rascals in their work. Now, when their rascal methods are useless, they really don't know what to do, but the other side Zhuorong is not going to let them go. These guys buy and sell by force, steal and rob, violate the law, and discipline, and steal and plunder. They have done a lot of things before. Although the evidence has been almost destroyed by them, there's still some clues as long as they exist on the internet. Zhuorong will find the things that have been passed by. So don't say whether these guys will let Zhuorong go. At least according to Zhuorong's current situation, he will not let these guys go. Xiaozhua, how was the evidence collection going? After a night of nothing, when Zhuorong got up the next morning, he also asked about the situation of the evidence collected by Xiaozhua. You can play within the scope of the rules, so naturally you have to play within the scope of the rules. Getting out of the circle easily will only make people's thinking easier and simpler. The same is true for Zhuorong, who holds a big killer. So Zhuorong looks, that's why Xiaozhua was asked to do this. Master, the evidence is almost collected. Hearing what Zhuorong said, Xiaozhua also said, and hearing what Xiaozhua said, Zhuorong also nodded. After the collection is completed, it will be sent directly to the relevant departments. These guys can't be allowed to be too rampant. Master, I understand. After hearing Zhuorong's words, Xiaozhua also responded, and then continued to collect evidence of the village's mad crimes. Yes, it was the evidence of the entire 7 or 8 villages. Now that Zhuorong has been offended, what are we waiting for if we don't kill them? Waiting for them to let go of 1 or 2 and come to seek revenge on Zhuorong. Zhuorong doesn't have this habit, so the best way is to solve it directly. I don't worry about your business, said to Xiaozhua. Zhuorong also finished washing up here, and then went downstairs. When he got downstairs, he saw Jia Min and others who were busy at the moment. The roasted whole lamb last night was quite happy. How could it be possible to eat roasted whole lamb without drinking alcohol? Not only Zhuorong, Yuan Tianqing, Yang Sheng, Sun Qingyuan, but also Pang Liqiang drank a lot. And halfway through, Peng Weiyue's grandfather came to pick her up. So naturally, they also pulling Peng Jianjun to drink a lot. It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening when they left. Jia Min drove the car and sent Peng Weiyue, Shen Xuejia, and Peng Jianjun who were already asleep to their homes, while Yuan Tianqing and others, Yang Sheng and Sun Qingyuan, were sent home by Yang Shang's girlfriend Liu. Jing, yes, but Pang Liqiang's girlfriend, Good Jingjing, does not know how to open a warehouse. As Oqiu Xiaoxiao and Yang Tao also deliberately acted as drivers. First sent Pang Liqiang and Gu Xianxian home, then sent Yuan Tianqing home, and then drove back. It was almost 11 o'clock when they finished sending people off and got home. After simply tidying up things, there were still a lot of tails left untied. So Zhuorong took them to rest. Zhuorong slept until 10 o'clock the next morning, but they got up early to start pack these things up. Master, I prepared tofu now and sesame seed cakes in the morning. Do you want to eat them now? Seeing Zhuorong walking downstairs, Wang Qian also asked Zhuorong. Well, eat now, rubbing his belly. In fact, Zhuorong is not hungry now. If he had eaten before going to work, he would have eaten together at noon. But since Jia Min and the others took care of their daily life, Zhuorong found that he had developed the good habit of eating 3 meals a day, and it always felt a little weird not to eat something every morning. Hearing Zhuorong's words, Wang Qian and Zhu Xia here also brought breakfast to Zhuorong. The salty tofu, now paired with freshly baked bean paste biscuits, tasted quite good. Zhuorong is only satisfied after making 2 biscuits and a big bowl of bean curd in the morning. Woke up to this point today, naturally there's no way to go out to sea to get any seafood. So Zhuorong is going to go to the basketball court behind a play. When he came over with the ball, he found that on the basketball court, Babeo porridge and Sihui were gnawing bones and playing. These bones are all the bones left over from the roasted whole lamb that was killed yesterday. Although Zhuorong drank too much yesterday, Jia Min and the others did not drink too much. When Yuan Tianqing and the others came, Jia Min and the others had already put the 8 treasure porridge in the bedroom on the 3rd floor. Until Yuan Tianqing and the others left, the group released the 8 treasure porridge as Yuan Tianqing and the others didn't know that there was such a level in Zhuorong's house. And the 8 treasure porridge after he came out played with Sihui. Dogs like to gnaw on bones. Zhuorong knows that in Zhuorong's impression, tigers don't seem to gnaw on bones. Of course, the main reason is that they don't need to. They can hunt meat, so why do they eat bones? It's very fragrant. Seeing the oily face it was biting, Zhuorong couldn't help walking over and lifted it out by the back of its neck. As soon as it took off, Babeo Kanji gritted its teeth in doubt, thinking it was dangerous. It didn't understand what was going on until it saw Zhuorong next to it. Then he began to yelp, wanting to ask Zhuorong to put it down. It will continue to chew, and Zhuorong also looked at the mouth of the 8 treasure porridge. It was found that there were quite a lot of small deciduous teeth growing in its mouth. Little tigers actually have teeth when they are born, and the canine teeth are quite sharp, but these teeth cannot eat meat, let alone bones. But now it seems that it makes sense for the tigress to throw it to Zhuorong. She has teeth and can eat normally. The same is true for Gray. After seeing Zhuorong lift up the 8 treasure porridge, the 4 little guys also circled around Zhuorong. Although they're usually fed by Jiao Min and the others, but in their hearts, the only possible owner is Zhuorong, and he's steadfast. Okay, let's play. Seeing that the small teeth in Babeo Kanji's mouth are growing well, Zhuorong also put it down again. At the same time, after ruining the dogs for a while, he told them to play, and he played basketball in the backyard. Now Zhuorong plays basketball. It is really like fantasy basketball. He shot 3-pointers all over the court, and his shooting percentage was quite high. His dunks are no longer dunks because he's afraid of dunking too hard and damaging the basket. You must know that this basket is his own, and there's no need to buy it again if it's broken to so his dunks are all 5.8 shooting star dunks. That is when he jumps very high, relying on his strong waist and abdomen strength. While staying in the air, he directly smashes the basketball from a high place. Horror can no longer be described. That is to say, Zhuorong is already 28 years old this year. If he's only around 20, he probably can't help but want to play professionally. With his own skills, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is invincible. It's also very good to win an Olympic medal for the country at the right time. But that's something young people have to do. Zhuorong doesn't have this idea anymore. After all, for a person like him who is nearly 30 years old, he no longer wants to do such things as working hard and making progress. He just wants to lie down, sleep until he wakes up naturally, and count money until his hands cramp. Well, this kind of life is perfect. After hanging around at home for a day, Yuan Tianqing and Changzi asked Zhuorong to go out to sea the next day. But this time it was to poke the fish steak. Zhuorong was very generous when he went to poke the raft last time. Naturally, the owner of the raft here also welcomes him, but it is obvious that his income today will be far worse than last time. Because there are not many golden drums under the fish rafts today, Zhuorong only caught more than 30 golden drums after fishing for a day, and 1 caddy is about 30 caddies. Calculated at 50 yuan caddy, that is more than 1,500 yuan. The main fish he caught today was red drum. The scientific name of the red drum is the eye-spotted totoba, and the common names are American emperor redfish, red totoba, red drum fish, black-spotted red perch, spotted perch, and so on. This is a fish whose introduction time difference is not particularly long. In 1991, our country introduced fish larvae from the U.S. emperor and then successfully cultivated the first generation of red carp seedlings in 1995 and then started breeding. The length of this kind of fish is almost the same as that of large yellow croaker. The biggest difference is that the body color of a large yellow croaker above 01 is yellow. It becomes yellower when caught at night and white when caught during the day. And this fish is reddish. This kind of fish not only looks very similar to large yellow croaker, but also tastes very similar to large yellow croaker. Compared with the large yellow croaker, this kind of fish has a vastly different advantage. First of all, this kind of fish grows fast. In fact, this fishing raft also has red drums. This kind of fish is raised for 1 year, that is 10 to 12 months. Generally, the weight can reach more than 1 kilogram, and the heavy one can even reach 3 kilograms. That is more than 6 caddies. You should know that this is only the level of raising for 1 year. If you raise it for about 3 years, it will be like playing for more than 10 caddies. Secondly, this kind of fish is not worried about sales. The market in Europe and the United States is sold at a price of $6 to $8 per pound all the year round. Which cannot be sold in China, is still very popular abroad, of course, because the taste of this fish is very similar to that of large yellow croaker. It is easy to sell in China, especially in coastal areas, where almost no one says that red drum is not delicious. The second advantage is that this fish has a very strong adaptability, and its suitable salt range is 0 to 40%. That is to say, it can grow normally in seawater, brackish water, and fresh water, and its suitable temperature range is also very wide. 2 to 33% it can survive in a range of 10 degrees, and it will grow normally if it is above 10 degrees, and it will grow extremely fast between 18-30 degrees. IT is very good to live in a low oxygen environment. The third advantage is that this kind of fish can eat everything, whether it's artificial feed, small miscellaneous fish, shrimp, shellfish, everything, and it doesn't like to get sick, and it is very resistant to disease. Basically, as long as the fish is raised at sea, there's no need to worry about getting sick. The fourth advantage is that the reproductive ability of this fish can outperform the large yellow croaker hundreds of blocks. After this kind of fish grows up, it will lay eggs at the right time every 3 to 5 days, with 5 trillion of reaching more than 85%. The survival rate is extremely high. But don't look at this kind of fish, this is good, that's good, but in fact, this kind of fish is not suitable for Zhuorong because this kind of fish is farmed. Even if it was because of a typhoon or a broken fishing net, these fish escaped into the sea and became so-called wild here. But the system detects that this fish is farmed. Therefore, this kind of fish will not be sold at a higher price in the future, and will have to be sold to local people in the END. IT is precisely because of this that Zhuorong's income today is not much. Only Jingu made some money, and Honggu sold it directly to Bosu for 40 million. This should be considered a good relationship, because if he sells this fish in the market, he can sell it for about 45 caddies. But to be honest, does Zhuorong really care about the price difference of 5 yuan a caddy? Of course, Jingu won't sell anything. These things will be very valuable in the future. In the evening, with Yuan Tianqing and Changzi, I went to Shun Shiwejia's shop, which is the third child's barbecue. After dinner, Zhuorong went home in the blink of an eye. The next day arrived, but today he didn't go anywhere, but started to prepare at home, because starting tomorrow is another holiday. His parents will come over this afternoon, so Zhuorong also needs to prepare in advance, of course. What he said about preparing in advance was mainly to prepare food, and there was no need to clean up the house. Normally, Jiao Min and the others would clean the house spotlessly to SO. It doesn't need to cram for a while that I S for Yuan Tianqing. They're also very busy today. Yuan Tianqing was going to his parents' house in the city today, and Hang Liqiang's parents and his girlfriend Xinqi's parents were also coming back today, and Sun Qingyuan was going to his parents' place too to AS for Yangsheng. It was the busiest day. After all, tomorrow is the holiday, and there are really too many people who come to him to get crabs today. Just when everyone was very busy, Zhuorong's parents also drove to Zhuorong's house after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Compared with the last time I came here, there are more things in Zhuorong's house this time. Among other things, the cows, sheep, and pigs on the grassland are very attractive to Rong's parents, and the little ones at home, as well as the new 8 treasure porridge, are also very popular with Rong's parents. Especially 8 treasure porridge. This is a tiger, a Real tiger, and is also known as the South China tiger that has become extinct in the wild. I have to say that the little tiger is really cute and very fun. If it wasn't for Zhuorong's repeated warnings not to take photos of the little tiger, his parents would probably be able to post more than a dozen moments 77B to make him feel ashamed. But even so, the scenery inside Zhuorong's house is enough for them to post a lot of moments. I have to say that this big manor is really awesome. Especially the 15 daughters-in-law. They're simply perfect. In the evening, Zhuorong and his family naturally had a good meal and got together for a while, and then the next day, Zhuorong was planning to take his parents to the sea to play together, but just as he was about to leave, his cell phone rang suddenly. Picking up the phone and looking at it, I found that the caller was none other than Su Jibin. Su Jibin is also resting today, so he plans to bring his wife and daughter to play at Zhuorong's house, and Zhuorong will naturally not refuse, so I'm gonna wait for him to come. But as soon as the phone here was hung up, someone called again. The person who called this time was none other than Qin Shuhua. It turned out that she also came to the city at this time, and asked if Zhuorong had time to come and visit today. Well, we're all getting together, but one family is also an entertainer, and the two are also entertainers, so let's be together. Hearing Qin Shuhua's words, Zhuo Rong didn't refuse. It's good to have a lot of people and a bit of excitement during the festival. Just like that, around 9 o'clock in the morning, as two cars drove into Zhuo Rong's house almost in tandem, Zhuo Rong's house became even more lively. Brother Su, Miss Qin, let me introduce you. This is my father Zhizian. This is my mother, this is brother Su Jibin, the current head of the Su family. This is his wife, this is his daughter, this is Qin Shuhua. Miss Qin, people from the Qin family, it's normal if you haven't heard of it. The Qin family's influence is not on our side. This is Miss Qin's assistant. With the arrival of the two cars, Su Jibin's family of 3, plus Qin Shuhua and Qin Shuhua's assistant also got out of the car. Obviously, both parties knew that the other party would come, so it was not surprising. And Jerome also introduced these two ways of people to his parents. However, after the introduction, there was a little trouble with the title. Qin Shuhua is okay. She's about the same age as Zhuo Rong, so there's nothing wrong with being called uncle or auntie. But Su Jibin is different. He's actually not much younger than Zhuo Zian. Zhuo Zian is 52 years old this year, and Su Jibin is 47 years old this year, and there's only a 5-year age difference between them. Normally, Su Jiji would call Zhuo Rong his younger brother, which is normal, but calling Zhuo Zian uncle, I always feel that the generations are confused. And Zhuo Zian is indeed not very good at being called the patriarch of the Su family's nephew, isn't he? Let's talk about each other, brother. Hello, hello. Just when the two sides were a little embarrassed, Zhuo Rong's father, Zhuo Zian, spoke first and set the tone. That's all right, brother. Hearing what Zhuo Rong's father said, Su Jibin here also responded with a smile, and then the others followed suit, which is considered familiar. Today, let's go directly to the sea, just to take my dad and the others to play around. After introducing everyone, Zhuo Rong also talked about today's arrangements. After hearing what Zhuo Rong said, Qin Shuhua's assistant couldn't help but wanted to say something, but was held down by Qin Shuhua. Indeed, Qin Shuhua's identity is unusual. Under normal circumstances, whether you're traveling or doing anything, you need to check the dangers in advance. Danger sometimes comes not only from the outside, but also from the inside. Today, Qin Shuhua brought her assistant here privately. Zhuo Rong's place is actually a little too much. Now Zhuo Rong is going to take Qin Shuhua to see if something happens. Who will take the responsibility? However, Qin Shuhua didn't ask her assistant to say this. Zhuo Rong is not an ordinary person. She knows this very well. And since Zhuo Rong dares to invite these people to his party, he will definitely guarantee their safety as so the guest does what he wants, and no one on both sides has any objections. Then he drove the car and went directly to the old pier. But there was no one left in Zhuo Rong's house. Jiao Min, Qiu Xiaoxiao, Yang Tao, Wang Qian, Zhu Xia, and Lin Xiaoqiao chose to stay in the villa, preparing the lunch and looking after the house. After all, the matter in that village has not been resolved yet, just in case. The others went to the old pier together and boarded Zhuo Rong's boat. Once on Zhuo Rong's boat, Su Jibin, his wife Qin Shuhua, and her assistant felt the difference. This boat doesn't look very big from the outside, but there's a lot of space inside, and it seems that the intelligence of the ship is higher than what they know, but few people make any noise. The more unusual this boat is, the more unusual the forces behind Zhuo Rong are. After getting on the boat, Li Ku also started the engine and drove the boat towards the open S at the same time as the boat started. Li Zhu, Gao Wen, Ding Jiangwo, Yang Qian, Yang Sitian, Guxiang, Yang Wu, and Shang. Jingjing also took out the fruits prepared by Zhuo Rong and some future snacks. In the ship warehouse, let everyone eat, see the sea view, and so on. Looking at these fruits, Qin Shuhua's assistant, who was still a little worried, stopped worrying at this time and began to concentrate on dealing with the fruits in front of her. In the whole world, only Zhuo Rong can eat these things casually. You know, since Qin Shuhua shared some fruits with her last time, she's been obsessed with these fruits. Now, not only the fruits can be eaten casually, but there are also many future snacks and freshly squeezed juices. As far as she's a snack, it is no longer a boat warehouse, but a paradise, compared with Qin Shuhua's assistant. Qin Shuhua also had some emotions when eating these things. She was lamenting that it was too late for her start. If these delicious foods were to be represented by herself, then her status in the Qin family would not be able to be violently shaken. But fortunately, it seems that he is not too late. Although it is said that these fruits have been taken by the Su family, it seems that Zhuo Rong said that there are other projects that could be cooperated. After a few laps on the sea, the fun was almost done, and when she was about to return to the voyage, Qin Shuhua here also took a chance to find Zhuo Rong. Mr. Zhuo, you told me last time we were in Shanghai. What else can we cooperate with? I don't know what it is. Looking at Zhuo Rong, Qin Shuhua also asked in doubt. Oh, there's indeed one thing. I remember your family is a company that makes cars. I wonder if you have any interest in cooperative cars. Hearing Qin Shuhua's words, Zhuo Rong thought for a while. Last time he felt that he was not familiar with Qin Shuhua, so he didn't mention it. Now Qin Shuhua took the initiative to come find him, and when she was besieged on the internet 2 days ago, she did say he wanted to help, but he can be seen that Qin Shuhua is okay. So Zhuo Rong thought about it for a while, and then mentioned the intention of cooperation. But after hearing Zhuo Rong's words, Qin Shuhua was stunned. Originally, she thought that Zhuo Rong would find her to cooperate, and it must be related to food, such as some processed products like wine, durian cakes, etc. But now you say to yourself, car? Well, cars, Miss Qin, what do you think the future trend of cars with Zhao will look like? Looking at Qin Shuhua with a confused face, Zhuo Rong smiled, and then said still. Trend? Tramp. Qin Shuhua's main business is jewelry design, but after all, she is the eldest daughter and successor of the Qin family in this generation, so she has some things about the Qin family. Although the Qin family's car company is not a very powerful car company, it still has some sales, so she at least knows what the future trend means. That's right, it's a tram. The current tram has one of the biggest problems. Nodding his head, Zhuo Rong also looked at Qin Shuhua and continued. Mileage anxiety. This time Qin Shuhua had come to her senses, looked at Zhuo Rong, and said with a serious face, she could see that Zhuo Rong was not joking. That is to say, he really has something good to cooperate with her. Bingo. The cooperation I want to tell you is that I solved this problem. What are the criteria for dividing eras? It's not the so-called humanities, geography, thought, but technology. And what is the core of technology? That is industry. And what is the core of industry? Energy. The word energy has always been a very important proposition around the world. The era of steam eliminated the era of black powder and swords and guns in one fell swoop, and opened a new chapter for the subsequent era. Obviously, for the future, the era of the internal combustion engine has become a thing of the past. In fact, the internal combustion engine has already developed to a limit, and if it's compressed again, the energy inside will not change much. So even now we know that electric energy is the future. The electric energy is divided into several stages. They're the conversion of electric energy, that is coal power generation, wind power generation, hydropower generation, solar power generation, etc. When these technologies are mature, the new stage of electric energy is nuclear electric energy, and nuclear fission is the core energy of the little boy. On top of nuclear fission, there's also nuclear fusion, which is the core energy region of Nasha. On top of these two destructive energies, it is necessary to find a way to restrain them, which is the origin of controllable nuclear fission and nuclear fusion. In the future, controllable nuclear fusion has become something in daily applications, but it is not something ordinary people can buy. Ordinary people can only buy the 177 products to control nuclear fission. That is the batteries on Zhuo Rong's cars, cyborgs, and yachts. Controlled nuclear fission, in other words, is actually a nuclear power plant. Compressing the energy of a nuclear power plant into a battery the size of a fingernail is the mainstream civilian electricity in the future. That, of course, it is impossible for Zhuo Rong to come up with such a technology. Insanely, he took it out, and it is estimated that countries all over the world will not let him go. What he's going to take is a very backward technology of the future called primitive batteries. The original battery, Zhuo Rong once asked Xiao Zhuo to search for a battery that he could cooperate with the Qin family. This battery has several great advantages. Point one is that it will never burn, and there's no need to worry about safety. The second is that this battery can be suitable for any extremely bad weather. After all, this battery was first invented and installed on the initial spacecraft. The requirement during research and development is that it must withstand temperatures above 1000 degrees and minus 230 degrees without any fluctuations. Third, although the battery is still being charged, its charging speed is extremely fast. It can be charged at a maximum of 300 degrees per hour, and the battery itself has a full capacity of 3000 kWh present. The top-notch products of the brand that can't stop a car on the earth only have 100 kilowatt hours of electric energy and can run 5 to 600 kilometers. With 3000 kilowatt hours of electric energy, it can run at least 15,000 to 6,000 kilometers. Although it is said that the electricity bill for a single charge is a lot, the price is actually very low, because even if you use commercial electricity, it costs 1 yuan per kilometer, and the price of 1 kilometer is a little more than 10 cents. If you use your own charging pile, it will directly cost between 8 and 9 cents, and generally speaking, a car can be recharged once or twice a year at most, and 3,000 yuan is enough to run 30,000 kilometers. What kind of bicycle do you need? So Zhuorong is very confident about this project. Hiss, Mr. Zhua, your team has developed a super high energy-saving battery, or a supercapacity battery. Hearing what Zhuorong said, Qin Shuhua thought for a while, and her rationality told her that this is unlikely, but I still tell her in my heart that the man in front of me is not ordinary, so there's nothing wrong with asking more. Ultra high capacity. I'll give you the specific information when I get home later. Okay, looking at Zhuorong in front of her, Qin Shuhua took a deep breath and then closed her mouth again. She needs to think about it now. If Zhuorong really comes up with a supercapacity battery structure plan, she will what to do. During the following journey at sea, Qin Shuhua even lazily ate the fruit, thinking about what Zhuorong said. But except for her assistant, no one else felt that there was anything wrong with her because Zhuorong's yacht is too much fun. In this way, around 12 o'clock, Zhuorong's yacht returned to the old pier. After everyone left the yacht reluctantly, they drove back to Zhuorong's villa. But at this time, the villa, Jiao Min, and the others had already prepared lunch. Today's lunch is quite rich, not only because of the holiday, but also because of the arrival of foreign guests. So Jiao Min and the others prepared it very well. There are a total of 23 people in the family, divided into 2 tables, and the dishes on each table are the same. The main dish is a lobster, but this kind of lobster is also a kind of lobster that will be farmed in the future. A newborn lobster. This kind of lobster has 2 characteristics. One is that it grows fast. This kind of lobster can grow to a weight of 5 catties a year. The other is that it grows big, nearly 50 catties. It is indeed a kind of lobster that is very suitable for farming. But this kind of lobster is currently not suitable for raising on the earth, because there's no way to explain the fact that the genes of a strange shrimp are extracted. In addition, there are also those kind of extra-large crabs and extra-large shrimps, and then there's also the beef of Chingsong beast raised by Zhuorong. Of course, these beefs are not from the 100 cows raised in Zhuorong's house now. After all, they are small. These are bought in the future. Then there are lamb, pork, and so on. There are all kinds of dishes. There are 20 dishes on a table, and there are a variety of things to see. Smelling the aroma of the dishes prepared by Jiao Min and the others, Qin Shuhua, who was a little preoccupied, couldn't hold back the glutton in her stomach as Zhuorong's father raised a glass. Everyone touched it, and everyone impatiently moved their chopsticks and started eating. How can you eat such delicious food without wine? Of course, this wine is also prepared by Zhuorong. White, beer, and red, that if you don't want to drink alcohol, you can naturally drink drinks. Drinking here at Zhuorong does not have the habit of sharing wine. But Zhuorong's father, and Su Zhibin must drink. When Zhuorong unscrewed the bottle cap of the baijiu, Su Zhibin's eyes lit up. For example, Zhuorong's father, who drank alcohol all his life, may not be able to tell which wine is good and which wine is not good. But Su Zhibin has had to accept this kind of training since he was a child as the head of the Su family. Naturally, no one would force him to drink, but before he became the head of the Su family, he was well tested. Now that he smells it with his nose, he knows that this wine is definitely not bad. But just as Zhuorong was pouring wine for the 3 of them, another glass suddenly appeared beside him. Looking along the glass, Zhuorong saw that Qin Shuhua was looking at Zhuorong at this time. Miss Qin also wants a drink. Looking at Qin Shuhua, Zhuorong asked with some doubts. What, is Mr. Zhuo reluctant? Of course not. I'm not worried about not being able to drive after drinking alcohol. Shaking his head, seeing Qin Shua's half-smile face, Zhuorong also said something with a smile. Hey, how can I say that he's also the quasi-head of the Qin family? Xiao Wei can drive, so you can do it. Patted Zhuorong, Qin Shua also smiled and said. Hearing her say that, then Zhuorong has nothing to say, so let's drink. After the wine was poured, the first group of people began to drink. When Qin Shua and Su Zhibin took a sip of the liquor from Zhuorong's side, their eyes lit up again instantly, and they felt that the taste of this liquor was really quite good. This must be wine made from pure grain. The aroma should be sauce-flavored. It tastes very strong, even better than Mao Dai. It's warm and comfortable. The alcohol is 52 degrees, but it tastes really good. Mr. Zhua, do you have any ideas about selling this wine? Taking a sip of the wine, Qin Shua's eyes lit up, and she asked Zhuorong. I probably won't sell it. I can't say for sure. It depends on what will be said after planting the fields next year. And even if it is sold, the estimated volume will not be high. Smiling and shaking his head, Zhuorong will indeed grow food next year. But now the things he grows in this manner have exceeded his original plan 8T this time. He still has the land for growing grain, which may only be about 3,000 mu in total. Most of them must be planted with rice. In addition, some wheat and corn will also be planted. However, it is impossible to use rice for winemaking. Sorghum must be used for winemaking, but the output of sorghum not much after 1,000 years in the future. The wine red sorghum, a new kind of red sorghum to be cultivated in the future, will only produce about 1 ton per mu. 1 caddy of sorghum can make 6 taels of wine, and 1 mu of sorghum can only produce 1,200 caddy. Even if Zhuorong planted an acre, it is only 120,000 gin of wine, a gin of a bottle, 120,000 bottles. It seems like a lot. They can't drink it themselves, but if they sell it to the whole country, then it's not too much, but it's okay to brew some and play. Anyway, he's fine. Then I'll wait for Mr. Zhuo's letter. Hearing Zhuorong's turn to the left, Qin Shua on the side also responded with a smile, and then picked up a wine glass and took another sip. The lunch that followed was quite lively. Everyone ate and drank happily. And at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the children from the village who were also resting today also came, and Zhuorong's house became even more lively for a while. After playing around until about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Ji and Qin Shuhua were ready to leave. When leaving, it was naturally Su Zhibin's wife and Qin Shua's secretary who drove, but before leaving, Zhuorong specially gave Qin Shua a stack of documents, which he asked Xiao to print out just now, which contained some information about this original battery. Of course, the most important information was not given to Qin Shua. Otherwise, Qin Shua could do it by herself. So what else would she do with Zhuorong? But relying on the information of this original battery, it is enough for Qin Shua to know that Zhuorong is not joking, and there's indeed a super battery project in his hands that can be cooperated. Now that the blueprint was placed in front of her, she couldn't believe it. Here Zhuorong's house is still busy, but Qin Shua on the other side got into the car with the blueprint and started to read it. Seriously, after a while, she probably understood it, but she's not a professional after all. So I took some photos for the person in charge of the car factory who I contacted a long time ago, and asked him to find someone to take a look. While waiting for the reply from the other side, Wei Su, Qin Shua's assistant who was driving at the time, couldn't help turning his head, looked at Qin Shua behind him, and said, Sister Qin, I've changed my mind about Zhuorong. What's wrong? Don't think he's an idiot? Hearing what Wei Su said, Qin Shua also asked with a smile. Yes, this Wei Su is the secretary who received Zhuorong and the others back then. She's a girl. It is not surprising that a girl is named a boy. Is it allowed? So there's only such a child in his family, and if there's no second child, it is not enough to have a boy's name. Although sometimes it can be a bit awkward. No, I still feel that he's an idiot, but I don't deny that he's capable. If I were him, if I had so many resources at hand, then I would definitely enter the business world and even have the opportunity to conquer, put a name on it. Hearing Qin Shua's words, Wei Su shook his head and continued. People are different. You are honey. That is arsenic. Everyone has the opportunity to choose how to live, but Zhuo Rong prefers to put his feelings in the ordinary world. There's nothing wrong with that. Not good. Looking at Wei Su, Qin Shihua also looked outside. Indeed, people are different. Some people just like to struggle, like the feeling of winning, like to fight hard, and like to fight against others. But some people don't like to fight, don't like to grab, don't like to involve. That it is obvious that Zhuo Rong is such a person. The big hermit lives in the city, and the small hermit lives in the wild. Now Zhuo Rong really feels like a little hermit. Hearing what Qin Shihua said, Wei Su here also shut his mouth. Indeed, everyone has the right to choose their own way of life. Zhuo Rong is unwilling to live a life of intrigue and intrigue in the big cities. Naturally, he has no right to persuade him to do so. What's more, maybe Zhuo Rong does not have such a mentality. If you can't grasp these things, this is also unknown. Actually, it would be nice to live in such a place. Thinking of this, Wei Su couldn't help looking out the car window, and she could still see the wall of Zhuo Rong's house in the distance, and whispered in her heart, "Ain't tea this time." Qin Shihua, who was sitting behind her, also picked up her mobile phone, and the photos in it with photos taken at Zhuo Rong's house just now. Looking at the beautiful scenery in these photos, a thought flashed through her mind. In fact, living in such a place is not bad. At this time, Zhuo Rong naturally didn't know this, and now he was lying on the sofa sobering up, and his father was even worse. He had already directly laid down in the house and went to sleep. Don't look at Zhuo Rong's father, who drank a lot when he was young, and always said that he can drink very well. But compared with Su Jibin, the owner of the alcohol test, he is still far behind. Not to mention Su Jibin, even Qin Shihua can't beat him, of course. Zhuo Rong also can't beat Wan. In a blink of an eye, the night passed. Early the next morning, after Zhuo Rong's parents got up, they also had a rare enjoyment of the pastoral scenery. The only pity was that there was no small vegetable garden in Zhuo Rong's home. In fact, it's not only not in his family, nor in Yuan Tianqing's house, nor in Changzi's house, nor in Sun Qingyuan's house. So naturally there's none today as for Yangsheng. The vegetable garden at home has already been scraped to build a crab pond, and there's no such thing. When Zhuo Rong usually buys vegetables, he directly buys them online in the future. They are delicious, big, convenient, and fresh, and he never thinks about growing them by himself. So even if Zhuo Rong's mother wanted to pick some vegetables, she had nowhere to go. But fortunately, Zhuo Rong didn't just know those few cronies here. Grandma, I have them in my house. Come and pick them in my house. 4230. Peng Weiwei came over early in the morning and invited Zhuo Rong's parents to pick food from the vegetable garden in her home. Zhuo Rong's mother was very happy about this, and especially asked Jia Min and the others to pick and play with her. Of course, Peng Weiwei also went with her. Peng Weiwei is really a very lovable little girl. Even Zhuo Rong's parents like her very much when they met for the first time. But no matter how much they like her, she's someone else's granddaughter. But they were not in a hurry. After all, Zhuo Rong was very promising, and after finding 15 girlfriends, they didn't worry about Zhuo Rong's children. They only worry about whether the child will have too many problems. But it doesn't matter how many there are. After all, Zhuo Rong is now promising, and he doesn't like a house, money, etc. No matter how many children he has in the future, he can afford it. The reason why they haven't urged them now is mainly because the age Zhuo Rong set for Jia Min and the others is too young. They're only 18 years old, and now they can't even get a marriage certificate. So why ask about children? They don't want my grandson and granddaughter were born as black households that, it is acceptable for them to have children a few years later. Zhuo Rong might not feel anything, but Jia Min and the others actually felt it too. They also glanced at each other in private and felt that their plans might have to be accelerated, but these things had to be discussed later, and now was not the time to be in a hurry. After taking Zhuo Rong's mother to the vegetable garden to pick a lot of food, Zhuo Rong's parents happily stayed here for another day. In the evening, Zhuo Rong's father took Zhuo Yue's grandfather, Peng Jianjun, to the house, and the two had a special drink. And this time Zhuo Rong's father drank too much. Obviously, this old man loves food and drinks. No one can drink it, but he still has to drink it. Of course, Chia's father is not addicted to alcohol. When at home, and when eating with Zhuo Rong, he doesn't drink alcohol. Drinking it now is also because I'm happy. He and Zhuo Rong's mother are quite satisfied with this holiday that it's the third day of the holiday in a blink of an eye, and they will go back to work tomorrow. So today, they have to leave anyway, and staying with Zhuo Rong for 3 days is just right. The most important thing is to see how the daughters-in-law are doing. Then there will be no problem. On the afternoon of the third day, Zhuo Rong's parents happily drove back home. And after they left, Zhuo Rong's house returned to its usual bustle. While Zhuo Rong's house is indeed very lively. There are 16 people living in the house, not to mention Huidou, Ashes, and 4 Hues. That's 6 dogs plus the little boy who was flying around in and out of the house all day, and the free rice pudding plus Peng Weiwei and Shun Xuejia who ran over to play again. Zhuo Rong's house has always been a very lively environment. Not long after Zhuo Rong's parents came home, Yuan Tianqing called it night and asked Zhuo Rong to go fishing tomorrow. This time, they went to a fishing raft with no one there. There are a lot of dog sharks out there, so prepare to mix it up. After hearing Yuan Tianqing's words, Zhuo Rong also complied. The business still needs to be done. At this time on the other side, Qin Shihua, who had already returned to the magic capital, was also doing business. After she left Zhuo Rong's house at around 7 o'clock that night, she received a message from the car company, telling her that these drawings are real, and those designers are now extremely eager to see the drawings. This is not only the future fate of this car company, but even the future fate of the entire tram industry, as Qin Shihua took Wei Su back to the Magic City overnight, and then went to the company with the blueprint. After 2 days of research, they finally understood the blueprint today. Genius. The person who made this kind of battery is simply a super genius. How do you think of it? Why didn't we think of it? It turns out that the storage of electric energy can still be like this. It turns out that such a large amount of stored electric energy can be created without graphene. It's amazing. President Qin, this is at least 10 years, no, even 30, 50 years technology beyond ours. This time, the anxiety about the speed of electric cars will disappear, and the market for fuel vehicles is bound to cause an avalanche. Unfortunately, we didn't develop this by ourselves. The core components are not there. Otherwise, it would be good to get a model machine and try it out. The people who looked at this drawing started talking excitedly. After hearing these people's words, Qin Shihua was also a little shocked because she never thought that the blueprint that Zhuo Rong gave her was so important and powerful. Since this is a time-changing technology that will revolutionize the life of gasoline vehicles, she has to think carefully about how to operate this thing. Originally, her idea was to operate the battery and build the car by herself. Then give Zhuo Rong a certain share dividend, but if the battery is so bad, then they don't actually need to build a car. It's actually better to just make the battery and sell it. Not only for private business, but also for army business. At that time, the domestically produced trams are bound to rise strongly and further occupy the market for joint ventures and imported cars. This will be of great benefit to the 0.4 rise of domestic cars. This is the biggest difference between Qin Shihua and Zhuo Rong. The big picture or vision. With this battery, Zhuo Rong's first thought was to sell his own car, but there's no doubt that when their new battery car goes online, they will seize a huge market in an instant. You eat meat, and you don't even let others drink the soup. Neither the imperial court nor other car companies will do it. But if you only sell batteries, you eat meat, and others can drink the soup, and even go to seize foreign power. Market. Under such circumstances, there will naturally be harmony at home. As for foreign countries, whatever they do, this is the ability that Zhuo Rong lacks. But now, another problem arises again. If we want to cooperate in making batteries, how should we cooperate? Hey, Mr. Zhuo, we have tested the blueprint you gave me, and there's no problem at all. Let's talk about the intention of cooperation now. Ok. In the evening, after confirming with Qin Shuhua, she didn't care whether it was off-duty or not, so she called Zhuo Rong directly to discuss cooperation with Zhuo Rong. Cooperation is very simple. Both parties are very interested. Moreover, Zhuo Rong was indeed not very good at managing these things, so it was a good choice to hand them over to Qin Shuhua, so the two quickly communicated with each other on the phone. According to Qin Shuhua's words, Lian Rong and Qin led the two to establish a company together. Zhuo Rong is responsible for the technology, and Qin Shuhua is responsible for the funds, channels, land, construction, etc. It can be said that Zhuo Rong doesn't care about anything except technology. Under such circumstances, Zhuo Rong accounted for 60% of the shares, while Qin Shuhua accounted for 40%. The initial investment of this company is $1 billion, and it only operates batteries, that is, sells batteries, and does not care about other things. This kind of operation is much simpler. Okay, I don't have any problems here. Zhuo Rong nodded after hearing Qin Shuhua's words. That was his original idea. He only provided technology, and he didn't care about other things. Okay, then I'll be ready to register in the next few days. By the way, when the time comes to sign a contract, you'll come to the company to sign, or what? And the core staff of this battery, your side, is also ready. Hearing that Zhuo Rong was fine, Qin Shuhua also spoke up. Hearing Qin Shuhua's words, Zhuo Rong then remembered that there was still a problem with the workers. But this problem is also easy to solve. Isn't there biochemical humans? So after thinking about it for a while, he also accepted Qin Shuhua. He had just hung up the phone when Jia Min and the others came over. Master, does the new company you and Miss Qin need newcomers? Do we need more sisters? Looking at Zhuo Rong, Jia Min asked Zhuo Rong with a smile. After hearing her words, Zhuo Rong thought for a while, but shook his head. Zhuo Rong likes beautiful women, and this can be seen from the 15 girls he got. But there's a problem. These new biochemical humans need to be permanently stationed in the factory. He spends so much money and gets so many beautiful ladies, but he doesn't accompany him in normal times. That's terrible. It's to be so this time he was going to get some men, and under the condition of ensuring loyalty, Zhuo Rong would not feel a little bad about throwing them out. Just do it when you think about IT.so after hanging up the phone with Qin Shuhua and talking to Jia Min and the others. Zhuo Rong also opened the platform of the website and contacted the store where he bought biochemicals a few times ago. As mentioned earlier, cyborgs are basically divided into 3 levels. Worst of all, only 3. Skills can be learned, and the skill level is not high, and the biochemical person who cannot order a long image will pay 21,000 yuan. The medium ones, those who can learn the 4 skills, can be regarded as the middle level leaders of the company, and the intermediate biochemicals who accept simple custom-made portraits cost 50,000 yuan each. There are also the most advanced ones, like Jia Min and the others, who can learn 6 skills, and the 6 skills are all the highest level biochemicals. 200,000 won. This time, Zhuo Rong was going to get a 200,000 top cyborg, and 10 ordinary cyborgs would be enough, adding up to 700,000. Not too much. IT is estimated that I can earn back by fishing dog sharks tomorrow. After finding the store, Zhuo Rong also told his requirements, and the other party saw that he was also a regular customer. So he also recommended it to Zhuo Rong as for the leader, that is, the 200,000 cyborg, just randomly look like this. There's no need for public face, so there's no need to be too ostentatious. Whether it is ugly or handsome, it is not good. The 6 skills are advanced fighting, which is for self-protection, advanced industrial production capacity, which is used for the production of original batteries, advanced enterprise management ability, which is used for managing companies, advanced anti-reconnaissance capabilities. This is to detect if someone is following him. Advanced driving, needless to say, advanced programming. This is for developing battery software, and like 50,000 middle-level cyborgs have an average height between 175 and 185, and their looks are also random. Also, don't look too good-looking and don't look too ugly. Each person has 4 skills, and intermediate industrial production capacity is a must. With intermediate management skills, a few of them went there to lead people. It's impossible to let 10 of them do everything. For the remaining 20 abilities, Zhuo Rong blended them with each other. 5 of them are using the intermediate fighting ability. 5 are using the anti-reconnaissance ability. 3 are using the intermediate driving ability, and there are 7 abilities. Zhuo Rong arranged 3 cooking skills and 4 housekeeping skills. People also have to live outside. Zhuo Rong is not at ease about asking outsiders to cook and clean up the housework, of course. In addition to these 11 people, Zhuo Rong also bought 11 microcomputers for them. If there's any problem in the future, they can also use the microcomputer to contact. After ordering these 11 people, Zhuo Rong didn't stay idle, but drove out to the market in the city. Before closing, Zhuo Rong bought 33 sets of clothes and came back every day. Everyone has the same 3 sets: 1 suit, 1 sportswear, 1 casual clothes, plus the inner clothes and shoes. After everything was done, the platform seller over there also notified Zhuo Rong that the 11 cyborgs had been prepared, and Zhuo Rong also received the 11,943 cyborgs directly in the villa. There are still 11 biochemical warehouses, which emerge directly from the future space. But the difference is that there's only 1 biochemical warehouse of the same level as Jia Min and the others, and there are 10 others who can tell at a glance that the level of this biochemical warehouse is much lower than that of Jia Min and the others. With the opening of the biochemical chamber, 11 future biochemicals also appeared in front of Zhuo Rong. Master, biochemical human 016, the 16th high-level biochemical human ordered by Rong, reports to you. Master, biochemical man Zhong 01, Zhong 02, Zhong 03, Zhong 04, is reporting to you. As the 11 biochemical people stood up, the black hole reappeared, and the 11 biochemical chambers were directly taken back by the other party. And Zhuo Rong looked at the 11 people in front of him and knelt down on Zhuo Rong's side together. Looking at Zhuo Rong in front of him, he spoke respectfully. Okay, starting from today, you are my technicians and you are their leader. From now on, your surname will be Zhuo, Yi, and your surname Zhao, Zhaoda. Your surname is Qian, your name is Qian Shuang, your name is Sun Shan, your name is Li Si, your name is Zhou Wu, your name is Wu Lu, your name is Zheng Qi, your name is Wang. It doesn't sound too good. Then just your name is Wang Jiao, your name is Feng Shi, and your name is Chen Qi. Looking at the 11 people in front of him, Zhuo Rong thought for a while, and then began to name them easily again. It would not be a big problem if these names were singled out, but together, it is indeed a bit weird. Early the next morning, after Zhuo Rong woke up, Zhuo Yi and 11 others drove away from Zhuo Rong's side. Zhuo Rong gave them 3 cars here, and he bought them again. That's all right. 1 car is reserved for emergency, and then he will find a store to order 6 more out, of course. Not all orders are the same. In addition to the SUV, he also drove 2 cars. These 2 cars were specially driven for Jia Min and the others. They looked like women, but these cars had to wait until later to get their licenses. Compared to Zhuo Rong, who was going fishing today, Zhuo Yi and the others were very busy today. Xiao Zhuo has already set his own identity for them here. Zhuo Yi is 32 years old this year, and the others range from 22 to 29. After all, they have changed their identities several times, and Xiao Zhuo is already familiar with the road. So he recreated their information from childhood to adulthood. But this time it's not that I didn't apply for an ID card when I was young, but that I lost my ID card after applying for an ID card. Now they're going to reapply for their ID cards. After reapplying for their ID cards, they have to apply for a bank card. Zhuo Rong will give each of them 1 million, and Zhuo Yi will give them 10 million. This is their initial living expenses. Then they use the money to buy the things they need, such as telephones, watches, etc. The place to live is the sushi pavilion near Zhuo Rong. There's still several vacant houses here, so it is not a big problem for them to live. After all, biochemical humans don't have so much shit going on, not to mention that Zhuo Rong treats them very well. Clothing, food, housing, and transportation are all arranged in place. Life is definitely very good, even compared with people in the future. It's definitely not bad either. Even if Zhuo Rong treats them badly, beats and scolds them, or even wants to kill them, they won't have any complaints. This is the setting of the cyborgs. When Zhuo Yi and the others went to solve these problems, Zhuo Rong had already arrived at the old pier, and Yuan Tianqing and Xianzi had already come to pick him up on a boat. Brother Rong, old Zhuo, Looking at Jerome, the two people on the boat also cried out as the boat approached. Jerome jumped on the boat with his belongings, and when he sat firmly, Yuan Tianqing over there started the engine and headed towards the fishing raft they had ordered Uncle, and they're going back. While driving towards the fishing raft, Yuan Tianqing on this side also asked Jerome, "Well, I've already gone back. I left yesterday. Is your place reliable?" While answering Yuan Tianqing's words, Jia also asked him a question. "Reliable, quite reliable. Brother Ho caught more than a dozen dog sharks here yesterday, weighing about 30 caddies, and sold them for more than 4,000 yuan." After hearing what Jerome said, Yuan Tianqing also spoke happily. "Oh, that's really good, but wasn't yesterday a holiday? Brother Ho worked so hard, and he went fishing during the holiday." Brother Ho Jerome knew that it was Brother Ho who was smashed by those who released alive last time. Later I heard that the family members of those old people pay compensation. But if you lose money, you have to lose money, and Brother Ho has to do things like ship repairs. No one will pay for the time and cost, so generally speaking, Brother Ho is still losing money. Hey, Brother Ho has a wife and a child. Unlike us, they only have 3 days off during the Chinese New Year. For such a holiday, 1 day off will be good. He waved his hand. If he has a wife and children, the expenses will naturally be high. Don't look at Yuan Tianqing and the others living a happy life. The whole family is not hungry when they are full. But if in a few years they're all married and have children, they will not be so chic. But Jerome doesn't have to worry about money. At least for now, he doesn't have to worry about money. Just like this, a group of 3 people, answering questions, talking and laughing, soon came to the fishing raft, which was actually a half-abandoned state. This fishing raft has an owner, but now it has not released any fish, according to Yuan Tianqing's words. This fishing raft has been idle here for almost a year, and this is also to restore the ecological environment under the fishing raft. Fish farming, in fact, also has an impact on the ecology below the fishing raft. And don't get me wrong, this kind of sea fish is basically fed with small shrimps, fish pieces, and the like, and there's no feed with any chemical ingredients. But the fish eat and pull here, which naturally leads to the massive reproduction of algae and microorganisms here. And the massive reproduction of these things will lead to the low oxygen content of the seawater here. Usually, some loose fish are fine, but if the fish are raised intensively, the fish will be a little hypoxic, leading to large areas of death. Generally, such fishing rafts, after being raised for several years, will be collected in one net, and will be kept for 1 or 2 years, and then raised again in the past 2 years. A large number of wild animals will gather here to form an ecological circle. If there's more nutrition, it will attract a lot of algae and microorganisms. And if there are more algae and microorganisms, it will attract a lot of things that eat algae and microorganisms, such as mud that likes to eat algae, shrimp and shellfish that like to eat microorganisms. More of these things will attract many creatures that like to eat these things, such as Jerome and their target today, which is dog sharks. After the fish farming here starts again next year, they will have some troubles if they want to fish again. After all, not all raft owners are willing to let others fish with their rafts. After parking the boat, Jerome and his party also boarded the fishing raft. Each of them found a place to set up camp and set up a stronghold. Kiangzi and Yuan Tianqing still did the same thing, setting up street stalls, and had to set up at least 6 or 7 poles for each fishing raft, long ones, short ones, and hard ones, soft, suitable for all kinds of fish. And Jerome is still a pole, not because he has confidence in his fishing skills, but because he has confidence in his magic worms. After choosing a location, Jerome also sat on his Wang Qianjiao fishing box and threw the fishing group into the sea directly. The seabed here is about 6 meters deep, not very deep. As the fishing group sank into the water, after a while, Jerome felt that a fish was hooked. As soon as he lifted and stabbed, Jerome felt that the fish was coming up. But to his surprise, this fish was not quite like a dog shark, because this fish was much more lively than the dog shark. If the dog shark took the bait, it would feel very dead and collapsed. But after the fish was baited, it ran around underwater. But these are minor problems. Jerome felt that the fish was only about 3 caddies, not bad. Big, so no need to get too tangled up. Whatever it is, pull it up and take a look. And the moment Jerome pulled the fish up, he saw a touch of golden color appearing on the surface of the sea. Jerome had caught this fish before, but he didn't expect that he would catch it again today. Large yellow croaker. I rub it. There are big yellow croakers here. As Jerome pulled the fish up, he couldn't help looking at the fish in shock. To be honest, he never expected that there would be large yellow croakers in this fishing raft. That a large yellow croaker of about 3 caddies can be sold for about 2,000 per caddy in the real world. IT can be sold for between 250,000 and 300,000 in the future. Originally, Jerome was still thinking about the problem of buying a biochemical human yesterday, but now it seems that a fish will solve it. After looking at Yuan Tianqing and Peng Liqiang in the distance, Jerome asked Xiaozhua to search around to make sure no one saw him after that. Jia directly took the fish into the platform. Because large yellow croakers cannot live for too long, especially wild ones. They will die soon without a pressurized tank. Now even if Jerome sails back to get his boat, it's too late, so it's better to just get into the system and sell it. Ding, 1,567 grams of wild large yellow croakers were detected, and the recommended selling price is between 250,000 and 300,000 yuan per 500 grams. As Jerome put the fish into the system here also started to prompt 260,000 per caddy, 0.57 for sale. Seeing the prompt from the system, Jerome also directly chose to sell at the base price plus a little bit, and he is not afraid that his things will not be sold at SO. There's no need to press, so LOW as Jerome chose to sell. His large yellow croaker appeared in the system store in an instant. With a price of 814, 840, the money I bought for the biochemical man yesterday came back in an instant. If I work harder today, I think the money for the car will come back sooner. Huh. The owner went fishing for big yellow croaker again. Shopkeeper, start a live broadcast. I also want to know what the sea with large yellow croakers looks like. Shopkeeper, please start the broadcast. The owner sure never disappoints. Shopkeeper, Neo 13. As the big yellow croaker was hung up, those who paid attention to Jerome's store also received the information immediately in the future, and then these people immediately went to watch Jerome's fish, and at the same time, they also watched Jerome's closed live broadcast. He kept leaving messages, but unfortunately Jerome didn't read them either, and those buyers will naturally not send any news here. They have already given this fish to the second for a mere 800,000 yuan. These people, Abed, don't Korea's the first large yellow croaker was killed almost instantly. Jerome was also happy and continued to fish with his rod, but unfortunately it seemed that his good luck came to an end, because the second fish, also a totoaba, but this fish is worthless. This fish is called yellow croaker, also called fake big yellow croaker. This kind of fish is similar in length to big yellow croaker, but the quality of the meat is far worse. Moreover, the number of this kind of fish is also very large, and it is not worth much. Even if it is wild, a caddy is sold locally for about 20 yuan, and if it is sold in the future, it'll be about 3,500 yuan per caddy, which is not very expensive, of course. The individual of this fish is actually not big. One is about 6 or 7 tails, not too many to break caddy. And it belongs to the kind of fish that locals sometimes don't want to throw into the fish box when they catch it. But even though the fish is not worth much, as long as Jerome has it, no matter how small a fly is, it is still meat that, after picking it off, I continue to throw it on the internet. Haha. The big yellow croaker, just now, this time the yellow croaker This also proves that the shop owner should be fishing at this time. Anyway, this fish is also wild. You can do it. Have you ever eaten it? If you have eaten it, let out a squeak. Is it delicious? Squeak. When you asked if it was delicious, someone else had already bought it. Damn, why don't you go so fast? Looking at Zhuorong's new update. Although the screen in his live broadcast room is black, these people are still very happy. Although they can't see Zhuorong's appearance at this time, they feel that Zhuorong must be very depressed. In the future, the cost of wild fishing will be extremely high. If you catch good fish, you'll naturally make a lot of money. But if you catch bad fish, you'll lose a lot in the market. But what they don't know is that Zhuorong, it is impossible to lose money. Zhuorong didn't feel discouraged when he didn't catch the fish he wanted to catch in the first two tails. It's normal to not catch any fish, let alone now he can still catch them. After selling the yellow croaker, Zhuorong continued to cast the third rod, and the third rod finally hit the target fish, the dog shark. As I introduced earlier, the scientific name of the spotted bamboo shark is about 3 caddies. It's not bad. It costs about 110 yuan a caddy locally, and it can be sold for about 12,000 yuan a caddy in the future. One is worth more than 30,000 yuan, which is very good. It's finally in stock. Looking at this fish, Zhuorong smiled. The dog shark is different from the big yellow croaker. It should be a tough game, so after he caught it this time, he smiled and said, Hinata, how is it? Is it in stock? Hearing Zhuorong's words, Yuan Tianqing and Peng Liqiang in the distance also looked over for the first time and asked, well, it's in stock. One weighs about 3 caddies. Pulling the dog shark up, Zhuorong grabbed its tail, lifted it up, and said to the people on both sides. As soon as he heard that Zhuorong was in stock, Peng Liqiang ran over immediately. Then he grabbed the big dog shark by the tail and threw it into the live storage on the boat. It was more than 300 yuan, so it couldn't be released easily. Fortunately, there's still fish here, so it's finally time to let go, and we have to work harder. Watching Zhuorong catch the fish, Yuan Tianqing and Peng Liqiang here are also encouraging each other. After all, they're professionals. Let's go. Looking at the two, Zhuorong also laughed, and then rebaited and continued fishing. Next, Zhuorong is still catching fish continuously. Although the frequency of catching fish is not too high, it is not too low. He has not caught the big yellow croaker again, and he does not know that the big yellow croaker just now is alone. Wonder what? Anyway, it seems that there are no large yellow croakers underwater. Instead, yellow croakers and dog sharks caught several. Especially the yellow croaker, when Zhuorong and the others came over at around 9 o'clock in the morning. By noon, they caught more than 20 croakers, and Zhuorong hung them on the platform for sale. However, only 6 dog sharks were caught. The smallest was about 1.5 caddies, and the largest was less than 4 caddies. Besides him, Yuan, Tianqing, and Peng Liqiang also brought in a total of 7 fish, 3 yellow croakers, and 4 dog sharks. These dog sharks are going to be sold to Zhuorong soon as for the yellow croaker. They sold it directly at noon. Instant noodles and fish soup, simple and affordable with meat and noodles. Although the taste is average, but fishing, some food is good. What bicycle do you need? Zhuorong and the others finished their noodles and continued to fish, but some people on the other side were not so comfortable. This old Zhua is really unusual. This guy must have some kind of secret energy. It seems that I will hug this thigh tightly in the future. At least I won't be afraid of others picking on me. Lying on the bed, Yuan Tianqing couldn't help laughing thinking about what happened to Zhuorong. They won't take advantage of Zhuorong's status to domineering and oppress others. But if others want to oppress them, it is estimated that Zhuorong will be quite useful at this time. This time, Zhuorong naturally knew about the police's actions. After all, Xiao Zhua had already told Zhuorong when the police took action, but just like what Zhuorong thought before, if it can be resolved within the rules, then it should be resolved within the rules. The others have nothing to do with Zhuorong for the time being, and it won't be too late for him to pay attention when they can't solve them. This time on the yacht, Zhuorong first sold the fish on the platform, and then drove back home again. After returning home, Yang Qian, Yang Sitian, and the others took Zhuorong to take a bath. By the time Zhuorong finished his bath and had dinner, today's fish had already been sold out. Out of the fish sold today, the most valuable one was the large yellow croaker weighing more than 3 caddies, which sold for 810,000 yuan, and the other yellow mushroom fishes together sold for more than 50,000 yuan. There are 25 dog sharks in total, with an average of about 2 caddies, according to the price of 12,500 yuan per caddy. Sure received a total of 625,000 yuan. Added together, today's harvest is nearly 1.5 million. Yesterday, I bought a cyborg and spent a total of 700,000 yuan. I bought 6 cars, 4 SUVs, each at 320,000 yuan, which is still the same price, and 2 women's sedans, each at 290,000 yuan, but a total of 1.86 million was spent, and today's busy day is equivalent to a loss of about 1 million. It doesn't matter. If I want to, I can earn back tomorrow. However, I heard from Yuan Tianqing that it might rain tomorrow. If it doesn't work, just rest at home. Looking at the plates of dishes served in front of him, Zhuorong is a very homely person, so there's nothing wrong with resting at home when he has nothing to do. At least he thinks so. Big today. I went downstairs to do nuclear work. I went down after 8 o'clock, and I just came up now. It's too cold. It's still raining and snowing here, and it's freezing to death. It's really raining. I didn't talk all night, and the next morning, when Zhuorong woke up, he opened the window and looked out, and saw that the sky outside was dark and dense. The drizzle, which was as thin as a cow's hair, may not seem big, but the density was extremely high. Master, there's news from Zhua Yi that they've settled down. So why don't you go out today? Just as Zhuorong was standing in front of the window watching the rain outside, Guxiang also walking over, wrapping his arms around Zhuorong's waist from behind. He said to Zhuorong, Zhua Yi and the other 11 people. Although Zhuorong is the master, but if they want to report to work, Zhuorong arranged for Yang Qian and the 3 of them. Zhuorong likes to be a hands-off shopkeeper. He doesn't want to put too much pressure and work on himself, so he doesn't want others to come to him if he can't be busy. Okay, 580, let them settle down first. Qin Shuhua is going through the procedures, but when the company is registered, it is still a question of where to build the factory. Hearing Guxiang's words, Zhuorong also nodded. No matter where you are, we will help the master to look after your property. Hearing Zhuorong's words, Guxiang also turned Zhuorong around, looked at him, and said with a smile, for me, the most precious property is you. You just need to protect yourself well. Looking at Guxiang in front of him, Zhuorong also nodded her nose, and then said with a smile. Seeing what Zhuorong said, Guxiang also grinned and opened her mouth. Obviously, she also liked hearing what Zhuorong said. But before Zhuorong came and said too much, the phone rang suddenly, and Xiao Zhua had already picked up the signal of the phone at this time. Zhuorong saw that it was not someone else who called. It was Yuan Qingqing. Hello, old Yuan. Old Zhua, is there something wrong? Come out and go fishing. As soon as Zhuorong picked up the phone, Yuan Tianqing on the other side immediately spoke. Are you crazy? It's raining outside. Looking at the rain outside, it's not small. Small broken boats are not allowed to scoop water out while sailing. Instead of going to the sea, let's go to Fisherman Yuan Lake. After hearing what Zhuorong said, Yuan Tianqing started talking with a smile. Lingquan Lake. Hearing Yuan Tianqing's words, Zhuorong knew what reservoir he was talking about. Lingquan Village was introduced earlier. The reason why it is named Lingquan Village is because there's a Lingquan Lake next to the village. This Lingquan Lake is a lake formed by the convergence of groundwater and spring water from nearby mountains. This lake meets the first-class drinking water standard. There used to be a mineral water factory for water porters, and they wanted to build a factory here, but the locals did not agree because this mineral water factory is too destructive to nature. They still want to maintain the natural scenery here. Later, the lake caught fire, and many people used the water from this lake to breed. Yangsheng's crabs and crayfish are drawn from the water in this lake. The water used by Zhuorong's family is also the same water, but has undergone deep sterilization and disinfection filtration. But the water quality here is indeed quite good. Speaking of Lingquan Lake, it seemed that Zhuorong had never been to this lake since he came here. Now that Yuan Tianqing mentioned it, he also became interested. Okay, give me a location. I'll drive there. Rome remembered that he had checked before that the market price of wild freshwater fish in the future would not be low, so he could check it out. He had already bought freshwater hand poles and fishing gear, but he had never had the chance to go fishing, and now he could go and have fun. Okay, I'll send you the location. Xianzi and I are going too. Hearing that Rome was going too, Yuan Tianqing also said with a smile, and after hanging up the phone, he sent a message to Rome, a positioning, and after Rome looked at this positioning, he went to wash up. After going downstairs to have breakfast, he took his fishing gear and drove to the north shore of Lingquan Lake. When he got here, he found that Yuan Tianqing and the others had already arrived. Besides Yuan Tianqing and the others, there are actually many other people here. Basically, they're middle-aged and elderly people, and they're all fishing here. The water quality of Lingquan Lake is good, and with the development of Lingquan Village, it has naturally spread to the outside world. So many people from the city drive over to fish every day. Compared with Rome's equipment, these people are much more formal. There are fishing platforms, umbrellas, chairs, and all kinds of mess. Compared with them, Rome's equipment is much simpler. Rome's side only has a fishing chair and a fish box besides the fishing gear bag, and then there are fish guards, line sets, and so on. The umbrella is an ordinary umbrella, not very big, but can be inserted on the fishing chair. It is convenient to carry it to the ground without holding it by hand. The umbrellas of Yuan Tianqing and Xianzi are more straightforward. They're folding umbrellas. Old Zhuo this way. Watching Rome come down with the things, Yuan Tianqing waved his hand to Rome from a distance at this time, signaling him to come here and already occupied a good position. After Rome came over with the things, he began to fix his fishing tackle and other things one by one. When everything was done, Rome and the others were ready to start fishing. Whether fishing in fresh water or in the sea, the first point is to adjust the standard and measure the bottom. Then decide whether you're fishing for floating, bottom, or middle. According to Rome's habit, he actually prefers to fish for the bottom, because fishing for the bottom means that there are more big fish. Although the frequency of big fish may not be as fast as small fish, Rome is very confident in his magic bug. Soon, Rome found the bottom. The fishing rod he used this time is a 4.5-meter fishing rod, which is also produced in the future. There's no need to worry about the problem that fish will break the rod. Fishing line is also future. 0.6 is enough for 0.7 dot for the fish hook. He used a number 5 hook, which can be hooked by medium fish, because fish can also be hooked. After everything was done, Rome also threw the hook directly into it. Watching Rome's movements at this moment, not far from him, several old men smiled lightly, but the disdain at the corners of their mouths still show their attitude. They don't think that Rome can catch fish like this. False bait has never been used well in China. On the contrary, the earthworms used by Yuan Tianqing and Peng Liqiang next to them may be more effective. Of course, these are just theirs. Thoughts, and Rome is here to slap your face. No, the magic bug had only been in the water for less than 30 seconds when Rome's fish float started to move. After the fish swayed and swayed, it suddenly sank, and Rome also lifted the pole and stabbed it this time, feeling the power in his hand. This is the fish. Huh, the guy with the fake bait got caught. Impossible, caught a fish? The anchor came up. It doesn't look like it. It seems to be straight when pulled up. Could it be a black fish or something? Otherwise, how could it be possible to catch a fish? As soon as Rome lifted the fishing rod, the water on the shore here was not deep after all, so as soon as Rome exerted force, the fish had already been pulled to the surface of the water. When a fish reaches the surface of the water, they will naturally struggle, and this struggle will cause splashes everywhere, which naturally attracts the attention of many fishing masters. There are even some who are close, which are good things, and they have come over the first time, wanting to see what kind of fish it is, but when they see this fish and the posture of Rome lifting the fish, these people raise their eyebrows. Wrinkle, young man, you should be a big carp, weighing about 6 or 7 caddies. You have to slip the fish, pull it so hard, you'll have to cut the line. Yeah, didn't you see that the fish kept drilling down? You slip aside, 0.1 inch. Oh, your thread is too thin. If you don't slip it, you'll have to cut it. Looking at Rome's posture of lifting the fish, many elders here are talking. After Rome heard what they said, he smiled and shook his head. Uncles, it's okay. My fishing rod and line are specially made and won't cut them. Looking at the men behind him who seemed to be more nervous than fishing himself, Rome also said with a smile, and then turned right as soon as the arm was exerted force. The big carp was directly sent flying in an instant. Seeing this action, even Yuan Tianqing and the others were startled, not to mention these uncles. Have you ever seen a carp that flies a caddy, 2 caddies, 3 caddies, and a carp that weighs 6 or 7 caddies? Should it be possible to fly? Facts have proved that Yuan Rong said it can be used. He easily flew the fish to the side, then picked up the dipping net with his left hand, and with a light sweep, the fish entered the dipping net. Then Rong put down the fishing rod and started to unhook the fish's mouth. At this time, those old men also came over and touched Rong's fishing rod curiously. As a result, when I mentioned it, they found that it was different. Oh, Junko, it's not an anchor. The technique is good. Look at this fishing rod. It's so light. Yeah, it's too light. His 4.5 is lighter than the 2.7 I used to catch crucian carp. Young man, how much did you pay for this fishing rod? How about the pulling power? TSK. Such a light fishing rod really feels good when you lift it. After trying Rong's fishing rod, the elders here also asked curiously. I made this to order, probably more than 1 million yuan, 28 tone, a little hard, and the pure fishing weight of about 50 caddies should not be a big problem. Rong looked at the curious looks of the old men around him, and he simply reported a fake number, which was more than 1 million yuan, and this game should actually be more than 100 yuan. But with a 1,000-year gap in craftsmanship, it is normal for it to increase in value by 10,000 times now. After hearing Rong's words, the elders here couldn't help but take half a step back. Good guy, more than 1 million fishing rods? They come here to fish, and although most of the family still have some money, it is absolutely not enough to spend more than 1 million yuan to buy a fishing rod. Sure enough, what rich people play is flowers. It's too exaggerated. More than 1 million. TSK. No wonder you can catch fish. Does it have anything to do with a fishing rod if you can't catch the fish? You don't understand this. As the old saying goes, if you're good at work, you must first sharpen your tools. Good equipment can play a big role. Hearing the chatter of the old man around him, Rong also smiled, and then picked up the fishing rod again, and he put the big carp with a straight mouth just now into the fish protection, then reload the magic bug and throw into the lake. Although the fish just now was a bit fried, it didn't fry for too long because it was picked up by Rong directly, so the fish in the water didn't get too frightened this time. Not long after Rong's second rod entered the water, that is, about a minute, a fish was hooked again. Watching the fish sink instantly, Rong also lifted the rod and stabbed it. Fish again, straight out of the water, when the people next to him saw Rong's movements and the wide back of the fish on the water again. These people couldn't help being a little confused. You must know that there are a lot of fish in Lingquan Lake. Because net fishing and electric fish are not allowed, there are quite a lot of big fish in the lake. But over the years, the fish in this lake have learned to be smart. Big fish rarely pull over during the day, and it is difficult to catch fish. Many beginners without buff may not be able to catch 1 fish here for a day. Even some experts and masters can only catch 10 or 8 fish a day. But if they're lucky, some people even catch 60 caddies in it. Big herring the number of fish in this lake is really considerable, but it is also true that it is difficult to catch. But now, Rong seems to be teaching them, and it is raining lightly. Normally speaking, it is not easy for fish to open their mouths, but Rong opens his mouth when he's fishing. The big fish are all in the lake and rarely pull over, but there are no small fish caught by Rong. This time, no one said whether Rong was a fish from anchor. Instead, more people gathered to see what kind of fish Rong was on. As Rong flew vigorously, the big fish was directly caught by his net bag. This is a grass carp, which is longer than the carp just now, but the grass carp does not have a big belly, and the whole body is thinner, so the weight should not be as heavy as the carp just now. Only about 5 caddies, but 5 caddies is also not a small weight anymore. Under the envious eyes of these old fishing masters, Zhuo Rong also threw the fish into the fish guard, and then continued to bait, ready to fish to tea this time. Yuan Tianqing, a professional fisherman, finally caught a fish. But what he caught was a luo fei, which was not small and weighed a pound. But as soon as this fish came up, everyone couldn't help feeling a little disgusted. Luo fei, originally a kind of imported farmed fish, originally had the advantages of few spines and large pieces of meat, but the quality of the meat was not very good. A few years ago, many seafood restaurants still sold this fish. Now it should be, it's really fun to feed ducks. This thing is an invasive species, so even if you don't want it, you can't put it back in a lake, so Yuan Tianqing threw it in the grass behind. And just when Yuan Tianqing disliked this luo fei, Zhuo Rong over there went fishing again. But this time the fish served was even more exciting than the previous 2 times. Originally, when Zhuo Rong saw the fish floating in the water, he immediately lifted the pole and stabbed it. As a result, he did not pull the fish out of the water with his stab. When he started to forcefully pull out the fish, all the onlookers couldn't help but gasp because the fish he caught was too big this time. This is a blackfish, a big blackfish. This fish must weigh 20 catties. It should be more than that. I feel like it weighs 30 catties. A big black fish weighing 30 catties can eat ducks. I don't know how many years this fish has grown. Little brother, slow down. You little hook. Don't let him get off the hook and run away. Seeing the back of the big fish that Zhuo Rong pulled up to the surface of the water, the men around him were even more excited than him, and even spoke in a much lower voice. Yuan Tianqing and Peng Liqiang next to him stopped fishing at this time, and Peng Liqiang deliberately copied the website by the side, ready to help Zhuo Rong copy fish. And this time, Zhuo Rong didn't mention it directly, of course. He wasn't worried about the rod and line. He was a little worried about the hook that he used in Ordinary Numero 5 hook. With such a big hook, in fact, he mainly fished about a caddy of fish in normal times. This was the hook he chose after listening to Yuan Tianqing's words. According to what Yuan Tianqing said, the fish that are caught most in this lake are more than caddy, such as luo fei, big plate crucian carp, small carp, etc. The number 5 hook is enough. The first 2 fish, one weighed more than 6 caddies, and one caddy weighed more than 5 caddies. In fact, it was a little bit reluctant to fish, but this time a guy of this size came directly. Even Zhuo Rong had to be careful, because with a little force, he felt that the hook would cut the mouth of the big fish, and the loss outweighed the gain. After this fish comes up, change the hook to 12. Looking at the big black fish that was still struggling at this time, Zhuo Rong pulled it towards the shore with great strength, and at the same time glanced at the fish he brought. Hook, freshwater fishing is no better than sea fishing. Therefore, the biggest hook that Zhuo Rong carries is only the number 12 hook. It is no problem to catch fish weighing more than 10 caddies. Of course, there's also the risk of unhooking fish weighing tens of caddies, but Zhuo Rong feels that it is impossible. This lake is filled with such bulky goods weighing more than 30 kilograms. Hey, who knew that you, a freak, are so good at fishing in freshwater? It seems that you were born to eat fishing. Listening to Zhuo Rong's words, Yuan Tianqing, who was beside him, also gave a wry smile. The same fishing position, the same length of rod. The result is that all the big fish are caught, and I can only catch a pound of luo fei. Nima, who is the reason for this? Hey, for him, the 5th hook is enough. Wild fish are powerful, and Zhuo Rong was afraid of slipping away, so he slipped away for about 15 minutes. With Zhuo Rong's strength, he slipped the big fish to the shore. Xiangzi was very good at copying fish. He grabbed the head of the fish in one fell swoop and pulled the fish to the shore. As the fish came ashore, the fish also began to struggle violently to tea this time. Zhuo Rong also temporarily put the fishing rod aside to block the big fish. When everyone saw this fish, to be honest, many people were shocked. Blackfish, the scientific name is snakehead. It is distributed all over the country, and there are many local names such as blackfish, mullet, rawfish, whelkfish, snakefish, firehead. Whatever it is called, this fish is a very ferocious predatory fish with strong vitality. Not only can it adapt to any water temperature between 0 to 41 degrees, but if there's a lack of food or the water quality is not good in the place where it is located, it can even go ashore, breathe out of the water, and migrate to other ponds, which is quite powerful. This kind of fish can grow up to tens of caddies, or even hundreds of caddies at the largest, and it not only eats fish, but also ducks, water birds, and the like. But I have to say that although the meat of snakehead fish is a bit rough, it is generally delicious and extremely nutritious. It is the best fish to make pickled cabbage fish and boiled fish. Seeing this big fish, many people swallowed their saliva. Good guy, it must weigh 36 or 7 caddies. After taking off the hook, Zhuo Rong also picked up the fish and put it into the fish guard, and then specially strengthened the fish guard, for fear that the fish would take the fish guard away to tea the same time. Zhuo Rong also sat back on a seat and began to change the hook to number 5 hook just now, although it said that the future hook will not be broken, is obviously too small. When Zhuo Rong pulled the fish up, the hook had already left a small hole in the fish's mouth. Zhuo Rong has great strength. If he keeps pulling the fish, as soon as the fish relaxes and dives into the water, it will probably be unhooked, as it is more reliable to change the hook. Just as Zhuo Rong was changing hooks, an uncle came over. Brother, do you want to sell your fish? Upon hearing the uncle's words, some fishing guys next to him reacted. It's not shameful not to be able to catch fish to buy, let alone such a big fish. The water quality here in Linquan Lake, they know very well that the farmed fish are so delicious. If it is wild, or such a big fish, the taste will not be delicious. Forget it if you sell it. I have to give away these fish. Hearing what the uncle said, Zhuo Rong also said with a smile, and the people here felt a little pity when they heard that Zhuo Rong didn't sell fish. But this fish was caught by Zhuo Rong, so you can't buy and sell by force. Not to mention this is not their territory. This is Zhuo Rong's territory. So these people shook their heads after hearing Zhuo Rong's words, and some went back to fishing directly. They were also angry in their hearts. Why should they catch what Zhuo Rong caught, but not themselves? He was about to catch a big one and show Zhuo Rong a look. But there are more self-aware people who did not go back to fishing but squatted beside Zhuo Rong. Watching Zhuo Rong fishing, they felt that Zhuo Rong should be a master fisherman. Otherwise it would be impossible. How could this fish catch so good? It's not wrong for them to think this way. What's wrong is that Zhuo Rong is really not a master fisherman. No, after putting on a new hook, Zhuo Rong took the fish again in less than 3 minutes. Zhao. This time was a cock-mouth fish weighing about 15 G. When I saw this fish, many people were excited. Compared with the previous 3 fish, the cock-mouth fish was obviously more expensive and more delicious. And with a weight of about 15 caddies, it must be said to be quite a big fish. All of a sudden, many people started to pick up their mobile phones, some took pictures, some made videos, and they had a great time playing, and Zhuo Rong did not disappoint these audiences. After the cock-mouth was caught, Zhuo Rong took a 5th fish, a big pike weighing about 12 caddies. This kind of fish is very uncommon in China, even less so big. But it's not over yet. After 5 minutes, the 6th fish took the bait. This is a big-headed carp, which weighs 20 caddies. If the head of this big fish is used to make chopped peppers fish head, the taste is so beautiful even thinking about it. This time Zhuo Rong has completely settled the title of master. It's almost there, let's go home. As Zhuo Rong pulled a large herring that weighed about 21 to 2 caddies out of the water again, Zhuo Rong found that the fish protection he brought seemed to be insufficient. AT this time. He couldn't help looking at Yuan Tianqing and Peng Liqiang who were beside him and said to them, let's go. Hearing what Zhuo Rong said, Yuan Tianqing also sighed. Then looked at the 5 fish in his fish guard, 3 crucian carp that weighed 3 to 2.5 caddies, and 2 carps that weighed about 1 caddy, and said with a wry smile up that in fact he not only caught these, he also caught about a dozen luo fei, but he threw them all behind, and the Xiangzi next to him was not as good as him. Luo fei only caught 5 in total, and there were only 3 small crucian carp worth keeping in the fish guard, and none carp that of course. He will take back the latter luo fei. I don't know if you still remember that Xiangzi's home is like a zoo, and there are cormorants in it. These fish just happened to be taken back for them to eat, and what they couldn't eat was fed to the ducks, and the waste was reused on the other hand. For Zhuorong, his fish guard is a 1,000 gene fish guard, but it is already full at this time. Of course, this does not mean that Zhuorong 720 caught a 1,000 gene fish. He caught a total of 23 or 4 fish, the heaviest being the black fish, which weighed about 36 to 7 caddies, and the smallest was the 5 caddy grass carp caught earlier. But most of them belong to the average value, about 5 or 6 caddies, as the sum of these fish is only more than 300 caddies. But one thing is that these fish are all big fish. 3 1-pound fish do not require the same amount of space as 1 3-pound fish. Moreover, these fish are wild, so after these people entered the fish guard, they were dishonest and kept rushing left and right. Zhuorong was afraid of fishing for a while. The nurse took him away. Worley cried then. Hearing what Zhuorong said, Yuan Tianqing and Pang Liqiang here also nodded in response immediately. And then Yuan Tianqing went to fill the bucket behind his bread because he knew that all the fish Zhuorong caught to keep alive is to give away. Definitely can't. Just take it back to tea this time. Zhuorong also lifted the fish in the fish guard under the eyes of these onlookers, wondering if God was cooperating with Zhuorong. When Zhuorong was carrying fish, the sky that had been rainy and cloudy suddenly began to clear up. All of a sudden, the fish of more than 300 kilograms were particularly dazzling under the sunlight. Zhuorong learned from these fishing veterans in the eyes of the uncle. I saw deep envy and jealousy. How much did they hope that these fish were caught by themselves? But at this time, some smart people have shifted their eyes from the fish to Zhuorong's position. They don't need to think about it, and they know that after Zhuorong leaves, this position will become the most sought after and hottest position. At this time, Zhuorong also followed Pang Liqiang to take the fish to the side of the car. When putting the fish, Zhuorong scanned them one by one on the platform. This is a habit he developed when he was fishing with a raft, because some of the fish caught by the raft are wild and some are farmed, just like the American emperor redfish. And no matter how long the American emperor redfish has been wild, it is also a farmed fish. Zhuorong didn't believe that all the fish in Linquan Lake were wild, and the unfarmed fish came in. Sure enough, after such a scan, Zhuorong really found some problems. Zhuorong caught a total of 23 fish, 20 of which were fine, but there were still some problems with 3 fish. A big head carp weighing about 14 caddies, that is, the fat head should have escaped from the breeding pond. From a carp weighing about 17 kilograms was also detected to be farmed. There was also a black fish weighing about 16 caddies. A total of 3 were detected. The others are wild and can be sold at a higher price in the future. And these 3 fish were naturally picked out by Zhuorong. I'll bet. I don't want these 3 fish. How do you divide them? Looking at Yuan Tianqing, Zhuorong also said to them, you don't want any more? What's the matter? Hearing what Zhuorong said, Yuan Tianqing and Pang Liqiang were a little confused. They didn't want any more. Why? There was nothing wrong with looking at the 3 fish. See if they are not pleasing to the eye. How about this? Or you two will each have one, and we will eat the remaining one. Smiled, Zhuorong can't say that he can tell whether it is farmed or not. Hearing what Zhuorong said, Yuan Tianqing and Pang Liqiang also glanced at each other and then scratched their heads. They really didn't accept it well, because these fish were too expensive, because the fish price this year is not cheap. Basically, the price of wild fish this year is about 10 times the price of farmed fish. The price of freshwater fish this year is a bit ridiculous. Locally, carp can be sold for 8 to 5 to 9 yuan caddy. Wild carp can be sold for about 90 yuan caddy. That is to say, the carp that weighs 17 caddies will cost 1,530 yuan locally. The price is quite expensive. They may not earn so much when they go fishing for a day, but what is not easy to refuse is that Zhuorong did not ask them to sell these fish, but let them take them home to eat. Yes, this kind of gift is really impossible to say. Okay, don't get entangled. One person picks one, and then this black fish. Let's do it. Looking at the appearance of these 2 people, Zhuorong naturally knew what they were struggling with, so he laughed and said it. Hearing what Zhuorong said, Yuan Tianqing and Pang Liqiang each took 1 fish, leaving 10 fish. 6 caddies of black fish. They're gonna make a black fish feast. And Katili's 2 or 3 dishes must be prepared. Zhuorong and the others couldn't eat a 16-pound fish, so after making the decision, Zhuorong called Yangsheng and Sun Qingyuan immediately. When the 2 heard it was a big fish to eat, dang, even if there's no problem. Even Sun Qingyuan is still at work today. He said that there's no problem and he can come to eat. After making an appointment, Zhuorong and the others first sent the rest of the fish back to Zhuorong's home. The Christian carp and carp caught by Pang Liqiang and Yuan Tianqing were also given to Zhuorong, and Xiangzi took those luo fei back to feed the ducks and cormorants. After sending the fish back, Zhuorong and the others drove to Yuan Tianqing's house. Not long after they arrived at Yuan Tianqing's house, Yangsheng and Sun Qingyuan also came. They didn't bring any girlfriends with them today. The 5 gentlemen are together, so let's do it. What else is there to say? After handling the fish, one side while cooking, they started drinking directly. As for the fish, they made 3 big dishes out of fish with pickled cabbage, a boiled fish, and a fried black fish fillet, served with pickled cucumbers, fresh cucumbers, peanuts, shredded potatoes, and edamame bought from outside. What else is there to say? Let's get started. Yesterday's meal of wine lasted from noon to night, but when he came back at night, Zhuorong didn't drink much. Today is mainly chatting, not drinking, and Yuan Tianqing and Pang Liqiang can be regarded as the real fishing masters of Zhuorong. After returning home, Zhuorong first sold those freshwater fish. Not to mention, these freshwater wild fish will still be quite valuable in the future. Carp is 900 yuan per caddy. Christian carp is 700 per caddy. Black carp is 850 per caddy. Herring is 920 per caddy. Grass carp is 10,300 per caddy. 10,550 caddies. Basically, it is about 100 times the current price of fish. Of course, this fish price refers to the price of farmed fish. Wild fish is originally 10 times more expensive than farmed fish. Now in the future, it will be 10 times more expensive. That is about 100 times the price. The average price of these fish from Zhuorong is around 1,000, a total of more than 300 caddies, and sold for more than 300,000 yuan, which is really not too little. If Zhuorong is not willing to go to the sea in the future, it is not bad to go fishing in Linquan Lake. The only problem is there are certainly not as many big fish in the lake as there are in the sea, and it is easy to mix with those who escape from the breeding pond. Therefore, there are some gaps in both quantity and quality or unit price. The only advantage is that you don't need to go to sea, you don't need to waste time on the road, and it saves trouble. After selling the fish, Zhuorong also fell asleep happily. Obviously, the sea has not been calm in the past few days. It didn't stop raining until noon today, but it rained again in the evening, and it was still heavy. That, as mentioned earlier, Zhuorong's home is also smart in the future. No matter how strong the wind and rain outside, it will not affect the people inside, so Zhuorong still sleeps peacefully. After one night, when he got up the next day, he found that it was raining a lot outside. In Zhuorong's manor, there's a small river. This small river was dug by the Sioux family at the beginning. First, it was used as a landscape. Second, in the future, some fish can be raised in this small river to play in the resort. People who live here can also catch a fish or something, but now there's basically nothing in this small river because Zhuorong didn't raise anything in it. After all, it is already October. Although it is not particularly cold in Zhuorong's hometown in winter, it is still below 0. At that time, nothing in the small river will be able to survive. If you want to raise it, you have to wait until the spring of next year. Usually the water in this small river is about 40 to 50 centimeters, but today Zhuorong got up and saw the water in this small river is about to rise to 50 centimeters. Don't look at the water that has only risen by 3 centimeters, but this is not too small. But Zhuorong doesn't have to worry about it rising up because this small river has an automatic flood discharge function of 60 centimeters. If it exceeds 60 centimeters, the downstream side will directly open to discharge the excess water into the sea. Don't worry about this. Zhuorong specifically mentioned the water level at this time because he remembered that the homes of Yuan Tianqing, Pang Liqiang, and Yangsheng seemed to be quite low. If the water rose, I don't know if their homes would be flooded. Thinking of this, Zhuorong immediately called Yuan Tianqing. After the phone call, Yuan Tianqing over there was in good condition. There's water outside the yard of his house, but there's no water in his house. That IT turned out that when his father and mother came back from holiday a few days ago, they raised the yard of his house. If the rain was heavy, it might pour into his house, but there's nothing wrong now. And the rain should stop this afternoon. And tomorrow there'll be strong winds, and we still won't be able to go out to sea, but we should be able to go out the day after tomorrow. As for Pang Liqiang's house, his house was indeed flooded, but the kid had already left. Seeing that it was raining too much last night, he just pulled the switch in his house, and then went to his girlfriend, Gu Xianxian's house. If Zhuorong says he wants to help now, he probably won't say anything on the surface, but he has to scold Zhuorong in his heart. Isn't that a bad thing? Naturally, it was impossible for Zhuorong to do such a thing. The last one called Yangsheng. There was nothing wrong in Yangsheng's house, but the crab pond was flooded. But their family's been working here for so many years, and they've already developed the habit of waterproofing. In the middle of the night last night, their house was flooded, turned on the water pump, and it's fine by now. Hearing that Yangsheng's house was fine, Zhuorong didn't care. Just when he was about to hang up the phone and watch the rain at home, Yangsheng said suddenly, "Hey, by the way, Laozhua, are you okay today? It's all right. Is there anything I can help you with?" Hearing Yangsheng's question, Che also asked him curiously, "Well, there's indeed one thing that needs your help. You can help my uncle's family catch a fish." As soon as he heard that Zhuorong was fine, Yangsheng also started talking. "Fishing? What the hell? Isn't your uncle's family raising crayfish?" Hearing Yangsheng's words on the phone, Zhuorong was also stunned. "Fishing? What? Hey, I think there must be something wrong with him. He used to raise crayfish, but the first batch of crayfish he raised has been sold out, and now he's raising the second batch of off-season crayfish. But recently he discovered that there's something wrong with the shrimp pond." Seeing Zhuorong's question, Yangsheng also briefly explained the matter that off-season farming is like buckling vegetables in a greenhouse. Rare things are more expensive. Crayfish are on the market from July to October. The amount of crayfish is the largest at this time, and the natural price is not particularly high. The average crayfish is about 25 yuan a catty. The small one costs 20 yuan, or even more than a dozen yuan a catty, and the large one costs more than 30 yuan, or more than 40 yuan per catty. But the average price is basically about 25 pounds a catty, which is not a small amount, but it is not particularly high either. Take the crayfish breeding ponds as an example. One Manhwa ponds can produce 300 to 400 catties of crayfish. It is conservatively estimated that it is 350 catties. 25 pounds a catty is 8,750, excluding costs, feed, and labor. For an acre pond, the net profit of crayfish is about 6,000 yuan. Yangsheng's uncle's family raised a total of 30 acres of crayfish, and the annual net profit is about 180,000 to 200,000. In fact, this income seems to be no lower than being a middle-level leader in a first-tier city. But who would think they have too much money? So in the past 2 years, Yangsheng's uncle has been researching off-season farming. Once the off-season farming is successful, although the number of crayfish in winter is definitely not as good as that in summer, but the price of crayfish in winter can be raised to an average price of more than 40. Even if he only earns half of Xiatian's money, it will still cost close to 100,000. He did it last year, and it was very successful. This year, he was going to do it again. But not long after he threw the shrimp seedlings down, he found that something was not right. Originally, after these shrimp seedlings entered the pond, they were still very alive. But in the past few days, he found that he couldn't finish the shrimp food he was feeding. And there were more and more left. He didn't find any shrimp carcasses, and there weren't any large-scale birds coming to eat shrimp these days. So he felt that there might be big fish in this pond, eating these shrimp every day. Now he's a little embarrassed. You say let these fish eat all the time. This is definitely not possible. After all, no matter how expensive fish is this year, it is not as expensive as crayfish. But you don't let the fish eat it. How do you get these fish out? Putting water and electric fish are not enough because the pond will be ruined if it's cleaned up like this, and the shrimp larvae in it are very valuable. So these days, Yangsheng's uncle has been very anxious. 787. Last night, when the water was being pumped, Yangsheng's family's water pump was at Yangsheng's uncle. When he called to get it, his uncle also came to help. Then he talked about these fish while chatting, and finally found out about these fish. Afterwards, Yangsheng suddenly thought of Zhuorong. I don't know about other things, but since Zhuorong is so good at fishing, maybe he can catch the fish in this fish pond. Fishing? I'm not sure, but you can try it. Anyway, there's nothing to do today. Zhuorong is also idle. So he said something to Yangsheng. That's great. I'll pick you up later. Hearing that Zhuorong is fine today, he can get a try. Yangsheng happily agreed. After ordering this matter, Yangsheng checked the pond at his house and saw that there was nothing wrong with it. So he drove over to pick up Zhuorong, and Zhuorong also carried his own things and followed him to him. Uncle their family. Yangsheng's uncle was Yang Lihao's grandfather. Although Zhuorong had never met him, he had obviously heard Yang Lihao mention Zhuorong. When Zhuorong followed Yangsheng here, he was very enthusiastic. "Oh, this is Zhuorong, boss Zhua." When getting off the bus at Zhuorong's side, Yangsheng's uncle took Yangsheng's brother and greeted him proactively, holding Zhuorong's hand and talking with a smile. "Uncle, don't call me boss. I'm brother with Yangsheng. Just call me Zhuorong." Seeing Yangsheng's uncle's enthusiastic look, Zhuorong also replied with a smile. "All right, I'll call you Xiaozhua. The food is cooked in the room and the wine is ready. Let's go in and eat first." Hearing what Zhuorong said, Uncle Yangsheng also said with a smile, "Don't, Uncle, go fishing first. After drinking a while, there's no way to fish." But obviously, Yangsheng knew what happened to his uncle's drinking, so he immediately stopped him. "Yeah, Dad, let's get down to business first. And drink later. The boat is over there. Where are we fishing?" Hearing Yangsheng say this, Yangsheng's brother immediately began to persuade him. Hearing that some young people here were talking about serious business, Yangsheng's uncle couldn't say anything here, so he could only watch from the side to see if there was anything he needed to help. "Is the fish big here?" Seeing Yangsheng's brother speak. At this time, Zhuorong also asked about something serious. "Actually, I don't know. We just suspect that there are fish in it. After all, the number of shrimp larvae is too fast. If the larvae get sick and die, the corpses will float to the sides or the surface of the water. Of course, some of them will sink to the bottom, but there are definitely not many that sink to the bottom. So the only possibility is that they were eaten, but I have also caught fish, and although I caught a few small fish, it is obvious that these fish cannot eat shrimp seedlings." Hearing what Zhuorong said, Yangsheng's brother also said worriedly, "Then let's stay on the shore. I'm afraid that if there are big fish, the boat will capsize again." Hearing his brother's words, Yangsheng hesitated and said that it was already raining outside now, and the temperature might only be in the tens of degrees. It would be exciting to go back into the water again, and it would be difficult to go home without catching a cold. "That's fine, let's try fishing first." Hearing what Yangsheng said, Zhuorong also carried his things and went to the side of the lobster pond. The lobster pond here is very large, with a pond of 30 mu, 666 square meters per mu, which is 20,000 square meters in size, is 125 meters across, and nearly 160 meters wide. The IT looks like a small reservoir, and Zhuorong doesn't know if his magic bug will work well here, but now he can only try it. After finishing things and adjusting the float, Zhuorong also threw the fishing rod into the water. Unfortunately, the fish hook did not move after entering the water. Waited for a minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, or nothing. This made Zhuorong a little puzzled. Logically speaking, magic bugs can't be difficult to use. Is it because the water area is too big and they need to move around by themselves? In fact, not only Zhuorong, but also Yangsheng, Yangsheng's brother, and Yangsheng's uncle at this time were a little hesitant. But when they thought of Zhuorong's identity, Yangsheng's brother and uncle, they were not in a hurry. After all, even if Zhuorong can't catch fish, it doesn't really matter. Being able to make friends with Zhuorong is more important than the lobsters in their ponds, so time passes by. The other three were quite relieved, but Zhuorong couldn't hold back anymore. That I glanced at the time indicated by Xiaozhua, and it has been 10 minutes since my hook went down, and there's still no movement. So let's change to another place. Thinking of this, Che slowly pulled up the fishing rod. But at the moment when the fishing rod was pulled up and was about to come out of the water, suddenly from a distance underwater, there was a huge figure that exploded directly over. Then a creature with a crocodile-like mouth jumped out of the water in an instant, biting Zhuo Rong's magic insect that was about to come out of the water. Looking at this scene, not only Yang Sheng and the others, but also Zhuo Rong was startled, and then he felt a huge force coming from the fishing rod in his hand, almost pulling Zhuo Rong's fishing rod away, but it was good Zhuo Rong's reaction was extremely fast. He grabbed the 0.9 fishing rod immediately, then raised the fishing rod high, and began to compete with the underwater monster. And although it was said that this guy just passed by in a flash, Zhuo Rong Xiaozhua still captured the image of this guy, and Zhuo Rong also knows what this guy is. Fuck, explained Gar. Seeing this name, it is estimated that people who don't pay much attention to aquatic products and do not raise fish are not familiar with this nickname, but Zhuo Rong knows this thing. This animal is a very large and extremely vicious fish. This thing is native to the Americas and is so fierce that even anglers would attack it. Although there is no evidence that they have killed humans, they have attacked humans a lot. And this kind of creature is a devastating blow to any water area. However, although it is said that the alligator gar is very fierce and fierce, in fact, this invasive species is not very rampant in China. The most important thing is that this kind of fish is actually quite expensive. The young seedlings cost 30 to 50, and it is impossible for ordinary releasers to buy such expensive fish and release them. And even if someone releases them, the reproductive ability of this kind of fish in the wild is not very good. Although the female alligator gar can lay 140,000 to 200,000 eggs each time after mating ends from May to August, the survival rate is terribly low. Moreover, this kind of fish matures quite late. Male fish must be at least 6 years old to grow up and mature, and females must be as long as 11 years before they can lay eggs. Plus now Yanhuang is full of invasive tilapia and scavengers. Tilapia eats everything, and scavengers eat fish eggs. So basically even if they're alligator gar, it is difficult to form any climate. Of course, this is talking about juvenile alligator gar. If it is an adult, it is a different matter. When the alligator gar becomes an adult, it is the king of the whole water area. Not to mention what kind of shrimp larvae. Even freshwater fish weighing more than a dozen catties are all on its recipe .01. But one thing to say, adult alligator gars are rarely seen in the wild. Not to mention the shrimp pond at Uncle Yangsheng's house. This shrimp pond must have been cleared not long ago, and the water was changed along with the shrimp. Even if the seedlings mixed with alligator gar at that time, it is absolutely impossible to grow so big. So there's only one possibility, is that someone put this adult alligator gar into the shrimp pond. Things are not right. I'll catch this fish first. Looking at the giant fish still struggling in the water, Zhuo Rong also looked at Yang Sheng, who was bewildered in Yang Sheng's fuhushu. Well, let's get up first. Taking a deep breath, Yang Sheng is also in this business, and he's also very smart. When he saw this fish, after the shock at the beginning was over, he also knew that this fish someone must have put in for what else? To ruin his uncle's house. Hearing what Yang Sheng said, Yang Sheng's uncle and his brother also reacted. Their expressions were also ugly. But at this moment, they were already thinking about who released the fish. Although there are many possibilities for the person who releases the fish. They may be enemies, or they may just be jealous of him. But Yang Sheng's uncle is very popular in the village and is very warm-hearted. Those who look up and see down, there should be no one who is so bad for him. If you say that, the scope will be narrowed down a lot. It should be Qi Lao-san. After thinking for a while, Yang Sheng's brother pulled his father and said in a low voice, "Let's settle this matter by ourselves." Patting Yang Sheng's brother's hand, Yang Sheng's uncle also said in a low voice, "Obviously there is no need for others to get involved in these matters, of course. This matter will not be so easy, and let it go." While Yang's father and son were thinking about it in their hearts, Zhuo Rong had already pulled this alligator gar to the shore. This is an adult alligator gar about 1.3 meters in size. It's not a rare species. But seriously, even an ordinary alligator gar is definitely not cheap for such a big fish. To say the least, it would cost several thousand or even tens of thousands. The other party spent a lot of money to cheat Yang Sheng's uncle. But when you think about it, the crayfish in this pond are worth hundreds of thousands. If they lose all, that can be regarded as a blot. Get up. After pulling the alligator gar to the shore, Zhuo Rong stretched out his hand and held it on the guy's long mouth, and then pulled the alligator gar out with force. This fish is not light. At least it weighs about 100 catties, and it is indeed an adult. And the vitality is extremely strong. After being thrown to the shore by Zhuo Rong, this guy is still struggling. Looking at the fish, Yang Sheng's brother over here is so angry. The lobster gets the drink rake and kills it if you pick it up. Hey, don't worry. If you don't need this fish, then give it to me. Seeing the opponent's movements, Zhuo Rong immediately stopped him and said to him, "What do you want this fish for? You might as well just eat it." Hearing what Zhuo Rong said, Yang Sheng asked with some doubts, "You seem stupid. This fish is poisonous and cannot be eaten. I want to be kept for fun." Hearing Yang Sheng's words, Zhuo Rong also took a look at him and then said amusedly he didn't lie. The crocodile gar should be poisonous. The eggs and ovaries are poisonous. If it is not handled well, it will be like a puffer fish and it will poison people to death. But seeing how big the fish was, Zhuo Rong really wanted to keep it for fun. That's fine. Then you can just take it away. Anyway, you can't take the money my uncle gave you for fishing, so just take the fish away. Hearing what Zhuo Rong said, Yang Sheng thought about it for a while and then spoke to Zhuo Rong. Generally, fishing masters are asked to deal with this kind of big goods, and they need to pay money, ranging from 5 to 6,000 to as many as 10 to 20,000. It is obvious that this alligator gar is not a small job. So if you really want to collect in terms of money, the 10,000 yuan is unstoppable. Of course, after collecting the money, the fish caught has nothing to do with this person. Now Zhuo Rong wants fish, but not money, which is just right. "Oh, what are you talking about? If you want this fish, I'll get it for you. Let's go to the house and drink." Yang Sheng, who was responsible for the matter, settled the matter here, and Yang Sheng's uncle immediately smiled at him. Zhuo Rong said, but Zhuo Rong waved his hand. The fish that was just about to arrive couldn't just be posted here, so Zhuo Rong must send it back first. Besides, he is not familiar with Yang Sheng's uncle and his brother, so there's no need to go there. Get together, so just drink. And Yang Sheng also knows that sometimes Zhuo Rong is a bit socially afraid, and he doesn't really like to play with strangers, so since Zhuo Rong refused, Yang Sheng naturally spoke for him, saying that Zhuo Rong, after sending Rong back, he invited Rong to dinner again and stopped eating here. After hearing Yang Sheng's words, Yang Sheng's uncle and elder brother no longer want to keep him, because they still want to figure out who released the fish. Although they knew in their hearts that it should be Qi Lao's, and it was a troublesome thing to have no evidence. But this time there was no evidence. It did not mean that there would be no evidence in the future. As long as they let out the wind that the fish has been caught, those who want to come over to tamper with it will probably not be able to bear it. Looking at the bare shrimp ponds around them, they remembered what Yang Sheng mentioned not long ago. That is, surveillance should be installed around the shrimp pond. If there's anything and there is evidence, you can call the police at any time. They were a little bit reluctant at the beginning, but now is the time. After leaving Yang Sheng's uncle's house, Zhuo Rong and Yang Sheng went home directly. After temporarily keeping the alligator gar in a large pond at home, Zhuo Rong and Yang Sheng went to the restaurant in the village to have a casual bite. Lunch was simple. I found a stir-fry restaurant at random, ordered 3 dishes and a few bottles of beer, and the two chatted while eating. Old classmates, in fact. There are many things to talk about every time we meet. Zhuo Rong and the others chatted while eating. Unknowingly, the rain outside gradually stopped, and Yi and the others were ready to go back to their respective homes. Naturally, Yang Sheng's girlfriend came to pick him up, but Zhuo Rong saw that there was no rain outside, so he didn't ask Jia Min and the others to come over, but walked towards home by himself. Counting it, it has been a month since Zhuo Rong moved here. Although he said he definitely couldn't recognize all the people in the village, big and small, everyone seemed to know him. Walking home, there were many people saying hello to Zhuo Rong. Although Zhuo Rong has a bit of social fear, but this kind of warm greeting, Zhuo Rong is not disgusted, but has a feeling that he has integrated into the village. It's only been a month since this kind of life, but to be honest, I don't want to go back to the old life at all. Following Zhuo Rong, He walked out of the village and walked to the road of his home. Watching this at that time, the blue sky had just emerged from behind the clouds. He couldn't help stretching his waist and then looked at the sky with a smile. This kind of life, he is very comfortable. This is enough. After Zhuo came home, it was naturally another leisurely afternoon. In fact, not only this afternoon, it may be that he's been busy in the past few days. It is rare that Zhuo is very free in the next few days. The sitting time is very stable every day. When I get up at 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning, if the weather's bad, I will stay at home or go fishing in Lingquan Lake or go to the Virgin Forest to pick mushrooms. If the weather's good, I will ask Yuan Tianqing and Xiangzi to go out to sea together. But basically the three of them rarely go together because after all, fishing is the occupation that Yuan Tianqing and Xiangzi rely on for their survival. Basically when they fish, they leave at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. They may not have seen the 4 o'clock sun in Los Santos, but Zhuo and the others have seen the 4 o'clock sun here at least 100 times a year. Basically, when Zhuo goes out to sea, they go out first, find a good fishing spot, and then call Zhuo. They call Zhuo. Of course, they're not afraid that Zhuo will snatch their catch because Zhuo can't come, others have to come, and most importantly, the fish they catch will be sold directly to Zhuo, saving trouble. If their fish catch is not good today, then Zhuo will go to the open sea or go diving. But when diving in the past few days, he can also feel that the sea water seems to be colder. After all, it is already October. It is estimated that it will not be able to go to sea in the near future. AS for the afternoon. After Zhuo came back, Peng Weiyue and Shen Xuejia would often come and play with Zhuo. Of course, besides them, the three boys Chang Zhengtao, Yang Lihao, and Shirley would also often come and play. But boy, well, it's too cheap. They won't stay here for long, and they will run out to other places. Zhuo is beautiful here, but for these boys, there's a fatal flaw. It's just that Zhuo doesn't have any bugs here. When a little boy didn't like to catch bugs when he was young, Zhuo doesn't have any bugs here. So it's a bit boring. They often run away after playing here for a while and go to the fields in the village to catch dragonflies, butterflies, big locusts, and so on. Looking at them, Zhuo couldn't help but think of his childhood. When he was young, his parents didn't enroll him in a small class because he didn't have much money at home. Until the third year of junior high, his grandma, who was still alive at that time, hoped that he could get into a good high school. So he spent money giving math, physics, and English. As a result, it cannot be said that it is useless, but it is true that it is not very useful. So Zhuo's childhood was actually quite happy, especially compared to today's kids. In the future, if I have children, I'll go to Mao's small class, and I will just play after school. There is no need. Looking at Peng Weiyue and Shen Xuejia who were playing wildly on his pasture, Zhuo also laughed and said, living such a happy life is really fast. Before I knew it, more than half a month had passed in October. As the days get cooler and cooler, the footsteps of late autumn and early winter are gradually approaching at the same time. There are two other things that have also entered Zhuo's daily schedule. First, the company registered by Qin Shuhua was finally approved. Under Zhuo's request, Zhuo monopolized 60% of the shares of the two parties, while Qin Shuhua personally accounted for 25% and the Qin family accounted for 15%. Yes, in the end, she still pulled the Qin family up. There's no way. Many of her subordinates are loyal to the Qin family, not to her. So after Zhuo's battery was confirmed to be ready for production, these people all disclosed the matter to the people behind it. Make money. No one would be unwilling. So Qin Shuhua had no choice but to recruit the Qin family. Qin Shuhua injected $1 billion into the company, and Zhuo finally gave her $200 million with technology and $200 million. Accounting for 60% of the shares. To be honest, not everyone in the Qin family is dissatisfied, and there are even some people who want to directly buy the technology in Zhuo's hands and pay in one lump sum. But Qin Shuhua also chooses clear. Zhuo is not a businessman, so the way of negotiating with ordinary businessmen is not easy for Zhuo. If you dare to ask him for a high price, then he will turn around and stop doing business with you, and he'll never pay back the money on the spot. This step is soft at that time. No matter how much you post to him, he will definitely not cooperate with you again. Money. Zhuo is such a person to ask for playing crooked ways, huh? Although Qin Shuhua doesn't know how powerful Zhuo is, she knows very well that behind Zhuo, there must be a lot of power, especially the internet. Is Zhuo right? The god here, Qin Shuhua doesn't know. But she knew that if the Qin family wanted to mess with Zhuo, not to mention whether it would happen or not, the Qin family would definitely end anyway. Therefore, the dissatisfied voices in this family were suppressed by Qin Shuhua. After such a long period of registration, processing, site selection, and approval, she has finally finished the early work recently, and even asked Zhuo when she was time to come to the company to cut the ribbon. Forget about cutting the ribbon. Zhuo felt silly, but he still had to go there because he wanted to send Zhuo and the others there. And the second thing that Zhuo put on the agenda is that his plane is finally ready. Ordering an aircraft is actually a very long cycle. There are often some rich people who order airplanes, and it takes several years to manufacture them. However, the plane booked by Zhuo is somewhat different from these people, because Zhuo did not order the model of the aircraft, some hardware and so on. He only ordered the interior decoration. That is to say, he can directly use the original new aircraft. Only need to decorate the inside. In Zhou Chengju's hands, there were just a few. New planes. It has to be said that Zhou Chengju really took Zhuo seriously. So after Zhuo paid the reservation money, he immediately worked overtime and started to get Zhuo's plane in. The general decoration of the plane was finally finished yesterday, and now there are only some home appliances, and some details. And today, it will fly over from Guangdong province. Originally, he should have inspected it first, and after the inspection is completed, he will make some minor repairs before handing over the plane. But he just called Zhuo directly and invited Zhuo to take a look together. If there is any dissatisfaction, he can still change it now. After hearing his words, Zhuo was also very moved. After all, this was his first plane. At the same time, he also thought of what Yuan Tianqing and the others had said and wanted to see Zhuo's plane. So Zhuo, you're not welcome. So I answered 810 directly. Then I sent a message to Yuan Tianqing, Xiangzi, Yang Sheng, and Sun Qingyuan, asking them if they have time tomorrow. Except for Sun Qingyuan, who will be inspected tomorrow, the other 3 people are fine. This is to watch the plane or a private plane. Even if something happened, unless it was a huge thing, it would be fine. Let's go. Following Zhuo's order, Yuan Tianqing drove Peng Liqiang and Yang Sheng to Zhuo's house in his broken bread at 8 o'clock the next morning, and Zhuo and the 4 of them sat in Zhuo's car together, heading directly to the airport. Along the way, the 4 of them were very excited, especially Yang Sheng. As I introduced earlier, this guy likes to pretend to be 13. Not only does he want to pretend to be 13, but he's also willing to pretend to be others. Now Zhuo is not going to buy some kind of car, but to buy an airplane. Is there anything better than this? If you're 13 years old, you have to buy a spaceship. Now the Imperial Court does not sell this thing, but if Zhuo knew that he thought so, he would probably smile lightly. After all, the spaceship, in his eyes, is much cheaper than the plane. After all, his Abef, can also be used as a spaceship. Enduring Yuan Tianqing's twittering all the way, Zhuo quickly drove to the airport, but after he parked the car and got out of the car, the 3 people here were silent. Especially after seeing Zhou Chengjun, they all huddled behind Rong, just like quails, not talking, just looking around. Brother Zhou, I'm not too late. Brother Zhou, it's not too late for you to come. It's still 10 minutes early. Your plane is expected to arrive at the airport at 10 past 10 from the control tower. Now we have to wait for a while. One looking at Zhou Chengjun took the initiative to shake hands with Zhou and then talked to Zhou with a smile. It's okay, it's my first time buying an airplane too. Curious. Let's go and see what it looks like. Hearing what Zhou Chengjun said, Chai also said with a smile. Ha ha ha. Not to mention that you were satisfied, but it should not be a big problem. I have seen the video of the interior decoration, and they installed it strictly according to the drawings you gave. It seems to be the case. Come, take the minibus here, let's go to the airport. Hearing what Zhuo said, Zhou Chengjun here also laughed and said, Then he led Zhuo Rong and the others into the minibus next to him and drove into the airport. The minibus parked on a small runway at the far end of the airport. At the end of the runway, there was a hangar. According to Zhou Changjun, this hangar was reserved for Zhuo Rong's planes. Of course, Zhuo Rong needs to pay rent every year, but don't think that maintaining an airplane is cheap. In fact, maintaining an airplane is not much cheaper than buying an airplane. We're talking about small business jets, such as the Zhuo Rong, which must be much more expensive. The cost of the plane, last time when Zhuo Rong bought the plane, Zhou Changjun showed it to himself. The first is the takeoff price. The airport charges takeoff and landing fees. The domestic price for one takeoff and landing is about 800. However, different airports have different fees. You can't expect the airport in Shanghai to be the same price as the airport in some prefecture-level cities. Then it is necessary to hire a special pilot to maintain the aircraft engine, and the money is about 30,000 a year. Then lubricating oil, about 50 yuan per hour. This man counts. Fuel, about 500 yuan per hour. Depends on how often you fly. Don't think that this is a lot of money, because in fact, it is the most economical when the plane is in the sky. When the plane is on the ground, more money needs to be paid, including the apron mooring fee, the rent of the hangar, the maintenance of the hardware on the plane, the money for applying for the route, the money for the maintenance team, the money for the maintenance team, and the maintenance fee. Money for scheduled inspections, money for aviation materials, etc. Zhou Qingjun made a calculation for Zhuo Rong. Even if he does not fly this business jet, he needs about 8 million yuan a year. 300 hours may cost about 20 million maintenance dollars. This is the price that Zhou Changjun gave Zhuo Rong a discount. However, Zhuo Rong didn't care too much about the small money. After all, for him, 20 million or 30 million, Xiaozhua can earn it just by going around the internet, which is nothing. After Zhuo Rong and Yuan Tianqing got off the car, they stood on the side of the runway and chatted with Zhou Qingjun for a while. Then Zhou Qingjun over there suddenly pressed the earphones in his ears, then turned his head and looked at Zhuo Rong. Brother Zhua, your plane is here. As his voice fell, there was a small black spot in the distance, approaching from far to near, and the height was also slowly decreasing. Seeing the scene, Yuan Tianqing, Peng Liqiang, and Yang Shang standing behind, Zhuo Rong pulled out their mobile phones at the same time. Yuan Tianqing and Peng Liqiang were just taking pictures, while Yang Shang started to record directly. Watching the plane, slowly descending, the huge roar resounded in his ears, and Yang Shang's eyes were not only shocked, but also a little scared. Well, in fact, anyone who sees such a big plane crashing into him, probably everyone will be scared, including Zhuo Rong when he watched the plane start to land and rush to the side. He was actually a little timid, but fortunately, Xiaozhua had already given the path of the plane, and it would not reach Zhuo Rong's side. That's why Zhuo Rong forcibly calmed down and didn't take a few steps back. Everyone, let's see what this is. Of course, it's not mine, it's Boss Shua's. Boss Shua's private jet has finished its initial decoration today. I flew here to let Boss Shua have a look. If there's anything to modify, let's call here to Staff Officer. Watching the plane slowly land, and then taxiing to a side to stop, unfold the stairs, and prepare to board the plane, Yang Shang's first video has also been filmed here, and then he happily sent it to the classmate group. Not long after the video was posted, the group exploded again. One message after another, like swiping the screen, kept appearing in this certain letter group. Oh, good guy, private jet. Fuck, it's not much more than a sports car or something. Don't blow it up. Private jets don't have much money now. I heard that you can buy one for a few million. Don't brag about it. You said the one with millions of dollars. That old broken plane looks like the one from World War II. Look at Lao Shua's plane. Is it that kind of broken plane? Damn it, I checked it. And it seems that this plane is Bombardier's Global 8000. Just tell me how much it is, and let me give up. The price of the fruit machine seems to be 420 million. P9Z, at Li Junxing. Does your boss have this big toy? Old classmate, go through the friend application. I'm getting married next month. Can I borrow your plane to pick up my relatives? Damn it, Lao Chao, you're really talented. Pick up your relatives, by plane? How do you pick them up? Just blow up your mother's family, or throw their family on the tarmac. I took a 420 million plane to pick up my relatives, and I let my old mother-in-law's family sleep on the runway of the airport, and they didn't even say no. It's a pity Zhuo Rong is not a real kid. After he gets rich, he will look down on his old classmates. That's not absolute. Look at Yang Sheng, look at Yuan Tianqing. Isn't he also our old classmate? Sun Qingyuan probably has a class today, where he will go too. That's right, it's obviously because we haven't contacted for a long time, and the relationship is a little estranged. I believe that Zhuo Rong still pays attention to the relationship between classmates. When I was in school, Zhuo Rong was a united and friendly classmate. Looking at the words of these people in the classmate group, Yang Sheng couldn't help laughing. Especially the last person who spoke was none other than their former head teacher. If he hadn't chatted with Yang Sheng in private, asked Yang Sheng to tell Zhuo Rong through his friend request, Yang Sheng would have almost believed it. Although Yang Sheng likes to pretend, but if he wants him to help, he has to see if this person is suitable for helping. For example, in the classmate group, he belongs to the type who pretends to be 13 and runs away. How cool. Helping someone ask Zhuo Rong to pass the application, he's not so careless that he didn't say much after posting. Just continue to shoot the video and post it to the classmate group. After the plane came to a complete stop, they walked up the stairs and saw the half-decorated interior of the plane. It has to be said that this side is even more regrettable than the finished decoration, because this also proves that the plane belongs to Zhuo Rong. Otherwise, why does Zhuo Rong have the right to say it? Just when Yang Sheng pretended to be 13 in the classmate group, pretending to be happy that on the other side of Magic City, Li Jinqing's expression turned a little ugly. In fact, since seeing Zhuo Rong last time, he's had a good few days, because he told his boss that he and Zhuo Rong were classmates and had a good relationship, but he didn't say that Zhuo Rong drove him out of Longtingjun. What he said was that he used to live with his old classmate, and the old classmate didn't want money, so he felt a little sorry. So he took the initiative to move out, and his boss, who seemed silly and naive, believed it. Why do you say it looks? Because from ancient times to the present, really stupid and naive people can't play business. His boss can run the company well in Yanhuang, which proves that their boss is not a fool. Don't look at his boss, who seems to have changed his attitude towards him in an instant, and even wants to mention him as the vice president. But these are actually unprecedented checks, because there's a precondition for mentioning the position of vice president, that he has to ask Zhuo Rong to help convince the president of Malaysia to pass their capital injection agreement, so that he could be promoted. Originally, Li Jinqing thought this was an opportunity to prostitute for free, because judging from the situation he handled, Ali actually had some ideas and wanted to inject capital. And the information on the company's books is indeed beautiful. Ali has never agreed, mainly because what he did was really beautiful, that if it's too perfect, it means there's a problem. But as the old saying goes, if there's a 20% profit, then capital will be ready to move. That if there's a 50% profit, capital will take risks. If there's a 100% profit, the capital will risk being hanged. That if there's a 300% profit, then capital dares to trample on all laws in the world. If this capital injection is successful, according to the analysis of Ali's analysts, they can almost earn nearly 30% of the profit, and it is impossible not to be tempted. Originally, Ali Company might not have made up its mind so quickly not to inject capital, but the bad thing is that Zhuo Rong said that Li Jinqing's character is not good. So after President Ma went back, he asked Yin Cha. In fact, he just wanted to find an excuse to stop the business this time. After all, Zhuo Rong should respect the name of the #1 natural shareholder. As a result, after this investigation, the problem was really found out, and the business was immediately lost. And Li Jinqing's boss, after waiting for a long time, did not wait for the capital injection contract, but instead waited for the financial statements and the documents for terminating the cooperation. Is it particularly iron? This is the result. So for the past few days, Li Jinqing's boss has been looking for Li Jinqing's troubles. This made Li Jinqing very unhappy. But when he opened the classmate group today, he even saw Zhuo Rong buying a private jet. Damn, this made him even more troubled. If it weren't for the fact that there's still many female classmates in this group who were thinking about him, he might have quit immediately. But even now, he's in a bad mood. What bad luck. Turning off the phone, Li Jinxing also looked at himself in the screen with a headache, and his eyes were red. He hates and envies very much now. Why could Jerome live so well, but he still has to be angry with that white pig? How could I be better than Jerome? Why? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Of course, even if he was annoyed to death at this time, it had nothing to do with Jerome. The car industry is currently talking to Zhou Qingjun about how to decorate the engine room that I, in fact, just follow Xiaojua's design. Jerome still believes in Xiaojua. Old Jua, it's cool. This is a private jet. Brother Jua, Bull 13. Haha. Don't worry, it's also a business jet anyway. When you have something to do in the future, just stay and tell me, just take this. After discussing with Zhou Qingjun how to decorate the engine room, Jerome also left with Yuan Tianqing and the others. Originally, Zhou Qingjun wanted to be a landlord and treat Jerome to dinner, but when he was talking about this, Zhou Qingjun's phone rang. He didn't look like Jerome. He was very busy, so he just be like this for a while. Let's talk about it when the plane is officially delivered. And on the way out of the airport, these three guys returned to the state they came from, surrounded Jerome, and started talking and listened to what they said. Jerome also said generously, but he 777 would know if they were just hanging out or something. That IT is estimated that they will not make these requests to Jerome. But if Yangsheng and Pang Liqiang get married and spend their honeymoon, Jerome can lend them a plane to fly for a while, and he'll be doing his brother a favor. What's for lunch? Go back after eating. Following Jerome and the other four people out of the airport and got in his car, Jerome also asked Yuan Tianqing and the others. It was already 11 o'clock, and they happened to go to eat. Eat or something, whatever you want. But in the afternoon, brother, can you throw me at the flower, bird, and fish market? Right now, hearing what Jerome said, Pang Liqiang, who was sitting in the back seat, suddenly spoke up. Pang Liqiang likes raising small animals, and Jerome knows that too. Usually in Lingquan village, you can't find any good things, so if you want to buy some pet animals, you have to go to the flower, bird, and fish market in the city. So Pang Liqiang basically only needs to go to the city. And 6 or 7 out of 10 times, he will go to the flower, bird, and fish market. After hearing what he said, Jerome also became interested. Okay, you two are fine this afternoon. Let's go shopping together. Nodding his head, Jerome spoke to Yuan Tianqing and Yangsheng. Then let's go together. I'm fine today. I'm fine, but I'm more curious about where to eat. Xiangzi didn't go back, and Yuan Tianqing was fine when he went back, so he started talking directly. Speaking of which, Yuan Tianqing also likes small animals, but he doesn't like keeping them, but likes to eat them. Today, I went to the flower and bird fish market to see pigeons and so on. These are all edible, and Yangsheng is already busy now. The crab pond in his house was drained a few days ago, and the pond has started dry. This year's crabs and crayfish have been raised. Compared to his uncle, he thinks a lot. He also plans to raise crayfish and crabs in winter, because off-season ones are more profitable, but he doesn't plan to raise them in this kind of wild pond. He is saving money now and plans to build a big shed and then raise them in a cement pond, but this also requires technology. Now he and his girlfriend are still studying, so don't wait a few years before taking office. Now he's also in a state of being fine. To be precise, from now until March next year, he'll be fine, and he has recently started messing around with the team again. What are you going to eat? It's getting colder today. Let's eat lamb. Looking at the sky, Jerome muttered softly. Okay, what are you going to eat? Boiled mutton, roast leg of lamb, barbecue, or what? Hearing what Jerome said, Yangsheng also asked behind. Go and eat sheep scorpions. This day is suitable for eating. After thinking about it for a while, Yuan Tianqing started to speak later, and then wiped his mouth while speaking. The sheep scorpion is the spine of a sheep. Jerome's family doesn't actually have the habit of eating sheep and scorpions. But a while ago, didn't Jerome go to the imperial capital to take over the courtyard house? He ate it in the imperial capital, and after he came back, he bought the sheep scorpion to cook at home and eat it when they came to Zunrone's house to play .tob. Honest, once the sheep scorpion is put on the table, people who have never eaten it may not really like it, but after eating it, they will feel that this thing is really good. Especially if it is eaten with white wine, the taste will not be cured. Sheep scorpion, let me look for it. If there's one, let's eat it. If not, forget it. Let's eat boiled lamb. Jerome started the engine while asking Xiaojua to connect the car to search for the sheep scorpion. Needless to say, restaurants all over the country are now blooming everywhere. As long as you want to eat, you can basically eat most of the delicacies. Beijing cuisine, although it is not like the 8 major cuisines, belongs to a relatively small group of cuisines. But Xiaojua searched and found that there are really several good Beijing cuisines in Zhuorong City. There are roast ducks. Quanjude also has them. Dadong also has them, and they're local brands. Then there are those who make noodles with fried sauce, those who cook lamb in authentic copper pots, and of course those who sell lamb scorpions. Xiaojua found a shop with good reviews on the internet and guided Zhuorong and the others to go. After going to this store, Jerome found that this store is quite similar. Next to this store is a bigger store owned by the same owner. That store sells boiled mutton, but this store sells lamb scorpions. According to the waiter here, their sheep are all directly transported from Montenegro, and the lamb is sliced into slices and sold directly at the mutton side, and then the lamb scorpion is sold in this store. Of course, if you want to eat mutton, you can also order it directly from the store, but I have to say that the sheep is really not cheap to them. After Jerome and the others finished ordering, a large pot of Sichuan flavored mutton scorpion came up with meat in it, and some side dishes that relieve the greasy taste. That is to say, Jerome needs to drive, otherwise he'll be a few mouthfuls high and low. Unlike now, except for Jerome, there are 3 other people, 1 person, 1, 2, 2, and a half at a mouthful of spicy and sweet mutton, a mouthful of white wine. You'll be delighted. 1.1 Jerome can only turn his attention to the sheep. Judging from Jerom's taste, the mutton here is actually not bad. Of course, it is still a lot worse than his grass sheep. But in China, no, in this world, there's almost no meat that can compare with this kind of mutton. Regardless of the mention of mutton, everyone always talks about beef and mutton. But beef, the domestic breed, is really not good. There's only one top-grade Lucy yellow cattle, and the meat yield is not high. But when it comes to mutton, Yan Huang, who has eaten mutton for thousands of years, has a strong say. Foreign sheep are mainly used to produce wool and milk. When it comes to meat quality, domestic mutton is not to mention everything, but at least it is slightly higher. Jerome, who ate a lot of mutton, still has a say. After lunch, except for Jerome who didn't drink, the others felt very refreshed, full and satisfied. Originally, Jerome was going to pay the bill, but Yangsheng paid the bill first. Jerome made friends with Yuan Tianqing and Yangsheng, and they were equal. They didn't act like Jerome's henchmen just because Jerome was rich. The most important thing in making friends is how much energy you have and how much you can do, that if you mention money or not, it will be a bit out of the ordinary. After paying the bill and eating, Jerome and his group also drove to the flower, bird, and fish market. The flower, bird, and fish market in the city where Jerome and the others are located is a big market, divided into 2 parts. The main body is a building and a street. The first floor of the building is divided into 2 parts. One half sells flowers, the other half sells cats and dogs. The second and third floors both sell fish. The second floor sells freshwater ornamental fish, and the third floor sells sea fish, used to make sea tanks. Jerome also visited in the past, and he likes to go to the third floor to see it, because there are many lemon sharks on the third floor, which should be popular among rich people nowadays. The fourth floor sells reptiles, all kinds of lizards, snakes, turtles, crocodiles, and the like are on the fourth floor. The fifth floor is the canteen here, which is also open to the outside. The price is not expensive, but the food is not very good. As for the street outside, it is a place where people sell flowers, birds, and fish. In terms of quality, the outside is naturally much worse than the inside of the building, but it is cheaper. Nearly 30% of the street sells birds, another 30% sells cats and dogs, and 30% sells fish. But compared to the fish inside, the outside is the worst kind anchovy. Black Mary, red arrow, betta, small koi, goldfish, traffic lights, submarines, etc. are all sold outside. The other 10% is to sell some strange things such as small insects, grasshoppers, crickets, etc., tobacco, peanuts, mealworms as large as wood, tables and chairs, cages, etc. In the past, when Zhuo Rong came to visit, he basically went inside the building to see sharks. But when Pang Liqiang came to shop, he basically went outside. After all, he really wanted to buy something. Following Zhuo Rong and the others to park the car, they also entered the street. The first thing to see is the birds. There are quite a few bird sellers on the street. At least there are dozens of shops. As soon as Pang Liqiang came, someone greeted him, and it was obvious that he did come here often to buy things. And Zhuo Rong was also looking at these birds, but unfortunately, he didn't recognize most of these birds. If it wasn't for Xiao, which was helped to identify them, you wouldn't even know what these birds were. Compared with other birds, Pang Liqiang is more interested in pigeons. But even with the help of Xiao, Zhuo Rong doesn't really understand the difference between these pigeons. In Zhuo Rong's memory, pigeons seem to be divided into carrier pigeons and meat pigeons according to their uses. Know about other pigeons? Brother Zhuo, let me tell you, there are actually many ways to play with pigeons. Seeing that Zhuo Rong seemed to know nothing about pigeons, Pang Liqiang explained while watching. Pigeons are fun. In fact, among the people who raise pigeons, they're mainly divided into two categories. Point one is a native pigeon, and the other is an exotic pigeon. The carrier pigeons, domestic pigeons, and meat pigeons that can be seen now are basically foreign pigeons. This kind of pigeon was introduced from abroad to China. It is big and grows fast. The current racing pigeons are basically these foreign pigeons. The local pigeons are much smaller in size, and their flying ability is actually not that good. Because in ancient times, there was an idiom of flying pigeons passing books, but in fact, flying pigeons to send letters has not been very popular in China, and it is not a mainstream method, or it is a long-distance message transmission method. In ancient times, the long-distance message transmission was actually more used by swan geese, that is wild geese. In ancient times, swan geese passed books more reliably than flying pigeons. Domestic records of feed biography may only be traced back to Guangdong in the Sui and Tang dynasties at the earliest, and it seems that it has not been popularized throughout the country. It is more reliable to send letters by flying pigeons in one city. If you want to cross a city, it is almost impossible. The flying pigeon passing letters in Jing TV dramas can be considered as the need of the plot. Be frank about this point. If you were just playing with flying pigeons to pass books, it must be the country of ancient Egypt. This country began to use this method to pass books more than 3,000 years ago, and what they used was the ancestor of the current carrier pigeon. But don't look at the domestic pigeons, but the price is much higher than these foreign pigeons. Except for the racing pigeons used in competitions, these foreign pigeons have no way to compare with the domestic pigeons, because domestic pigeons look better and have better colors. For example, the pair of pigeons that Pang Liqiang is referring to now. The feathers of this pair of pigeons are pure white without any stray hairs. They are quite beautiful in red. Her eyes and yellow mouth look like they were carved from jade. Of course, the price of good-looking things is not ordinary. For this pair of pigeons, the seller directly asked for 2 square meters. Of course, this price is not expensive, because according to Pang Liqiang's words, if the pair of pigeons were sold in the imperial capital, they would be worth more than 50,000 yuan, and 20,000 yuan is not bad. But this does not mean that this pair of pigeons is worth it. Someone could be a second-hand dealer, buy it here for 20,000 yuan, and then sell it in the imperial capital for 50,000 yuan. 037, because the pigeons can't be like people. People can buy the pigeons here and go to the imperial capital, but the pigeons don't have to worry about it. First of all, airplanes and the like, they can't sit on them, not to mention anything else. It takes a long time and is very troublesome just to prove the epidemic prevention and so on. And by train or by car, well, that's more troublesome. It is very likely that this pair of little pigeons died before they were sent to the imperial capital. So if you don't really want to keep it, then try not to buy it, as small animals can't stand long-distance tossing. So after Zhuo Rong listened to Pang Liqiang's words, he also nodded, and what he said made sense. But I didn't go far forward when I was about to pass by these shop-selling birds. There was a shop selling cages in front of it. When Pang Liqiang saw a cage hung out by Sun's family, his eyes lit up instantly. He walked over quickly, but just as he walked in front of this cage, there was a fat figure in the distance, who also just walked over and stood in front of the cage with him. I didn't expect that someone would fall in love with the same thing as me. Looking at each other like this, the other party definitely doesn't know Zhuo Rong and the others, but Zhuo Rong and the others do know this fat figure. Hey, brother, have you taken a fancy to this cage? The cage is on Zhang. There is no typo. No, I'm just here to have a look. It's really a good thing. It should be from red sandalwood. Hearing what the fat man said, Xiangzi also waved his hand. The meaning is to buy. He could tell that this cage was very good, and it was most likely a cage carved from lobular red sandalwood, and the carving skills on it should also be master skills. Such a cage would cost at least 20,000 to 30,000 yuan, which is obviously not what he spent. Started. Well, I have good eyesight, but this cage is made up, and the bottom seat is expensive. It's made of old red sandalwood. The upper cage is new, but it's also purple. Hearing Pang Liqiang's words, the fat people here also said in a low voice, "Hello, you are Teacher Sunday." After this person finished speaking, Zhuo Rong and others also came over here. Yang Sheng looked at this fat figure with some hesitation and asked, "Hey, hello. Have you heard us talk about crosstalk?" Seeing that Yang Sheng recognized him, the fat figure also smiled politely, and then said to him, "Yes, this fat figure is really not an ordinary person. He should be a star, but he's not a big name or something, but a member of a crosstalk group in China. The actor with the dragon character in the middle is the main one. It may not be possible to say how popular he is, but it's true that most people know him. I heard before that Teacher Sun, like Teacher Yu, is a big player, likes to collect those flowers, birds, fish, and insects, and messy things. Unexpectedly, I ran into it here today. I must have heard it Tao Lai. Is there a commercial performance?" Looking at Teacher Sun, Yuan Tianqing from here also came over and said with a smile, "Well, for tomorrow night's commercial performance, I arrived this morning, and I have nothing to do with the hotel. I happened to come over this afternoon to take a look. I don't think there are really good things in your flower, bird, and fish market. Hey, friend." Hearing Yuan Tianqing's question, Teacher Sun also laughed and said he's not an idol or something. Even if he's met by Fanny Nose, it is unlikely to cause too much impact. So he and Yuan Tianqing really got along pretty well. "Mr. Sun, you're really right. There are indeed a lot of interesting places on our side, and a pair of little pigeons over there is also pretty good, but it takes 2 parties." Hearing what Teacher Sun said, Xiangzi here also whispered, "Little pigeon? I'll look at this later. It happens to be my senior brother's birthday in a few days. If it's really good, I'll take it back and send it to my senior brother. But I have to take this cage first. Boss, what are you doing? How did you sell the cage next to it?" He made a quiet gesture towards Xiangzi, and then Teacher Sun shouted inside. Hearing Teacher Sun's words, the shopkeeper here also came out, looking at the cage outside. He also casually gestured with the bamboo pole in his hand. 100 here, 300 here, 800 here, this, if you want, for 1,000. Obviously, the shop owner didn't notice Zhuo Rong and others outside, so he specially ordered this red sandalwood splicing cage. After hearing the price, Zhuo Rong glanced at Xiangzi, and Xiangzi nodded indiscriminately. This cage, not to mention selling it in first-tier cities, even if it is sold locally, will cost 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. It can be seen that this cage should not be made by the boss, but received by the boss. It is estimated that some old man used this cage to raise birds, but I was afraid that the people in the family would say it, so I never told the people in the family how much the cage was worth. After the old man disappeared, the children of the wife and the family did not know each other, so they sold the cage cheaply. And the owner of the store is not a good eye, and he would definitely sell less than 4,000 in normal times. This is a temporary price increase, but Teacher Sun has a way to deal with such people. This broken cage is 4,000. Hold it down. I'll buy the one from here. The 801, 500, okay? If it works, I'll take a few. disdainfully glanced at the red sandalwood cage. Teacher Sun pointed to the other bird cages nearby. 500. 500 is definitely not enough. No, this cage is a good thing, and 4,000 is not too expensive. Hearing that Teacher Sun turned to other cages, it seemed that he was really not interested in this cage. The owner also had some hesitation. Isn't it expensive for 4,000? If your cage is one piece, then 4,000 is indeed not expensive, and you can't even sell it for 5,000. But the problem is that your cage is divided. The bottom is one piece, and the cage body is one piece. How dare you sell it for 4,000? Are you slaughtering people? Let's look at this side. Hearing what the shopkeeper said, Mr. Sun curled his mouth, and he had to say that even if it is a joke, this mouth can be fooled. Sure enough, when he said this, the shop owner here also hesitated. After thinking for a while, he clapped his hands and made a distressed look. Asterisk. Good thing should be sold to people who know how to do it. How about it? 3,000, okay. Another discount in half, 1,005. I'll take it if it's okay. If not, you're not the only one selling cages on this street. Shaking his head, Teacher Sun said firmly, 1,005 is definitely not enough. Otherwise, how about 2,005? 2,000, build this cage again. The last bid, if it's okay, it's fine. Teacher Sun made a gesture and finally said that he really wanted to leave. The boss saw that the business was going bad, so he immediately picked up the army. Yes, the last bid, 2,002, build a cage. A lot of deals. Looking at the shop owner's appearance, Mr. Sun actually knew that the price was far from being overwhelmed, but as a human being, you shouldn't go too far. He didn't care about the few hundred yuan. If he pressed too hard and caused any problems later, the gain would outweigh the loss. So after thinking about it, Mr. Sun nodded. Then Lee's is to pay, issue an invoice, and after paying 2,002, Mr. Sun here happily lifted up 2 cages and walked back. After walking out of the store, he directly put the original cage selling for 800. The almost useless cage was later handed over to the crooks. Brother, I think you're also someone who understands these things. Come on, this is for you. Mr. Sun, this is too expensive. Seeing the cage that Mr. Sun handed over, Changzi immediately waved his hands. A cage worth a few $100s is too extravagant. What is this expensive? It's all given away. If you want to sell it, this kind of robot car can be sold for more than 100 yuan at most. It's nothing. It's rare to meet someone who likes to play. You just take it. Looking at Changzi, Teacher Sun directly stuffed the cage to Pang Li Qiang and said with a smile. Then I'm not going to be polite. Thank you, Mr. Sun, but Mr. Sun, if you talk about playing, in fact, I, Brother Zhua, are the best at playing. Teacher Sun, I, Brother Zhua, am an expert at playing. A little shyly accepted the cage handed over by Teacher Sun. Pang Li Qiang also smiled, then looked at Zhuo Rong who had been standing behind him and said nothing to him, and said to Teacher Sun, oh, this brother also plays with birds. After hearing what Pang Li Qiang said, Teacher Sun also looked at Zhuo Rong that I in fact from the very beginning. He has paid attention to Zhuo Rong. After all, Zhuo Rong is quite outstanding among the 4. He is indeed the most handsome and the tallest. The future genetic modification medicine is not just talking played. The effect is quite good. The most important thing is that Yuan Tianqing and Pang Li Qiang went to sea all day, and they were exposed to the wind and sun outside, and their skin was dark at a S for Yangsheng. Although he said he raised crabs and crayfish at home, he still had to work, so he was also black. Only Zhuo Rong, who was white and clean, was indeed very conspicuous. But Zhuo Rong, everyone knows that he has a little social fear, so after he got here, he didn't say anything, but listen more. But now Mr. Sun asked himself, it would be bad for Rong to keep silent. Hey no, I only have Starling in my house, and 153 was given to me by Qiangzi. I don't have any specific favorite things to play with. I just play around and do everything. After waving his hand, Zhuo Rong also looked at Mr. Sun with a smile and spoke to him. Okay, what are you doing? Brothers, what are you doing? Hearing that Zhuo Rong also raises things, Teacher Sun also asked curiously. Fish is the one that raises the most. I raised some red dragons, and then a few days ago I got an alligator gar for my buddy. There's also an eyed caiman in the backyard, and then there are dogs and wolves. Naturally, Zhuo Rong would not tell the rice pudding, but he could say what he picked. Wolf, you still keep this animal? Doesn't this thing need a license? Upon hearing that there were wolves in Zhuo Rong's house, Teacher Sun also asked curiously, does Lao Zhuo's family have a wild protection breeding license? This wolf is a legend. It is the dog of Lao Zhuo's family. It was hooked up from a pack of wolves in the forest. There are also 4 real little wolf dogs. Well, looking at Teacher Sun's shocked eyes, Yuan Tianqing here also laughed and said, when he heard that there were really wolves, and they were wolves from a pack of wolves, and there were wolf dogs, Teacher Sun's eyes lit up. Obviously, he is very interested in walking around. By the way, buddy, you still said that you have raised red dragons in your house. How many more? Well, I have raised 7. Recalling it, I have indeed raised 7. It should be after hearing what Zhuo Rong said. Teacher Sun wanted to see it. They're not only fish, but also cattle, sheep, and pigs. These 3 things are all species that have never been seen before. They grow amazingly, and the fruits grown by my brother are even more amazing. Yuan Tianqing said. Yangsheng here also blew at Zhuo Rong. It's a bit late today, bro. We'll perform tomorrow, and we'll take a rest here the day after tomorrow if we have nothing to do. Is it convenient for you to see if it's convenient for me to go to your house? After thinking for a while, Teacher Sun still spoke out the little entanglement in his heart. Although he is said to be a star, he is not a big-name star. He does not need to be so careful when making friends with others. Now listening to the introductions of these people, he has a family for Zhuo Rong in his heart. Preliminary concept that IT felt like Teacher used Thunderbolt Pet Paradise, so he also wanted to go and see it. But after hearing Teacher Sun's words, Zhuo Rong agreed without caring. That's great. We will perform tomorrow. I have reserved a few tickets for the infield. Before the performance yesterday, you all come to me and I'll make arrangements for you. Please listen to the crosstalk. Hearing that Zhuo Rong readily agreed, Teacher Sun also said openly. Then a group of people went to the stall selling the little pigeons. After looking at the 2 little pigeons, Teacher Sun decided to buy them, but not give them to Teacher Yu. Because he really likes it too today as for how to bring Bay. The pair of pigeons home, Mr. Sun also showed Zhuo Rong and the others. In fact, he was looking for that kind of pet shipping company. Some people have said that the pet shipping company is not responsible. Pets are often outsourced, and then they die when they are delivered home. Here, Mr. Sun taught Zhuo Rong and the others a trick to protect the price. Just like when the express delivery of valuables will ensure the price point 2 little pigeons, with an insured price of 100,000 yuan, although it is said that the insured price is over 1,000. But if something happens to the pair of little pigeons, at least Mr. Sun is not at a loss in terms of money, of course, if you're worried. In fact, the best way is to drive in person and deliver in person. But Mr. Sun obviously didn't have so much time. According to him, after the commercial performance here, he will go to another place next week. When he returns to the imperial capital, it may take 3 months. But don't look at Mr. Sun's busy side. But in fact, he is very happy. The share of a certain agency is very reasonable. Basically, people like Mr. Sun and the others go out to accept commercial performances, and the income of the actors is about 1 million among them. 800,000 will be divided by the host for 100,000 per person. The remaining 200,000 yuan was distributed to the 3 pairs of actors who came to assist in the performance. Everyone also has more than 30,000 yuan, which doesn't seem like much, but in fact, for most people, they don't earn more than 30,000 yuan for a month of work, even in first tier cities. That's almost a quarter of revenue. Therefore, the income of actors in a certain agency is still very considerable. Of course, those students who had just studied for less than 2 years are definitely not as profitable as those who are successful. But even those young actors who stick to the small theater, as long as they can go on stage, their average monthly income is more than 10,000 yuan, and it is difficult to live. But if you don't have the ability, maybe you can only earn so much in this life that if it becomes the bottom line and their dividends, then the profit is quite considerable, together with Teacher Sun, Zhuorong, and the others walked around here. Basically, only Teacher Sun and Xiangzi were shopping. But compared to Mr. Sun, what Xiangzi bought were those high quality and cheap things. What Zhuorong remembers most is that Mr. Sun also bought a big green grasshopper. This grasshopper is emerald green. I remember it deeply because of this toy. He bought it directly for 1,800 without any counteroffer. That kind of transparent when both ends are inside the box of small speakers. That call was very interesting. You know, it's late October now, and logically speaking, the worms have stopped calling, but now when I hear the sound of insects, it's really interesting. Of course, this meeting has nothing to do with Zhuorong, because Zhuorong talks about all the bugs in Kong. Today is still quite a day of knowledge. In the afternoon, Xiangzi and Teacher Sun were also talking to Zhuorong about these pets, which also gave Zhuorong a lot of insight. But speaking of playing, according to Mr. Sun's words, he still has to go back to the imperial capital. Although these things to play with are all dross left by the 8 Banners brothers in the Manchu Qing dynasty. But since such a custom can be passed down in every place, it means that this custom has its merits. At least in Teacher Sun's view, playing with these things is very interesting. And it's worth playing, and he's willing to spend money on IT around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Mr. Sun boarded the commercial vehicle assigned to him by the performance party and went back, and Zhuorong and the others also went home, of course. They won't just go home like this, they must be going to eat. But this time, I didn't eat in the city again, but went to the barbecue restaurant opened by Shen Shiwejia's house, and the third brother went to have a barbecue. I have to say that Shen Shiwejia's father roasted the big kidneys, which are really good. This time Zhuorong doesn't care anymore. He can drink, full of food and drink. Zhuorong also went home, took a bath, and told Jiamin and the others that Mr. Sun was coming the day after tomorrow. These are minor problems, and it'll be fine to close the 8 treasure port at that time. I in this way. There was nothing to say all night. And it was the next day in a blink of an eye. Although the next day said, the weather was fine. Yuan Tianqing and the others didn't go out to play because they still remembered that Mr. Sun said that he would invite them to watch crosstalk. Originally, Zhuorong and the others were still thinking, didn't Yang Sheng say that he wanted his girlfriend to introduce a partner to Yuan Tianqing? It's important. After all, apart from the girls from a certain company, there are really not many people who like to listen to crosstalk, especially this time. Teacher Sun bought tickets for everyone, so it's not very good to make it difficult for the other party. But this idea is good. If there is some kind of concert in the future, it will be fine at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhuorong and his party drove to the stadium in the city, but I have to say that the crosstalk is really popular. Now, when Zhuorong and the others arrived at 3 o'clock, there were already quite a few people waiting for the scene start, and of course more scalpers. However, Zhuorong and the others were not prepared to sell tickets to scalpers, nor were they prepared to buy tickets to scalpers. After Zhuorong made a phone call to Teacher Sun, he didn't wait long at the back door before a person came to deliver tickets to Zhuorong and the 4 of them. This person is also surnamed Sun. He is Teacher Sun's apprentice, and he's also a very kind person. After giving Zhuorong their money, Teacher Sun's apprentice also went back to work. For live, it can be regarded as a rehearsal, which is a very common thing. After the 4 of them had nothing to do here, they went to a nearby internet cafe to play for a few hours. They play LOL, and the 4 of them really haven't played this game together, because when they were in junior high school, they played WDW.LOL only started to play seriously after. Zhuorong got to university. Of course, his so-called seriousness is the bronze 3. But now he is different, not to mention the existence of Xiaozhua. Even if Zhuorong only let him assist, then it is the strongest footstep. IT is used to record the time of red buff, blue buff, small dragon, vanguard, and big dragon. It can also record the opponent's skills and the cooldown time of double moves. Discover. But that doesn't make much sense that in fact, apart from Xiaozhua, Zhuorong's own reaction speed is far beyond the comparison of ordinary people. Basically, his APM can break through 1,000, and it is very easy, except for the first 2 being a bit dull. The latter is basically he pulling forward as long as someone dares to appear in his line of sight. It is basically a single kill, 1 kills 1, 2 kills 1 pair, except for the general attack and the ability to lock the target. There's nothing he can't avoid that if he can dodge basic attacks. He can even dodge basic attacks. Damn it. You can do it. You, during your 4 years in college. Are you sure you went to school? Didn't you go to a club for further study? Seeing Zhuorong's stats of 17-0-4 on the field, Yangsheng was dumbfounded. He looked at Zhuorong in shock, and Zhuorong also laughed after hearing what he said. If I go to the club, will my account be so miserable? Bronze, are you still in the same row with you now? I also liked watching the live broadcast 2 days ago. I feel that your skills are no worse than many LOL anchors. Have you ever thought about live broadcasting? Listening to Zhuorong's words, Yuan Tianqing here also pondered, then tilted his head and looked at Zhuorong and asked, there's something wrong. I'm so old I don't know how to talk. Besides, am I short of money? Looking at Yuan Tianqing, Zhuorong looked at him with contempt and said, that's right, isn't a live broadcast just for money? Of course, there are some people who are good at socializing and chatting. It's possible, but it's obviously not suitable for you. Hearing what Zhuorong said, Yuan Tianqing also thought for a while, and then smiled, talked up 0.6 super gods in a row, made Yuan Tianqing and the others look stupid. Of course, apart from being stupid, they were also very happy. I guess they abandoned this game because they were getting older and busier. It has something to do with their being too good. Of course, the current winning streak must be related to Zhuorong himself in the Bronze Fish Pond Bureau. If he reaches a higher level, well, in fact, even a higher level with Xiaozhua and his reaction speed, he's still invincible in the world, but his understanding of the game is still somewhat lacking. But this is enough, and the passerby game up, a wave of victories made Zhuorong and the others happily go to the venue and enter the infield to watch crosstalk, talk show, concert, and so on. You really have to come to see it live. Teacher Sun's crosstalk with him today is what I have said before, but the effect of the live program is very good, especially Teacher Sun's partner, Teacher You, the last chorus of the whole audience. If you're not in this atmosphere, you really can't feel it. I have to say that Zhuorong and the others were very happy to watch this evening. After watching the photo session, Zhuorong and the others were still thinking about whether to treat Mr. Sun to a meal or something, but Mr. Sun said that the organizer had already made arrangements as Zhuorong and the others drove directly to have a simple meal and then returned home, waiting for Sun's visit tomorrow. The next morning, Zhuorong rarely slept in late, not because he wanted to get up early, but because Yuan Tianqing and Xiangzi came to Zhuorong's house early in the morning. Although it is said that today is Zhuorong's home, it does not prevent them from being corpses too. At around 9 o'clock in the morning, shortly after a certain letter from Mr. Sun came, an off-road vehicle drove into Zhuorong's house from outside. After leaving the car to park in front of the villa, Mr. Sun, who was in the driving seat, got out of the car with his partner, Mr. Yu. Apart from them, I didn't bring anyone else with me. One is because Mr. Sun is still not familiar with Zhuorong, and the other is because when they perform commercially, they will basically change the actor for the 3 shows. After all, to make money, everyone has to make some. You can't treat one more favorably than another, right? And the actors who played these roles have already gone back to the teams to report by plane or high-speed train today. If they're in a hurry, maybe they can add a night job tonight, .as for the next performance. They will wait at this place before the start of the next performance, as today, only Teacher You and Teacher Sun have time. 560-inch, my God, brother, isn't it? Your house is too exaggerated. You can build a highway in your house. After getting off the car, Teacher You looked at Zhuorong's huge manor with a big face in shock. It must be too big. I can't afford to repair the expressway, but there's a road. There's a road leading to the old pier. If you want to see the sea, we can go and see it later. Hearing Teacher Yu's words, Jia also started talking with a smile. Looking at the sea, that's fine too, but let's wait until the afternoon. Today I'm here with Teacher Sun, and we're mainly here to see the rarity. Hearing Zhuorong's words, Teacher Yu also said with a wicked smile, okay, don't be poor. I'm not here to see the sea today, Brother Zhua, we're the good things. Seeing Teacher Yu's appearance, Teacher Sun here is a little anxious. He was really scared, and Zhuorong took them to see the sea on a whim. After all, they often see the sea. I heard that a certain company has theaters and beaches in 2AO. As crosstalk actors who have toured the world, they have naturally been there. To be precise, it should be the seaside of the world. They all swim through the water, and there's nothing unusual about the sea. Okay, coming first. Seeing Teacher Sun's appearance, Zhuo Rong also smiled, and then led them into his villa. As soon as they walked in, the first thing they saw, besides Yuan Tianqing, Pang Liqiang, and Yang Shang, who had just rushed over, were Zhuo Rong's 15 girlfriends. Let me introduce first. Teachers Yuan Tianqing, Pang Liqiang, and Yang Shang Sun here have met before. Teacher, you can just recognize them casually. These girls here are my girlfriends. I'll go 1, 2, 3, 4. Excuse me, do you have 15 girlfriends? Hearing Zhuo Rong's words, Teacher Yu's face was shocked, and Teacher Sun's face was also very curious. Well, compared to fish, Zhuo Rong is actually even rarer. Yeah, she looks pretty. Hearing Teacher Yu's words, Zhuo Rong also laughed and said, pretty, no longer beautiful and not as strong as you. The young man didn't see it. The body is awesome. Looking at Zhuo Rong, Teacher Yu patted Zhuo Rong's shoulder and said enviously, of course. What he envies is not that Zhuo Rong has 15 girlfriends. Well, in fact, most men are not envious of this matter. But compared to the 15 girlfriends, they're actually more envious of Zhuo Rong's body. Why does Su Xian make men envious? It's not because he married Bai Sujin, but because the snake's time, generally speaking, is 2 hours, and Su Xian can make Bai Sujin pregnant. Well, it can. Also be seen from here that Su Xian may also be the top existence among men. That's right, the body is very good. Ah, shall we go and have a look first, or drink some tea first? Hearing Teacher Yu's somewhat colorful joke, Zhuo Rong agreed without caring. Then asked Mr. Yu and Mr. Sun what is the arrangement. Hearing what Zhuo Rong said, Teacher Sun naturally wanted to see the animals first. Then a group of 6 people went up to the second floor, and first went to see the alligator gar and the 7 red dragons. This big crocodile, since he bought it back. Zhuo Rong has also built a separate tank for it. Otherwise, it should be put in the tank of the red dragon, and the red dragon should be eaten by this guy. Obviously, the red dragon is nothing but this sharp-toothed fellow, and the tank that Zhuo Rong prepared for the crocodile is not an ordinary fish tank. It is also a semi-ecological tank with a lot of sand, stones, and wood in it. This 1-meter-long alligator gar swims in this tank. It looks really mighty. There are a lot of crucian carp in the bottom of the tank. These are all bought. The wild Zhuo Rong is not willing to feed this guy, and this alligator gar in the tank is like patrolling its territory, lowering its head from time to time, and snapping a bite, killing one, and then eating it directly. It looks bloody and violent, but it's also pretty. However, compared to this crocodile gar, it is obvious that Mr. Yu and Mr. Sun are more interested in the red dragon because this is the real expensive one out of the 2 of them. One likes to play, and the other has raised animals in Mr. Gu's house before, so they know very well that these 7 big red dragons look like and grow well. In their eyes, it seems to be an extremely cold boutique. These are all FUN.8T that moment. Teacher Yu and Teacher Sun both picked up their mobile phones and started to take pictures. Of course, they also asked for Zhuo Rong's opinion before taking pictures. There's nothing that could not be taken here, so Zhuo Rong didn't stop them, and soon the 2 with the same one of the messages was sent to a certain blog, and the other was sent to Moments. Naturally, a lot of fans came to pay attention to a certain blog. Some asked what it was. Some people asked about it. Some people asked where they were, or some black fans came to curse people, but they were all lazy to watch. Compared with a certain blog, there's more information in Moments .1.1 especially. Mr. Sun, when the phone rang less than 3 minutes after Moments were posted, Mr. Sun saw that it was none other than Mr. Yu. The first time he picked up, Mr. Yu spoke directly from there. Old Sun, where are you? The fish you took are really good. They're beautiful, their fur is bright, and they're tall. If they're sellers, please ask me. What is the price? As soon as the phone was picked up, Teacher Yu over there asked Teacher Sun like a cannonball. Hearing what he said, Teacher Sun hurriedly answered him beside him. Brother, I'm at a buddy's house. This is a fish raised by others, and it won't come out. Let me ask. After Teacher Yu finished speaking, Teacher Sun also looked at Zhuo Rong. His eyes were very clear. You heard the conversation. What's the situation? Let me know. If you want to buy a red dragon, it's okay. 1 million pieces, sell it to you cheaply, and make friends, but except for the red dragon, other things in this house are not for sale. Looking at Teacher Sun's eyes, Zhuo Rong also smiled and said, big atmosphere. The price of this fish is about 1.5 million to 1.7 million yuan. We can't take advantage of you. How about this? We accept the love, and you give us 100,000 yuan. How about a refund of 100,000, 1.5 million at the middle price? Zhuo Rong was angry, and Mr. Sun couldn't really take the other party's kindness as it should. After thinking about it for a while, he made a new price. Good guy. I've always heard that the bargaining price is lowered, but today Mr. Sun just cut it higher. Seeing Mr. Sun's serious look, Zhuo Rong was a little dumbfounded. He really didn't care much about the small money, but Mr. Sun said so. Then Zhuo Rong was not polite and nodded directly to express the price. Jiang. Brother, 150. 105. Okay, it's really not expensive. In this way, you can ask this buddy. 7. I want 01. Can you get out there? After hearing Teacher Sun's reply, Teacher Yu over there thought after a moment. He spoke up. Veteran players all have this problem, and they can't see good things falling into other people's hands. After he got the fish, he could lose money to his brothers, but he had to know where it was, and it had to fall into the hands of his brothers, not leave it outside. But as soon as he heard Teacher Yu's words, Teacher Sun stopped him directly. Senior brother, 7 pieces, 10.5 million. Do you believe that sister-in-law can kill you? Listen to me, just get one and play first. This buddy is not a heretic. I will take you to him when I have time. Come and sit down here. Hey, since we're all buddies, let's do it. Let's get one first. After hearing Teacher Sun's words, Teacher Yu here hesitated for a while, and after thinking about it, more than 10 million yuan is indeed not a small amount of money. He's also crazy. If he really spent more than 10 million yuan to buy 7 fish, he really won't be able to live a good life fortunately, Mr. Sun stopped him, but 1.5 million yuan is not cheap. But according to status, basically going out to film a movie, participate in a variety show, or come to a commercial performance, he would only get now. The money is really not that much. Reluctantly hung up the phone. Teacher Sun here also let out a sigh of relief. Brother Zhuo, how about this? You give me 2. I'll get my senior brother 1, and I'll get 1 myself. Walking to Zhuo Rong's side, Teacher Sun took out 2 fingers. 3. I'll get my master 1. At this moment, Teacher Yu also came over, picked up Teacher Sun's 3rd finger, and said with a smile, okay, just remember to take it when you leave, but I won't take care of the express delivery. He waved his hand casually. 3 or 5 pieces are nothing to Zhuo Rong. After all, the fish is 200 yuan, 1 piece of money. There will be plenty in the future. Don't worry, we will cover this for sure. We can't let you pay for the package of loss, can't you? Hearing that, Zhuo Rong agreed. Teacher Sun also laughed at T this time. Yuan Tianqing and the others in the back also had some emotions. Good guy, no wonder Zhuo really doesn't care about money or not. Just chatting for a while, Zhuo Rong earned 4.5 million. Of course, from their point of view, Zhuo Rong's money may not be earned because they don't know how much Zhuo Rong spent to buy this fish. But 4.5 million is really a lot. But they also, Zai just felt shocked in his heart, and then followed Zhuo Rong and the others downstairs. Downstairs, Jia Min and the others had already prepared fruit plates, teacups, and so on. After Zhuo Rong and the others sat down, Zhuo Rong also learned the tea art that Jia Min taught him before and made tea for a few people. Originally, Mr. Yu and Mr. Sun thought that they had finished buying fish, and the main purpose of being here today was over. But when they saw Zhuo Rong take out the tea leaves, Teacher Sun was shocked again. Mr. He used to be a child of a poor family, so he didn't know much about tea, but Mr. Sun understood it. The tea that Zhuo Rong brought out was Longjing, because Zhuo Rong likes to drink Longjing. The most point one can tell at a glance that this is Longjing's top bud tea, and there are no wormholes or traces of medicine residue on it, and it looks particularly complete, without any broken pieces. That it goes without saying that this tea must be top quality tea. Thinking of this, he became more and more interested in Zhuorong. As Zhuorong finished washing the tea, he also poured a cup for each of them. Seeing that the tea was poured, Mr. Yu and Mr. Sun here also tapped the table lightly to express their gratitude, then picked up the teacup and sipped it lightly. With this sip, even Teacher Yu could taste the difference of this tea. The lips and teeth are fragrant, the aftertaste is full of sweetness, the mouth is soft and not bitter. This is the top Longjing. Huh, Teacher Sun also understands tea. Listening to Teacher Sun's words, Zhuorong asked with a smile, I know a little bit. I've had some good drinks before. Nodding his head, Mr. Sun also turned in his heart at this time. Originally, he made friends with Zhuorong and the others only because Xiangzi was a player, and the players in the world are a family. So he looked at these young people quite pleasing to the EY result. After arriving at Zhuorong's house, he found that at least the man in front of him was different from what he had imagined before. I don't know much about tea, but this tea should be very good. Basically, everyone I know says this tea is very good, and if it tastes good, drink more. Hearing Teacher Sun's words, Zhuorong also looked at the teacup in front of him, drank the tea in one gulp of 190, then slammed his mouth and said, and just when Zhuorong was about to divide the tea, Fudo came in from outside with ashes and 4 ashes. When Teacher Yu and Teacher Sun saw Fudo, ashes and 4 ashes, their eyes stopped moving, because they knew that this was also their second purpose for coming here. This big black dog looks very imposing. No wonder the female wolf can be. Hooked out from the deep mountains, and the ashes of Zhuorong, after so many days of breeding, although not fat and strong, but there's something like a queen in every move, especially when watching when there are outsiders in the house. Its pair of emotionless eyes also looked at Mr. Sun and Mr. Yu. Although they didn't make any attacking actions, the sixth sense still made the two of them stand in the cold. This is a real wolf, not raised in a zoo, or raised by humans in childhood, but a real wolf. Wolf hunting in the forest. Plus with her 4 puppies behind her, it's perfect for dog lovers. Big bitch, over. I'm getting sicker and sicker. I guess it's a question of whether I can update it tomorrow. I got up this morning and wrote 2 chapters. After completing today's update, I started to feel uncomfortable. This is the end of the game. Vomiting blood. It's okay to take pictures, but don't ask if you ask. These are my family members. It is impossible to measure them with money. And I am not short of money. Looking at Fudo, ashes, and the 4 cubs, Teacher Yu and Teacher Sun looked at Zhuorong almost at the same time, and Zhuorong knew what they were going to ask, so he blocked their words directly. No, isn't it short of money? Hearing what Zhuorong said, Teacher Yu also muttered in a low voice, but looking at his eyes, it seemed that he hadn't given up completely. Our husband is the largest natural person shareholder of the Ali Group. To us, money and the like are just a series of numbers, meaningless. At this time, Yang Qian from here also came from distance, and while filling Zhuorong with a pot of water, he also spoke to Teacher Yu and Teacher Sun, a good guy. Upon hearing Yang Qian's words, Teacher Yu and Teacher Sun completely shut up this time. Ali Group's largest natural person shareholder. Even if this is not the #1 rich man in the country, he must be among the best. Well, in the eyes of the other party, my own net worth is really just a small wave. Not to mention my own net worth, even if a certain company is included, it is not enough to look at, so they swallowed back the words that followed and picked up their phones at the same time. Since I said that I have no intention of buying, but this photo should still be taken, but this time it's a little sensitive, so I didn't post it on a certain blog, but just posted it in moments, and at the same time marked a sentence, which means that Zhuorong is not sure of money. So don't ask about this. Ashes and 4 ashes, the question of whether to sell or not. As for Fudo, ashes and 4 ashes are not for sale, and it is even more impossible for Fudo to be sold. Come try some fruit. After the 2 of them finished taking the photos, Yang Sitian and the others also brought up the washed fruits. As soon as the fruits were brought up, Yuan Tianqing and the others lost their regard for Teacher Yu and Teacher Sunday. After all, even they can't eat the fruits from Zhuya every day. The fruits on Zhuorong's side are definitely the top ingredients for them, and there is no one of them. After listening to Zhuorong's words, Teacher Yu and Teacher Sun here also set their sights on these on the table at the top of the fruit. Hey, I saw this plum when I came in. It looks really good. Try it. Seeing how delicious Yuan Tianqing and the others were eating, Teacher Sun here also picked up cherries, that is, big cherries, and started talking with a smile. Mr. Sun, this is not a plum. You can eat it, and you will know after eating it. Seeing Teacher Sun's appearance, Xiangzi couldn't help but say something to him at this time. Huh, what surprises are there? This is not a plum. Is it an apple? Hearing what Xiangzi said, Teacher Sun was still shaking his burden, but when he bit the big cherry, his whole body, some people are not so good. This is this big cherry? Pointing at the big cherry in front of him, Mr. Sun was stunned. He was sure that it didn't taste like a plum. It was a big cherry, but why did the big cherry grow so big? And it tastes so delicious too. The sweet and sour feeling, the taste, the satisfaction. Oh my god, well this is the voice found by Misty next to him. After listening to Teacher Sun's words just now, he curiously picked up a big cherry and bit it. And then he really let out a sigh of emotion from the bottom of his heart. This big cherry was also planted by you. While stuffing the big cherry into his mouth, Mr. Sun looked at Zhuorong and said in shock, where's this? There'll be more good things in a while. These fruits are made by our brother Zhuorong, and there will be beef and mutton in a while. I guarantee you haven't eaten them. Looking at Teacher Sun with Mr. Yu's shocked expression, Yang Sheng also laughed beside him, as if he had forgotten how shocked he was when he ate these fruits for the first time. After hearing Yang Sheng's words, it was obvious that Mr. Sun and Mr. Yu were looking forward to it even more. It seems that Zhuorong is not only big here, Zhuorong is not only rich, but this man is even more capable than I imagined. At the moment, they can't care about any lunch for a while, and start to inhale these fruits in a crazy storm, whether it's big cherries, grapes, apples, or watermelons. There's not a single bad fruit here, Zhuorong. It is really great. When they finished eating these fruits to their heart's content, they found that they seemed to have eaten too much. After they realized it, they no longer felt hungry. Careless, this will affect my combat effectiveness at noon. By the way, Brother Zhua, do you sell these fruits? Touching his belly, Teacher Sun asked with some emotion. It's not for sale yet, but should be listed next year. The Su family, I don't know if you know, is a big family on our side. Their owner signed a contract with me. They will be in charge of channels from next year. Sale. Hearing Mr. Sun's question, Zhuorong also told him the truth. The Su family, we know that our performance this time is the lead of the Su family, but we can only see a steward under the Su family. The owner, my god. Hearing what Zhuorong said, Teacher Yu also said with emotion that it can't be seen that Zhuorong's energy is really beyond his imagination. Not only is Ali's largest natural person shareholder, but he also has a business relationship with the Su family, which is too exaggerated. To be honest, judging from Zhuorong's appearance, it is really hard to see that he's a person with such wealth and influence. The super rich, too exaggerated. It's a pity. I originally thought that if I could buy this item, I would bring some back to my family. These fruits are really delicious. Emo de Zhao. Compared to focusing on Zhuorong's influence. Obviously, Mr. Sun is more concerned about whether this food is good or not. Hey, what's the matter? I'll give you some when I leave later. We're all friends, so don't be so polite. Seeing Teacher Sun's pity look, Zhuorong also laughed. He really didn't care these small toys should friends. It is normal to give some. And when they heard that Zhuorong was willing to give him some, the eyes of Mr. Sun and Mr. Yu here lit up instantly. And at the same time, they also wrote down this kindness in their hearts. This thing is obviously something that money can't buy now, and the other party is willing to give it away, which is also a kind of affirmation of themselves, so they are really a little moved. But soon, when lunch started, this little touch disappeared, because when they had eaten the meat and rice from the future, they realized how naive they were when they said that they were full. One meal, this time it really made the two of them almost unable to move. But looking at the leftovers on the table, they really want to eat. Teacher Sun and Teacher Yu are quite satisfied today. Zhuorong's house is really full of surprises. They left Zhuorong's house again after eating and digesting for about an hour. Let's go around Rong's manor. But even when it was turning around, Mr. Sun was still eating the fruit. He could really eat it, and he really couldn't stop eating. While eating, they also looked at these things in Zhuorong's house. Naturally, the first ones to recommend are grass sheep, pine beast, and snow drill. Seriously, they have never seen these sheep, cows, and pigs before. No wonder the taste is so good. And when they turned to the wall and looked at the sea yellow that Zhuorong planted. Here, they also can't help feeling very emotional. You must know that this is a real sea yellow seedling. The most important thing is that it does not look too small. Now these trees may not be used to make tables and chairs, but if they are used to carve beads, they are enough. Of course, it is impossible for Zhuorong to use these sea yellow seedlings to drive beads. His sea yellow is not the same as the original sea yellow in this world. This is the tree species of the future. It will not take long for these trees to grow, such as Zhuorong. So there's no need to kill 623 chickens to get their eggs. That what's more, is Zhuorong short of money? At least he doesn't seem to be short of money. Playing at Zhuorong's place until after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Teacher Sun and Teacher Yu drove away from Zhuorong's house reluctantly. Of course, they also brought a lot of things to the doctor before leaving. Zhuorong is very generous to his friends. Beef and mutton are given 10 caddies per person, and fruit and so on are similar, about 10 caddies per person. Of course, the most important thing is 3 fish, a total of 4.5 million after they left. Yuan Tianqing and the others also went back, and Zhuorong also bought 3 fish outside to make up for the 3 fish. Then just live his little life. For Zhuorong, there's really nothing now that can affect his life. Not to mention Zhuorong's side. Teacher Yu and Teacher Sun over there drove back to the hotel, and they immediately started packing .3 fish sticks. Of course, I went directly to the courier company to consign them. I sent them tonight, and they should arrive home tomorrow. It shouldn't be a big problem to get them with pressurized and oxygenated things that I asked for what they ate. They took it with them. Originally, they planned to stay here for one more night, a bedge, but they checked out after 5 p.m., bought air tickets, and went back to the capital directly. When Mr. Yu and Mr. Sun returned home in the car, to be honest, everyone in their family was a little shocked and puzzled. Because didn't they say they would come back after a while? Come back in such a hurry is there something wrong? But when they took out the fruits and meat, the eyes of the people in their family became confused because of some fruits and meat. They even flew there specially. And looking at the appearance of these people in their family, Teacher Yu and Teacher Sun turned their lips almost at the same time. Whether it's worth it, you will know if you try it. Oh my god, what is this? Why is it so delicious? Okay, old grandson, where did you get this? Dad, this fruit is delicious. Is there any more? Husband, this meat is so good. No wonder you made a special trip. It's just too little. Why don't you buy more? As the meals of the two families were ready, the whole family became lively all of a sudden. I have to say that even the most provocative food critics will not be able to find fault with Zhuorong's future food. As long as it is cooked and not burnt or mushy, then this food is delicious. It is the magical use of top ingredients. Seeing how shocked the people in their home were, Teacher Sun and Teacher Yu felt that it was worthwhile for them to come back in such a hurry and completely forgot what they were doing in Zhuorong's house. Tonight for the families of Mr. Yu and Mr. Sun, it is still very harmonious. For them, the food tonight is really great, but it is not so easy to get more. The next day, Teacher Yu and Teacher Sun waited at home for a whole day, just waiting for the courier to arrive. At noon, the courier finally arrived. When they saw that there was nothing wrong with the fish they ordered, they were relieved. Then Mr. Sun settled his fish at his home first. And after confirming that there was no problem, he took the bag and went to Mr. Yu's house. And Mr. Yu went directly to Mr. Gu's house after the fish arrived. Teachers Gua, and you are fine today, especially Teacher Yu. After hearing that Teacher Sun said he was going to send fish, he waited at home early in the morning, preparing the fish tank. When they saw the fish from Zhuorong's family, even if Mr. Gu didn't know much about fish, he could tell that the fish was definitely top-notch. Regardless of its body shape, size, and arrangement of scales, it could be said to be impeccable. Teacher Yu was even happier and immediately began to take pictures frantically. But what they didn't know was that these two didn't bring them the real good things, those fruits and meat, because those things were so rare that, of course, if there's a chance in the future, they would not mind taking them to play in Zhuorong's house. There's so many good things in Zhuorong's house. As for whether Zhuorong will agree, they're quite confident. Basically, as long as Zhuorong is not provoked, Zhuorong is quite easy to talk to, and he does not have the sharp sense of a young entrepreneur. The reason why Zhuorong does not have such a sharp feeling is actually mainly related to his previous life and his current life policy. If Zhuorong was a rich second generation, or a person who had studied very well since he was a child, maybe he would be very sharp, because he knows that he has the ability to be sharp. The former has money in his family, while the latter means that he can earn more money. This is also the reason why most geniuses are very lonely. But Zhuorong was not a rich second generation, nor was he a particularly good student that in addition, after graduating from university, the society has already smoothed his rough edges for so many years. So after he got the system, he didn't think that relying on this system dominate the king, or change the social process of human beings. What he was thinking about was how to make himself comfortable. Under such circumstances, it would be a ghost if he had horns, but now he has already gone to sea. Today's weather is good and suitable for fishing, so he started to go fishing early in the morning. They left with Yuan Tianqing. In a few days after receiving Mr. Sun and Mr. Yu, Zhuorong lived without any disturbances and did what he should do every day. When the weather is good, go fishing. If it's not too good, you can also go to the mangrove to dig blue crabs, or go to the primeval forest to pick mushrooms and play with these small animals at home. Of course, Zhuorong, my favorite, is undoubtedly playing with Jiamin and the others. But the leisurely life always comes to an end. As I said a few days ago, formal preparation for the company arranged by Qin Shihua had begun, and the location of the company's factory was finally chosen in Shanghai. Because the welfare provided by Shanghai is indeed the best. Especially the company that develops the new energy industry has indeed given a lot of concessions, whether it is taxation or some policy support issues. It is better than that of Zhuorong. It's better on their side as it doesn't matter if Qin Shihua finally chooses to build a factory there. But since the company is ready to open, Zhuorong is also going to visit that it doesn't matter if you participate in the ribbon cutting or not. He has to send Zhu Yi off, and then he has to take Yang Qian and the others to the company. When he doesn't go, Yang Qian and the others will go to check the accounts, which means for myself, I will definitely support myself for the first time. Speaking of it, it's not that Zhuorong doesn't believe in Qin Shihua, it's that he doesn't believe in the Qin family. Although he has hardly dealt with these families in the novels he has read before, these families are not good. But in fact, think too much that it is true that these families have nothing to offer, but everything must be done according to the contract. Since Zhuorong has already signed a contract, there's no need to worry about the other party's remorse. However, one must not have the intention of harming others, and one must not have the intention of guarding against others. So Zhuorong feels that it is better to be careful. After another 2 days of preparation at home, Zhuorong took Yang Qian, Yang Sitian, Guxiang, and Zhu Yi, and others on the plane to Shanghai. After arriving in Shanghai, Qin Shihua naturally had to make proper arrangements, but Zhuorong didn't have to worry too much about Zhu Yi's accommodation here. After all, Zhuorong still has 2 villas and a community here. Originally, Zhuorong wanted Yi and the others to live in the community. After all, there are many houses in the community, let alone letting them live. Even letting them live in a flat is not a problem, but this idea has just been raised. When he got up, Yang Qian and the others refused to send it. After all, Zhu Yi and the others are not normal human beings, and they also possess extremely cutting-edge technology, so they're not afraid of 10,000. Just in case, it is best to let them live in the villa. It was much safer. After hearing Yang Qian's words, Zhuorong also felt that there was nothing wrong. I arranged another villa for them. If my parents wanted to come over to play in the future, it would be the same to live in my own villa, and it would not be so entangled. Arrive on the first day, arrange accommodation. Then Qin Shihua treated guests to dinner, introducing Yi and the others to Qin Shihua by the way. And the next day, Zhuorong went to the 4S store here. It was through Qin Shua's relationship that he directly brought a few Big G's existing cars to serve as Zhu Yi's and the other scooters. Good guy now. I can see that Zhuorong is not short of money. There are a few Big GS, and it is a car for transportation. But seriously, don't think this car is not cheap. But when you sit up, you really want to follow Zhuorong. The car is more than a star and a half behind it. IT is also understandable if you think about it. The carriage of 1,000 years ago, no matter how big the carriage was, and no matter how many things were padded inside, without rubber tires or shock absorbers, it would be extremely uncomfortable to sit on. Bumps can kill people. Even compared with the current 10-year level car, it is more than one. What's more, Zhuorong's car is still developing rapidly in the future for 1,000 years. After arranging a place to live, the car, etc., Zhuorong and the others stayed in Shanghai for another day, because the fourth day was the official ribbon-cutting day for the company. Although Zhuorong is not interested in the company's ribbon cutting, he still has to go. After all, he's the company's largest shareholder at SO. When the red flags were flying outside, crowds of people, gongs and drums were proclaiming the sky, and firecrackers were blasting, Zhuorong was waiting for dinner in the company's banquet hall. After the noisy company ribbon-cutting ceremony outside, a group of people also entered the company's banquet hall, which shows the influence of the Qin family. Basically, quite a few people from surrounding areas of Shanghai, even the imperial capital and Guangdong province, came to celebrate the opening of this company. Although they may not know what this company does, it does not prevent them from coming to talk to Qin. The family formed a good relationship. And after these people walked in, the banquet that Zhuorong had been waiting for a long time finally started. I don't have enough food for Zhuorong. Qin Shuhua over there called Zhuorong over, and she wanted to ask Zhuorong about the follow-up development issues. First of all, whether to start work now. According to Qin Shua's thinking, there are two ways to start work. One is to start production directly, use the existing factory buildings to start producing these batteries, and then promote them to the outside market after production is completed. See what the feedback and response is like out there, and then move on. The second is to build a factory first, and then train skilled workers. During this period, try to make some batteries and do more experiments. Although the money will be slower, it will be more stable. In fact, according to Zhuorong's thinking, there's no need to be so troublesome. The first one is fine, because he's extremely confident in this original battery. But he's confident, and he has no experimental data. So according to him, it's up to Qin Shuhua to deal with it, and he has no objection. Besides, Zhuorong is not only opening this battery factory to make money, he is not sure money now. And he's also thinking about whether he can help his country and speed up the progress in the future. Hearing that Zhuorong had no objections, Qin Shuhua here also breathed a sigh of relief. What she was most afraid of was that Zhuorong was too confident. After all, without the support of data, confidence alone is not enough to put a product on shelves. Fortunately, Zhuorong seems quite reasonable. Tit-tot-tot. Just when Zhuorong and Qin Shuhua were temporarily deciding on the company's development direction, there was a sound of footsteps in the distance. Zhuorong looked back and found that the person who came over was none other than Yang Qian, and Yang Qian was in front of him. After walking to Zhuorong's side, he just nodded slightly to Zhuorong and then looked at Qin Shuhua. Miss Qin, the quality of the guest you invited today needs to be improved. Hearing Yang Qian's words, both Zhuorong and Qin Shuhua frowned at the same time. Just when Zhuorong was about to ask Yang Qian what happened, Wei Su, Qin Shua's assistant, also walked over with a bad expression on her face. What happened? It's the second young master of the Zhao family. He made a statement just now and hit on Ms. Yang. Hearing what Qin Shuhua said, Wei Su here hesitated for a moment and then opened his mouth to briefly explain the matter. Zhuorong may not care much about occasions, face, etiquette, and other things. However, being a cyborg, especially a cyborg with the characteristics of a maid, will help Zhuorong pay attention to these things. So although Zhuorong said that he did not participate in the ribbon cutting today, the clothes he is wearing are also Jiao Min and the others who helped him at home. Zhuorong made it himself. Although it looks like a suit, it is not as tight as a suit. 933 especially made for Zhuorong to wear on such occasions. And Yang Qian and the others naturally have their own matching clothes, small dresses, big dresses, and clothes for all kinds of occasions, especially recently discovered that Zhuorong likes playing games and watching anime. So there are also quite a few cosplay costumes. Cough. This is just a small interest between them, not countable. But today Yang Qian and the others are also very beautifully dressed. Even compared to Qin Shuhua, they're not too panic-stricken, especially the more exaggerated and eye-catching figure, Y family knows their situation. If Yang Qian and the others just came to ask them for a phone number or contact information, they would probably just refuse and would not come to tell Zhuorong. So the other party must have said something too. Much otherwise, Yang Qian would not have come to talk about it, or she had done something excessive. Suck, I'll handle it. Looking at Zhuorong's gaze, Qin Shuhua took a deep breath. She really never thought that such a thing would happen during the ribbon cutting of her company, which made her feel very upset at this moment. Thinking about it, Qin Shuhua could overwhelm the boys of her generation and become the successor of their Qin family. But it would have been impossible if she hadn't had a certain skill. Now someone is molesting Zhuorong's female partner here. It's almost like hitting her in the face. Zhuorong looked at himself. It depends on his own attitude. If he doesn't handle it well, Zhuorong will probably break the contract directly, return the battery. Electrical wool, you can play by yourself. Okay. Hearing what Qin Shuhua said, Zhuorong also nodded, giving Qin Shuhua this chance. Hearing this, Qin Shuhua also took Wei Su to the distance. Soon, she found a second son of the Zhao family among a group of young men, and with them were the second-generation ancestors of several families, including those of the Qin family. When Qin Shuhua walked over, a trace of fear flashed in the eyes of this group of people. Obviously, these second ancestors and the young people of the Qin family were oppressed by watching Qin Shuhua before, so now they're afraid from the bottom of their hearts when they see Qin Shuhua. You can go back and tell your dad that the business between the Zhao family and the Qin family is over. Walking in front of these people, Qin Shuhua glanced at Wei Su, and Wei Su also showed who it was with his eyes. The second son of the Zhao family said that he had a great reputation outside, but in Qin Shuhua's place, he was a company commander, someone who can't remember anything. Looking at this person, they sat around and said to him calmly, Miss Qin, what do you mean by that? Hearing Qin Shuhua's words, the second young master Zhao was taken aback for a moment, and then became angry, but he didn't dare to get angry with Qin Shuhua, so he could only lower his voice and ask her, what did you do? Do you need me to say that? Our company cut the ribbon, and you dare to come here to cause trouble. This is clearly not taking our Qin family seriously. Since you didn't take our Qin family seriously, then naturally you didn't. The meaning of cooperation is now. Is there a problem with what I said? Looking at his eyes, Qin Shuhua also looked at him and said with a gloomy face at the same time. Hearing Qin Shuhua's words, the second son of Zhao naturally knew what happened, and his face turned pale for a while. If his father and mother found out, it turned out that he had ruined the Qin family and the Zhao family because of his rebellion. If the business of the Zhao family is even brought to annihilation, then his parents can beat him to death. Thinking of this, he couldn't help looking at the person next to him. This person was also from the Qin family. He was Qin Shuhua's cousin, but he was his younger brother. And Qin Shuhua's cousin, after seeing his eyes begging for help, also looked at Qin Shuhua. Sister, is there something in here? Shut up, you ignorant fool. Go home and close the door for 3 days. If you lose 1 second, I'll ask my second uncle to break your leg. Obviously, Qin Shuhua still maintained restraint towards the second son of Zhao, but Qin Shuhua was not polite to her younger brother, and directly yelled. Hearing what Qin Shuhua said, this cousin of the Qin family also opened his mouth, and then walked away in a hurry, knowing that the Qin family only cooperated with Zhuorong, the senior members of the Qin family. The juniors below don't know the specifics of the cooperation, so they don't know who Zhuorong is, but if Qin Shuhua's cousin tells his father what happened today, his father will at least punish him. Let's go for a week. Qin, brother Qin, send Mr. Zhao out. Seeing the Qin family's cousin leave, the second Mr. Zhao couldn't help panicking even more. Just as he was about to say something, Qin Shuhua waved his hand in a bit of boredom, and then came from afar. A few security guards were recruited at the office, and no matter what the situation of Mr. Zhao was, they directly dragged him and left the company. After expelling the two, Qin Shuhua changed her smiling face again and went to discuss the follow-up matters with Zhuo Rong. As for the remaining second generations, it was really a bit embarrassing. They're not going now, and it is not going away to don't go. Their core, their head, the cousin of the Qin family is gone. It's a bit embarrassing to stay here, but let's go. You know, it's not easy for them to come here. You must know that the company Qin's company invited 1.4 people to cut the ribbon, but they had invitation letters. This kind of invitation letter from a top aristocratic family is extremely precious. They will leave now with nothing, and after returning, their parents will probably have to break their legs as well. But fortunately, these people have all learned thick and black studies. As long as they're not embarrassed, others are the ones who are embarrassed. So after they smiled at each other, they dispersed to make other useful people. Of course, they were far away. I also saw Qin Shuhua and Zhuo Rong who was eating, including Yang Qian, Yang Sitian, and Guoxiang beside Zhuo Rong. Their rationality told them that these four people must not be messed with. Well, I'm really not used to the rest time in the city now. After attending the company's ribbon cutting, Zhuo Rong went home. He didn't go to the dinner hosted by Qin Shuhua because he really didn't like the atmosphere. And he also knew that if he was going, Qin Shua's main focus must be on himself, which would not be very beneficial to the development of the company. So he went back with Yang Qian and the others. They ordered takeaway at night, watched TV at home, and ate takeaway. It really made him feel like he was back at work. It's just that there are three more beauties beside him who are as beautiful as flowers and beautiful, and the small broken house that he originally rented has become a big villa. After eating, Zhuo Rong and the others went to rest soon. There was nothing to say all night, and Zhuo Rong woke up at 6 o'clock the next morning. Zhuo Rong is used to waking up around this time every day because it is just after 7 o'clock after washing and breakfast. At this time, and he can go fishing or do something after tidying up, but now when he gets up, he looks outside on the street. Except for some old people and middle school students in school, there are hardly any young people that I have to say that the game of living habit 01 is really out of touch. Or, shall we go back today? Hearing Zhuo Rong's words, Guoxiang from here came over, put his arms around Zhuo Rong's waist from behind, leaned on Zhuo Rong's back, and asked with a smile. Okay, I'll go back today, and when you come back next time, you'll come on our special plane. Turning her head, scratching her nose, Zhuo Rong said with a smile. Now that they have decided to go back, Guoxiang, Yang Qian, and Yang Sitian here also started to pack up, and at the same time, Xiao also helped them book 4 first-class cabins on the first flight soon. Their things were packed, and they told Zhuo Yi again about the specific situation, and if they had any questions, they would ask Xiao to contact him directly. Zhuo Rong also called Qin Shuhua, explaining that he was leaving, and he didn't wait for Qin Shuhua to come over to deliver his business, because he knew that on the second day of the company's opening, everything had to be decided by Qin Shuhua. She can't leave now. Oh, don't bother her. Just go back by yourself. Zhuo Yi and the others drove Zhuo Rong and the others to the airport, and Zhuo Rong and the others took the plane back to their hometown. After arriving at the city where he was, as soon as he got out of the airport, Jiao Min was already waiting for Zhuo Rong outside the airport. Before noon, Zhuo Rong and the others went back home. Although it is not long to go out every time, but to be honest, Zhuo Rong is really used to the life of his home, and every time he comes back, he misses this place and everything here: people, houses, things, animals. Uncle, just when Zhuo Rong was feeling emotional here, a figure also ran out of his house in an instant. Needless to say, he knew that he would call himself that, and there was no one else except Peng Wuyue. Thinking about it, it was really true. Today is Saturday. This girl would come play at Zhuo Rong's house on Saturdays and Sundays when she didn't go to school. She probably didn't see her this morning, and she was still a little uncomfortable. Ouch, you girl is here. Seeing Peng Wuyue rushing over, Zhuo Rong also picked her up and hugged her in his arms. Well, he still misses this little girl quite a bit. Uncle, let's dig sweet potatoes. Sitting in Zhuo Rong's arms, Peng Wuyue also gestured excitedly. Sweet potato, sweet potatoes. Hearing Zhuo Rong's words, Peng Wuyue also nodded vigorously. Sweet potatoes are harvested from mid to late October to early November to before frost. At this time, Xiao Zhuo also gave a reminder in front of Ji, telling him that it is indeed time to harvest sweet potatoes. Well, okay, let's dig sweet potatoes. Seeing that both Peng Wuyue and Xiao Zhuo had said that, Zhuo Rong also put Peng Wuyue down, and then the two went to the warehouse. Zhuo Rong took a hoe, and then the two of them went to the village to dig. The sweet potatoes are gone. The field where they dug sweet potatoes was not actually the field of Peng Wuyue's family. It was a field where sweet potatoes were grown, and sweet potatoes should not be grown often, because this thing absorbs fertility very well. Although there are chemical fertilizers now, it may be a little bit better, but the sweet potatoes grown with chemical fertilizers are not so delicious. The truly organic and green crops do not use chemical fertilizers or pesticides. Therefore, when planting sweet potatoes in the village, after planting a crop of sweet potatoes, you have to rest for 2 years. During this period of time, other people's homes will plant them. After planting, the whole village will eat them together. It is also harmonious, an unwritten rule. The family that Zhuo Rong and the others went to is the family that planted sweet potatoes in the village this year. This family is not too far from Zhuo Rong's house. 2 figures, one big and one small, walked for more than 10 minutes, and then came to the sweet potato field of this family. They had just arrived when they saw Shi, Chang Jingtao, Yang Lihao, and Shi Lei shaking running over from distance. Looking at the shovels and hoes carried by these 3 guys, it is clear that they must also come to dig sweet potatoes. However, unlike Zhuo Rong and the others, Shi Lei was carrying a huge bamboo basket, and that bamboo basket was about to put him in it. It was the first time Zhuo Rong saw such a big basket. When they saw Zhuo Rong and Peng Wuyue, they ran even faster. Uncle Zhuo, May 240, you guys also come to dig sweet potatoes. Running over, Yang Lihao immediately asked Zhuo Rong and Peng Wuyue. Ever since Zhuo Rong helped Yang Lihao get rid of the alligator guard in Yang Lihao's house, this kid has gotten closer to Zhuo Rong. After all, it's normal for the family to have a closer relationship. Yeah, your tools are quite complete. How much are you going to dig? Touching Yang Lihao's head, Zhuo Rong looked at their tools and said in shock, Hey, can I save more food by digging more? Hearing Zhuo Rong's question, Chang Jingtao and the others laughed along with him. Okay, let's dig. Seeing the appearance of the 4 little kids, Zhuo Rong also smiled, and then prepared to dig. But obviously, don't look at Zhuo Rong's strength is stronger than these 4 brats put together, but when it comes to digging sweet potatoes, he's really not good at it. When Zhuo Rong struggled to dig out 2 bunches of sweet potatoes, Chang Jingtao and the others over there had already dug out 6 bunches, and Peng Wuyue was still helping him. Enough. Seeing this, Zhuo Rong couldn't help being aroused to be competitive. He couldn't believe it. He couldn't beat 3 children under 10 years old. The combined ages of the 3 of them are not as old as myself. I will go, forget it. I admit defeat. Ha ha. Uncle, you can't do it. Uncle, my father said that a man can't say he can't do it. Bastard, your father doesn't teach you some good things in normal times. Hey, what do you mean? I don't really understand either. After digging for more than 2 hours, Zhuo Rong finally gave up. He really couldn't dig out these 3 bastards, but after more than 2 hours, the 4 of them did dig out a lot of sweet potatoes. I'm a little hungry, but it's not time for dinner yet. Rubbing his belly, Chang Jingtao said, digging sweet potatoes is very exhausting. No, just after laughing at Rong, they felt a little hungry. You have to rely on me at this time. Let's go back to my house. I'll call you Sister Jiao Min. I'll get you something to eat. Hearing what these boys said, Zhuo Rong laughed and said, I'm not going. I can't walk anymore. Just eat here. But after hearing Zhuo Rong's words, Chang Jingtao, Yang Lihao, and Shi Lei all shook their heads, and a trace of fear flashed in their eyes. In fact, what Zhuo Rong didn't know was that these 3 boys were a little afraid of going to Zhuo Rong now. Manor. This is mainly related to the 3 of them getting into trouble at Zhuo Rong's manor a few days ago. There was a family in the village who got married. Although it is not a festival, but in the countryside, setting off firecrackers is not prohibited, so they also got a lot of firecrackers. After picking up a firecracker, they went to Zhuo Rong's play at home. Now let's not talk about the cannons being fired outside at first, and then they threw the cannons into the water to explode the water. Finally, for some reason, San Hui was blown up, and San Hui went to complain to Hui Hu as a result. Ashes chased them for more than 20 minutes, and Ashes didn't let them go until they ran into the village. Since then, they didn't dare to go to Zhuorong's place, and no matter what, it will take a while before I dare to go. Roasted sweet potatoes. How do you bake this thing? There's no oven or stove here. In Zhuorong's memory, baked sweet potatoes are basically not baked in an oven or baked with a big iron stove on the street when I was young. Uncle, leave it to us. Looking at the doubt in Zhuorong's eyes, Penghua couldn't help but stood up, patted his own chest with his dirty hands, and then went to the nearby field with Shirley, who hadn't been digging much just now. It's the end of October now, and many plants on the ground are already withered and yellowed. So they quickly picked up a lot of weeds and came back, and then went to the nearby cornfield that had already been harvested to get several corn stalks, and came back to build a small fire. Then Chang Jingtao found out the lighter that he'd been hiding on his body all along. Don't get me wrong, he didn't hide this thing for smoking, but for hiding it for shooting. If it weren't for him, Zhuorong and the others wouldn't even be able to light the fire. After all, Zhuorong doesn't smoke, so he doesn't have the fire. As the flames slowly rose, a few kids also threw sweet potatoes into the fire and roasted them directly. Watching their actions, Zhuorong stood by and kept watching. He felt that these kids were a little bit unreliable. Look, just bake like this. Can you find someone who's roasted and tested? Isn't this game basically cooked? There's no tin foil or anything, so the chances of it being cooked are not high. It won't be after baking. Half of it is raw, half of it is charcoal. While Zhuorong was struggling, more than half an hour passed before he knew it. After a few hairy kids pulled out the sweet potato inside with sticks, they couldn't wait to break open the sweet potato. Even Zhuorong couldn't help being a little shocked when the sweet potato was broken open, because at this time he imagined a sweet potato. The situation of half raw and half charcoal did not appear, on the contrary, except for the skin of the sweet potato that has been roasted into charcoal. The meat inside is already cooked, bright red, beautiful, and exudes a fragrance. This made Zhuorong, who was not very hungry, feel a little hungry. Uncle, here it is. Looking at Zhuorong, Penghua couldn't help but took a sweet potato over, broke half of it and handed it to Zhuorong, and Zhuorong took it immediately. The sweet potato grown here in Lingquan village is called sweet potato. The scientific name is called back sweet potato, also known as honey sweet potato, which is basically planted in the entire coastal provinces of Yanwan. The whole sweet potato is famous for its fragrance, sweetness, and waxiness. The most important thing to grow this kind of sweet potato is to grow it on the sandy land along the coast. Because the sand is planted, it is relatively fluffy, suitable for large growth, and can absorb seawater, and contains natural salt. How to make it sweeter? That is to add a little salt to the sweetness. The same is true for this sweet potato. So this sweet potato is also the sweetest variety among all sweet potato varieties. Looking at the sweet potato in front of him and smelling the fragrance, Zhuorong couldn't help but move his fingers, picked it up, and ate it stand up. Bite down, the oatmeal, sugar, fragrance, and sweetness are really delicious. Well, why do I feel that the sweet potato is no worse than the future one? It seems that in the next 1,000 years, there will not be too much development of sweet potatoes. Even if it is developed, it should only be a matter of production, not of taste. Because the taste has nothing to choose. While eating the sweet potato, Zhuorong thought about it with emotion. Before he knew it, Zhuorong also ate 2 sweet potatoes. As for the 4 furry children, they already ate their faces, hands, and clothes. Coupled with the soil they dug, the 5 of Zhuorong and the others are now like refugees fleeing famine. But they're eating well, so they don't care about this problem. It wasn't until Shen Shiweja, who ran over to play with them, saw Zhuorong and the others, that Shunji's laughter told Rong how embarrassed he was now. Looking at the 4 furry kids who were in the same mess as himself, Zhuorong couldn't help laughing. Okay, have to be good. I can't do it if I don't go to my house this time. Let's go. After finishing speaking, Zhuorong didn't wait for Chang Jingtao and the others to escape this time, so he took them back to his home. He took Chang Jingtao, Yang Lihao, and Shirley to take a bath, while Jiamin and the others went to take Penghua to take a bath. By the way, they grabbed Shen Shiweja, who just ran over and took a bath together. As for clothes and so on, Zhuorong's future washing machine will naturally solve it. When the little guys are all dressed up, dinner is ready. Zhuorong's family's food is famous far and wide. Even if they ate a lot of sweet potatoes just now, they can still eat it now. After eating enough, Zhuorong also sent the furry kids home one by one. I have to say that today is a really busy day. After rushing back from Shanghai in the morning, I wanted to dig sweet potatoes all afternoon, but thinking about it, it was much easier than going to a banquet yesterday. For the next 2 days, Zhuorong also had a good rest at home, but it's actually not right to say that, especially if people who are at work see it. They might call him for Sai, Nima, is he still busy with his life like this? If he lies down again, he will become a useless person. So in order to avoid becoming a useless person, before entering November, Zhuorong plans to go out to sea again. But this time he does not plan to go to the deep sea, because it's not peaceful there recently. Don't get me wrong. It's not like there's any conflict or accident. It's because the typhoon is coming again. You must know that about 80 typhoons are formed around the world every year, and the northern hemisphere is the hardest hit by typhoons. Among the 80 typhoons, nearly 60 of them occur in the northern hemisphere. And the Western Pacific region is the hardest hit area among the hardest hit areas. There are almost 30 typhoons every year, if not all typhoons will blow to Yanwan. But to say the least, out of 30 typhoons, 23 or 4 are blown by, so it is not a big problem. Living in the city, naturally even if there's a typhoon, it will not be affected much. After all, it will rain at most as long as the typhoon does not cross the border and does not make landfall. It will have no impact on people who normally work in cities or villages. 433, but it is different for fishermen. Especially sea fishermen, IT really was a typhoon and they couldn't get out. Not to mention a lack of income, there are also dangers that can easily occur. If the money is gone, you can make more money, but if you lose people, you really have nothing to even Yuan Tianqing and the others would never go out to surf when the typhoon blows. However, typhoon days are also an opportunity for fishermen. Fish are different from humans. Fish seem to have an inborn instinct to avoid typhoons, when the typhoon is coming. Most fish will eat like crazy at this time. Then they prefer to go to the deep sea or the quieter but barren waters to avoid the typhoon. Who knows how long it will take to hide? They must store enough energy. So when the typhoon is coming, fishing is particularly good. No, Yuan Tianqing got the news last night that a typhoon formed in Southeast Asia and should come to Yanwan tomorrow. So he told Rong that today is a good day for fishing, but he is not going out with Rong. Because the people in their fleet want to go fishing together, they can only let Rong play by himself. However, he still specifically reminded that if you want to go fishing, you should only go to the sea, and if the wind and waves change, you should go immediately so you don't have to worry about safety issues. After listening to Yuan Tianqing's words, Rong also agreed. Early the next morning, Rong took Lin Xiaoqiao and Li Ku on a boat and went offshore. Yuan Tianqing basically told Rong about all the vegetable fields, so Rong knew exactly where there would be fish. Now that the fish are eating like crazy, there are only 3 places with the most abundant food. One is the kelp field, because there will be a lot of small fish eating kelp gathered here in the kelp field, and the fish that hunt these small fish will gather here. But this location is obviously not Zhuorong's choice, because the fish that can hunt these small fish are basically not good fish, either mackerel, barracuda, or sea wolf. The taste of these fish is average, and the price will not be high in the future. The second point is the sea oyster field, that is the oyster field. As mentioned earlier, all Portuguese oysters are cultivated here. The large ones are used for sale, and the small ones are used for oyster sauce. Compared with the kelp fields, the fish here are better, such as black bream and yellow bream, which Zhuorong used to sell in the past, are here. But these points, needless to say, Zhuorong also knew must have been occupied by those fishermen. These guys get up at 3 o'clock every day to grab the position. Zhuorong can't afford them, as Zhuorong chose the third point today, which is the offshore drilling platform. Yes, that's a good point too, because the drilling platform has been soaked in the sea all year round. The platform is inserted into the sea on the pillars, and it is covered with various barnacles and snails. A bed with food, it will naturally attract many fish that hunt for these foods. However, there are also a few small problems here on the drilling platform. Generally speaking, the drilling platform is relatively deep, so undercurrents and waves are not small. Small boats like Yuan Tianqing's and the others, if you come here to fish, the waves are actually very big. Zhuo Rong used to come here to fish in Yuan Tianqing's boat, and he almost shook him to a nest, but now you don't have to worry about this problem up. Although his ship is not particularly big, but the high tech in the future, naturally there's no need to worry about the waves. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Duo Rong came to the drilling platform. Sure enough, there were no people here. After Zhuo Rong parked the boat on the sea near the drilling platform, he was ready to start fishing down on the first rod. He caught a fish very quickly. It was a yellow-winged fish, about 8 tails in size, but because Zhuo Rong pulled it up a little fast, the anus burst open. But it doesn't matter, the pressure chamber in the future can not only relieve the problem of pressure, but also have the ability to maintain and slightly heal. At least you don't have to worry about dying when you sell it after you put it in. After the first yellow snapper was fished, the second fish came up soon. The second fish was a black snapper. Zhuo Rong laughed when he saw this fish because yellow snappers don't nest together and black bream nest together, but yellow bream often mix with groups of black bream. And so now, if you have a yellow bream and a black bream, it means that this yellow bream is mixed with a group of black breams, not a passing fish. And it is impossible for a yellow bream to fall in love with a black bream. The two fish eloped. Now Zhuo Rong can be regarded as a small expert in sea fishing. After all, he has fished many times. Sure enough, just as he judged the third rod, the fourth rod, and the fifth rod, all of a sudden, Zhuo Rong almost floated down and he would sink in 10 or 20 seconds and then hit the fish. Not to mention it really made him pull wildly for a long time. After about an hour or so, Zhuo Rong pulled at least 100 fish, but don't think that more than 100 fish are a lot. Today's individuals, are slightly different from the fish that Zhuo Rong caught before. The 1 gene to 1.5 caddies accounted for about 30% of the fish, and the rest were between 6 tails and 9 tails. This is because the hooks Zhuo Rong used were too big for small fish to swallow. Otherwise, Zhuo Rong estimated that he would have to bring up dozens of milk breams. Even so, he had hung up a dozen or so small milk breams, and he planned to put them back after fishing. Go back, afraid that they will go down to report. Of course, this is just a joke. The main reason is that fish will bleed after being hooked, and the bleeding will easily attract sharks. Once the sharks come, they will lose everything. Shark. But just when Zhuo Rong was thinking about it, suddenly he saw a dorsal fin in the distance, and it stood up.